Best gift for everyone. Carva Mini.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So many people have so many opinions of Lord Krishna. Some people tell he was a great politician, a king, or a cowherd boy, or a magician, a yogi. Some people also understand him as Supreme Personality of Godhead, others as manifestation of impersonal energy. So what is the perfect opinion in this regard should be understood from Arjuna, who heard the glories of the Lord from his lotus mouth himself. So without getting confused with so many interpretations of Bhagavad Gita, let us see what is Arjuna's conclusion after hearing Bhagavad Gita. Without delay, let's get started with chapter 10, Opulence of the Absolute. This session is dedicated to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, our spiritual master and the founder and acharya of the worldwide Hare Krishna movement. Let's see verse number 1. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shrinu me paramam vachaha Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya. The Supreme Lord said, "My dear friend, mighty armed Arjuna, listen again to my supreme word, which I shall impart to you for your benefit, and which will give you great joy." Important word used in this verse is Priyamanaya, Yatteham Priyamanaya. Because Arjuna is very dear to Krishna, that is why this knowledge is being revealed to him. In order to understand this knowledge, this qualification repeatedly has been stressed by Lord Krishna. Bhakto asi me sakha cheti anasuyave. One should be non-envious, one should be devoted to Krishna, one should be friendly to Krishna. Sakha chayeti priyamanaya, one should be very, very dear to Krishna. Then this knowledge will be revealed. The question now comes, how to become dear to Krishna? That also Lord Krishna has been mentioning. A devotee is very dear to me. And that was a conclusion of previous chapter also. Man mana bhava mad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru. This is most confidential knowledge. Become my devotee, always think of me. Bhakta ativ me priyaha. Devotee is very dear to me. But among all kinds of devotees, there is this special devotee who is most dear to Krishna. Nobody has been so dear, nobody shall ever be so dear as this devotee. Who is this devotee? So this is very great secret. This is explained at the end of Bhagavad Gita. This confidential knowledge which we discussed in previous chapter, Krishna will repeat again. And after that, Krishna says in 18th chapter, Ya imam paramam guhyam. Guhyam means confidential knowledge. Paramam, topmost confidential knowledge. Mad bhakteshva vidhasyati. One who explains this secret of Bhagavad Gita to others, to my devotees. Nacha tasmat manushyeshu kaschin me priyakrit tamaha. Nobody is dearer to me than the one who explains this confidential knowledge to others. Bhavita nacha me tasman. Nobody has been, nor shall anyone be ever more dear to me. So the entire secret of understanding Bhagavad Gita is becoming dear to Krishna. And who is dear most to Krishna? One who preaches this knowledge to others. So thus, I request that let us realize this knowledge very nicely, very carefully. How to realize this also Krishna will further explain very nicely in the coming verses. So let us try to understand Janma sarthak kari kar paropkar. And let us be benevolent and spread this knowledge to others. By realizing and spreading this knowledge, we become most dear and our spiritual life reaches perfection. न मे विदुस्सुरगणाः प्रभवं न महर्षयः अहम् आदिर्हि देवानां महर्षीणां च सर्वशः. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and the sages. The entire civilization has come from demigods, the powerful controllers of the universe. But Krishna is telling na me viduhu. Viduhu means no, na me, they don't understand me. Surgana, Maharshina, the great sages and rishis who have given us such wonderful literatures in the form of Upanishads, Puranas, Vedas. So the great Maharshis do not know, and the Devatas, the supreme controllers of the universe, they also do not understand me. Understanding Krishna is so difficult. Aham adehi devanam. I am their source, but they do not know that. And what to speak of ordinary Devatas? The king of the Devatas is Lord Indra, the controller of rains. He possesses the most powerful weapon, Vajra. Krishna will explain in this chapter. Indra also thought, oh, this is just an ordinary cowherd boy in Vrindavan, and people have stopped my worship. So Krishna wanted to, as we have seen in Bhagavad Gita, he has been telling people, do not worship other Devatas, because the result is temporary. Just worship me for eternal return to the kingdom of God. And thus Krishna dissuaded the Vrijvasis from worshipping Indra. And when Indra got to know, he became infuriated. This ordinary child and people, I will just show them what is the result of not worshipping me. And then he flooded the entire Vrindavan. And finally Krishna lifted Govardhan and Indra came to his senses. He is the source of my powers. He is Supreme Personality himself. Similarly, Brahma, when Aghasur, the great snake demon, was killed, Brahma also got bewildered. People are telling that Supreme Lord has incarnated, but without knowledge, how can he incarnate? He appears to be a small boy, but yes, his powers are mystical. So let me test who is he. So Brahma also could not understand. He kidnapped all the friends of Krishna and the cows and calves of Krishna. And finally he realized. And Brahma, it is told very beautifully as we discussed previously. So just for a moment, as we have discussed, Brahma took them away and kept them in Yog Nidra in some far off place away from this planet. And he had gone away just for a moment. And when he came back, he saw all those friends have come again. Now Brahma got confused. I've just kidnapped them. How come they have all manifested again? And it is being explained in the Shastras that just it was one moment of time for Brahma. But in that one moment, 1 year had passed on this planet Earth. As we understand in the relativity, that if you travel at the speed of light and come back after 10 years, other people who are living on this planet would have aged much more than you, maybe 40 or 50 years. And we can see how this is written 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, people are witnessing this phenomena that just for a moment, Brahma lives on the topmost planet of the universe. He goes away, he comes back, and then 1 year has passed on this planet. So thus we can just appreciate that these things are not imaginary phenomena. Before understanding relativity, one might have had difficulty to understand, but now we understand it is a scientific phenomena. So Brahma also could not understand. And who is Brahma? Brahma is the creator of this universe. All the planets, all the bodies that we have, our destinies are created by Brahma. Nobody is smarter, more intelligent than Brahma. Vedas have been given to us by Brahma. But Brahma also could not understand. Thus it is told, Vedeshu durlabham adurlabham atma bhaktao. This mind, body, everything has been created by Krishna. So if Krishna wants, we can know him. If he doesn't want, how can we know? This instrument is under control of Krishna only. Maya Dhyakshena Prakriti, entire nature is under control of Krishna. So thus Krishna tells, Name vidu surgana. Here Arjun, more confidential glories of mine. The Devtas and the Rishis also do not know me. But because you are my devotee, dear devotee, I am explaining this knowledge to you. So thus Brahma gave the process. What is our capacity when Brahma could not understand? So we should not try to understand God. So this logic in the Vedic philosophy is compared to frogs in the well. Technically it is called Kupumanduk Nyay, means frog in the well logic. A frog in the well, can you imagine how do cities look like? And which are other species? There is a very huge animal, giraffe, there are elephants and tigers and so many other species are there. Frogs may have experience of very limited species in the well and a very limited perspective of the world. They cannot imagine. Similarly, we are not even frogs in the well. We are just situated on this planet, which is but a speck of dust in the universe. What understanding do we have of the universe, and what to speak of the creator of universe, so many universes? That the frog in the well cannot understand anything about the world. Similarly, we cannot expect to understand the world or the creator of the world. The only way is if the creator himself reveals this knowledge to us. So thus Brahma told, Jnane prayasam udapasya namanta eva. With folded hands he came and begged pardon. Krishna, please forgive me. I try to test you, my Supreme Lord. Then he gave the process, Jnane prayasam udapasya. Give up this Gyan prayas, using your mental speculation if you want to understand God. Jnane prayasam udapasya. Please understand, if a dog tries his level best, can a dog understand trigonometry, algebra, calculus, quantum mechanics, optical physics? No, dog cannot understand. Dog's brain does not have the capacity. So why we are having blind faith? This is called blind faith on our brains, that with this brain I can understand everything of the world. So actually this is called blind faith. I have blind faith on my brain. With this I can understand everything. So Brahma is telling the wisest person, Jnane prayasam udapasya. Give up the mental effort to know God. And namanta eva, offer your respects to God, become very humble. You may not understand God, but you understand that God exists. That is a fact. Because I see these wonderful eyes are there. They are wonderful camera. And there is proper arrangement how to just focus on the retina. The curvature is so right from the birth. Did the atoms and the cells decide, let us arrange in this curvature because there is a retina? Some cells are discussing to form the retina. And then there is shutter, there is cornea, pupil, how to control the intensity of light, and so many wonderful mechanisms are there. And then there is some dust, and then auto-cleansing phenomena, drains are there, and the dust is ejaculated. And then the image which is formed, that is inverted in nature. There are optical nerves. There are encoders and decoders. So that image is inverted in the exact 180 degrees. So how somebody got to know that no image is going to be inverted? Let us turn it 180 degrees. So this is a wonderful phenomena. These are cameras. Can a camera, now we are recording this session in a camera, can it manifest on its own? And these are the most wonderful cameras. Then the image is converted into an electrical signal. So there are encoders. And then there are wires, just like we have wire to send electrical signal. So we have wiring which carry electrical signals. It goes to the spine. From spine it goes to the brain. On a brain there is decoder. In this way we are able to visualize the world. There are rods and cones. They maintain perfect ratio so that we can see colors as it is. Such amazing phenomena is happening within our eye, and it is, we have not discussed anything. People spend so many years to just understand the mechanism of eye. So we can understand somebody has created this wonderful machine, this wonderful supercomputer by which we can manufacture computers. Who has done this wonderful assembly of the grey cells here? So somebody is there, this we can understand. So I should simply bow down, become very humble. I am helpless. I have limited perspective of the world which is allowed by my mind and senses. So Brahma is telling, Namanta eva, become humble. Jivanti sanmukharitam bhavadiya vartam. Lead your life as per the direction of the self-realized souls. Sthane sita shruti-gatam hi punsam tanuvan manobhi. So tanu, vak and mana, with mind, body and speech, one should completely surrender unto Krishna. Namanta eva. My God, please let me know. What is your instruction? Because he is Supreme Controller, he is our best well-wisher, we should surrender unto him and ask him, what is best for me? How to attain real happiness? What is the truth of life? So this surrenderance, to the degree we execute it, in that proportion knowledge is revealed. With mind, body and speech we should surrender, and Shruti Gatam, simply keep on hearing. Ye prayaso ajit jitopi taistri lokyam. By this effort, the person who is prayaha ajita, who is almost unconquered, becomes conquered. By whom? By his devotees. Out of his great love, he agrees to be conquered, and his perfect understanding is revealed. So the perfect knowledge can be achieved when a person surrenders completely to the God and simply lends one's ears to understand this perfect knowledge from God or to the people who have realized this knowledge from God. Otherwise, Krishna is mentioned here, even the demigods and great rishis do not have knowledge about me. Yo mamajam manadim cha vetti lokamaheshwaram asammuda samartyeshu sarva papaif pramuchyate. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the Supreme Lord of all the worlds, he undiluted among men is freed from all sins. So we are not able to understand God because of sinful life. So doubts will remain as long as we are covered by the reactions of sinful activities. Now here Lord Krishna is telling, if anybody is able to understand, one is convinced that yes, he is Anadim, Lord is beginningless, and he is Ajam, he is not born. What is the meaning of not born? Because we are also not born, soul is eternal. Not born means Krishna does not undergo a phenomena of birth. It means when the soul picks up the dress, that is termed as birth. So Krishna is free from this phenomenon of taking dresses over him. It means when Krishna comes here, he does not take any external covering on himself. He is complete spirit inside and outside. There is no difference between body and soul of Krishna. Krishna does not take any body which is made up of matter. That is why he is Ajam. He does not take birth. He becomes manifest. That is why technically it is called Avirbhav. He manifests himself, he becomes visible, and then he becomes unmanifest, invisible. That's it. There is no birth and death for Krishna. So if one understands Krishna is Ajam, Krishna does not take birth. And Krishna is Anadi. Krishna has no origin. He is the origin of everyone. He is freed from all sins. So there are 9 steps to spiritual perfection. It starts with Adav Shraddha. Adav Shraddha means just like if you are hearing this Bhagavad Gita for the first time, then you might become little inquisitive. This sounds interesting, very logical, authoritative. Let me try to understand more. This is called Shraddha. Adav means the beginning is little Shraddha, little faith. Let me try to understand what this knowledge is. And with this little faith, when a person advances further, then he associates with the devotees. This is the second step, that is called Sadhu Sangha. And then when one associates with the sadhu, he eventually tries to follow the practices of sadhus. That is called Bhajan Kriya. One takes initiation from the spiritual master. Initiation means formal acceptance of spiritual master as one's guide. One surrenders unto such guru. And then he starts practicing devotional life. Only after initiation means the beginning. That is actually the beginning of spiritual life. Before that, it is all preparation. So this Sadhu Sangha, association of devotees, is very, very important to maintain always, even after initiation. All our desires and convictions are simply because of the association that we have. And when a person starts executing devotional practices by being initiated from a bona fide spiritual master, he reaches fourth stage, that is called anartha nivritti. One becomes freed from all unwanted habits. Anartha artha means which makes sense, anartha means nonsense. Anything which does not help us to become immortal, to realize our spiritual position, to gain platform of unlimited happiness, that is called anartha. In other words, anything, any effort done on material plane for material enjoyment more than keeping the body and soul together, that is called anartha. So all such anarthas, unwanted habits, especially sinful habits, meat eating, intoxication, gambling, illicit sex, one becomes freed from these pillars. And then one comes to the platform of nishtha. Nishtha means firm faith. Till then confusion will be there. Whether it is right or wrong, sometimes I think it is very right, it is perfect. Sometimes I get confused, this may be just one of those theories that people have. So this confusion will remain. As long as a person is sick, confusion will be there about the taste of food. Similarly, as long as we are infested with sinful tendencies and activities, clarity about spiritual life will not come. So if we are not very disciplined, we are not careful to avoid sinful activities, then we will remain confused. So this fourth stage is difficult to cross because we are habituated to breaking the regulative principles. But by rigid following of bhajan kriya, spiritual practices under the guidance of spiritual master, one is able to cross over this stage. And when one is freed from unwanted habits and drives, then one becomes firmly established nishtha. One can not only protect his faith and understanding, one can even convince others. And after nishtha comes ruchi. Ruchi means taste. Till then we have to practice as a matter of duty. Taste might not be there. Just like the small child, it cries to go to school, doesn't like to go. And slowly when he becomes mature, on his own, he or she starts studying very nicely. Of course, this is a crude example, you don't get such taste in studies. You're doing it for some results, name, fame, money. And some people, yes, do have research aptitude. But in Krishna consciousness, you start getting real taste, unlimited taste. And this ruchi, when it is intensified, it becomes asakti. Asakti means very strong attachment. As people cannot start their day without tea or without cigarette, people are addicted to so many things. In a similar fashion, a person gets addicted, very strongly attached to spiritual practice. One cannot do without executing spiritual life. Initially, you have to force yourself because spiritual master is telling, as a matter of duty, I have to execute. And then when the anartha nivritti we have crossed, so we have to be patient. We have to see, am I still addicted to material enjoyment? Am I still sinful? I am captured by unwanted habits? Then please be patient. All the doubts will not be cleared now in this stage. But a stage is there which is called nishtha, firm faith, and then ruchi, then taste will come. So we have to wait for that. Before that, taste may come sometimes. If we commit sinful activities, taste will go away. Spiritual life will appear boring and burdensome also. But when ruchi comes, whenever you execute it, there is taste. As a healthy man eats nice food items, there is taste. And then asakti, one becomes strongly attached to such practices, cannot do without it. And then one reaches the stage of bhava. Bhava means emotions. Then this attachment becomes so advanced that one starts feeling emotions. As a young man and woman, spontaneously they are attracted to each other. Mind gets captured. In a similar fashion, Krishna's name, form, qualities, features, they capture the mind, and a person starts feeling emotions for God. And when the emotions are intensified, that stage is called prema, love of God, and that is the perfection of one's life. Then a person is completely freed from the laws of nature. Then one's life is completely successful. So these are the gradual stages of spiritual advancement. So here Krishna is telling sarva papai pramuchyate. One only who is freed from all the sins can understand in fact that Krishna is ajam, Krishna is anadim. He is not taking birth and he is the origin of everybody, all those who take births. This clarity will come when we are freed from sins. So we have to be patient. It takes some time to get cleared of the sins. Buddhir jnanam sammohaha kshama satyam dama shamaha Sukham dukham bhavo bhavo bhayam cha bhayameva cha ahimsa samata tushtis tapodanam yasho yashaha bhavanti bhava bhutanam matta eva pritagvidha. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, self-control and calmness, pleasure and pain, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame and infamy are created by me alone. Krishna is mentioning here we see good qualities and bad qualities, and he is the source of both. If one is intelligent, then this intelligence is bestowed by Krishna. Knowledge, if somebody is having knowledge. Now, what is knowledge? Knowledge does not mean what we perceive as reconfiguring the matter. That is taken as Shilpagyan. Knowledge means the ability to discriminate spirit from matter. Otherwise, it is called Shilpagyan. What is Shilp? Shilp means just like ordinary work. A mason is there, he's putting one brick from here to there. Or, somebody is simply cooking the food. That does not need great deal of knowledge. You have to mix few spices here and there. Similarly, somebody can call himself very advanced technologist. What is that? That is also nothing, simply putting some chip here and there, putting one electron from this orbit to another orbit, and that is called technology. It is simply reconfiguring the matter. It is an art, but it is not called knowledge. What is knowledge? Vedas define is as ability to distinguish spirit from matter. From there, the knowledge begins. Because this world is temporary. This happiness and distress is illusory. A person needs to be woken up from dream, and then the real life starts. Similarly, all this knowledge of this material world is but temporary. This is not called real knowledge. When a person understands I am spirit different from matter, that is called knowledge, the beginning of knowledge. Freedom from doubt and delusion, this is also created by Krishna. So because Krishna has created freedom from doubt and delusion, all the doubts will be cleared when Krishna is pleased with the devotional service. Forgiveness, this is very important, and truthfulness, if one needs to advance in spiritual life. Similarly, self-control and calmness. Nowadays, nobody is taught these qualities. One has to be self-controlled. People think the more I lose my control, enjoy in any whimsical way, my mind suggests that will make me happy. No, that does not make one happy. The more one is self-controlled, the more one will be satisfied. More one will be calm and peaceful. Pleasure and pain. This also we do not understand. Immediate pleasure is taken as pleasure, but we have to understand sweet poison is not very good thing to consume, even though it may appear sweet in the beginning. In a similar fashion, anything which is conducive for spiritual advancement should be considered as pleasure. Sometimes getting up early in the morning and taking bath, it may be troublesome, but it should be executed. Fasting on certain days recommended in the Vedas could be troublesome, but one should tolerate hunger and execute such fasting. Even though such things appear to be pain, we should understand that is actually pleasure. Because I am advancing in spiritual life, I am treading the path of unlimited happiness. On the other hand, material enjoyment which is immediately very, very pleasurable, that is actually poison. That is causing my repeated death. This sense enjoyment is creating karma for me, unlimited material desires, and I am creating my entanglement. I am creating many, many deaths, births, old ages and diseases for myself. So the so-called enjoyment which people hanker after in this material world should be taken as pain if it is not for Krishna consciousness. Of course, in Krishna consciousness, as we discussed, it is full of pleasure. Susukham kartum avyayam. You sing and dance for Krishna. Singing and dancing is allowed. You socialize on festivals and discuss about Krishna. That is allowed. Socializing is allowed. You want to go on tours and trips. That is allowed. But go to see the places of Krishna, connected with Krishna. The holy places, pilgrimages. You want to eat nice dishes, offer to Krishna and eat. That is allowed. But any enjoyment in which Krishna's pleasure is not involved, such enjoyment should be taken as pain because it puts one into more illusion and misery in the long term. Birth, death, both are created by Krishna. Fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, so all these qualities are very, very important. Now, we do not understand non-violence also properly. What is non-violence? Creating misery for anybody, that is called violence. Now, people think if I give people objects of material benefits, parents are thinking, oh, we were deprived of so many things in our childhood. Let us give whatever our children want. And this is properly taking care, bringing up children. No, this is not proper care. This is actually violence. You are making them addicted to sense objects and thus putting them straight on the path of repeated births and deaths. Had we given the right knowledge, we would have taken them to immortality. Thus the scriptures are telling, Janani na sasyat, Pita na sasyat, Guru na sasyat, Bandhur na sasyat, na yad mochyate samupeta mrityam. One does not have right to become father, mother, spiritual master or relative if you cannot deliver your dependents from the clutches of death. Simply feeding children is not taking care of children. Animals also feed their young ones, their cubs. So simply feeding, that is done by nature's arrangement. Parents are not having any special credit for it, but credit is there for spiritual life. So this is the duty. Proper taking care of children means stopping their death. Otherwise, do not produce children. This is against the laws of nature. Produce children only if you can take them to become immortal. So thus, this is very important. This is called real non-violence. Equanimity, a person should always remain equipoised. One should not get elated in case of material happiness, not get distressed in case of material distress. Satisfaction. One should always remain satisfied with whatever is attained by the grace of Lord as per our actions of previous life. And save time for spiritual advancement. Austerity, voluntarily accepting discomforts, is important for purification of consciousness. Charity. So it is enjoined in the Vedas, at least 50% of one's income should be spent for charity, for welfare work for others. This is the nature's way, and we can see it as common sense. The grains, the fruits which the plants produce, we consume them, they don't consume it. The woods produced by the trees, we consume it. Similarly, the strong person should use his strength to protect the weak. Intelligent men should use their intelligence to guide the people who are ignorant. This is the way the nature has created this wonderful universe. Every person has some special ability. With that, one should help others who do not have that ability. In this way, there is perfect balance in the nature. So those who are earning must give 50% of their charity if we want to abide by the laws of nature for welfare work. And those who are wise, they know which is the best welfare activity. The best welfare activity is Krishna consciousness. Other welfare activities, they just pertain to body. They are anyway being taken care by laws of nature. But if we spread Krishna consciousness, we can save people from unlimited sufferings. Fame and infamy are created by me alone. Maharshaya sapta purve chatvaro manavastatha madbhava manasa jata yesham loka imah prajaha. The 7 great sages and before them the 4 other great sages and the Manus, progenitors of mankind, are born out of my mind, and all creatures in these planets descended from them. Maharshaya sapta purve. We would have heard of Saptarishis if we are having little touch with the Vedic knowledge. There are 7 great sages and there are 7 planets. We see the constellation of 7 planets like a big spoon in the sky. So these great sages, and accompanied by 4 other sages, they are called Chatusanas, the 4 sons of Brahma, followed by 14 Manus. So these are the patriarchs of all of us. Human and non-human species have descended from them. So it is not that less intelligent beings evolved into more intelligent ones. No, but the most intelligent beings have created other intelligent and non-intelligent beings. Etam vibhutim yogam cha mama yo veti tatvataha so vikalpena yogena yujyate natra sanshayah. He who knows in truth this glory and power of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mattas sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhavas samanvitah. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. So here Krishna is telling, Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate. Everything spiritual or material is emanating from me. And Buddha, those who are learned, bhajante mam Buddha bhava samanvitaha. So this word is very important. Bhajante and bhava samanvitaha. So some people tell bhajante or devotional service, the path of bhakti, is meant for people who are less intelligent. They cannot follow the path of Gyan. But here very clearly Krishna has told, Gyani takes many births and Bhakta quickly gets realized on this path of knowledge. And thus bhajante, he is telling the people, most wise people, Buddha means most learned. Bhajante, they engage in my service because I am the ultimate truth. And how do they engage in my service? Bhavas samanvitaha. With great, as we have discussed, there are various stages, 9 stages of spiritual perfection. And 8th stage is called bhava, feeling transcendental emotions for Krishna. So feeling transcendental emotions with great love, those people who are wise, they are worshipping me as Aham Sarvasya Prabhu, as the source of all the spiritual and material worlds. So this is Krishna, the source of everything that we see around us and what we do not see as well. Macchitta matagat prana bodhayantah parasparam kathayantascha mam nityam tushyanti charamanti cha. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered to me, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another and conversing about me. So what are the activities of the great souls who have realized absolute truth? Macchitta madgad prana. Their lives are surrendered unto me, their consciousness is absorbed in me, and bodhayanta parasparam, mutually they are discussing the knowledge of mine and my glories. So these are the activities of perfectly realized souls. They spend all their time just in discussing topics related to Krishna. So one may ask that how do we understand that Krishna is the source of everything material and spiritual worlds? Because we see that Krishna appeared 5000 years ago, but before that, how to understand? Some people tell Vishnu incarnated as Krishna. So yes, it is understanding that Vishnu incarnated as Krishna, but the Bhagavad school tells, Srimad Bhagavatam, the conclusion of all the Vedanta Sutras, Ete chansh kala punsam Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. Various incarnations are listed. Rama adi murtishu kalaniyamena tishtan nana avataram akarod bhuvaneshu kintu. In Brahma Samhita also it is mentioned. Rama adi murtishu kalaniyamena tishtan. Rama, Varaha, Adi, etc. So many incarnations are there. But Krishna Swayam Samabhavat Paramah Pumanyo. Krishna himself is the supreme personality of Godhead. Same thing Vedvyas. After all, we have not seen any incarnations. All this knowledge we get from the Vedas, knowledge of Lord Shiva, Goddess Durga, Lord Ganpati, and everybody. Lord Krishna, Vishnu. So that is why if we have to reach some conclusion, we have to ask Vedvyas, who has given us all this knowledge. So Maharshi Vedvyas is writing, after mentioning these incarnations in Bhagavatam, Ete chansh kalha punsam. All these other names, forms, he has mentioned incarnations of Matsya, fish-like incarnation, tortoise incarnation, Narsimha avatar. So ete chansh kalaha punsam, they are anshas or portion of the anshas. Tu means but Krishna Bhagavan Swayam. But Krishna's name is also listed there. But Krishna is not expansion or one ansha, one fragment. Krishna is Bhagavan Swayam. Krishna himself is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So although there is no difference, all these forms are Krishna only, just to relish various pleasures and to reciprocate the devotees who want to worship Krishna in particular feature, Krishna takes all these forms. It is offensive to think one form is more powerful, another form is less. No, they are all equally powerful. There is no difference between one form and another form. All these incarnations are Krishna only. And the example is given in Brahma Samhita again. Deeparchir evahi dashantaram abhyupetya Deepayate vivrata hetu samana dharma. Just like Deepa, lamp is there or candle is there. From one lamp or candle, many candles can be lit, and all of them will have equal illumination. But still there is one original candle from which others were lit, and that original candle, it is told, is Krishna. Yas tadrig evicha Vishnu taya vibhati. There are so many Vishnu forms. 3 Vishnu forms we discussed in course of our discussion. They are existing in this material world, and in spiritual world there are unlimited Vishnu forms, 400 forms. And all these Vishnu forms, it is being told, Yas tadrig evicha Vishnu taya vibhati. One who expands himself in many Vishnu forms, just like from one candle many candles can be lit, all are having equally power. That is the position of Krishna. He expands himself into many Vishnu forms. Yasyaika nishvasita kala mathavalambya jivanti loma vilaja jagannandanatha Vishnur mahan sayayasya kala vishesho govindam adi purusham tamaham bhajami. Nishvasita kalam, the period of exhalation, is the lifespan of Brahma. Brahma's life, as we discussed in the 8th chapter, is 311 trillion years, more than that. And this period of 311 trillion years is the time of one breath of Lord Mahavishnu, from whose body so many universes are coming out. And Vishnur Mahan Sa Iha Yasya Kala Vishesho, that Mahavishnu is Kala, means expansion, of whom? Govindam, Supreme Lord Krishna, Govinda, Adi Purusham, who is the origin of all persons. Tamaham bhajami, I worship that person, Brahma is telling. So you can read in the purport of this 8th verse very nicely from the Atharva Ved. So some people tell, please show me where in Vedas Krishna's name is there. So many places. This mantra that we chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So here Krishna word comes, Krishna's name, it is from Krishna Yajurved. And here it is Atharva Ved. Yo Brahmanam vidadhati purvam, yo vai Vedansh cha gapayati sma Krishnaha. Vedansh gapayati sma Krishna. One who gave Vedas to Brahma, he is Krishna. So actually this is the real understanding. So why do people tell that Lord Krishna is coming from Vishnu and not vice versa? Because as we have discussed, if you have been following up very closely the Bhagavad Gita sessions, Lord Vishnu is present in this material universe. And one of the 3 Vishnus, the Devatas approach when there is some disturbance here in this material universe. And he tells that yes, I will come, I will help. And through that Lord Vishnu, who is called Kshirodakshai Vishnu, all the manifestation, all the incarnations, they appear here. And when Lord Krishna comes here, Lord Balram, when he comes, they also come from Kshirodakshai Vishnu. And you will hear description in the Vedas that there are 2 hairs on the chest of Lord Vishnu. One is black, one is white, and they incarnate as Krishna and Balram. So one may think, oh, just see, this is also in the Vedas, clear explanation is there. From these hairs, the incarnations have come. But here we understand that Gapyati Sma Krishna, Krishna is explaining the knowledge to Brahma. And from Krishna, Mahavishnu is coming, who is sustaining all the material universes. So how do we understand this fact? So the understanding is Krishna appears through Kshirodakshai Vishnu, but he can appear directly as well, just like Narsimhadev incarnation. He appeared through pillar. There is no need of father and mother also. And sometimes he appears through father and mother, as in the case of Devaki and Vasudev. So Lord Krishna can appear from anywhere. Entire world is his energy. He can become visible anywhere. And he is visible anywhere and everywhere for pure devotees. And thus when Hiranyakashipu asked Prahlad, you are always telling God, God, where is your God? He told he is everywhere. Because it is a fact, God is present in every atom, but non-devotees, materialists, we cannot see. So when he told he is everywhere, he is in this pillar also, let me kill your God now, let me see. And just to keep the words of his pure devotee, Lord Krishna appeared as Narsimhadev out of the pillar. So he can appear through pillar, he can appear through Devaki, or he can appear through Kshirodakshai Vishnu. So pillar does not become father of Krishna, Devaki does not become mother of Krishna, and Kshirodakshai Vishnu does not become the source of Krishna. Krishna has chose to appear through various forms. In this way, the conclusive truth of Vedas is very, very confidential. So one has to understand from proper Vedic references under the guidance of proper spiritual master. But there is no difference. Krishna, Vishnu, they are all same personality, but still we have to understand who is the original personality. And we have seen good amount of Vedic references. And that is why it is told in the Vedas further, Ram Ram Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasra Nam Tat Tulyam Ram Name Varanane. Lord Shiva is telling to Goddess Parvati, Ram Ram Rameti, if you chant Ram Ram Ram, then this is equal to Sahasra Nam Tat Tulyam. There are 1,000 names of Lord Vishnu. People chant Vishnu Sahasranam. So Lord Shiva is always chanting Lord Ramchandra's name. He is instructing Mother Parvati, Varanane, oh goddess who are having very beautiful face, chant Ram, Ram and Ram. This is equal to Sahasranam Tulyam. This is equal to chanting 1,000 names of Lord Vishnu. And Trir Avritya tu Yat Phalam. By chanting 3 times Lord Rama's name, the same result is attained which a person can get by chanting once the name of Krishna. So this is the version of the Vedas. So it means by chanting one Krishna, one gets the result of chanting Ram, 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 and that is equal to chanting 1,000 times the name of Lord Vishnu. So in this way also we can understand how Krishna is the source of all other forms. And like this, the references are unlimited, but time is limited. Maybe in course of our other sessions, we will see more references. But here this is very important, and that we will see also in the next chapter. Krishna will show his 400 form and then he will show his 200 form. Telling this 200 form Devtas also cannot see, because Devtas cannot go beyond the material universe. And 400 form is visible in material universe, Lord Vishnu. And 200 form of Lord Krishna, Goloka eva nivasati akhilatma bhuto, that lives in spiritual world. Devtas are conditioned being like us. They don't have access to spiritual world. So thus all these wonderful explanations we will discover more in course of time. For now we can understand Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo. Krishna is the source of everything. All the incarnations, all the expansions, all the material universes and the spiritual planets. Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te. Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te. To those who are constantly devoted and worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Macchitta madagat prana bodhayantah parasparam. Those who are always conversing about me, taking pleasure in my topics. And to those great souls who in this way are constantly engaged in my service. Tesham satat. Satat means always. Yuktanam, who are always engaged in bhajatam. Bhajatam means rendering service. How? Priti Purvakam, with great love. Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tam. So this Buddhi Yoga word we discussed in second chapter also. This Buddhi Yoga means action in Krishna consciousness. That is the topmost intelligence. When a person is most wise, he understands Krishna is Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo, the source of everyone, everything. So all the action should be done for his pleasure. Now, how to act on a step-to-step basis in the pleasure of Krishna? That Lord Krishna guides from the heart to the people who are always engaged in his service. This is our only hope of spiritual advancement in this age of Kali Yuga. If you want to understand God about reading all the Vedas and books, so even though it is possible by finishing such readings, but it was possible in previous ages. That too, it takes a very, very long time and people are having very long life. And now our lifespan is very less and our memories are so poor. Today we read something and by the evening we will forget. So where is the question of proper analysis? For proper analysis, intelligence to work nicely, we need to be Shrutidhara. Shrutidhara means in Vedic culture, people were simply learning, the disciples would simply hear once from the spiritual master, and for the rest of the life, the topics are committed to their memory. They will never forget it. So in this way, just by once hearing, they will be able to keep in the memory, and thus they would be able to analyze the things very nicely. Now, if you are always forgetting, where is the question of applying proper logic? Today we discuss this, we get convinced. Tomorrow we may get confused because we forget the logics, the discussions. So there is no hope of coming to proper conclusion of Vedic knowledge by reading the Vedas today because we forget the things. So for people like us who are not Shrutidharas, not having perfect memory, analysis will not work. Right? So please do not get confused when we are not able to understand anything. Confusion is natural, we keep on forgetting. And by analysis, even if a person is like Brahma, having perfect memory, still Brahma gets confused, what to speak of us? So thus this is the process, this is the hope. And that is Satata Yuktanam Bhajatam Priti Purvakam. Always, constantly one should engage in the service of Krishna under the guidance of spiritual master. Then Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tam, even though the person is very less intelligent. As Krishna mentioned in previous chapter, Papa Yoneya, people who are less intelligent, less qualified, if they take shelter of mind, they can also attain the ultimate destination. So it does not matter if we are less intelligent. We have to simply engage constantly in the service of Krishna, and then Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tam, I give him the Buddhi Yoga, how to act in Krishna consciousness in my service, so that Upayantite, at the end they can come to me. So thus the life becomes very simple. And this is a great secret. Krishna is telling the way to, by analyzing, we will understand what is the right course of action. But step to step basis, Krishna is guiding us. What can be better if God is guiding us? What we have to do is just maintain constant engagement in the service of Krishna. And how we can do it? So that is very simple, as Krishna has explained in the second chapter, and after that, third chapter, fourth, fifth chapter. What we have to do is we have got certain skills and qualifications. They have to be used in the service of Krishna. We have to work the way our mind and body work naturally, find any convenient job, business, vocation, and the results offered to Krishna. And meanwhile, while we are engaged in that job, we should always try to chant Krishna's name and think of Krishna. And try to develop knowledge of Krishna. Simply by following this process, one is constantly engaged in the service of Krishna. And then the right knowledge from the heart is revealed. Teshamevanukampartham aham ajnanajam tamaha nashayami atma bhavastho jnanadipena bhasvata. Out of compassion for them, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Aham ajnanajam tamaha, the darkness which is ajnanajam born of ignorance, I destroy because I am seated in the heart. So Krishna is very compassionate upon such devotees who are always glorifying him, engaged in his service to such great souls. Thus, it is very simple. The subject matter is so nice, so interesting. Bodhayanta parasparam, find another person and keep on discussing this knowledge and engage always in service of Krishna. Tesham, to such great souls, Krishna destroys nashyami atma bhavasto, all the ignorance. So when Krishna wants to destroy ignorance, then where is the question of not getting enlightened? Krishna gives all knowledge. So this is the easiest process. So rather than waiting life after life to gradually develop your body and intelligence and understand Krishna, let us engage with whatever little intelligence and strength we have in His service, and then He will guide step-to-step basis, and He will destroy ignorance from the heart. So usually we think unless we use discrimination, we apply logic, reasoning, we cannot get proper knowledge, but this is not correct. We see all the species are having knowledge of maintaining themselves, their young ones, eating, mating, sleeping, defending. This knowledge is there for everybody. How to create shelter, how to defend themselves, how to raise their young ones, arrange food, store food, all these things, this knowledge is given. So knowledge is given by Krishna from the heart. So without applying, using our speculations, simply if we engage in Krishna service, all knowledge will come without any extra need of analyzing and speculating with our imperfect brains. But still, one should not become lazy. Because yes, it is a fact. Simply if we chant, if we hear, satisfy, somehow serve Krishna, all the knowledge will be revealed. But in this age of widespread ignorance and agnosticism, some person may come tomorrow and challenge our beliefs, and we may get shaken up and leave our practices. So thus it is important that we should not be lazy in understanding Krishna, so that very firmly we are established in Krishna's service. Otherwise, in good faith, if a person takes up the process, then success is assured. But so that we don't get deviated off the path, we need to cultivate knowledge of Krishna also side by side. Arjuna uvacha param brahma param dhama pavitram paramam bhavan purusham shashvatam divyam adi devam ajam vibhum ahustvam rishayas sarve devarshir naradastatha asito devalo vyasaha swayam chaiva bravishi me. Arjuna said, "You are the supreme Brahm, the ultimate, the supreme abode and purifier, the absolute truth and the eternal divine person. You are the primal God, transcendental and original, and you are the unborn and all-pervading beauty." All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala and Vyasa proclaim this of you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. So this is the conclusion of Arjuna after hearing Bhagavad Gita so far. What is that? Param Brahma Param Dhama Pavitram Paramam Bhavan. We are all Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, you are that. We have heard this sufficiently. But Krishna is Param Brahma. This special word is used for Krishna. So we are infinitesimal atomic sparks, Brahm, spark of Brahm, and Krishna is Param Brahm, infinite Brahm. He is the source of all infinitesimal Brahms, all the living entities. So Krishna is supreme, infinite spirit, Param Brahma, Param Dhama. And we have discussed sufficiently, everything in material and spiritual world is resting on Krishna. So Krishna is supreme abode. Everything is resting on him, his energy. Param, thus he is called Param Dhama, the supreme abode. Pavitram Paramam Bhavan, he is supremely pure. If anybody comes in contact with Krishna, they become purified immediately. Even the demons, when they are killed by Krishna, they become liberated immediately. So all the problems in life are because of impurities, lust, anger, greed. So when we maintain constant contact with Krishna, especially in Kali Yuga, such contact can be maintained by chanting his name. Kali Kale Naam Rupe Krishna Avatar. Naam Namakari Bahudha Nija Sarva Shakti. Krishna has taken incarnation in the form of his name. All the potencies of Krishna are invested in the name. So by always chanting and hearing the name of Krishna, which is very easy to do, one is in constant touch with Krishna, is supremely pure. Just like an iron rod in constant touch with fire becomes fire-like, starts emitting heat and light. our entire mind and body becomes purified of material dirt, and it becomes spirit-like, starts behaving like spirit, as Iron Lord starts behaving like fire. And when the mind and body start behaving like spirit, we can experience our spiritual nature, bliss, eternal life, and unlimited happiness. And the laws of the nature surroundings don't impact us. So Pavitram, Krishna is supreme purifier. Paramam Bhavan, Pavitram Paramam Bhavan, yourself. Purusham Shashvatam Divyam. You are Purush, but you are not Purush like us, who take birth and die. You are Shashvat. Shashvat means eternal. So Arjuna is perfect student of Bhagavad Gita. We should take his conclusion. Arjuna is concluding, you are eternal person. You are not an energy. You are eternally a person. Always you are a person and you will always remain a person. Purusham Shashvatam. You have never taken birth, you will never die. Purusham Shashvatam Divyam. How is it possible? We see persons take birth and they die. No, because you are Divyam, you are spiritual. On spiritual platform it is possible. And Adi Devam, you are the not any other Devata, you are Adi Devam, the origin of all the Devatas. Ajam Vibhum. Again the word is used Ajam. So many times Krishna has told, I am Ajam. Arjuna is also telling Ajam. Ajam means one who does not take birth, does not accept bodies. So Krishna does not accept body. He has not accepted a body sitting in the womb of Devaki. Krishna is always like that, in that form. That is spiritual form of Krishna, which appears like matter so that we can see him. Ahustvam Rishaya Sarve Devarshir Naradastatha. And all the great sages, Rishaya Sarve, Dev Rishi Narad, Asito, Devalo, Vyaso, these are great Vedic authorities. Asit and Deval are less known if you are not into the Vedic knowledge, but everybody definitely knows Ved Vyas, the author of Mahabharat, Srimad Bhagavatam, compiler of all the Vedas. So Arjuna is quoting, not because I am your friend, so I am doing flattery to you. Oh, you are unborn, you are God. Just like friends may sometimes speak of each other. No. So do not think it is a friendly glory, but all the great sages speak such of you, that you are Param Brahma, Param Dhama. And Swayam Chai Bravishi me, you yourself mercifully have declared, spoken the same knowledge to me. So all the great sages, authorities of absolute truth, they tell Krishna is the origin of everything. Krishna is the original person. Param Brahma, Param Dhama, he is infinite spirit, source of everything. He is eternally a person. And Arjuna, the perfect student of Bhagavad Gita, has come to the same conclusion. Krishna is also telling the same thing, I am God. Then why we are spending time uselessly? All the authorities have told. Krishna has declared this Bhagavad Gita has been accepted as authority by every authorized sage. So if you want to save time, we can accept it and start practicing this very nice process which is mentioned here of Buddhi Yoga or Bhakti Yoga. And there is no loss. Chant the name of Krishna, engage in service of Krishna. Sarvametadritam manye yanmam vadasi keshava nahi te bhagavan vyaktim vidur deva nadanavah. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the gods nor demons, O Lord, know thy personality. Arjuna has accepted everything that Krishna told because other authorities have spoken of the same thing about Krishna. And nobody knows you. Vidur Devana Danava. The Devs do not know you, the gods and the demons also do not know you. Only a person who is a devotee can know you perfectly. Swayam evatmanatmanam vettatvam purushottama bhuta bhavana bhutesha deva deva jagatpate. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own potencies, O origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, O Supreme Person, Lord of the universe. Vaktum arhasya sheshena divya hi atma vibhutayaha yabhir vibhutibhir lokan imastvam vyapya tishthasi. Please tell me in detail of your divine powers by which You pervade all these worlds and abide in them. Katham vidyamaham yogins tvam sada parichintayan keshu keshu cha bhaveshu chintyosi bhagavan maya. How should I meditate on you? In what various forms are you to be contemplated, O blessed Lord? Vistarenatmano yogam vibhutim cha janardana bhuya kathaya triptirhi shrunvato nasti me mritam. Tell me again in detail, O Janardan, Krishna, of your mighty potencies and glories, for I never tire of hearing your ambrosial words. As it has been concluded here, mat chitta matagata prana bodhayanta parasparam manmana bhav bhakto maya sakta mano ye mam. Steady concentration of the mind on Krishna is what is being prescribed here as the ultimate knowledge. Now, Arjuna knows Krishna as a supreme person, but ordinary people cannot know his spiritual form. So, ordinary persons who are captured by material energy, how can they always think of Krishna? Because they are enamored by the material opulences. So, how Krishna has manifested himself in the material world? Arjuna is telling Krishna to kindly explain so that ordinary people, advanced people directly Premanjana charita bhakti vilochanena santas sadaiva hridayeshu vilokayanti. Those who are in love of God, always they are seeing the form of God within their hearts. Krishna becomes visible to them out of his mercy. But ordinary people cannot practice such meditation. So what ordinary person can do? For the sake of poor people like us, Arjuna is putting forth this question. How can an ordinary person meditate on you, think of you, O Krishna? Please explain your glories. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Antate Kathayishyami Divya hi Atma Vibhutayaha Pradhanyata Kuru Shrestha Nasti Anto Vistarasya Me. The blessed Lord said, Yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. So everything is Krishna's opulence, what we see around us. But the prominent opulences, Krishna is now going to explain. Aham Atma Gudakesha Sarva Bhutashaya Sthitaha Aham Adishcha Madhyam Cha Bhutanam Anta Eva Cha. I am the Self, O Gudakesha, seated in the hearts. I am the Self, O Gudakesha, seated in the hearts of all creatures. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Adityanamaham Vishnur Jyotisham Raviranshuman Marichir Marutamasmi Nakshatranamaham Shashi. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. I am Marichi of the Maruts. And among the stars, I am the moon. So these are glorious manifestations. There are Dwadash Aditya, 12 Aditya demigods, sons of Aditi. Among them, Lord Vishnu is the supreme. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. And sun, as we know, is we all see sun as very effulgent. As soon as you see this glorious manifestation so effulgent, one should understand this is Krishna, Krishna's manifestation. I am Marichi of the Maruts. Maruts are the demigods who control the heavenly spaces, winds, and Marichi is the most prominent among them. He is also manifestation of Krishna. And among the stars, I am the moon, Krishna is telling. Moon is the most illuminating among the stars, nakshatras. And Krishna is telling, as soon as you see moon, you should remember, oh, this moon is also manifestation of Krishna's energy. Vedanam sam vedosmi Devanam vasavaha indriyanam manaschasmi bhutanam chetana. Of the Vedas I am the Samaved. Of the demigods I am Indra. Of the senses I am the mind. And in living beings I am the living force. Rudranam Shankarashchasmi Vittesho Yaksha Rakshasam Vasunam Pavakaschasmi Meru Shikharinamaham. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of Wealth, Kuvera. Of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of the mountains, I am Meru. So this discussion is not of this planet, but of the manifestations of the entire universe. So there are 11 Rudras. Of the 11 Rudras, Lord Shiva is the topmost Rudra, most prominent. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of Wealth, Kuvera. Kuvera is the treasurer of the demigods. Of the Vasus, I am fire. Vasus, they are another category of demigods, and Agni is most powerful and prominent among them. Krishna is telling that is also my manifestation. And there are so many mountains, and the tallest mountain is Mount Meru. Krishna is telling that is also my manifestation. Purodhasam cha mukhyam mam vidhi partha brihaspatim senani namaham skandaha sarasamasmi sagaraha. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief Brihaspati, the lord of devotion. Of generals, I am Skanda, the lord of war, and of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Maharshinam Bhriguraham Giramasmi Ekamaksharam Yajnanam Japayagyosmi Sthavaranam Himalayaha. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Now, when we read this description, I am ocean, I am Himalaya, I am moon. So one should not think, if a person does not have proper understanding, one may think Krishna is energy or the material energy. These are manifestations of matter, moon, Himalayas, water. But then Krishna is telling I am person also, I am Bhrigu, I am sun. So some people think that sum total of everything that is there in the universe, that is Krishna. Krishna is not a person. Ultimately, Krishna wants to tell everything that you see around you, that is Krishna. So this is not the proper understanding. Proper understanding, because Krishna, at the same time, Arjuna has concluded, you are Purusham, you are a person. Shashvatam Divyam, you are always a person. So Krishna cannot be matter, which is spread everywhere. When Krishna tells, I am ocean, Himalayas, and etc., it means Achindya Bheda Bhed, as we have been discussing. There is no difference between energy and energetic. At the same time, there is difference. Sun and sunlight are one unit, because there is no separate existence of sunlight without sun, or sun is existing without its light. It's not possible. So thus, they can be said as one. At the same time, we cannot tell that sunlight is exactly same as sun. So when Krishna is telling this is me, it means this is my energy. In that sense, Krishna is telling. So all these are manifestation of Krishna's energy. Just like the leaves, the twigs, the branches are all tree, but still tree is tree. It is the complete whole. So this is the way in which we are supposed to take this explanation. It is me means it is my energy, because energy is not different from me. So very important word used here is Yajnanam Jap Yajño Asmi. There are so many yajnas. There is yajna of dravya, which means offering grains into the fire sacrifice, or giving charity of material goods. That is called dravya yajna. There is Gyan Yajna, when somebody reads the Vedas, that is also sacrifice of one's intelligence, one's time, energy. It takes a lot of effort, so that is also sacrifice. And following Brahmacharya, that is also sacrifice. In this way, so many sacrifices are recommended in the Vedas. But among all the yajnas, so these yajnas, as we have discussed enough, are not just required for spiritual advancement, but also for maintaining a comfortable material life. For getting the natural resources, yajna is required. So of so many yajnas which Krishna has described, the most powerful yajna is Japa yajna, chanting the holy names of the Lord. So thus, what the process we are following, it is highly recommended in all the Vedas and Bhagavad Gita also. So we remember in 9th chapter verse number 14, Krishna mentioned Satatam Kirtayantu Mam, always keep on chanting my name. Here Krishna is telling Yajnanam, I am the chanting of the holy name. So chanting of the names is being given so much stress. So thus we should follow this chanting always Satatam throughout the day. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. There will be no material scarcity and we will make perfect spiritual advancement. This japa is the topmost yajna. More than reading the Vedas, more than tapasya, more than following vratas, standing in neck-deep cold water, more than doing 7-day, 10-day, 1 month of fasting, more than anything else, simply chanting the holy names, greatest yajna. Ashvatha sarva vrikshanam devarshinam cha naradaha gandharvanam chitrarathaha siddhanam kapilo munihi. Of all the trees I am the holy fig tree, and amongst sages and demigods I am Narada. Of the singers of the god Gandharvas I am Chitraratha, and among perfected beings I am the sage Kapila. Uchchaya Shavasam Ashvanam Vidhi Mam Amritodbhavam Airavatam Gajendranam Naranam cha naradhipam. Of horses know me to be Uchchaishrava, who rose out of the ocean, born of the elixir of immortality. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavat, and among men I am the monarch. So these descriptions are given of various famous personalities or animals in the universe. So it might take a lot of time if we described every personality. The great sage Bhrigu, the most powerful sons of Brahma, who went and kicked Lord Vishnu on his chest. That is why those who make deities, they have this footprint on Lord Krishna's chest. So that impression is of Lord Bhrigu's feet. He is very, very powerful sage. But time is very less. And anyway, we don't see these personalities as other powerful personalities they can witness. But anyway, we have seen monarch, it is described here. So whenever we see king or prime minister or powerful rulers, we can immediately think of Krishna, that Krishna has invested their potency in them. That is why they have rose to such power. So in this way, we should always try to think of Krishna. So as far as Airavat and Uchchaishrava are concerned, they came out of the churning of ocean of milk. We know Lord Shiva, he drank poison and nectar was given to the demigods. In that churning, one horse also came out and elephant also came out. So these are their names, Uchchaishrava and Airavat. So if time permits, we will discuss sometimes about all these great personalities. Lord Kapila, who is incarnation of Krishna himself, who explains Sankhya Yoga to his mother Devahuti, and Devarshi Narad, we all know. He is the incarnation of Bhakti potency of Lord Krishna. He is a spiritual master of entire universe and that of sage Vedvyas also. Ayudhanamaham vajram dhenu namasmi kamadhok Rajanaschasmi kandarpaha sarpanamasmi vasukihi. Of weapons I am the thunderbolt, among cows I am the surabhi, givers of abundant milk. Of procreators I am Kandarpa, the god of love, and of the serpents I am Vasuki, the chief. Anantaschasmi naganam varuno yadasamaham pitranam aryamachasmi yamasayamatamaham. Of the celestial Naga snakes, I am Ananta. Of the aquatic deities, I am Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Aryama. And among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, Lord of Death. Prahaladashchasmi daityanam kalah kalayatamaham mriganam cha mragendroham vainateyascha pakshina. Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahlad. Among the subduers, I am Time. Among the beasts, I am the lion. And among birds, I am Garuna, the feathered carrier of Vishnu. Pavana pavatamasmi Rama shastra bhritamaham Jhashana makarashchasmi Shrotasamasmi Jahnavi. Of purifiers I am the wind. Of the wielders of weapons I am Ram. Of fishes I am the shark. And of flowing rivers I am the Ganges. Sarganamadirantashcha Madhyam Chaivaham Arjuna Adhyatma Vidya Vidyanam Vadav Pravadatamaham. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle. O Arjuna, of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Aksharanam akarosmi dvandvas samasikasya cha aham evakshaya kalo dhataham vishvato mukhaha. Of letters I am the letter A, and among compounds I am the dual word. I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators I am Brahma, whose manifold faces turn everywhere. Mrityu sarvaharashchaham udbhavascha bhavishyatam iti shrirvakcha narinam smritir medha dhritikshama. I am all-devouring death, and I am the generator of all things yet to be. Among women I am fame, fortune, speech, memory, intelligence, faithfulness, and patience. So death is an established truth. Nobody can avoid death. So when we see death happening, we should understand this is also the energy of Krishna, arrangement of Krishna. And these are the feminine qualities: fame, speech, memory, intelligence, faithfulness, patience. Any woman becomes glorious by having one or more of these qualities. So when we see such qualities, then we should understand this is also Krishna, manifestation of Krishna's energy. Brihasam tatha samnam Gayatri chandasamaham Masanam margashirshoham Ritunam kusumakaraha. Of hymns I am the Brihat Sam, sung to the Lord Indra, and of the poetry I am the Gayatri verse, sung daily by the Brahmanas. Of months I am November and December, and of seasons I am flower-bearing spring. So Gayatri verse is the topmost verse of the Vedic literature, and it is meant to be chanted by advanced souls, either Brahmanas. Brahmana means Brahma Jana Atiti Brahmana, who has realized that he is not the body but spirit soul. So such Brahmanas can chant Gayatri, or the Devtas who are very sattvic in heavenly bodies. So these days we see many people, they just read Gayatri mantra and start chanting, but it will not be effective. Gayatri mantra has to be chanted by proper qualification. Satyam, Shama, Dama. Mind should be perfectly controlled, senses should be controlled. Truthfulness, forgiveness, Jnanam, Vijnanam, Astikyam. The knowledge of self different from matter. Self-realization, one should be very, very advanced in these qualities, and then one can chant Gayatri and make advancement. So because people are not very sattvic in Kali Yuga, it's very difficult to find Brahmana. That is why this Hare Krishna Mahamantra is given. So it more than compensates Gayatri. It does not matter if we cannot take benefit of chanting Gayatri. Hare Krishna Mahamantra will give all the results that are attainable by chanting Gayatri. There is no difference between the two, chanting Gayatri or Hare Krishna Mahamantra. But Hare Krishna Mahamantra is very merciful incarnation, which even the least qualified people can also chant and make perfect advancement. Masana Marg Shirshoham, November, December are considered the best because people harvest their crops in this season. And of course, we know the spring is very, very nice. It's very pleasant condition. So when we see such pleasant conditions, such seasons, because these things, they easily captivate one's mind and attention. Oh yes, it is very nice month. We will collect grains now. Oh, it is very nice weather, so amazing. So we can immediately remember, oh, this is also creation of Krishna. Dyutam chalayatam tejas tejasvinamaham jayosmi vyavasayosmi sattvam sattvatamaham. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. Vrishninam vasudevosmi Pandavanam dhananjayah Muninam apyaham vyasah Kavinam ushana kavihi. Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudev, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyas, and among great thinkers, I am Ushana. Ushana, the great thinker here, is the spiritual master of the demons. He was very, very wise person, and thus he is also a representation of Krishna's energy. Dando damayatam-asmi netirasmi jigishatam maunam chaivasmi guhyanam jnanam jnanavatamaham. Among punishments, I am the rod of chastisement, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence, and of the wise, I am wisdom. Yachapi sarva bhutanam bijam tadaham arjuna na tadasti vinayatsyan maya bhutam characharam. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or unmoving, that can exist without me. So we see trees are bearing fruits are again having seeds, and from that seed again comes a tree. How did this all start? It all started from the seed. So who gave the original seed of all the species of life, plants, trees, crops, and that in the embryo for the development of human beings? So Krishna is telling, I am the seed of all the existences. So any wonderful manifestation we see around us and we wonder about the origin, from where came the original seed? So Krishna is telling, I am the original seed. Nantosti mama divyanam vibhutinam parantapa eshattuddeshata prokto vibhuter vistaro maya. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Yad yad vibhutimas sattvam Srimad urjitameva va tat tad eva gachatvam mama tejonsha sambhavam. Know that all beautiful, glorious and mighty creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. So even though we cannot conceive of Krishna's spiritual form in our heart always, Krishna is telling, any beautiful thing you see around you, any mighty thing that you notice around you, it is manifestation of my splendor. So tomorrow if we find some beautiful flower around us, we should think, oh, this is also Krishna's energy. Krishna is wonderful creator. If we see any beautiful man, woman, any educated, very erudite man or woman scholars, we should understand, oh, this is also manifestation. Their brain, mind has been designed by Krishna. Otherwise, nobody could have been so learned. We see any nice composition of poetry, we should understand this is Krishna's manifestation. Any nice technology we get enamored, oh, this is also Krishna's intelligence. How Krishna has created all these wonderful phenomena. So anything beautiful, splendorous, we should immediately think of Krishna. So in this way, indirectly, if we start thinking of Krishna, one day we will reach sufficient purification by which we can directly think of Krishna. Athva bahunaytena kim gyatena tavarjuna vishtabhyaham idam krishnam ekanshena sthito jagat. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe. So Krishna is telling Arjuna, why you are asking, what is the need of all this detail? Just like we have a car, we need not understand all the details, intricacies of car manufacturing. We need to know how to use the car to reach our destination, our goal. In a similar fashion, this world is very, very complex, unlimitedly complex. One cell is more complex than a metropolitan city in its rush hour. So one cell, we cannot understand how somebody has developed a city in such a small unit called cell. And self-replicating city. Can one city, New York, produce another New York? Same building, same houses, same offices, same traffic, same water, same gas, same everything. It is impossible. But that is self-replicating city. What is this arrangement? So many cities are required. They make up this wonderful complex machines, our bodies. So Krishna is telling, what is the need, Arjuna, of all these things? You have to think of me and just understand this entire material manifestation. Mam tejo ansha sambhavan. Ansha means from one fragment of mine, entire universe is pervaded and sustained, and that is Paramatma manifestation. Lord Krishna in the form of Paramatma, Andantarastha Paramanu Chayantarastham Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. He has entered into Anda, Brahmanda, the supreme egg universe, and Paramanu, he has entered within the atom also. So every atom is able to maintain its integrity, its form, structure, because Paramatma is there present inside. So all the body's units are sustaining because Paramatma is sitting in every body. So thus, with one fragment, Krishna is telling, entire material world is pervaded and is sustained. So one fragment of mine is so powerful. So there is no end to my glories, Arjuna. So there is no need of such detailed explanations. Just think of me and become my devotee. So these are some introductory opulences of Krishna. These opulences are meant so that we can increase our affection on Krishna. And thus, when we understand the glories of any person, automatically we like to discuss about that person. We want to meet that person and establish relationship with that person. So if we get convinced about the glories and opulences of Krishna, it will be very easy to become devotees of Krishna, which is the purpose of explaining all these opulences. And now, the next chapter, universal form. A very unique vision is given to Arjuna, where he is able to see entire universe, including past, present and future, sitting in one place. How was that manifested? We will see in the next chapter. Thank you so much for hearing. Please keep on chanting always. Hare Krishna. Arjuna uvacha mad anugrahaya paramam guhyam adhyatma sangitam yatvayoktam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama. Arjuna said, I have heard your instruction on confidential spiritual matters which you have so kindly delivered unto me, and my illusion is now dispelled. Bhavapyayau hi bhutanam prutau vistarasho maya vattah kamala patraksha Mahatmyam api chavyayam. O lotus side one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity, as realized through your inexhaustible glories. Evam etad yatha tattvam atmanam parameshvara drashtum ichhami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see here before me your actual position, I yet wish to see how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. So we have to read these things very carefully. If we read the first line of this verse, Arjuna is mentioning Evam etad yathatatvam. Etad, this roop, this form which I am seeing in front of me, this is yathatatvam, even though I am perceiving you as it is, your original form. Yet I wish to see how you have entered in this cosmic manifestation. Aishwaram Rupam. Aishwaram means opulences. So Arjuna has agreed that Krishna, the form which I am seeing here in front of me, this is yathatatvam. As it is, I am seeing you. So these words are important. So it is not that Krishna is somebody else who is there within the body of two-handed Shyam Sundar form, who was a chariot driver of Arjuna. This is a very wrong understanding. Krishna is not Supreme Person in the form of soul residing within the two-handed Shyam Sundar form, but the original form of God as it is two-handed form only. Evam etad yathat tatvam. So as you are, I am seeing you. But still I want to see other form which is Aishwaram Rupam, how you have pervaded the entire universe. So what does it mean? It means just as the soul is present in this body and it is pervading in the entire body in the form of consciousness. Similarly, as we have discussed in the previous chapter, Lord enters in this universe, in this material world, and so many universes they develop. So unless the consciousness is present, body does not develop. In a similar fashion, the universes will not develop, manifest so many variegated forms unless God has entered into it. So just like we have got this form, so we can show this form to anybody who desires to meet us. In a similar fashion, Krishna has got so many forms. His original form Arjuna is seeing, but this universal form which is developed when Krishna enters in the form of Vishnu in the material world, that is also Krishna's form. That form although is accepted temporarily. All the other forms, Krishna forms, so many Narayan forms, they are eternally situated in the spiritual world. And they manifest here in the material world for some time and then they again disappear. In the spiritual world, they are permanently situated. But the Vishnu form of Krishna, it is temporary. When the material world is exhibited by the material energy, this universal form is shown. And then, even though it is transcendental form, it is under the control of time factor. In time, it is displayed, and then in time, it is finished. So that in future, no ordinary person can claim that yes, I am also God. As in the West, they say India is a factory of producing gods. Because so many saints, when they went to the West, they started claiming, I am God. So hardly they were able to find a person who tells the knowledge of God and tells that I am representative of God, I am servant of God. Everybody claimed, I am God. And you do this my process, my course, you will realize you are also God. So God is not so cheap. Controller of all the planets, solar systems, so many universes. So in order to save such people from such manufactured gods, Arjuna asked. So tomorrow if somebody claims in future that I am Krishna or I am God, I am incarnation, then we should kindly request them, can you please show me your universal form? Your body of entire universe, can you please show it to me? Then we can accept that you are God. So otherwise anybody can claim, any madman can tell that I am God. So in order to save the people, Arjuna is very, very advanced devotee. He is pure devotee of Krishna. So there is no need to see such forms. Pure devotees are not interested in seeing the opulence of Krishna. In material world, we have a relationship with somebody because we know, oh, that person is very opulent. From a person who doesn't have opulences, his family members also don't care for him, friends don't care for him. But in the case of God, it is the other way around. God is actually satisfied when somebody worships him in the absence of knowledge of the opulences. That is pure devotional service. I want to serve you, worship you simply out of love. So thus very advanced devotees like Arjuna, they are not interested in seeing such opulences. That is why Krishna did not show him to Arjuna also. But now, for guiding the common people who may get misguided in future by the false incarnations, cheaters, Arjuna is requesting Krishna so that in future people may not doubt, oh, he was only a friend, so he was flattering his friend Krishna, or king always engages in diplomacy. So there could be a diplomatic intent behind praise of Krishna in order to remove all such doubts of flattery, of diplomacy and any other factor. Arjuna is requesting that please Krishna, kindly show your universal form. Manyase yadi tachakyam maya drishtum iti prabho yogeshwara tato me tvam darshayatmanam avyayam. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that universal self. So this attitude is very nice. Manyate yadi tat shakyam. If you think I am capable. Sometimes people, they challenge that can you show me God? So once when Srila Prabhupada was challenged in similar fashion, can you show me God, because Prabhupada is talking about God. So Prabhupada told, yes, I can show you. And then Prabhupada pointed towards his all sannyasi other disciples. But you have to become like them, then I will show you. So then people shy away. If you want to see a big man, you have to be qualified. The heads of the state, of government, they don't meet ordinary people. So if you want to see God, yes, you can see, but there is qualification required. Ordinary people cannot understand. Kunti Maharani is telling, Tatha Paramhansanam Muninam Amalatmanam Bhakti Yoga Vidhanartham Katham Pashyema Histriyah. Tatha Paramhansanam. The most advanced personalities are called Paramahansa, who are beyond Varnashram system. So when a person takes sannyas, then also he can just understand, if he is a perfect sannyasi, that I am not the body. Gradually he can come to that platform. But unless somebody is Paramhansa, completely beyond the clutches of nature, one cannot understand the personality of Godhead. Tatha Paramahansanam Muninam Amalatmanam. So the most advanced sages, Paramhansas, Munis means very, very thoughtful sages. Amalatmana means those who are completely pure in the heart. There is no lust and there is no greed in the heart. Bhakti Yoga Vidhanartham. They understand you by following the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. Kunti Maharani is telling. Katham Pashyema Histriya. I am a woman. I have so many worldly attachments. So how will I understand? I am attached to Vrishnis, Kunti Maharani is telling. I am attached to Pandavas. So mother's side and the side of husband. Woman has two relationships. So either from the mother's side or from the children's side, husband's sides. Both these attachment, Kunti Maharani is telling, please cut my attachment. As long as a person is materially attached, there is no question of realizing God. So first of all, we need to have complete material detachment, complete purity of heart. One should be very, very intelligent, very thoughtful, and one should be beyond the control of laws of nature. And then by executing Bhakti Yoga, following the rules and regulations very, very strictly, one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So one has to become very qualified. Thus Arjuna is not impudent like modern people. Without any qualification, they want, just like a small child, even if he, or for that matter any other species, dog wants to understand calculus, trigonometry. Can we help him understand? It's not possible. It is not capable. So before we challenge that, please show me that, we should understand what is my capacity. Arjuna, being very advanced personality, he is having all the good qualities like humility, and he is telling Manyase yadi tat shakyam. If you think that I am capable, then you please explain it to me. This is the mode in which we should understand Krishna. We should approach the spiritual master, not in a challenging spirit. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Pashya me Partha Rupani Shatasho Ata Sahasrashaha Nana Vidhani Divyani Nana Varnakriti cha. The blessed Lord said, My dear Arjuna, O son of Pritha, behold now my opulences, hundreds of thousands of varied divine forms, multicolored like the sea. Pashyadityan vasun rudran Ashvinau marutastatha Bahunya drishta purvani Pashyascharyani bharata. O best of the Bharatas, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Rudras and all the demigods. Behold the many things which no one has ever seen or heard before. Ihaikastham jagat kritsnam pashyadya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yacchanya-drashtumicchasi. Whatever you wish to see can be seen all at once in this body. This universal form can show you all that you now desire, as well as whatever you may desire in the future. Everything is here completely. So nobody has been able to see everything of the universe or even of this planet in one place. But by the mercy of the Supreme who has created everything, this vision was made possible for Arjuna. So Krishna is telling Arjuna, you can see everything that you may desire to see. Sitting in one place, Arjuna is able to see all the universes. There are so many universes, and all the universes including past, present and future, because time is also energy of Krishna. So Arjuna was able to see all the universes. Arjuna was able to see past, present and future. So how is it possible? It might be difficult for us to comprehend who can but perceive three dimensions. But we have to understand that the world is not just made up of three dimensions. As if we consider living entities who can only perceive two dimensions. For them, if they want to conceive a sphere, a cuboid, they can never do so. It is not possible. So if a sphere passes from their plane, they will have different understandings, different perceptions of it. When the sphere is just, those who know little basic mathematics and projections, they might be able to understand. So if the sphere passes the plane, let us assume there is a world which is only in two dimensions, and the living entities cannot perceive anything beyond the two dimensions, that plane. So when the sphere is touching that 2D plane, they will perceive it as a point. And when the sphere is passing from that plane, then that point will expand as a disk. And then when the circle has crossed 50%, then they will tell, oh, the disk is shrinking, and finally it will become a point. And when the sphere has completely passed their plane, they will tell, oh, it has vanished. The disk has vanished. But actually the sphere was never a disk, because they can only perceive disks, two-dimensional forms. They are defining it as a disk. But sphere is sphere. It is not possible in two-dimensional perspective to conceive what is sphere. For example, now we see three-dimensional objects. There is length, width and height, as we can see of this book or of any object whatsoever. If somebody tells us, can you perceive fourth dimension? So we cannot conceive what can be fourth. Length, breadth and height, that's it. So our brains are not designed to conceive of any dimension beyond the three, length, width and height. So in a similar fashion, the 2D living entities cannot perceive of anything, any object which is having 3 dimensions. So in a similar fashion, we may tell Krishna, oh, Krishna is an ordinary human being. He is having 2 hands and 2 legs and like that. And Krishna's body is growing. And all these things we will tell, but that is not fact. Reality is very, very different. And for instance, we tell that our body is growing. But Vedas do not tell our bodies are growing. Vedas tell our bodies are changing every moment. Just like we see in a movie hall, so many frames, it is called motion pictures. So many pictures, they are in motion. They pass in the front of projector. Sometimes I think the rate is up to 50 or 30 frames per second. 50 or 30 small frames, small pictures, they pass very swiftly. And so we think the hands and legs are moving. On the screen we see dynamism, the video. What is video? Video is nothing but collection of many small photos, small pictures, individual static pictures which pass very quickly in second. In a similar fashion, we are changing our bodies every moment. So likewise, scientists can have so many subject matters of research and discovery if they read the Vedas, so proper research can be carried out on this. Now they are telling we are changing our bodies every 7 years, every cell of the body is changed. So Vedas is telling no, not 7 years, every moment you are changing your body. Next moment our body has become changed, although it appears like the previous body. Just like the next picture has come in the front of projector, and that picture is completely different from the one which has passed previous to it. It is completely different. But we think, oh, the hand is moving. Hand is not moving. There is one picture where hand is like this, then hand is like this. And we see the motion of hand. Actually, we are seeing so many frames passing. In a similar fashion, we are seeing so many bodies passing. It is a state of flux that we are in. Likewise, our perception of the world is very different from the reality. That is why Krishna told, Jnanam te hamsa vijnanam idam vakshyami asheshataha. I will explain you phenomenon and I will explain you noumenon. What you perceive is happening and what actually happens. So what actually happens, only Krishna can tell us. That is his creation. So thus a sphere is sphere. We can never understand the 2-dimensional living entities. They will tell it is, disk has taken birth. It is point sized. Then disk is increasing. Disk is growing. Disk is shrinking. That is never disk. What is growing and shrinking is simply passing of sphere through your plane. So we should never try to define reality as per what we are perceiving. So sitting in one place, by Krishna's mercy, Arjuna was able to see everything. Just like if a person rises above that 2D plane, one can see everything what is existing on that 2-dimensional world, simply by rising above in higher dimension. In a similar fashion, by Krishna's mercy, an ordinary living entity also becomes capable of such perception. How was this perception? Let us try to understand. From whatever we can understand as per the revelation, what Sanjay also was able to see. So exact vision is not possible. As far as possible, he has tried to relate to us the things. Natumam shakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see me with your present eyes. Therefore, I give to you divine eyes by which you can behold my mystic opulence. So as we have been discussing, our eyes are designed to perceive the world in a certain way. So now Krishna is giving Divyam te chakshuhu, divine eyes to Arjuna, by which he will be able to see. Divine vision is given to Arjuna. Sanjaya uvacha eva muktva tato rajan mahayogeshvaro harihi darshayamasa parthaya paramam rupamaishwaram. Sanjaya said, O king, speaking thus, the Supreme, the Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Anekavaktra nayanam, anekadbhuta darshanam, aneka divyabharanam, दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधं दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधरं दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनं सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखम्. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouths and unlimited eyes. It was all wondrous. The form was decorated with divine, dazzling ornaments and arrayed in many garbs. He was garlanded gloriously, and there were many scents smeared over his body. All was magnificent, all expanding, unlimited. This was seen by Arjuna. Divi Surya Sahasrasya Bhavedyugpaduttita Yadi Bhasadrashi Sasyat Bhasastasya Mahatmanaha. If hundreds of thousands of suns rose up at once into the sky, they might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. So although it is not possible to describe exactly, because we cannot conceive, but still he is comparing the situation to what we have seen here. We have seen one sun. So he is telling, you can just imagine if hundreds and thousands of suns rise in the sky, what would be the effulgence? Such is the effulgence coming out of that universal form of the Lord. Tatra ekastham jagat kritsnam pravibhaktam anekadha apashyad deva devasya Sharire Pandavastada. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansions of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. So, unlimited universes Arjuna is able to see sitting in one place. Tatasa Vismaya Vishto Rishtaro Madhananjayaha Pranamya Shirasa Devam Kritanjalir Abhashata. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna began to pray with folded hands, offering obeisances to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna Uvacha Pashyami Devastava Deva Dehe Sarvastata Bhuta Vishesha Sanghan Brahmanamisham Kamalasanastham Rishinscha Sarvanurgansha Divyan. Arjuna said, My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled together in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and many sages and divine serpents. So at the bottom of the universe, Garbhodakshaya Vishnu is lying on the Vasuki bed, and on top of the universe is Lord Brahma himself, who is sitting on who is manifested on the lotus flower. So thus we can understand Arjuna was able to see everything in the universe. Aneka bahu darvaktra netram pashyami tvam sarvato nantarupam nantam na madhyam na punastavadim pashyami vishveshvara vishvarupa. O Lord of the universe, I see in your universal body many, many forms, bellies, mouths, eyes, expanded without limit. There is no end, there is no beginning, and there is no middle to all this. Kiritinam gadinam chakrinam cha tejo rashim sarvato deeptimantam pashyami tvam durniriksham samantad Deepta nalarka dyutimaprameyam. Your form, adorned with various crowns, clubs and discs, is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence, which is fiery and immeasurable like the sun. Tvamaksharam paramam veditavyam Tvamasya vishvasya param nidhanam Tvamavyaya shashvata dharma gopta Sanatanastvam Purusho Mato Me. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the best in all the universes. You are inexhaustible and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of religion, the eternal personality of Godhead. Again, see, same word has come in the last line. Sanatanastvam Purusho Mato Me. What is Arjuna's conclusion when he has seen this form? He is telling Sanatanaha, you are eternally Purusho Mato Me. So you are the supreme person, eternal person. So nowhere it is being mentioned that one energy is there. Arjuna is not telling, oh Krishna, I am seeing just one energy spread everywhere. He is telling so many forms and I am seeing that you are eternal personality. Sanatan, there was never a time when you were energy and you have become a person. No. Krishna is telling Sanatan means always, eternally you are a Purush. It is not that you were energy, that energy has descended in the form of a Purush and you will be dissolved after this form disappears. So please always we have to understand this very important point, because some people have told ultimate truth is simply one energy. This has brought a catastrophe in the life of people. Catastrophe, a disaster in the life of people. Now nobody takes interest in spiritual life because we all want happiness, we all want relations, we want interactions. We like to eat, we like to watch beautiful forms, we like to hear nice music. We like to talk, we like to socialize, and all these activities. So we have to understand ultimate truth cannot be simply dead energy, inactivity. If soul is so much active within the body, now within the body we are conditioned. If the soul goes in the body of tree, cannot even move, just in one place one has to stand. In human form of life there is more freedom. In the form of Devtas, higher form, freedom increases much more. So even though one is conditioned by the body, you find in jail a prisoner who is having very heavy iron shackles and still he is shaking his hands and legs. So you can just imagine if he gets free, how much active he will be. So within this body, the soul is so active. When the soul leaves the body, how can it become inactive energy? No, the soul becomes much more active outside of this body. So we have to understand this important point. The sensual perception activity is the perception and activity of the soul. Eyes are just like cameras. So how does this philosophy make sense that soul is not a person? Soul is simply some energy. Like electrical energy, it is sitting within. No. So this body is not, the soul is not just like battery which you put in a robot and then the robot starts walking and talking and all such things like that. The robots do not have feelings. But we have feelings, we have thinking, we have thinking, feeling, willing, perceptions. So these feelings are because we are not just like one battery, we are person. And actually we are having perceptions which are received through this body now. The eyes are just like cameras. If the soul has no capacity to see, a blind person cannot see even through the best of the cameras, best of the lenses. A person needs to have capacity to see, then camera, lens, binoculars, microscope can be used to perceive the world. So the soul has got capacity to see, so it is able to see through these eyes. You remove the eyes, put another set of eyes, soul will start seeing through those eyes. In a similar fashion, through this skin, the soul is feeling the touch sensation. If the soul has no faculty of touching, you give the best of the skins, very active skins, soul will not be able to perceive touch. If the soul does not have capacity to hear, you give best of the ears, soul will never be able to hear. You give the best of the earphones, best of the musical devices, speakers, and you play it to the person who is deaf, one cannot hear. The earphones make sense only when a person has capacity to hear. So it is simple to understand, right? This body is a machine and we have got the capacity. I can hear the voice through my phone. I can hear the voice directly because I can see. If I am deaf, I don't have sense of hearing. You bring the best of the things, gadgets with best sound quality, I will not be able to hear. So the soul has capacity to hear, to see, to socialize, to talk, to joke. Now the question is, These feature soul as God because they must be present in the super soul, in the origin. So unless the origin has got these qualities, the products cannot have it. So origin should have all those things which we have, plus many things which are not present in the soul. Ocean should have everything that is present in a drop and many things which are not present in the drop. But at least whatever is present in the drop should be present in ocean. The salt which is present in the drop should be present in ocean. Other chemicals which are present in drop must be present in ocean. In a similar fashion, all the features that we have borrowed from our origin. Devesha Jagan Nidhanam. He is Devesha, he is the controller of all the lords, controller of all the demigods. He is their origin, Adi Devam. So origin should have all the features. So God is a person. We have tendency to construct a house, to live in a nice big palatial building. This tendency is coming because God also should have this tendency. We have tendency to socialize with our friends and family because God also has got this tendency. We produce children so that we can live together with our children and have a nice family life because God also should have this tendency. So we are all children of God. So it is very simple to understand. God expects that we should live with God very happily in a loving relationship. And that is the purpose of creation. That brings ultimate satisfaction to God and brings satisfaction to us also. So if we tell spiritual life means one energy and we have to simply go and merge, this also can be done. Krishna is very merciful. If you do not want active spiritual life, Krishna is such a merciful, kind father. He is telling you don't want to serve me, you simply want to merge and remain in zero activity. That state also I will provide. But you will realize you are not satisfied even in that stage. So for ordinary people who want activity, there is great hope that spiritual life is full of much more activity, and those activities are completely full of pleasure. So for this we have to understand, read the literatures like Bhagavad Gita, where in every other shloka it is written Purusha, Purusha, Anadiradir Govinda, Sarva Karan Karanam, the cause of all causes, the energy which is there everywhere. As Krishna will tell, Brahmano hi pratisthaham, that Brahma Jyoti is situated on me, not that I have come from Brahma Jyoti. That is not fact. So here again, Sanatanastvam Purusho Matome. You are Sanatan Purush, you are eternally a person. Anadi Madhyantam Ananta Viryam Ananta Bahum Shashi Surya Netram Pashyami Tvam Dipta Hutasha Vaktram Swatejasa Vishwamidam Tapantam. You are the origin without beginning, middle or end. You have numberless arms, and the sun and moon are among your great unlimited eyes. By your own radiance, you are heating this entire universe. Dyava prathivyoridamantaram hi vyaptvam tvayekena dishascha sarvaha drishtvaadbhutam rupam ugram tavedam Lokatrayam pravyathitam mahatman. Although you are one, you are spread throughout the sky and the planets and all space in between. O Great One, as I behold this terrible form, I see that all the planetary systems are perplexed. Amihitvam surasangha vishanti kechid bhita pranjalayo grinanti Swasti yuktva maharshi siddha sangha stuvanti tvam stutibhi pushkalabhi. All the demigods are surrendering and entering into you. They are very much afraid, and with folded hands they are singing the Vedic hymns. So Arjuna's vision was not a dream that Arjuna is hallucinating over there, because others were also able to see. And Sanjay is describing this thing, that in other planetary systems, everybody who was qualified with spiritual vision, they were able to see this universal form of the Lord. So this is the explanation of Sanjay. So not only Arjuna was able to see, Sanjay also was able to see, and also he was able to see that in other planetary systems also, other devotees are also, some people are getting fearful, afraid, they are running away. Some people are offering their respects. So in this manner we can understand it's not a hallucination. because others in different planets are also able to perceive. Rudraditya vasavo ye cha sadhya Vishveshvinau marutashchoshma pascha Gandharva yaksha surasiddha sangha Vikshante tvam vimsme. I'll repeat. Rudraditya vasavo ye cha sadhya Vishveshvinau marutashchoshma pascha Gandharva yaksha surasiddha sangha Vikshante tvam vismitaschaiva sarve. The different manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sadhyas, the Vishvadevas, the two Ashwins, the Maruts, the forefathers and the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, Asuras, and all perfected demigods are beholding you in wonder. So different species of life in different planets, they are able to see this form in wonder. Rupam mahatte bahuvaktra netram Mahabaho bahubahu rupadam Bahudaram bahudanshtra karalam Drishtva lokapya vyathitas tathaham. O mighty armed one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your many faces, eyes, arms, bellies, and legs, and your terrible teeth. And as they are disturbed, so am I. Nabasprisham deeptam aneka varnam Vyattananam deepta vishala netram Drishtva hitvam pravyathitantaratma Dhritim na vindami shamam cha Vishnu. O all-pervading Vishnu, I can no longer maintain my equilibrium. Seeing your radiant colors fill the skies and beholding your eyes and mouths, I am afraid. Danshtra karalani chate mukhani Drishtva kala nalasannibhani Disho na jane na labhe cha sharma Prasida devesha jagannivasa. O Lord of the Lords, O refuge of the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance seeing thus your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth. In all directions I am bewildered. Ami chatvam dhritarashtrasya putrah Sarve sahaiva vanipala sanghaye Bhishmo drona suta putras tathaso Sahasmadiyai yodha mukhyaye Vaktrani te tvaramana vishanti Vaktrani te tvaramana vishanti Danshtra karalani bhayanakani Kechid vilagna dashanantareshu Sandrishyante churnitairuttamangaye. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings and Bhishma, Drona and Karna, and all our soldiers are rushing into your mouths, their heads smashed by your fearful teeth. I see that some are being crushed between your teeth as well. As Krishna told before displaying this form to Arjuna, you will be able to see whatever you desire. So Arjuna was desiring to see the outcome of the battle. So thus Arjuna is seeing that all the soldiers are entering into the mouth of this universal form. And all the elements of the opposing party, including the most powerful warriors, Bhishma, Drona, Sutaputra, Karna, all of them are going to die, including the soldiers of the Pandavas side. But Pandavas only will remain. So this future Arjuna is able to see. Yatha nadinam bahavombu vegaha samudram eva bhimukhadраvanti tatha tavami naraloka veera vishanti vaktrani abhivijvalanti. As the rivers flow into the sea, so all these great warriors enter your blazing mouths and perish. Yatha pradiptam jvalanam patanga विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगाः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगाः. I see all people rushing with full speed into your mouths as moths dash into a blazing fire. Leliyase grasamanas samantal lokan samagran vadanajvaladbhihi tejobhiraporya jagat samagram vasastavogra pratapanti Vishnu. O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people in your flaming mouths and covering the universe with your immeasurable rays. Scorching the worlds, you are manifest. Akhyahi me ko bhavanugra rupo namostu te deva varaprasida vigyatumichhami bhavantamadyam nahi prajanami tava pravrittim. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. I do not know what your mission is, and I desire to hear of it. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Kalosmi Lokakshayakrit Pravriddho Lokan Samahartum Iha Pravrittaha Rite Pitvamna Bhavishyanti Sarve Yevasthita Pratyanikeshu Yodha. The blessed Lord said, Time I am, destroyer of the worlds, and I have come to engage all people. With the exception of you, the Pandavas, all the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. Tasmat tvam uttishta yasho labhasva Jitva shatrun bhungshva rajyam samriddham Mayaivaite nihatav purvameva Nimitta matram bhavasavya sachin. Therefore, get up and prepare to fight. After conquering your enemies, you will enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Savyasachin, can be but an instrument in the fight. Dronam cha bhishmam cha jayadritham cha karnam tathanyan api yodha viran maya hatanstvam jahima vyatishta yudhyasva jetasi rane sapatnan. The blessed Lord said, all the great warriors Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna are already destroyed. Simply fight and you will vanquish your enemies. So thus every plan here is made by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So these verses are very, very important. Nimitta matram bhava savya sachin. We can only become an instrument. Everything is happening. Not a blade of grass moves without the will of the Lord. As the head of the state decides, now we have to wage a war. Now all those people who follow the directions, they fight. They are given gallantry awards, medals and so many other benefits. If the head of the state decides we have to make this road, do this development in the country, these should be the policies. Those people who abide by that, who come forward to help the government in that effort, they are recognized for their duties and they are given good posts, money and all success. But if somebody tries to go against the will of the state or that of the ruler, then one will be frustrated. So we have to understand first what is the mission of the Lord and then try to act according to that mission. Then our life will be glorious. Otherwise, if we have our own calculation like Arjuna was planning, Arjuna was thinking, if I do not fight, then they will continue to live. Arjuna had his calculation, if I do not fight, then they will continue to live and then we will have a happy life. My soldiers are there alive, the soldiers on the other party will be alive, and then they will take care of their families, children, dharma will be established. Arjuna was putting forth so many logics, and it appears logical also that if all these people are killed, the men and the elderly people of the society, Who will be there who will protect the dharma, pass on this tradition, this knowledge? Who will protect women? What will happen to the society? But Arjuna was not knowing all of them were destined to be killed. That is what Krishna told. All of them have been destined to be killed as per my plan. Now you can take the credit by being an instrument. So whatever is going to happen, nobody can stop it. As per the direction of material energy, things will happen. So we should never plan anything for material happiness, keeping our spiritual life aside. Those plans are not going to work. But we should understand what is Krishna's ultimate mission, and that is to give this knowledge to the people. And if we dovetail the activities of our life according to that plan, then our life is glorious. So otherwise, if Arjuna would not have followed Krishna, he would not have got the glory of defeating such great fighters who were many times more powerful than Arjuna. Arjuna would not have been able to rule over the world in this planet, and there is no question of any other enjoyment whatsoever, because all of them anyway would have been killed. So it would not have been possible for Arjuna either to get fame as a great warrior who was able to defeat the people who were many times more powerful than him. He would not have been able to enjoy the kingdom. He would not even have been able to enjoy the relatives. They anyway would have been killed, and he would have become inglorious to disobey Krishna. He would have fought not according to the instructions of Krishna, but then he would have created karma for himself. He would have undergone many repeated births and deaths. So thus we should not think, oh, let me save some time and this time I can invest in my material well-being. No, sir. That time is anyway going to go away from us. We should not think, oh, let me save this money, this resource I'll use for my enjoyment. No. So that is why the Shastras tell 50% of your income one should spend for the welfare of others. So if we are Krishna conscious, we should understand this is the best welfare activity we should use for that. Otherwise also for welfare purpose we should use. This is how the world has been designed. The intelligence should be used to guide the people who are less intelligent. So it's the responsibility of all the intelligent people. They should understand what is truth, because less intelligent people cannot. And explain them what is truth so that they can understand. Just like now also we see some intelligent people who can do research. So there is some virus, some disease, they want to find out the cause, and then by their research work, they are able to help many people who cannot do research. And all those ordinary people do not have capacity, do not have time, do not have resources to do such research. So those who can do research should help people who cannot. Now there is attack on the country. So those people who have strength, who have weapons, who have training, should defend others who cannot fight. In this way, one's skills, resources should be used in the service of others. In this way, the nature is balanced very nicely. This we have discussed many times before. So please, I request, one should never have this tendency. That is why Krishna has told, Durena hi avaram karma. This is abominable mentality. I'll repeat. Durena hi avaram karma. This is abominable mentality. That let me enjoy everything. How just see everyone is doing that. Whatever they are earning, they want to earn. This is not right. So the Vedas are telling, if you want to have a nice life, 50% of your income should be used for welfare activity. And if we are wise, we should use for the best welfare activity, spreading this confidential knowledge by which people can get permanent happiness. So otherwise, that money will cause distress to us. That will cause disease, and we'll spend in the fees of the doctor, or some legal case will happen, lawyer may take away, or some other disturbances can happen. Or we'll spend in sense gratification, which gives evanescent pleasure for a while, but we are never satisfied. So thus it is being told we should understand plan of the Lord and then become just an instrument in that plan. Because whatever is happening as per the plan of the Lord, Lord's plan will always be successful. So if the devotee follows that, not only materially he is very nicely taken care, but there is also spiritual success in every respect. Sanjaya uvacha eta shrutva vachanam keshavasya Kritanjalirvepamana kiriti namaskritva bhuya evaha Krishnam sagadgadam bhita bhita pranamya. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Arjuna trembled, fearfully offered obeisances with folded hands, and began falteringly to speak as follows. Arjuna uvacha sthane rishikesha tava prakirtya jagat prarishyatyanurajyate cha rakshansi bhitani disho dravanti sarve namasyanti cha siddha sangha. O Rishikesh, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid, and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. So important verse which is used here is Jagad prahishyati anurajyate cha. The world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. So there is so much joy in chanting the names of Krishna. It is this pleasure which we have to discover. So all the kings who are very, very rich, and recent example we have Gautam Buddha, born in princely order, but then he renounced all such opulences. So these words are very important. Jagat prahishyati anurajyate cha. By hearing your name, it fills everyone's heart with joy. So hearing chanting about Krishna is the source of extraordinary happiness. To get this happiness, to get this Brahma Sukha, unlimited happiness, people, the great kings who are very, very rich, they would renounce everything. As Mira Bhai has sung, Payo ji maine naam ratan dhan payo. I have got this valuable jewel of singing the glories of your holy name. But in our state, in conditioned state of life, when we think I am the body, then pittopataptarasanasya narochikano. Jaundice patient, we have discussed the example. We'll find it bitter, but we have to practice. Just keep on chanting and hearing always throughout the day as much as possible. And slowly, when our material addictions are getting washed off, when our heart is almost purified, then we will develop a very strong faith. And when we develop this strong faith, that faith transforms gradually into taste. And then this holy name will be so much present. Now we are trying to arrange so many things for our pleasure. But all those things, first of all, if we are not able to arrange, we are in stress. And even if we have it, the demand is always more. Now I want 1 million, then I want $2 million, then $10 million. Heart is never satisfied. And just imagine if you develop taste in chanting the names of Krishna, anywhere and everywhere you can just chant and absorb yourself in unlimited happiness. Is it not very, very logical way of remaining blissful? You need not arrange anything. You can simply chant and hear the names of Krishna and you are absorbed in immense bliss. So this is what is the aim of life, to develop, but it takes some time. One has to practice. Some austerity is required, cleanliness is required. 4 regulative principles we have to follow. Please the spiritual master, work hard for Krishna, sacrifice for Krishna. And then when we get the taste of this holy name, then we will realize there is nothing more pleasurable than this. Kasmachate nameran mahatman gariyase brahmanopyadikarte ananta devesha jagannivasa tvamaksharam sat asat tat param yat. O great one who stands above even Brahma, you are the original master. Why should they not offer their homage up to you? O limitless one, O refuge of the universe, you are the invincible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. So it is important, the word which is used here. All the words are important. And this new term which we have read here is Sat Asat Tat Param Yat. Sat and Asat means cause and effect. So you are both beyond the cause and the effect of this material world which we see. So Krishna's body is not the effect of any fusion of chemicals, male and female gametes. You are beyond the cause and effect. Our bodies are the result of some cause and effect of this world. So very clearly Arjuna is again stressing the nature of Krishna's body. It is transcendental. Tvam aksharam sat asat tat param yat. Tvamadi devav purushah puranas. Tvamasya vishvasya param nidhanam. Vettasi vedyam cha param cha dhama. Tvaya tatam vishvam ananta rupa. You are the original personality, the Godhead. You are the only sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You know everything and you are all that is knowable. You are above the material modes, O limitless form. The whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. Vayuryamognir varuna shashankaha Prajapatistvam prapitamahascha Namo namastestu sahasra kritvaha Punascha bhuyopi namo namaste. You are air, fire, water, and you are the moon. You are the supreme controller and the grandfather. Thus I offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times and again and yet again. Namah purastadata prishtataste Namostute sarvata eva sarva Ananta virya mita vikramastvam Sarvam samapnoshi tatosi sarvaha. Obeisances from the front, from behind and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all pervading and thus you are everything. Sakheti matva prasabham yaduktam He Krishna he Yadava he Sakheti Ajanata mahimanam tavedam Maya pramadat pranayena vapi Yachavahasartham asit kritosi Vihara shayyasana bhojaneshu Eko thavapi achyut tat samaksham Tat kshamayetvam aham aprameyam. I have in the past addressed you as O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend, without knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times while relaxing or while lying on the same bed or eating together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of many friends. Please excuse me for all my offenses. So this is very important. Arjuna was a very close friend of Krishna. They are lying together on the same bed, playing together. Sometimes Arjuna would make fun of Krishna, and now he's seeing what is Krishna's opulence. So there are various stages of relationship. The relationship of Krishna, it begins with Dasyaras. So there is very nice shloka in Srimad Bhagavatam. Itham satam brahma sukhanubhutya Dasyam gatanam paradaivatena Maya shritanam nardarakena Sakam vijaharu kritapunya punjaha. It means Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is perceived as Brahma Jyoti by some sages. Itham satam brahma sukhanubhutya. They think this is impersonal energy who has taken this form. Dasyam gatanam paradaivatena. Others who are enlightened, more enlightened, they act as servants of the God. And they perceive you as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, paradaivatena. So your devotees who render loving service to you perceive you as Supreme Personality, and yet others who are very foolish, Maya Shritanam, who have taken shelter of illusory energy of Krishna, who are under control of this material nature, Nardarakena, they think you are an ordinary human being. But all of them, they do not know Sakam Vijaharu Krita Punya Punjaha. This is explained in context of the cowherd boys, Krishna's friends, who are playing with Krishna just like an ordinary playmate. And sometimes they carry Krishna on their shoulders, sometimes Krishna is carrying them on his shoulders. They laugh at Krishna, they make fun of Krishna, they tease Krishna. So all these people cannot imagine. Here Arjuna is frightened. He is offering respects from all the sides, front, back and everywhere. And he's with folded hands, he's offering various prayers. But these people, they do not offer prayers to Krishna, they make fun of Krishna. The gopis are there in Vrindavan, they scold Krishna like anything, they chastise Krishna, somebody scolding God. A form so fearful that all the powerful warriors of all the sides, they are entering within his mouth, getting smashed in between his teeth. So how somebody can ride on his shoulder and make fun of him and be very so intimate like this? So this is the most exalted form of devotional service. That is why it is revealed in the Shastras. Krishna is telling, the bhakti which is in knowledge of my opulences does not satisfy me. That is the bhakti which is happening in the Vishnu Loka. Krishna is having his Narayan form, 400 forms. In the spiritual world, Tripada Vibhuti, there are so many planets. And because this material world is a reflection, we will see in the 15th chapter. Urdhumulam adhoshakam ashvatham prahur avyayam. This material world is a reflection. We are telling that this is illusion. But illusion should be based on reality. In dream, we talk with some people, we meet with many men, we eat, we touch, we laugh, because there is existence of such people and phenomena in this world, gross world. Thus, this gross world, if we are calling it illusion, on what basis this world is manifest? If everything is simply energy, the origin, why energy has taken the shape of man, woman, male and female species and so many species? Why energy would ever take the form of dog, an elephant, giraffe, fish? No. So in spiritual world, these forms are existing. The spirit has got all these forms. Krishna has got all these forms. And all these forms are reflected in this material world. It is perverted reflection. Just like we have computer games. They are perverted reflection of the reality that we have here. Here we want to drive cars, we want to sometimes fight, and the same activities you can repeat in the computer game, that is simulation. Same thing Krishna mentions, Urdhumulam adhashakam. This material world is reflection of the original reality. So you have to go to the original reality. So in the spiritual world, in a similar fashion, just like we have here living entities, families, societies, it exists, but they are permanent, they are eternal, and they are existing just to give pleasure to Krishna. Krishna is the center of all the relationships. And in all the so many Vaikuntha planets, Lord Narayan is the presiding personality, lives there with 400 forms, with club and discus in his hand, lotus flower and conch shell. And no ordinary person can have 400 forms. His all opulence are there, so many servants are there around. His majesty is there. So in this great knowledge of his opulence, some devotees like to worship that form. Like Narad Muni, spiritual master of Ved Vyas, he likes to worship God in this form of opulence. So that is personal choice also. God has many forms, any form can be worshipped. But Krishna tells, the worship which is done in opulence, it does not satisfy me. And this tendency is also natural. As many people tell, when they become successful, these people are just mobbing around them. They are getting calls, they are trying to be friendly, people want to have relationships. Some powerful people who are in office, they would get the gifts on festivals and other important days. As soon as they retire, nobody cares for them. So in this material world, if a person is opulent, then automatically he or she will attract people around them. But they also know that these people are coming to me for opulence, not just for myself, for my love, for my relationship. Thus Krishna tells, this kind of bhakti does not actually satisfy me. The real bhakti is done when a person is forgetful of the opulence of Krishna. Thus in Vrindavan, people do not recognize. Here when Krishna came in Vrindavan, there is Vrindavan in spiritual world also, the topmost planet. So there the devotees are in forgetful state. They do not know that Krishna is Supreme Lord. So the state is same of a person who is very ignorant, and the state is same for the very elevated Paramhansa. Both behave like madmen. Very exalted Paramahansa, they may also behave like madmen, like Bharat Maharaj, who was ruler of the entire world. he had to become deer in his next life because of small attachment to deer. So in the second life which he took, he became a madman voluntarily. Even though he was very wise, he was aware of his past two births, but he understood, if I show some wisdom here, again they will entangle me in the affairs of this material world. So he started behaving like a madman. And like this, all the many great personalities who would renounce, they would become indifferent, just sometimes roaming without clothes and sometimes behaving madly so that people do not disturb them. Nobody likes to talk to madmen. And they understand, if I talk nicely, behave nicely, people will come to me and I will feel, oh, they love me, I will have affection for them. Nobody has affection for a mad person. So thus, any love, any affection that we see in this material world, that is because of these external designations, opulences that we acquire. And people understand, I am here just for a short while. The Shukdev Goswami, he was having all the siddhis but moved out of his house. He was not willing to come to this material world, and when he came to the material world, he walked out immediately. They are very cautious not to have entanglement in this material world, otherwise repeated birth and death will take place. So the most ignorant person who is become mad by excessive material desires, sometimes they are found in the mental hospitals, they are also mad. So the situation of this material world miserable state, it is felt by the people who are in between. Those who are highly tamasic, they don't feel, even though they are suffering, but they do not understand that they are suffering. They are so much in ignorance. And those people who are Paramhansas, very elevated spiritualists, they are also not feeling the pangs of this material existence. It is meant for people who are in between, not highly in ignorance, nor very, very advanced in spiritual understanding. In a similar fashion, those who are in ignorance, they do not know Krishna is God. And even those people who are very advanced, they also do not know Krishna is God. Then why do they serve Krishna? So they have cultivated knowledge of God. So it does not mean that, okay, so Krishna is satisfied. If somebody does not know, I will not know about Krishna. I will not bother about this philosophy. No. We have to understand philosophy, because when we understand these opulences, we become attached to Krishna. And in this attachment, when we start serving Krishna, then attachment becomes spontaneous. And that we can see even in this material world. People may get attracted because of opulence, but even though sometimes the opulence is not there. I married a very beautiful life partner, they met with an accident, but still I have some affection for them. Crude example I am giving. So in a similar fashion, even though we are getting attracted to Krishna because of the opulence, we are engaging in the service, but under the guidance of proper spiritual master, we have to aspire for a stage where this service, this attraction becomes spontaneous. Then I don't bother whether Krishna is having opulence or not. My only desire is just to serve Krishna. And when I reach that spontaneous level of affection, then we can actually understand who is Krishna. Otherwise, it is not possible to know Krishna. So thus, this is a very high state of affairs. Worship of Krishna, it is very, very confidential. Knowledge of Lord Vishnu is little more accessible. If we worship with rules and regulations very nicely, then we can attain the service of Lord Vishnu. But unless we develop this spontaneous attitude, we cannot attain worship of Krishna. So thus, even those people who are worshipping Lord Narayan, acting as his servants, they do not know that there is another class of devotees who ride on the shoulders of God. Sakam Virjahru Krita Punya Punja, that is mentioned in Bhagavatam. This is the most elevated state of affairs. So Arjuna was situated on that platform of friendship. So he was mocking at Krishna, making fun of Krishna, sometimes alone, sometimes in front of other friends. So now, as soon as he is seeing the opulence, that is why Krishna does not show opulence to his devotees. When Yashoda saw so many universes in the mouth of Krishna, she started thinking, oh, Krishna is Supreme Personality. But Krishna made her forgetful. So if Yashoda knows Krishna is Supreme Personality, then that affection, motherly affection, will not be there. So Krishna wants that I am taking care of the whole world. Somebody should take anxiety for me, for feeding me, for dressing me, for taking my care. That gives satisfaction to Krishna. So thus that knowledge of opulence, when it was shown to Arjuna, Arjuna started offering respects, begging pardon. So this Krishna does not want to happen with the most exalted devotees. Thus most exalted devotees, they do not bother Krishna is God or not. I just want to serve Krishna spontaneously. I love doing this seva. This is the most perfect state of spiritual affairs, which was exhibited by the Vrijavasis. Pitasi lokasya characharasya Tvamasya pujyascha gurur gariyan Natvat samo astyabhyadika kutonyo Lokatraye api apratima prabhava. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation, the worshipable chief, the spiritual master. No one is equal to you, nor can anyone be one with you. Within the three worlds, you are immeasurable. Tasmat pranamya pranidhaya kayam prasadaye tvamahamisha midyam piteva putrasya sakheva sakhyuhu priyah priyayarhasi deva sodhum. You are the Supreme Lord to be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer you my respects and ask your mercy. Please tolerate the wrongs that I may have done to you and bear with me as a father with his son, or as a friend with his friend, or a lover with his beloved. Adrishta purvam rishitosmi drishtva bhayena cha pravyathitam mano me tadeva me darshaya deva rupam prasida devesha jagannivasa. After seeing this universal form which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead, O Lord of Lords, O abode of the universe. Kiritinam gadinam chakrahastam ichchami tvam drashtum maham tathaiva tenaiva rupena chaturbhujena sahasrabaho bhava vishvamurte. O universal Lord, I wish to see you in your four-armed form, with helmeted head, with club, wheel, conch and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Maya Prasannena Tavarjunedam Rupam Param Darshitam Atma Yogat Tejomayam Vishvam Anantamadyam Yanmetvat Anyena Nadrishta Purvam. The Blessed Lord said, My dear Arjuna, happily do I show you this universal form within the material world by my internal potency. No one before you has ever seen this unlimited and glaringly effulgent form. Na veda yagya dhyayanair na danair na chakriyabhir na tapobhirugraih evam rupa shakya aham nriloke drashtum tvad anyena kuru pravira. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine, for neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charities or similar activities can this form be seen. Only you have seen this. So these activities are very important for spiritual revelation. Na Veda Yagya Dhyayanair na Danair. Veda, reading the Vedas is very, very important. Yagyas, performing sacrifice, is very important. Danair, giving one's wealth in charity, is very, very important. Na chakriyabhir na tapobhir ugray tapasya, voluntarily accepting discomfort. One has to take so many discomforts to make spiritual advancement. Like Chaturmasya we have discussed. One has to eat very simple food sometimes without using hands, just take directly from the floor. You do not shave and take cold water bath always. Sometimes he has to stand neck deep in water. Sometimes he has to sit surrounded by fire in hot sun. In this way, so much of tapasya is recommended. Voluntarily, one should learn how to take discomforts. So these discomforts, when voluntarily taken, of course, under guidance of scriptures. If we do without guidance of scriptures, these activities, they give pain to the Lord in the heart. because he is our father ultimately. So if the son is unnecessarily torturing himself, mother would feel bad. But if the son is executing hard work in his career, then they feel happy, which is benefiting him for advancement in his life. Thus, tapasya guided by the scriptures, Krishna becomes satisfied in that. So tapasya is important. But if you do whimsical tapasya, any day I am fasting, for any reason I am fasting, such things are not recommended. Fasting should be done only for spiritual advancement of life, not for any other reason. Other tapasya also should be guided by the Vedas, but tapasya is important. Thus, doing parikrama, we go to pilgrimage spots. Sometimes we do parikrama, means circumambulate the entire dham, the pilgrimage spot. Sometimes there are very important manifestations of Krishna, like Shyam Kund is there, the holy lake, Radha Kund is there, Govardhan is there, the great mountain, which is another manifestation of Krishna. We circumambulate them, and it is quite a distance of many kilometers, sometimes 11 kilometers, 25 kilometers, and people do happily take this austerity. Sometimes there are some scars and other disturbances on the feet. Sometimes they feel very much disturbed by the weather conditions, many unfavorable situations, but still they execute that. Now, of course, we have many conveyances. Earlier, people would walk, so it would take many months to reach that place. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on his foot, he started from Bengal, he went down to deep into South India, and then he came upwards towards Maharashtra, then he went again to Jagannath Puri. So for many months he was traveling on foot. So much tapasya was recommended in the Vedas. Nowadays we do not know this. So even though tapasya has been minimized in Kali Yuga, but this tapasya we should take. It is very important. So reading the Vedas is important, tapasya is important, swadhyay, very important, dana, giving charity, one's own possessions and wealth, that is very important. They help us to understand spiritual life. But by executing these things, no one is able to understand and see this universal form. They are not sufficient. For this, one needs to have bhakti for Krishna. Then Lord Krishna mentions, Ma te vyatha ma cha vimooda bhavo drishtva rupam ghoram idrinma medam vyapeta bhi prita mana punastvam tadeva me rupam idam prapashya. Your mind has been perturbed upon seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished. My devotee, be free from all disturbance. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Sanjaya uvacha ityarjunam vasudevastatoktva swakam rupam darshayamasa bhuyaha ashvasayamasa chabhitamenam bhutva punas saumya vapur mahatma. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, while speaking thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form, and at last he showed him his two-armed form, and thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. So Arjuna wanted to prove to the world, just see, this personality before me is not just my friend. He is the person, he is the time factor who is all pervading. He is a universal form, so many universes. That is his body, and also he is the four-handed Narayan form who enters in this universe to take this universal form. Thus he requested, I have seen universal form, the form of time, and now please you show me your four-handed form so that people understand you only are Narayan. So Krishna showed that Saumya Rupam, that four-handed form. Now Krishna is explaining something very important. Please hear attentively. Arjuna uvacha drishtvedam manusham rupam tava saumyam janardana idanim asmi samvrittaha sacheta prakritim gataha. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, seeing this human-like form so very beautiful, my mind is now pacified and I am restored to my original nature. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Sudurdarsham idam rupam drishtavanasi yanmama deva apyasya rupasya nityam darshana kangshinaha. The blessed Lord said, my dear Arjuna, the form which you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form which is so dear. So first Krishna has explained this universal form which out of love I have shown to you. Nobody has seen this before. Na Veda Yagya Adhyayanair cha Danair. It cannot be seen by reading the Vedas, by giving charity, by doing tapasya and all these things. Bhakti is required to see this form. This is very difficult to behold. Now Krishna is telling this form is Sudurdarsham. Durdarsham means which is difficult to see, the universal form. Now this form which I have shown you, he showed his four-handed form. Now Manushim Rupam, as it is explained here. Drishtvedam Manusham Rupam Tava Somyam Janardana. So this Manusham Rupam, the two-handed form which is so pleasant, Krishna is telling, Sudurdarsham Idam Rupam, this Rupa form, Drishtvanasi Yanmama, this form is Sudurdarsham. It is very, very difficult, much more difficult than the universal form also. Deva api asya rupasya nityam darshana kangshina. Always the devtas also, they are hankering to see this two-handed form. So here Krishna is revealing that this two-handed form is the most difficult form to see. It is the origin of all other forms. And as we have discussed in previous chapter also, so many references are there. Ete chansh kalha punsam krishnastu bhagavan swayam. All others, Srimad Bhagavatam mentions in the first canto that all the others, they are kalaha, they are partial expansions, plenary portions, anshas. But the original form is Krishna. Krishnastu bhagavan swayam. He is swayam Bhagavan. So Krishna takes so many forms, but the original form is this two-handed form. So this is very, very confidential, because as we have discussed, Vishnustu trini rupani purushakhyani atho viduhu. The Purusha avatars are three in number, three Vishnus: Karanodakshai Vishnu, Garbhodakshai Vishnu and Kshirodakshai Vishnu. So the Devtas can approach the Kshirodakshai Vishnu, they can see the four-handed forms. That also not every time. They will stand on the bank of the Kshir Sagar, they will chant Purusha Sukta prayers. And sometimes they hear the voice of the Lord, sometimes they are able to see the lotus feet, sometimes they see the Lord, and sometimes no transmission happens, like 5,000 years ago. Kansa is giving so much trouble, they went there, they want relief but no response. Then Lord Brahma sat in meditation, and then because Brahma is pure devotee of Krishna, he got instruction from Krishna that don't worry, tell them I am going to descend. So this is the situation, but still they can sometimes see the Lord. He is manifest, but Krishna is not found within this universe. All the conditioned souls, including Devtas, we are there in this universe only. We cannot go outside. But Krishna, Goloka eva nivasati akhilatma bhuto. He lives in Golok Vrindavan. Golok Vrindavan is the topmost planet of Vaikuntha Loka. The description is given in Brahma Samhita. The description is there in Srimad Bhagavatam. The description is there in Brahmanda Puran. Lord Ganesha is explaining that above all the Vishnu Lokas, you will find Golok Vrindavan, and there is nothing beyond this dham, this planet, where Krishna lives in his two-handed form. And in all the other Vaikuntha Lokas, one can only worship up to Dasya Rasa. So there are 5 rasas, 5 kind of relationships which one has with Krishna. One is relationship in neutrality, that is called Shanta Bhav. When we come to the temple, we see the deities, we appreciate with spiritual advancement, we appreciate the form of Krishna. That is Shant, neutrality. Passive, there is no active service, just like fans are there. Fans are not rendering any service to celebrity, but passive service, they become so delighted when they see them, and obviously the celebrities also, they enjoy this. When the cricketers would enter the stadium and they would roar, shout their names, and they feel jubilant, and when they retire, they miss that feeling. So the fans, they give pleasure without actively engaging in service. This is called Shantarasa. The relationship with God begins from there. That is good, but one needs to advance more. If you are really a fan, go and do something practical for the pleasure of for your personality, for the Supreme Personality. That is called Dasya Rasa, carrying out the orders. And in Vaikuntha Loka, the service is restricted up to this level, Shant Rasa, Dasya Rasa. Because Narayan, you cannot put your hand around his neck. He is Supreme Lord, the King of the Kings. So with distance, in awe and reverence, worship is done. And there is some rasa of fraternity, friendship, but that also with distance, with awe and reverence. Close friendship is not at all there. That is also very, very rare. But in Golok Vrindavan, advanced rasas, friendship in great intimacy, as we saw here. Sakam Vijaru Krita Punya Punja. They are playing with Krishna, making fun of him. And then there is one higher rasa, which is the actual platform from which Lord Chaitanya, he told, this is the real service which Lord Krishna appreciates so much. He appreciates everyone. There is no difference. Krishna loves all his devotees equally, whether a calf is there or Srimati Radharani is there. But still, if we analyze from a neutral perspective, there is difference among the rasas. For example, a man likes his son, his daughter, his nephews, niece, uncles, aunts, cousins, brothers, sisters, parents, and so many relationships are there. And a man would like to always have all these relationships. But still, if we analyze, the most intimate relationship is the relationship with one's spouse. That is most intimate. And that gives great pleasure to the heart. If this pleasure is not there in life, other relationships are okay, but a man wants this relationship. In a similar fashion, although Krishna likes to be served in all these relationships, at the same time, the devotees do not like to change their positions also. Just like the daughter would not like to become mother of the father, or wife of the father, or brother of the father. Daughter would like to remain daughter of father, son would like to remain son of his father. So they all like their unique relationships. They are completely satisfied in that. And Krishna also wants all these relations. But if we analyze, there is one relationship which is very intimate, which is most desirable, and that is relationship with the spouse. So thus, beyond this relationship of fraternity, friendship is called Vatsalya Rasa. Till there, Krishna is taking care. Now on Vatsalya platform, Krishna is being taken care. So this is the platform on which Nand Maharaj, Yashoda Mai, they serve Krishna. They are always anxious, so Krishna has been fed or not. So Krishna must be in difficulty, or some demon has kidnapped Krishna. They are so much anxious, they are fainting. So they are always worried, oh Krishna, why Mother Yashoda is scolding Krishna when he gives butter to the monkeys? Because Krishna may go hungry, monkeys may eat all the butter. So she is getting angry that my son will remain hungry. So she is scolding. So Krishna gets great pleasure in this. That I am controlling everyone, I am chastising a miscreants. Somebody chastises me in love. Oh, I get so much of satisfaction. So I am taking care of the whole world. Somebody is taking care of me. Oh, this is so nice. So rather than asking God for service, we should try to give service to the God. Rather than requesting Krishna, please take care of me always, we should have faith that Krishna anyway is taking care of us. We are his part and parcel. We automatically take care of our finger. We take care of our children. That is natural. We need not ask. We need not be selfish and lose faith on Krishna, that Krishna might have got busy somewhere, so we are suffering here. No, Krishna is all-knowing, omniscient, all-powerful. He can give all protection. So whatever Krishna is doing, devotee is satisfied. If I am suffering, it is okay. I am happy, it is okay. But Krishna, I want to take care of your service only. Please always engage me in your service. This is devotee's demand, request, only request. So Vatsalya Rasa. And higher than Vatsalya Rasa, parental love, is Madhurya Rasa, conjugal relationship. So this is the rasa which is most intimate. And all these rasas, high rasas, they are available. Sakhya Rasa, Vatsalya Rasa and Madhurya Rasa. They are available only in Golok Vrindavan, the topmost planet of the Vaikuntha Loka, the spiritual world. So this is the pleasure which was exhibited by the gopis in Vrindavan, which was experienced by the gopis in Vrindavan. Thus Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told, Ramya Kachit Upasna Vrajvadhu Vargena Ya Kalpita The highest worship is the worship which is done by the gopis of Vrindavan. So we should follow the footsteps. Once when Krishna was in difficulty, he had some sickness. So nobody was able to cure it. So now they asked, Lord, you are only the Lord. You please tell us what is the remedy. You know everything. So he told, if you bring the dust of the lotus feet of my devotees, put it on my head, that will cure me. Now various devotees were asked, but everybody was hesitant. Dust from my feet I put on God's head, I will go to hell. This is the biggest sin that a person can do. One needs to take dust of Lord from on his head. I give dust from my feet to Lord, I will go to hell. No, I cannot do this. Finally, when gopis were approached, they told, oh, please take it. Take truckloads of it, and please, does not matter if Krishna is getting well, we are ready to suffer in hell for unlimited births eternally. But let Krishna get well. So this is devotee's desire. Let me suffer does not matter in the service of Krishna. But if Krishna is pleased in this manner, let me execute this service. This is the mood of the devotees. So thus this is very great, very confidential revelation. Sudurdarsham idam rupam, this two-handed form of Krishna, it is found only in Golok Vrindavan in the spiritual world. And once in a day of Brahma, that form is visible here on this planet in Vrindavan. What we see 5,000 years ago. So this two-handed form, Manusham Rupam, Sudurdarsham idam Rupam, this is most difficult to be seen. So this revelation is there in Bhagavad Gita also, that this form is the topmost, this is the highest, because the highest rasas also are available only in this form, not in other forms. And Deva Apiyasya Rupasya Nityam Darshana Kankshina. Thus when Krishna was there in the womb of Devaki, all the Devatas they came. Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, everybody is offering their prayers, because this form is very, very rare to be seen. Nityam Darshana Kankshina. Devatas can see sometimes Narayan form, but this two-handed form is very rare. Once in a day of Brahma only they can see this. So they are very eager to see. Whenever there is time for appearance, they come and they offer their prayers with folded hands. So if we read Bhagavad Gita carefully, so many important revelations we will find here. Na ham veda na tapasa, na dane na chejyaya, shakya evam vido drashtum, drishtavanasi mam yatha. The form which you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. So these words are repeated, you see. Na Vedaya, na tapasa, na danena. So universal form cannot also be seen by Vedas, Dan and Tapasya. But other forms can be seen by worship. But this formality of worship, those people who go to temple and without any affection, they are simply doing worship as a matter of rule and regulation. So by worship, you cannot see this two-handed form of Krishna. This is very rare. Thus, even though we worship Radha Krishna in the temple, but the worship standards are of Lakshmi and Narayan. Because Radha Krishna cannot be worshipped unless a person reaches spontaneous level. We just discussed spontaneous level. When a person simply is thinking of God day and night and wants to engage in the service of God, that is spontaneous worship. Then Radha Krishna can be worshipped. Otherwise, Radha Krishna's deities in the temple, they accept the service in the mood of Lakshmi and Narayan. And thus the rules and regulations which we follow for worshipping Radha Krishna in the beginning, that is also the Pancharatrika Vidhi given to worship Lakshmi Narayan forms. Lakshmi Narayan forms is with so many rules and regulations, like a king. You have to be very punctual, very clean, so many formalities to be observed. But in service of Krishna, no formality. Like Sanatan Goswami, one of the immediate disciples of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was having Madan Mohan deity. So these deities were also another incarnation called Arch Avatar. Just like there is Avatar of Lord Krishna, which appears like a human being, the form that we see in the temple, even though they are carved out of wood and stone, they are not wood and stone, they are Krishna himself. Krishna has used our hands maybe to exhibit those forms, but those forms are completely spiritual. They appear like wood and they appear like stone, but to pure devotees, they are as good as Krishna, who is there in the spiritual world, and he walks with them, talks with them. Thus, Sanatan Goswami, he was carrying the Madan Mohan deity. Madan Mohan deity was carved by Vajranab, the great grandson of Krishna. So who tells that these things are mythology? We have Madan Mohan deity. It is being worshipped in Karoli, in Rajasthan. You go there. Govind Devji deity is there in Jaipur. Gopinath ji is there also in Jaipur. These deities are carved by Vajranab. So deities are real. So the person who carved them, got them carved, he is also real. He is great grandson of Krishna, Vajranab. There is historical reference. So Krishna is a real personality, but divine personality. So this Madan Mohan deity, one of the deities, was being carried by Sanatan Goswami, who was staying under different trees. He was moving around, sannyasi, writing books and like that. And he would hang the deity of Madan Mohan on a tree, and then he would describe the Vedic literatures, write them, compile them, chant his names. In this way, he would do his work. And then whatever little things he needs to eat, those things he would offer to Madan Mohanji. So one day Madan Mohanji told the deity, which appears like a stone, Sanatan, every day you are giving me dry chapatis, please give me little salt also. So Madan Mohanji, simple request. So Sanatan Goswami told, my dear Lord, I have got so much of seva to do. I have to write all these books. Today you are asking me salt, tomorrow you will ask ghee. I am a sannyasi. How will I arrange all these things? So please be satisfied with that. So this is called spontaneous love. You need not observe many standards, having a nice throne, chamar, vyanjan and peacock fan, all these things. You hang Krishna on a tree, hang on your neck, offer him dry chapati, not very delicious food stuff. Krishna is satisfied by pure love. No rules and regulations. So Krishna can be worshipped on this spontaneous platform. So by formal worship, eat jaya, it is being mentioned here. By following rules and regulations and this thing, you can see other form, but you cannot approach Krishna, two-handed form. That is only by rules and regulations one can approach Narayan, four-handed form. But without, when a person reaches spontaneous platform, only then. So all these words are very important. You notice eat jaya, this word has been added to see this two-handed form of Krishna. Cannot be seen even by formal worship. With great love, spontaneous love worship, temple worship is important, but with great love, spontaneous love, it has to be done. Now let us see the final verses. Bhaktya tvanyaya shakya aham evam vidhorjuna gyatam drashtum cha tatvena praveshtum cha parantapa. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. So here Krishna has told, Bhaktya tu ananyaya shakya. So by not formality, your mind is somewhere and you are offering the lamp and this thing with great love. So deity worship is very important. We should do every day, but we should do it with great attention and with great love. Bhaktya tu ananyaya. Without any ulterior motive, only then Krishna can be known. So it does not mean, please do not neglect all these things. Okay, tomorrow onwards, I will not read Bhagavad Gita. I will not read Vedas. I will not engage in tapasya. I will not give any charity. No, these things have to be done. But we have to do these things with great love. Just like we spend money out of love for our family members. So in that love, we should try to spend for Krishna. We have to read Vedas for the pleasure of Krishna, to understand Krishna, so that I can serve Krishna very nicely. Tapasya should be done also only for the service of Krishna, not for any other ulterior motive, that I have this personal agenda, so no, not for that. So all these things we have to execute for the service of Krishna under direction of spiritual master. So now this last verse of this chapter, this is called the essence of Bhagavad Gita. So please hear very carefully all the words which are very, very important. Mat karma krin mat paramo mad bhakta sanga varjitaha nirvaira sarva bhuteshu yassamameti pandava. My dear Arjuna, one who is engaged in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of previous activities and from mental speculation, who is friendly to every living entity, certainly comes to me. So Krishna is telling, Mat karma krin, mat parmo. So what is the essence of Bhagavad Gita? Mat karma krin. One should do karmas for Krishna's service, Krishna karma. As we have discussed, whatever skills we have got, we have to use it for Krishna. We want to make skyscrapers, make a skyscraper temple for Krishna so that everybody can come and participate in the service of Lord. We want to do business, do nice business for the benefit of Krishna. You have no skills, you can just cook very nice things for Krishna. Same perfection and pleasure can be achieved. So nowadays people are suffering because they think by engaging only in a particular way, I'll be happy. Only if I enter the topmost institute of the country, in the topmost government position, in the topmost corporate position, then I will be happy in my life. This is complete misconception. Our happiness is related to, it is directly proportional to how much we are pleasing God. That's it. This is the relationship. Yatha taror mool nisheshanena tripyanti tatra skand bhujopa shakha. If these fingers feed any other mouth, apart from this one, fingers will not get nourishment. So we have to understand our relationship with the Supreme. So we are part and parcel of Supreme. Only when we serve the Supreme, we will get nourishment, the happiness which we are seeking. So we need not change our position. That Krishna will stress again in the 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Sve sve karmani abhirataha. In one's own occupation. Sam siddhim labhate naraha. Siddhi means perfection. Sam siddhi means topmost perfection. So it is so simple and so nice. We need not worry. And I don't have the skills, but I am somehow struggling. We need not worry. Whatever skills we have or we don't have, to our capacity, Patram Pusham, Krishna is telling, offer me water, offer me leaf, I'll be satisfied with that. Mat karmikrin, what is required is engagement in the service of Krishna. Cooking, cook for Krishna. Cleaning, clean for Krishna. You cannot do anything, you can simply use your tongue, chant the names of Krishna, sing for Krishna, spread the message of Krishna, preach, explain to others. So just we have to do Mat karmikrin, and we can experience this. It is practical. So I request all of you. So now by Krishna's grace, there are so many opportunities, so many places where practically devotees can come and under proper guidance, they can engage in the service of Krishna. So please try to see that practically in your life. Automatically, there is no need to argue when there is some practical thing available. The taste of pudding is in eating it. So you taste it and then you will realize automatically. Then all the debates will get silenced. There would be no need. Mat karma krin. The success is whatever skills we have got, orientation we have got, we should serve Krishna in that capacity. So don't take stress, don't take anxiety. Just try to implement this thing. And then Mat paramo. Now I am engaged in service of Krishna for what? So that I can continue my material happiness here. So that Krishna makes me successful in my some sense gratification here. We will have sense satisfaction automatically. Senses will not demand any separate satisfaction. They will always be satiated. But service of Krishna should only be Mat Parmo, for Krishna. So association of Krishna in the spiritual world is the topmost aim for the spiritualist. So Krishna should be made the ultimate aim of all the activities. So one should engage in the service of Krishna so that only a person can attain, go and live with God personally. And this was very well known to people, especially in this Aryavarta, where people were following Sanatan Dharma. That is why the snakes and ladders, it is called Mokshapati in Sanskrit. Mokshapati means ultimately you have to attain moksha, freedom from this birth and death. That was known to people. And it was called Vaikuntha Palli, how to reach Vaikuntha. Vaikuntha means the place where there is no anxiety. And thus Lord Vishnu is called Venkateshwar, that is from Vaikunteshwar, Lord of Vaikuntha. So one has to ultimately reach the association of Lord Vaikunteshwar, Venkateshwar in the Vaikuntha, Vaikuntha Palli. So the ladders, they are virtues, tapasya, dan, swadhyay, yajna, And the snakes, they represent vices: lust, anger, greed, deceit, falsity, adultery, intoxication, all these things. So child also knows these things have to be avoided. This is where if you do tapasya, then the ladder will take you to certain planet. If you do another tapasya, charity, it will take you to some different result. So the child knows everything, the laws of karma. If I do this activity, the result is that. I go to this planet, and ultimately the result is Vaikuntha. I have to go. So mat parmo, attaining my association, I should be the aim of life, of all the activities that you are doing. Mad bhakta sangha varjita, thus you have to engage in my service, and sangha varjita, avoid the association of non-devotees. So non-devotees having a consciousness, if we associate with them intimately, then we will pick up their qualities. So just like it is very practical, we see now also children are always being cautioned by their parents. Don't associate with bad children, those who are not studious, those who are not having good manners, those who are into bad habits. Do not associate with them. So in a similar fashion, those people who are completely unaware of the aim of life, they are into bad habits, sense gratification and other addictions. The whole world is actually addicted. So this sense enjoyment which we have made the aim of life, it is nothing but addiction. It is not required, but we artificially keep on increasing our dependence on the resources which is not required in the first place. So if we associate with people who are addicted to unnecessary enjoyment, that is not recommended. So Sangha Varjita is very important. So now by Krishna's grace, we have so many devotees. We should try to live in the community of devotees and socialize only with the devotees. This is important. Yes, we should be very respectful to everyone because Lord is present in the heart of everyone. We should not be disrespectful even to the animals. Maintaining very good behavior, one should avoid because they are having disease. Even our family member, we quarantine them if they get diseased, right? We care for them, but if we approach them too closer, we'll also get diseased. So for the time being, let us maintain some distance, take care of them with some distance. So we do preach them, do try to help them to come out. We should try to do that, as we will see Krishna mentions that, but we don't intimately mix with them. We intimately mix only with the devotees. Nirvaira sarva bhuteshu. Then one should be friendly to all living entities. Nirvaira. Vaira means enmity. Nirvaira means no enmity, friendly. What is the meaning of friendly? Not just formality, I'm your friend. Real friend means who goes and helps the friend in distress. So the whole world is in distress. It is told in Srimad Bhagavatam, the greatest calamity that can happen to a person, the greatest loss that can happen to a person is not losing one's life. We think if life is lost, everything is lost. No, because we know we will take another body, it's just changing of dress. So one should not cry for death. The greatest loss is not loss of wealth, is not loss of anything. But it mentions the greatest loss is forgetting the lotus feet of Krishna for one moment. Because we do not relish the nectar which devotees enjoy on spiritual platform when they are completely pure, when their heart is cleansed completely of lust and greed. Like the gopis, they are cursing that Brahma does not know how to make the bodies. Why he has made eyes to blink? Because when we blink the eyes, we close for a fraction of moment and then we miss the sight of Krishna and we curse. Why these eyes need blinking? So they cannot tolerate missing Krishna's vision even for the fraction of moment, for the blink of an eye. This much pleasure devotees derive when they behold the beautiful form of Krishna through their eyes or within their heart. So forgetting the lotus feet of Krishna for one moment is the biggest loss, they are telling him. So people are so much suffering every moment. They are being harassed because they cannot think of lotus feet of Krishna always. And obviously the basic miseries are there. Death is there, repeated death, old age, disease. And because of ignorance, we have created so much unwanted stress in our life. So Nirvaira means we should preach Krishna consciousness. Give them these simple instructions. Mat karma krin, please engage in the service of Krishna. Mat parmo, make Krishna the ultimate aim of life. Satatam kirtayantu mam, always chant Krishna's name. So these simple teachings we can spread to others. There is no loss. Why don't you try this, please? Please try this thing and you'll see that it is very sublime. Nirvaira sarva bhuteshu yas samameti pandava. certainly such a person comes to me, Mam Eti, he will come to my abode. So it is important to engage in service of Krishna. So this is very practical, it is not some theory. So if we do not have knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, we'll see, oh, wonderful philosophy, but then we do not know how to apply it. But here it is very simple. Mat karma krin, engage in service of Krishna. Mat parmo, make going back to live with Krishna, ultimate aim of life. Mad bhakta, thus engage in his devotional service. Sangha varjitaha, avoid bad association who are non-devotees, no idea about aim of life. Nirvaira sarva bhuteshu, you have to work for the welfare, act in a friendly manner for all living entities. Thus spreading Krishna consciousness is must for going back to Godhead. One has to act for the welfare of others. Gyanis and yogis, they don't do welfare. They go and sit in the Himalayas, they will read the Vedas, Vedanta, disregard entire material world as illusion. They will not help others. But helping others is very important. So one who helps others, nirvaira sarva bhuteshu, yas samameti pandava, he will come to you. So please just read this again and meditate how we can implement in this life. And we are always there to guide how this can be practically implemented in life. And then within this human body only, when this body is purified by executing this, there is unlimited bliss always within the heart. So this was the crux of this chapter. We have seen that the two-handed form of Krishna, which was shown to Arjuna, that is the topmost, that is most confidential. And from that form expands Narayan form, from that expands the universal form. And further, now as some people, impersonalists, they tell that this universal form is supreme, that has been very, very clear, but still there can be some lingering doubt whether that impersonal path is better or this devotional path is better. So now directly, very, very clearly, Arjuna puts forth this question. Always there has been this debate, impersonalism versus personalism. So if you have read Bhagavad Gita very carefully, we would have come to the right conclusion. Still, if there is some lingering doubt, that will be cleared now. Arjuna is putting forth now direct question. Arjuna, who is supreme? One who worships impersonal form, your energy which is spread everywhere, or the devotee who always worships your personal form? The answer will be given in the next chapter. Very nice, important chapter, devotional service. So thank you so much for hearing till now. I request, just never forget this fundamental principle, to always chant the holy names of Krishna and never forget him. We'll meet very soon. Hare Krishna. Arjuna uvacha evam satata yukta ye bhaktastvam paryupasate ye chapyaksharam avyaktam tesham ke yoga vittamah. Arjuna inquired, which is considered to be more perfect, those who are properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahma, the unmanifested? So it's a direct question. Arjuna is attached to the personal form of God. He has been playing with that two-handed form, and when he saw universal form in the previous chapter, his position as a very intimate devotee of Lord Krishna got disturbed, and he started offering respects on all sides. So Arjuna has always been attached to the two-handed form only, which he requested, Lord Krishna, I am afraid, my mind is bewildered seeing this form, kindly show your original form. But there has also been a class of transcendentalists who worship the impersonal energy, which is also one feature of Krishna. That impersonal energy is situated on the personality of God, but some people tell no, energy is the absolute and the forms are secondary. So Arjuna wants to have his position very clear here. I am attached to your personal form, but please tell me decisively which is better, worshipping the energy or worshipping your form, which I am attached to. So you can see also the words very clearly. Satata yukta ye bhaktas tvam paryupasate. Whether bhakta, your devotee is better, who is satat means always, devotee has no other business. but always he is engaged in the service of Krishna. Whereas other class of transcendentalists, what do? Aksharam avyaktam. Avyak means which is unmanifest. Aksharam, which cannot be described, cannot be captured by the senses. So which among the two is better? So let's see what Lord Krishna replies. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Maya Veshya Mano Ye Mam Nitya Yukta Upasate Shraddhaya Parayopetas Te Me Yukta Tamamatah. The blessed Lord said, he whose mind is fixed on my personal form, always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith, is considered by me to be most perfect. So just see, it cannot be more clearer than this. Mai aveshyam mano yamam, mai aveshyata chetasam. These words Lord Krishna is using very, very regularly in the Bhagavad Gita. Whose mind is mai aveshya, attached to me. Nitya yukta upasate, always he is engaged in upasana, worshipping me. So this is Lord Krishna's verdict. Shraddhaya parayopeta, with great faith, one who is a bhakta, devotee, he is best according to Krishna. Ye tvaksharam anirdeshyam avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gam achintyam cha kutastham achalam dhruvam sanniyam yendriyagramam sarvatra samabuddhayah te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhuta hite ratah. Lord Krishna explains, tu means but. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading inconceivable, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. So both ways are ultimately going to Krishna. One path is direct, another path is indirect. In this path, what a person is supposed to do? Aksharam anirdeshyam avyaktam paryupasate. So this feature is aksharam. It is beyond the perceptions, unmanifested, avyaktam. And if you want to advance on this path, then Sanniyam yendriya gramam. First of all, the indriya senses have to be controlled perfectly. So perfectly that all the sensual activity should be completely stopped. Just like a child is completely absorbed in a virtual game, a computer game. He cannot perceive reality unless he stops playing the game, because his senses are engaged over there. In a similar fashion, as long as our senses are engaged in this illusory world, one cannot perceive reality. One cannot understand the existence of spirit or the super spirit, super soul. So when all the actions of the senses are stopped, one stops hearing all the voices outside, hears Omkar from within, and one tries to search the super soul within himself, stop seeing all the external forms, stop talking, stop eating, all the sensual activity should be stopped. That's a very difficult task. Can we imagine a person who is not doing any sensual activity, not eating, not sleeping, not talking? Yes. Even though it is tough, but this stage has to be achieved. And once the sensual activities are stopped, one can understand the presence of super soul which is present everywhere. That is reality. Super soul is reality. These forms are illusion. The same matter. Food which we have eaten, it has got deposited here in our body. Now our body has got certain form. This form is not ours. We are the souls within the body. These forms keep on changing. We had childhood form, young form, old form. Then next life we can take animal form or demigod form, tree form. So these forms are not reality. Reality is spirit. So activities on this illusory platform should be stopped. Then one can understand the presence of super soul, soul everywhere. Sanniyam yendriya gramam Sarvatra sama buddhaya, and then one becomes equally disposed to all the living entities. Sarvatra sama buddhaya. Because he stops seeing the outward dresses, tiger, lion, cat, dog, plants, vegetables. He just sees the spirit soul inside, accompanied by the super soul. Te prapnuvanti mameva, they also attain me sarvabhuta hite rataha. And also they have to, sarvabhuta hite rata means they are engaged in the welfare work of all the living entities. So some people tell, so-called spiritualists, it is very dangerous now, so many cults have popped up. And they tell, actually, spirit is completely different from body. That we also agree, that is fact. But they tell spiritual activities are different from bodily activities. You can eat meat very nicely and then you can advance in spiritual life also. Because eating is for the body, spiritual life, meditation is for spirit. Yes, that is fact. Matter is different from spirit. But now we are conditioned by this body. You can ask such people who tell you eat everything, you can do anything, and at the same time you can advance in spiritual life. No, complete regulation of mind and body is required because now we are conditioned by our mind and body. That is why the spirit soul is same in the dog's body and in our body also. Why dog cannot make spiritual advancement on its own? Because the body is not suitable. So now we are conditioned by this body. So such spiritualists, do they get affected if they touch fire? Yes. So can we tell them you sit on fire and do meditation? No, we have to be cautious. Similarly, don't they eat anything? They get affected by hunger pangs? Yes. So we are getting affected by this body. As long as we are getting affected by the body, we have to discriminate. But there is a class of very advanced spiritualists who are called avadhutas, who have completely realized that I am different from the body. They can do anything and everything on the external platform. But this is very high, very elevated platform. Just like the example is given among the associates of Lord Chaitanya. So many were there on that platform. 3 days they would stay within water. We will die if we stay more than a couple of minutes underwater. But they would remain completely absorbed in samadhi, meditating on Radha Krishna. And within the water, after 3 days, they would come out, they would start dancing, completely unaware of what has happened. They are called avadhutas. So unless somebody is so much advanced that bodily changes are not affecting him, Prahlad Maharaj, you give him poison, he took poison and then poison turned nectar, no effect on the body. So till that stage is attained, one has to consider, one has to follow the rules and regulations, one must have a sattvic conduct in one's life. So you cannot eat meat. Sarva bhuta hite rata. One has to be engaged in the welfare of all the living entities. The same spirit soul is in the body of a goat, hen or XYZ. Why we are discriminating? So that is not proper conduct. One has to see equally. Sarvatra sama buddhaya. All the living entities on same platform irrespective of the body. And one must engage in the welfare of all the living entities. In this way, when the senses are under control, they are following rules and regulations, seeing everyone on equal platform, te prapnuvanti mameva, they also at last attain me. So although both will attain Krishna, one is a very short process. In this life, you can be successful. In another indirect process of worshipping the impersonal Brahm, it will take, as Krishna has mentioned previously, Bahunam Janmanam Ante Gyanman Mam Prapadyante. Bahunam Janmanam, many births it takes. And then when they are sufficiently purified, when they come across a pure devotee, by his association they can advance in devotional service. Like the 4 sons of Brahma, 4 Kumaras, Chatusanas, they took many births to attain perfection. But Dhruv Maharaj, who took to devotional service, he attained perfection within 6 months. So one is direct process, but another is indirect. But if they stick to their process, they also will attain Krishna in the end. So Lord Krishna is telling the first process is best because this takes a very long time, and another reason Lord Krishna mentions here. Kleshodhikatarastesham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta hi gatir dukkham dehavadbhir avapyate. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. So there are two classes as we have discussed, Jnanis and Bhaktas. The Jnana yogis usually they worship the impersonal form of the Supreme. They worship the energy. They try to meditate on the energy. And the Bhaktas, they meditate on the personal form of the Lord. So the path of spiritual advancement will be very, very troublesome for those who have got attached to avyakta, unmanifest energy of the Supreme Lord. Klesho adhikatarastesham avyakt asakta chetasam avyakta hi gatir dukkham. So their complete path is miserable, Lord Krishna is telling here. To make progress in that discipline is dehavadbhir avapyate. For those who are embodied, it's very difficult for them to follow. So first of all, it is very difficult to understand this impersonal feature. Energy which is spread everywhere without any discrimination, whatever we are seeing, it is only Brahma. And understanding the non-perceptual feelings, getting attached to some impersonal energy is so difficult. We get attached to people, personalities very easily. So thus, when you see God's form standing in the temple, which is another incarnation, he is God only, who has taken the form of wood or stone XYZ. They are authorized forms. The example given is crude example, that of letterbox. If you put letter in a post office, now of course we don't put letters like that. Earlier when we are putting the inland letters, hard copies, then either you go to the post office or you go to a letterbox. The end result is same. The letterbox, that red box, is acting in exactly the same fashion. It is acting like a post office. That is authorized. If somebody thinks, oh, let me also make a form which looks like red and I'll paint it like that and put letter over there, that will not go. It will not work because that is not authorized. Similarly, the Archa Vigraha, the forms of the Lord which are carved out of stone or wood or glass, sand, all these are authorized if they are done as per the scriptures under guidance of pure devotee. And if a person worships them, it is exactly as worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is no difference. So if we worship such forms present in the temple and we get attached to them, it is natural. Getting attached to a person is very natural for us. But getting attached to some energy, it is so difficult. That is why they sometimes imagine the forms of Krishna, Lord Shiva, Goddess Durga, Lord Ganpati, Sun God. They tell you can imagine any form, ultimately the truth is energy only, but you cannot attach yourself to energy. And unless attachment is there for the Supreme Spirit, you cannot make spiritual advancement, you will get attached to matter. So in order to facilitate such attachment to energy, you imagine any form, and once you are attached to that form, you are on spiritual platform, you understand you are not the body, then you give up meditation on that form also, because anyway that is illusory. So thus sometimes impersonalists also may sing bhajans and they may do kirtans and they may meditate upon the forms of Lord Krishna, Lord Rama, Lord Shiva, but their understanding is all these forms are also illusory, they are not real. So thus it is very, very troublesome. Either they will do such misrepresentations that these forms are illusory and try to do some stopgap arrangement till the time we get liberated, let us meditate on this form. Others, they try to meditate upon the impersonal features. So Krishna is telling, Kleshaha adhikatarastesham. Their path is very troublesome because they have to understand non-perceptual feelings, get attached to some energy, very tough. Over and above that, they have to artificially control the senses. The material activities of the senses should be stopped, but devotee, by engaging the senses in spiritual service of Krishna, automatically stops their material activities. So impersonalists, they have to stop eating completely. Go sit down in the jungle, reduce your eating. Like Dhruv Maharaj, he was taking some fruits and berries, then he was taking just dry leaves, then he was drinking just water once in a week, then he was just inhaling air, and then inhalation of air also he stopped finally. So if one is able to do that, it's very, very tough, very, very troublesome. Whereas devotee, he also stops his material eating, because whatever he is eating is prasadam, the food which is offered to Krishna, that is spiritual, and he eats as a matter of service. So that is why devotees don't tell, I am eating prasadam. We tell, I am honoring prasadam. Prasadam is another form of Krishna, spiritualized food. So I am honoring prasadam. When we eat, we say that. So thus devotee also controls the eating on material platform in a very simple way by spiritualizing one's eating. A devotee has tendency to fight, to control one's tendency is tough. So impersonalist has to stop the activities, but devotee will fight if fighting tendency is there, but he or she will fight for Krishna, like Arjuna is fighting here. In this way, Bhakti Yoga is very easy. Simply the activities are brought to spiritual platform. Activities need not be stopped. But if you have to tell you stop all the activities, such path is very troublesome. So such strict control of the senses, artificially repressing them, suppressing them, and thus it is very troublesome. And ultimately, because the truth is that Absolute is a person, and the impersonal feature is one of the aspects of that personality of Absolute Truth. So eventually you have to understand the personality, then a person cannot give up the impersonal understanding. So again it is troublesome. In this way, overall this path is very, very troublesome in the beginning and in the long run also. Ye tu sarvani karmani mai sanyasya matparah ananyenaiva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate teshamaham samuddharta mrityu sansara sagarat bhavamina chirat partha maya veshita chetasam. For one who worships me, giving up all his activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, who has fixed his mind upon me, O son of Pritha, for him I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Sarvani karmani mai sanyasya matparaha. So Krishna now is giving contrast from the previous process, which is so much full of troubles. So this other class of transcendentalists, what do? Sarvani karmani mai sanyasya. They give up the activities, but they give up the activities for Krishna. Not simply giving up and not doing any activity, no. So real sannyas means giving up the activities for Krishna or unto Krishna. As Krishna tells, so they will act. This is called Mai Sarvani Karmani Mai Sanyasya Mat Paraha. They are attached to Krishna, attached to me. Mat Paraha. So those who give up their activities unto me, they are attached to me. Ananyanaiva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate. Without any deviation, they are always thinking of Krishna. Dhyayanta. Always they are meditating on Krishna in all the activities that they do. Tesham aham samuddharta mrityu sansara sagarat. This world is called Mrityu Sansar. Sansriti means repeated birth and death. So here repeated birth and death happens in this world. This is ocean of miseries. So from the ocean, unless a person is airlifted, even the best of the swimmers cannot cross. Similarly, we have fallen in this ocean of death. So Krishna is the swift deliverer for his devotees, whose minds are attached to Krishna. They work only for the satisfaction of Krishna. In the other process, they have to make this body, mind very perfect, suitable, so that they can transfer themselves to any location that they desire. But a devotee doesn't have to wait to reach such perfection. Even if a devotee does not know how to transfer the soul among the chakras and raise it to the head, and then from the Brahmarandra, it is busted here, the top of the head, and the soul reaches the desired location in the spiritual world. So devotee need not wait for that process which yogis follow, because Krishna is the swift deliverer. So is it not the better process? Tesham aham samuddharta mrityu sansara sagarat. Aham samuddharta. I am the swift deliverer. In other process, Gyan Yog, Dhyan Yog, they depend upon their own prowess, their own physical mental capacity. But here devotee doesn't have to wait to develop the capacity. So if the capacity is there, that is very good. If they know the art, If they does not know, it does not matter because Krishna will deliver them. So this is the best process. When Krishna takes charge, when Krishna is willing to take anybody, who can stop, because he is the topmost power. So thus this is the best process as Lord Krishna has recommended. Bhavami na chirat partha. So in the previous process we have seen bahunam janmana mante, it takes many births. And here chirat means long time, na chirat means not long, very short time. Bhavami na chirat partha. Gyan yogis will take many births, and a bhakti yogi will not take long. Very shortly I will deliver him. So the only condition Lord Krishna is mentioning is Maya Veshita Chetasam, Maya Veshe Manoyamam. Mind should be attached to Krishna. So thus one should always chant the holy names of Krishna, engage in service of Krishna under the guidance of his pure devotee spiritual master. This is the way of getting attachment for Krishna. Attachment for Krishna is a property of lovers of Krishna, his pure devotees. When they are pleased with anybody, they can immediately bestow this attachment upon such sincere disciples. So serving the lotus feet of such a spiritual master who is attached to Krishna is the secret for getting one's mind attached to Krishna. Otherwise, artificially, one can read the books, one can do anything, one can chant the names also. Such attachment will not develop. So it so happened that the great king, as I briefly mentioned before about Maharaj Bharat, who was ruler of the entire planet, and then he had to become deer. And from deer, when he took next birth, he understood my mistake was attachment to one deer cub, and thus, even though I was spiritually very advanced, I had to take birth as an animal. Ordinarily, those who follow the path of spiritual life, they get at least a human form. But I did such gross mistake that I had to take this animal form. But by Krishna's mercy, he was able to remember his past 2 births. So he behaved like a madman, Jad Bharat. And because he was behaving like a madman, some people would actually consider him less intelligent. So once a king was going on his palanquin and he needed one palanquin carrier. So he told his men to go and search out for a suitable healthy man who can carry the palanquin along with others. So then Jad Bharat was healthy and he was like a madman and he will not resist. And when they told you please come, he went along with them. And then they told him you carry the palanquin. He was completely dependent upon will of Lord, understanding everything happens by. Of course, we should not artificially imitate him. We should try to plan our day, protect ourselves. But very exalted souls who can perceive the presence of God in every activity, they can practice such absolute dependence. We should not artificially imitate. If we drink poison, we will die. But Prahlad Maharaj can drink poison. Mirabai can drink poison. It can happen with them. So we should understand our position and try not to drink poison. I am not so advanced. But Bharat Maharaj, Jad Bharat, he was very advanced. Whatever people will tell him to do, he will do. He will not rebel. Once the dacoits caught him and they wanted to sacrifice him in front of goddess Chandi, Kali, he agreed. Just like an animal, they were about to kill him. But then the deity of goddess Kali broke apart and Kali appeared and killed all the dacoits. Because ultimately she is also Vaishnavi, energy of Krishna. She could not tolerate that. So he was so much surrendered. You want to kill me? Okay. If Krishna wishes, I will die. Anyway, this is just a change of dress. And now I am serving Krishna, meditating on Krishna. If thinking of Krishna I die, my next life is also successful. But I repeat, unless we are on that platform, we should not imitate such activities. An ordinary devotee, other devotees, they understand this body also belongs to Krishna. I should try my level best to protect my body for the service of Krishna. So when he agreed to go to carry the palanquin, then he was a devotee ultimately. So while carrying the palanquin, he was jumping, hopping a bit, and the king was getting disturbed inside. So he scolded him once, twice, still Jad Bharat wasn't responding to his chastisement. Then finally king came down, he told, don't you realize that you are a palanquin carrier, you do not know how to do it, why you are hopping, jumping and giving disturbance to the king? And that he was doing because there were so many ants. So a devotee doesn't even want to kill an ant, because an ant or a human being or a demigod, he sees everyone on equal level. Why should I give trouble to my brother who is in different dress? And ant bodies are just a different and a small dress. But the soul is same, which is sitting inside. So that ants don't get trampled, he was hopping and jumping a bit. And then Bharat Maharaj, because anyway he was Paramhansa, most advanced spiritualist, he gave such instructions. Ultimately, kings were all very pious. All were approved by the Brahmanas. So he was also having some spiritual knowledge. So when he heard these statements of Jad Bharat, he understood, I have committed a great mistake. He is most advanced spiritualist. So he immediately fell at the feet, he begged pardon, and then he asked him, after offering so much glorification and prayers, please tell me, what is the secret of this consciousness, the consciousness which you are carrying, Krishna consciousness, always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna every moment. All the great transcendentalist sages, munis, they are hankering for this consciousness. This is the perfection of life. The Dhyan yogis, they have to sit in one place and somehow they are able to concentrate. Only the most advanced spiritualists, walking, talking, eating, sleeping, drinking, they are able to do this activity always. This perfectional platform. How you have attained this consciousness? Maya Veshya Manoye Mam, constant absorption in Krishna's thoughts. So then he spoke this beautiful shloka. He told, Rahu Ganaye Tat Tapasana Yati Na Chedyaya Nirvapanat Grahatva Na Chandasa Naiva Jalagni Suryair Vina Mahatpad Rajobhishekam. It means, Rahugana, O King Rahugan, his name was Rahugan. Rahugana Tat, this consciousness, tapasana yati, cannot be attained by tapasya. You do lot of tapasya, you stop eating, drinking, and you take all physical, mental discomforts. You cannot attain this consciousness by tapasya. Tapasana yati, by becoming sannyasi, you cannot do this. Na chejyaya nirvapanat grahadva, you leave your house or you do worship. Ijjaya, you keep on worshipping, but by worship also you will not attain this. Na chandasa, you read all the Vedas, Purana, scriptures very nicely. You become expert in following brahmacharya. You cannot attain this consciousness. Naiva jalagni suryair, jal agni surya. So this is unique tapasya in chilly winters, chilling temperatures. You keep yourself neck deep in water. Now we will die, of course, we should not practice that, but earlier people were having strong bodies and minds. So in such waters, pinching cold water, they would stand neck deep in it. And then when it is very, very hot, Jala Agni Surya, they will burn Agni all around, and then under hot sun they would sit in scorching Agni. So even if a person does all these kinds of very severe austerities, this consciousness cannot be attained. So by reading Vedas, you cannot attain brahmacharya, you cannot attain leaving your house, you cannot attain becoming sannyasi, you cannot attain. By doing any tapasya, you cannot attain worship, you cannot attain. Then what is left? So he told, Vina Mahatpad Rajobhishekam. Raj means dust. Mahatpad means the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees, pure devotees. Abhishekam means unless you smear yourself with the dust of the lotus feet of devotees. In other words, unless, yes, the dust of lotus feet of devotees is also powerful. That is why when we go to temples, we touch the steps and put on our heads. Some people do not know. Why am I doing this? I am doing this because I am putting the dust. All the devotees are passing over those steps and I am taking the dust of the steps of the devotees. Some very advanced devotees, pure devotees also would have passed. If their dust I take on my lotus feet, then I get spiritually advanced. And it also means following the rules and regulations very, very strictly, completely surrendering oneself. One can smear oneself with somebody's dust. It means one is completely surrendered, sold out to that person. So Vina Mahatpad Rajobhishekam, unless somebody is completely surrendered, he or she is very strictly following the rules and regulations of Mahatpad, of the lotus feet of great devotees, pure devotees. This consciousness cannot be attained. Same thing Prahlad Maharaj is telling. Prahlad Maharaj's status also was like this, so exalted. Snake bite, nothing happens. You throw him from mountain, nothing happens. You put him under the hailstorms, nothing happens. You attack him with deadly weapons, nothing happens. Hiranyakashipu did tapasya for hundreds of years and then he got such amazing powers, and this small 5-year-old child was able to defeat all his powers. So he's surprised, what is the source of your power? So thus Prahlad Maharaj also tells the same shloka, that this consciousness cannot be attained. Matir na Krishne parato swato va Krishnamati. He uses this word, Matir na Krishne. This Krishnamati cannot be attained by people who are very much attached to this material life. Nishkinchana nam na vranita yavat mahiyasam padarajo abhishekam. Same words he uses. Padarajo abhishekam mahiyasam. You have to take the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees. So Prahlad Maharaj was fortunate to come in association with Narad Muni, the incarnation of Bhakti Shakti of Krishna, the spiritual master of entire universe. So unless somebody comes in contact with such pure devotees and surrenders unto them, follows the rules and regulations, one study of the Vedas, one can read Bhagavad Gita very nicely, one can worship Lord in the temple very nicely, but it will not be effective unless these things are done under the guidance of pure devotee, unless one surrenders to a pure devotee. That is why Lord Krishna also told in the very beginning to Arjuna, getting this spiritual knowledge is the result of all the rituals that you follow. And to understand this knowledge, what you have to do is chapter 4, verse number 34. Tad viddhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya tattvadarshina. You have to surrender to Tattvadarshi, render service unto him, surrender unto him, and ask questions. So approaching Tattvadarshis, pure devotees, Mahatpad Rajobhishekam is the common factor everywhere and the only factor. Then everything becomes effective. Then our study of Vedas, our tapasya, our worship, everything becomes, our chanting, it becomes fruitful. So ultimately a person has to reach this platform. And this Lord Krishna also will explain in the 13th chapter. Acharya Upasanam, worshipping the Acharya, pure devotee, yo mad bhakta same priyaha, such devotee who is very dear to me, worshipping him. This is very important element of knowledge. So this condition should be met always. Maya veshe manoyamam. Mind should be completely absorbed in Krishna. And Krishna tells, Tesham am samuddharta. To those who are always thinking of me in all the activities, their activities dedicated just to me, I will deliver them very soon from this ocean of birth and death. Now Lord Krishna starts describing the yoga ladder, the topmost platform of yoga. Then after that, if you cannot do that, you cannot even do that, what is the next level, fourth rung, like this? Very clearly Lord Krishna will be mentioning. So all our doubts, which path is better, which is best, which is subordinate, it will be very, very clear now. So please hear carefully. Mayeva mana adhatsva Mayi buddhim niveshaya Nivasishyasi mayeva Ata urdhvam na sanshayaha. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always without a doubt. So here Krishna is mentioning, Mai eva man adhatsva mai buddhim niveshaya. If mind and intelligence are absorbed in Krishna, then a person is living in Krishna, a person is living in the spiritual world. Even though his body may appear to be acting on the material platform, but that person is completely liberated on spiritual platform. This is called Jivan Mukta stage. As a sleeping person appears to be present here in this world, but he's completely unaware. He might be having some pain in the body, some fever, some other problem, but he's completely unaware, aloof. He's not troubled by the physical troubles. He's on subtle plane when he's sleeping or dreaming. In a similar fashion, even though the body is visible and visibly eating, sleeping, acting in this world, but such a person, Maya veshe manoyam, Mayeva mana adhatsva, whose mind is absorbed in Krishna and intelligence also, such a person, Lord Krishna is explaining here, Nivasishyasi Mayeva, he is living in me only, he is living on the spiritual world. Physical pangs, material pangs do not affect him anymore. So this is the perfection. This is what Lord Krishna is recommending to Arjuna. Absorb your mind and intelligence in me. There is no doubt about it. Now, this is not easy. How much we are able to think of Krishna, we are getting disturbed by the external changes. So Lord Krishna tells, if you cannot do this, constant absorption in my thoughts, then Ath chittam samadhatum न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो मामिच्छाप्तुं धनञ्जय. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulated principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, you will develop a desire to attain to me. Na shaknoshi mai sthiram. You cannot do this. Then what you should do? Abhyasa yogena tato. You practice the regulated principles of this yoga, Bhakti Yoga. Then what will happen? Mam ichhatum dhananjaya. Now we may not even desire to attain Krishna consciousness, to think of Krishna always. So by following the rules and regulations of Bhakti Yoga, intense desire to have attraction for Krishna, to engage in Krishna service will awaken in the heart. And then by doing that, person will be able to absorb oneself in the thoughts of Krishna. So topmost is always absorption in thoughts of Krishna. Second is regulated principles of Bhakti Yoga. Now, one may tell, I cannot even do this. Regulated principles, getting up early in the morning, chanting the names of Krishna, offering him arti, giving him something to eat, and dressing him, and observing fasts on certain days. Like this, many rules and regulations are there. I cannot follow even that. That is somehow troublesome. Then Lord Krishna, he is very merciful. He tells, Abhyasepya samarthosi mat karma paramo bhava madartham api karmani kurvan siddhim avapsyasi. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. Madartham api karmani. So one cannot do this chanting or sankirtan or worshipping Lord early in the morning, fasting, so many other things. Then engaging oneself in the service of Krishna is what is recommended here. Madartham, for my sake, api karmani, kurvan siddhim avapsyasi. If you do this, then you will also come to the perfect stage. Gradually, you will be able to follow the rules and regulations, and then eventually your mind will become fixed on me. So how to work for Krishna? This we have seen in the last verse of 11th chapter also. Mat karma krin, mat parmo, mat bhakta, sanga varjita, mat karma krin, Krishna karma. So what is Krishna karma? Krishna has this karma of spreading this knowledge. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata. When people forget the path of religion, righteousness, the right path of attaining love of God, going back to God, then I come here to give this knowledge. So spreading this knowledge is Krishna's work. And to spread this knowledge, we need everything. We need organization. We need so many resources, financial resources. So if one has money, one can contribute money to such an end. If one has got any skills, one knows the art of civil engineering, you can please come and render services by constructing the establishment for Krishna. If you have your other skills, I am very expert floor cleaner. Come and clean, sweep the floor of Krishna. That is also Krishna karma. I do not know much. I just grow vegetables. Then grow vegetables for Krishna, bring and offer them to Krishna. Whatever activities you are doing, I just know how to cook for Krishna, Krishna karma. One should do work for Krishna. All one's skills can be used for Krishna. So those skills, if used for Krishna, then that also brings a person to spiritual perfection. This is third level after that. Now I cannot even do that because of ignorance. I do not know that I have to do it. Or sometimes a person may have different affiliation to different faith, or there could be restrictions of family, society, distance, geography. Then how one is able to do if it is not possible? Then Lord Krishna mentions, Athaetad apya shaktosi kartum madyogamashritah sarva karma phalatyagam tatah kuru yatatmavan. If, however, you are unable to work in this consciousness, then try to add giving up all results of your work and try to be self-situated. You cannot do this, just give up the results of your work. That is very important. So, if one does not know that the aim of life is Krishna, absolute truth is Krishna, the work should be done for him, the result of the work should be offered to him, then other activities are recommended here. Because it needs elevation in consciousness to know that. So what are other activities? Then philanthropic activities, working for social interest, national interest, and general welfare, physical welfare, although that is not very high form of service, because service should be eternal, it should be giving permanent relief to people. But if such knowledge is not there, that is also recommended. Feeding people, giving support to people in the form of finances or infrastructure or XYZ, old age homes, hospitals, educational institutions, teaching some skills, helping people in general. So these are also recommended. Such activities when performed nicely, but one should know how to work for others. One should learn to give up the results of activities. This is bare minimum that one has to do for spiritual advancement. Now in between also there are few steps. What are those? Lord Krishna explains. Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasaj jnanad dhyanam vishishyate dhyanat karma phalat tyagas tyagat shantiranantaram. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action, for by such renunciation one can attain peace of mind. So this could be little confusing if you compare with the previous verses. So I'll explain what does it mean. Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasat. From the practice of giving up the results of one's activity, what Lord Krishna just mentioned is jnanam, cultivating knowledge. But unless a person gives up the results of the activities for others, so minimum 50% should be given up for others, as I've told before also. This is the formula. So this is practical thing. Ideal is one should just keep body and soul together. That was what Brahmanas were doing. They will not save one grain for the next day. Just they will somehow arrange maintenance for that day, and they practice dependence on the Supreme Lord. Brahmanas will not save anything at all. Just they will keep body and soul together. But it may not be practical for everyone. So God gives very practical instructions. If we are thinking that something is written which is very difficult to understand, not practical, that means we might not be understanding from the right source or not under proper guidance. The knowledge mentioned in Vedas is there to be understood and to be implemented. So under proper guidance, in proper source, it should be understood and implemented. So one has to act in this consciousness. One must give up the results of one's activities. But because God is practical, He tells, not everyone can be expected to become Brahmana immediately and just live by keeping body and soul together. That is why others, they have this formula of using 50% minimum for Krishna service. 25% of wealth should be kept for emergency purpose, because in household there could be emergencies. And in 25% of the income, one should be able to meet his expenses, regular expenses. So our living standard should never exceed more than 25% of income. 25% is bank reserve and 50% should be used for Krishna. This is practical. And ideal, you can aspire to reach a stage where you are just living by keeping body and soul together. Rest everything is going for Krishna. Now this 50% also could be tough. So you can start with minimum 30% or 20% or at least 10% or whatever is possible for you. You are in great financial crunch. At least give $1, one rupee for Krishna. Start with that minimum. But something we should start, we should fix it, and gradually we can aspire to reach more and more and reach this recommended of minimum 50%. So this should be done for Krishna by giving the results of one's activities. Even if one gives for general welfare work, which is the first rung of this yoga ladder, then one's intelligence and mind becomes purified. Then one can understand the spiritual subject matter. That is why it is told, Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasat. Better than this practice of giving up the results for general welfare work is jnanam, the path of knowledge. And higher than the path of knowledge is jnana dhyanam vishishyate. When a person advances in knowledge, then automatically one learns to meditate. So process of meditation is better than that of cultivating knowledge. Jnana dhyana vishishyate. And higher than meditation is dhyanat karma phalat tyagas. So one may ask, what is this? Better than karma phal tyag is gyan, better than gyan is dhyan, and better than dhyan is again karma phal tyag? No. These karma phal tyagas are different. Giving up the results for general people and giving up the results for Krishna. So better than meditation is giving up the results for Krishna. So you can just imagine, dhyan and gyan are so tough. One has to give up the family life, do such great tapasya. Brahmacharya is must. Strong celibacy in mind, body and deed. And then we just understood the process of Ashtanga Yoga, Dhyana. It is so difficult sitting in one place without any motion, without eating, sleeping, stopping, all that. So difficult. But higher than that, more powerful than that is Karma Phalat Tyagat, giving up the results of activities for Krishna. So if one learns, somehow one gives the results of activities for Krishna, that is better than Dhyan Yoga also. This is the verdict here. You read here. Dhyanat karm phalat tyagas, tyaga shantir anantaram. One gets unlimited peace. So you can practice this. Give up the results for Krishna, and then you see shantir anantaram. We are looking for peace. Peace and war both are created by Krishna. Happiness and distress both are created by Krishna. To give up the results of activities for Krishna, practically you will experience anantaram shanti. Antar means interval. Without any interval, constant peace. One will be able to, even householders will be able to relish the consciousness of a sannyasi if they follow the practical principles of Bhakti Yoga and give up the results for Krishna, minimum 50%. Then consciousness of sannyasi, anantaram, the peace for which we were always hankering, we will find that peace. So here very beautifully Krishna has explained this yoga ladder. So the bottommost rung is engaging in one's duties. Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra was the Varnashrama system. Now whatever job, business, occupation we have, we can do that, but give up the results for general work if there is no higher sense. But if we can follow Gyan, then that is better. Understanding what is truth by reading the Vedas, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita. Higher than that is Dhyan, the process of meditation on the super soul within the heart. Higher than that is giving up the results for Krishna, Tyaga Shantir Anantaram. Higher than that is, Lord Krishna has mentioned, Madartham api Kaunteya, working for Krishna. So what is the difference between giving up the results of activities for Krishna and working for Krishna? So one does not exactly want to work for Krishna. Krishna is telling you do this activity. No, I am attached to that activity, but I will give the results to you. Just like one son is telling, no father, I don't want to work with you, but I will give you maintenance. I will give all my money to you, but I want to do this kind of job. I want to live away from you. So this is also better. At least he's supporting the family, supporting the father, parents. But a better, more obedient child would say, yes father, you will please tell me, what should I do? You want me to be here? I will be here with you, no problem. So that is higher stage. So giving up the results of Krishna means a person is attached to the results. He will enjoy and give up for Krishna also. But higher than that is working just for Krishna under the direction of Krishna. And higher than that is engaging in rules and regulations of Bhakti Yoga. Getting up early in the morning, Brahmurta, taking bath at least twice a day, and worshipping the Lord in the temple, chanting, doing kirtan, offering food to the Lord, regular reading of the scriptures. And higher than that, the topmost level is always the mind is absorbed in thoughts of Krishna, intelligence is absorbed in Krishna's service. All the limbs are completely engaged in service of Krishna. For one moment, a person does not forget Krishna. This is the topmost platform. So in this way, gradual elevation is sought in spiritual life. So very clearly, Krishna has explained this. This is called yoga ladder. Everything is yoga. So a person is expected to keep moving upwards. But when a person stucks at some level, then he is known by the respective rang. When has got stuck at the Gyan level, he is called Gyan Yogi. When has got stuck At dhyan level, he is called Dhyan Yogi. Otherwise, yogi means he should be progressive, should keep on moving upwards. And finally, he should reach Mai eva mana adhasva, Mai buddhim niveshaya, mind intelligence completely absorbed in Krishna. Adveshta sarvabhutanam, maitraha karuna evacha, nirmamo nirahankaraha, samadukha sukhakshami, santushta satatam yogi, yatatma drida nishchayaha, mayarpita mano buddhir, yo madbhaktas same priyaha. One who is not envious, but who is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor, who is free from false ego and equal both in happiness and distress, who is always satisfied and engaged in devotional service with determination, and whose mind and intelligence are in agreement with me, he is very dear to me. Now Krishna is explaining the position of this topmost yogi. Personalist devotee is better than impersonalist. Now what is his position? So Krishna is explaining Adveshta Sarva Bhutanam. He is not envious of anybody. As we discussed, we are all envious of each other. Even within the family there is enviousness. Oh, brother is earning more than me, sister is earning more than me. Sometimes there is envy. There is envy everywhere among the community members, neighbors, friends, relatives. We cannot see others advancing. That is why we all are working hard. We cannot see ourselves lagging behind. But a devotee does not fall for this mindless competition. I am eternal, this temporary competition. That too, this competition takes place in a society where there is envy, there is no love. So Adveshta, devotee is not part of this Dveshta, this enviousness. Maitraha Karuna Evacha. He is very, very friendly, very, very compassionate to all the living entities. Compassionate means he sees that everybody is suffering only because of lack of this knowledge. So he tries to spread this knowledge. This is the best means of showing compassion. Nirmamo nirahankaraha. He does not have any sense of mama, proprietorship, because nirahankaraha, he does not have ahankar, false ego that I am the body. So I am not the body, so this body belongs to Krishna. Anything which I have produced from my body, that also does not belong to me. My children don't belong to me. My property, wealth does not belong to me. Everything belongs to Krishna. So if neighbor's money is stolen, shall we get disturbed? Not at all. Similarly, such a person, whether he gets money, he loses money, is not at all disturbed. He is always equipoised. Of course, for the service of Krishna, he will try his level best to protect the body, to protect the money. But if it goes, despite our best efforts to save it for Krishna, that means it is Krishna's plan. So he is not disturbed at all. Cashier will try his level best to keep proper track of notes, count it, protect it from general people. If there is robbery in the bank, then what can be done? Cashier's job will be intact. He will not be scolded for that. So sometimes when Krishna plans it, things may be there, things may not be there. But devotee is always equipoised. That is why it is told, Sama Dukha Sukha Kshami. In Dukh and in Sukh, he is always Sama. He is always equipoised. Santushta Satatam Yogi. Such a person is always satisfied in every circumstances. Now we are taught never to remain satisfied. What is the civilization? One should learn the art of remaining satisfied in every circumstances. Whatever is happening outside, I am not affected by it. Yatatma Drida Nishchaya. Why is not affected by it? Because with great determination he is working just to advance in one's Krishna consciousness. Just like a child or a student who is writing examination. Sometimes it could be troublesome. It could be very hot there in the examination hall. The conditions may not be proper. The seating arrangement would not be most comfortable. But still he writes the exam. Because he is completely focused on the objective why one is here. One is not sitting in the exam hall to have a very luxurious sitting, to have the best of the air conditioners, to have best of the music inside. No, one is there to clear an examination. Similarly, we are here to clear the examination. One need not take many more births and deaths. One needs to become immortal in this human form of life. So one should be completely focused, Drida Nishchaya, with great endeavor one should advance on this path with great determination. So thus a devotee is always equipoised in happiness or in distress, because one understands nothing belongs to me, something is coming, something is going. I will do my level best, but then it is happening as per Krishna's plan. So he is equipoised. So this art of equanimity is very important. So these qualities we might feel why Krishna is repeating again. Every other chapter Krishna tells Santushta, always remain satisfied. Sama dukha sukha kshami. We have understood why again he is repeating. Because it is very important to develop these qualities. A materialistic society does not tell, they tell the other way around. Get disturbed in misery, become elated when you become successful, and remain dissatisfied so that you keep working hard. All these wrong concepts are being fed. So we have to develop these qualities, thus Krishna is repeating. And Mai arpit manobuddhir, mind, manobuddhir, Krishna is repeating. Use your intelligence not for arranging your material opulence. That will anyway come as per destiny, whatever is there. Don't worry about it. So use your intelligence, how I can engage more in the service of Krishna. And mana, mind also should be absorbed in me. Mind and intelligence should be absorbed in me. Yo mad bhaktaha, such a bhakta means devotee. Same priyaha, such a devotee is very dear to me. So now there is no doubt. Now we will see in every shloka Krishna is mentioning Yo mad bhakta same priya, such a bhakta is dear to me. Bhakti man me priyo naraha, such a devotee is very dear to me. So if somebody reads Bhagavad Gita, one cannot come to any other conclusion but Bhagavad Gita. It is so clear. Where is the question of anything else? But unfortunately, people have not read even one shloka or its explanation in the Bhagavad Gita. Or even if they read some other, they get misled. So many commentaries are there. They are not able to find the perfect Bhagavad Gita of disciplic succession. Otherwise, it is so clear, right? Can anybody interpret it? It is very clear from the verses, the word itself. Yasmano dvijate loko, lokano dvijate chayaha, harshamarsh bhayodvegair, mukto yasacha me priyaha. He for whom no one is put into difficulty, and who is not disturbed by anxiety, who is steady in happiness and distress, is very dear to me. So this is very important qualification of a devotee. Yasman no dvijate loko. One who is not cause of anxiety, dissatisfaction, fearfulness, disturbance for others is a devotee. And one who never comes into fearfulness, anxiety or disturbance by others. One does not disturb others and one is not disturbed by others. That is a devotee. So it is not that one has to arrange all the external circumstances to become free from anxiety, fear, depression, disturbance. No, one simply has to work upon oneself. We do not know this. We often think other people are responsible for miseries in my life. No, I am responsible because of my low consciousness. If I elevate myself in Krishna consciousness, then nobody will have any capacity to disturb me. And at the same time, the devotees are also not cause of disturbance, anxiety, fearfulness for others. So this important thing we have to keep in mind and we have to practice. Of course, we need not practice all these things separately. These qualities will develop automatically by practicing devotional service. But one must strive, one must aspire to attain these while practicing devotional service. Anapeksha shuchir daksha udasino gatavyathaha sarvarambha parityagi yo madbhaktas same priyaha. A devotee who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and who does not strive for some result, is very dear to me. Yo narishyati na dveshti, na shochati na kankshati, shubha shubha parityagi, bhaktiman yassame priyaha. One who neither grasps pleasure or grief, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things is very dear to me. So just see, every verse Krishna is mentioning, Bhaktiman yasame priya, Bhaktiman yasame priya. The devotee is dear to me. Bhakta teti vame priya. The devotee is dear to me. So Krishna very clearly wants to tell, Maya Veshimano Yemam Nitya Yukta Upasate, who is always Upasate, worshipping me, mind absorbed in me, attached to me. He is very dear to me. Devotee is very dear to me because he is having all these qualifications. So there is no doubt that only a devotee, bhakti yogi, is dear to Krishna, most dear to Krishna. Na rishyati na dveshti. Same qualifications of equanimity. Because he understands this material world is illusion. In illusion, there is no need of being happy or coming under stress. So na rishyati na dveshti, neither grasps pleasure or grief. Na shochati na kangshati, does not aspire for anything, does not lament for anything. Because he is thoroughly convinced presence or absence of anything does not make me happy or under stress. But presence or absence of Krishna consciousness makes me happy or in distress. One who has Krishna consciousness can remain happy despite all material odds. One who does not have Krishna consciousness cannot be happy despite all material comforts. So coming and going of material pleasures, pains, opulences or people does not impact him at all. So this is wrong education that you will be happy when you attain something. Thus everyone is working very hard to attain something. If they don't attain, they are in lamentation, shochati. And if they attain somehow, that happiness is also not satisfying to the heart. This is propaganda. That if you attain this, you'll be happy. Movies will do propaganda, they lived happily ever after. No one has lived happily ever after. It is not possible to live happily ever after. One can be happy only in Krishna consciousness. Unless the water is being poured on the root, leaf cannot be happy. So one cannot be happy without serving God and loving God. So propaganda, movies, they do happily ever after. And then people wonder, have I got into wrong marriage? Have I got a wrong person? Let me change the person. This is wrong. And all the other companies will tell, this is very nice job, there is job satisfaction. One thinks, let me change the job, I'll be happy. No sir, it is not possible. It is just propaganda. The coaching institutes will do propaganda. You crack this examination and then you see you are so happy, such name, fame, recognition. Those who have cracked such examinations, they see there is not much difference in life. Maybe I should do something more. It is just propaganda, just propaganda. So that is why who have attained all these top positions are not satisfied in their lives. So that is why devotee does not hanker for anything. He knows what is the use of hankering. I just need to keep my body and soul together and work to advance in Krishna consciousness. And if anything goes away, anyway, that is not cause of my distress. Na shochi, does not laments. Shubha Shubha Parityagi. We want to do good things and we want to avoid bad things. But devotee is willing to do all the bad things also if it is required to be done for Krishna. For bad things, usually a person has to suffer. So if one kills another living entity, one has to suffer. But here we see Arjuna became ready to kill everybody, anybody. We saw in the previous discourse how gopis, they gave the dust of their feet to be put on Krishna's head. One will go to hell if one puts the dust of one's feet on God's head. But gopis told, no, if Krishna becomes well, he comes out of his fever by taking this dust, let us go to hell and suffer. Let Krishna become well. So thus a devotee is willing to do anything inauspicious for Krishna and is willing to give up all auspiciousness also for Krishna. For him, Krishna's pleasure only matters. Thus, such an attitude when somebody possesses, Bhaktiman Same Priyaha, he becomes very dear to Krishna. Samashatrau cha mitre cha tatha manapamanayoh shitoshna sukha dukkheshu samasanga vivarjitah tulya nindastutir mauni santushto yena kenachit aniketas thirmatir bhaktiman me priyo naraha. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contamination, always silent and satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge and engaged in devotional service is very dear to me. So devotee is not enemy of even one's enemy, because one knows if any enemy is casting aspersions, trying to do something bad to me, that is a result of my own karma. There is no use of harboring any bad sentiments about even the people who act in a reverse way as per general perspective. For a devotee, everything is favorable. Somebody is creating physical mental troubles, it is good. One takes it as purification, as a means of detachment from material world. Material opulence somebody offers, he uses that for service of Krishna. So from devotee's perspective, everything is good. Just like Krishna told to Arjuna, Nimitta matram bhava savyasachin, become an instrument in the fight. Nobody is going to return back alive from this battle. Now if you want credit, then you become instrument. In a similar fashion, happiness and distress due to us will come to us. They are simply instruments. What is the use of being angry upon the instrument? That creates more karma, more bad karma. So thus a devotee does not take offense even from one's enemies. He is equipoised. Sama shatraucha mitrechas. In a same fashion, the friendly behavior is also as per the karma. So devotee is always equipoised for friends as well as enemies. Only in illusion somebody is perceived as friend, somebody. Just like in a drama, somebody will act as villain, somebody will act as hero. They could be friends outside in real life. So even starts believing that yes, if somebody is your opponent, like Arjuna is there, his opponents are there, one has to kill. But all these things should be done as a matter of duty, without thinking the other party is my enemy. So in a similar fashion, one needs to do duties very nicely. If one has got body of mother, then son's body should be taken care very nicely, daughter's body should be taken care of very nicely. But one should understand the son, daughter, mother is only temporary drama. As per the roles we have got, machines we have got, we have to play the part. One should not get carried away thinking this is reality. So thus, the devotee in his consciousness is equipoised, friends or enemy. The feelings are generated only in illusion. He does not have animosity or special affection. He is equipoised to all. Sees everyone as part and parcel of God. As soon as one sees any living entity, one offers respect, because Lord as Paramatma is sitting within the heart of friend, of enemy, of animals. So any living entity we see, we should offer respect immediately as we offer respects to temple. This is the disposition of devotee. Sama shatraucha mitrecha. Tatha manapamaneyo. Man and apman. It is also for the body. If somebody has got is sitting in a dull machine, then the machine anyway will behave in a dull manner. If somebody tells you are a dull person, dullard, one should not be disturbed. My machine is dull. Somebody is not beautiful. No, I am not. Souls are all beautiful. But my body is ugly. So I don't get disturbed. I don't mind. So somebody is praising or criticizing, it is only for the body. I take a nice body and the body is so good looking. And somebody praises me, oh, you're looking so nice. I should not get carried away. So thus a devotee is completely undisturbed by man and apman. The whole world is hankering for man, trying to avoid apman. In this illusion, they are taking so much of stress and anxiety in life. All because of illusion that I am this body. So devotee is equipoised in pleasure, in pain, in man, apman, in praise or in criticism. Shitoshna sukha dukkheshu. In material pleasure or material grief, in heat and cold, devotee is also equipoised. He is always focused on his service to Krishna, not deterred by heat, cold, happiness or distress. Tulya ninda stitir moni, same thing, santushtu yena kenachit. Always one is satisfied in every circumstances. Aniketa sthirmatir. Aniketa means one who does not care about residence. For service of Krishna, one can accept residence under a tree also, or one can live in palace also, does not matter. Wherever Krishna's service is required, devotee is willing to live. He does not care about residence. So all these things make a devotee very dear to Krishna. So all these qualities we can note and we should aspire to develop. Spiritual life is so nice. Simply if we desire, we will attain it. Material life, if we desire, we may or may not attain in this life. Everything depends upon karma. If we have strong desire, nature will inspire us to do right karma. And then after a certain number of lives, or whenever it is possible, once we have done sufficient karma, we'll get that result. But ultimately, any result means more birth and death. So spiritual life, similarly, whatever you desire, you can attain even in this life. There is no destiny controlling spiritual affairs. So if we want to develop this wonderful consciousness, we can do it. So one should aspire to have these qualities. So that is why being stressed, because unless we develop these qualities, we don't advance really. So one should aspire and engage in service of Krishna. Engagement in service of Krishna will bring forth all these qualities automatically. Separately, we need not do any other endeavor. Just Krishna's service. Ye tu dharmamritam idam yathoktam paryupasate shraddadhana mat parama bhaktastetiva me priyah. He who follows this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engages himself with faith, making me the supreme goal, is very, very dear to me. So Krishna has explained so far, such a devotee is dear to me, he is very dear to me. Now Krishna is mentioning Ativ, means very, very dear to me. Who is very, very dear to Krishna? Ye tu dharma amritam idam, who follows this imperishable path of devotional service, who completely engages himself with faith, shraddha mat parama, making me the supreme goal. So one should not simply get stuck in these qualities or engage in bhakti for some other motive. One should just have Krishna only as the ultimate aim of life. One whose aim of life is Krishna and who follows this path, such a devotee is very, very dear to Krishna. And then there is one devotee who is most dear to Krishna. Nobody has been dearer. Here Krishna has mentioned various qualities. You don't get disturbed by happiness and distress, you are dear to me. Don't care about residence, you are dear to me. And you don't hanker for anything, don't lament for anything, you are dear to me. But there is one qualification Krishna tells, that Krishna mentions at the end of Bhagavad Gita. Nobody has ever been dearer to Krishna, and nobody in future also shall ever be so dear to him as this person. Who is this person? 18th chapter Krishna writes. So entire Bhakti Yoga is being dear to Krishna. The more we become dear to Krishna, pleasure in devotional service, spiritual life comes. We get all the knowledge. Who am I? What is God? What is our relationship? Everything follows automatically. Simply one has to become dear. So the person who is most dear to Krishna, Krishna mentions at the end of Gita is Nacha tasman manusheshu kaschin me priya krittamaha ya imam paramam guhyam mad bhakteshu abhidhasyati. One who explains this knowledge to others, preaches to others. This is a secret. First secret is to understand Bhagavad Gita, and second secret is to spread this knowledge to others. Then we become most dear to Krishna. So with this ends this very important chapter, devotional service. These very important verses are chanted, just 20 verses in many, many ceremonies, Abhishekam ceremonies in all the temples, because all the confusion is completely sorted out, and the topmost position, the topmost personality is completely, very clearly, without any doubt, explained in these verses. So let us try to assimilate, let us try to develop these qualities. With this, the sandwich portion, the stuff, the most important matter is there in between the bread loaves of the sandwich. So similarly in Bhagavad Gita, the most important section has been very carefully preserved in the middle, that is Bhakti Yoga, the middle 6 chapters. First 6 chapters Karma Yoga we have studied, now last 6 chapters Jnana Yoga. This Jnana Yoga also is very important, because if you follow simply Bhakti Yoga, that is very nice. Just you can engage in service of Krishna. But as we have discussed, we are prone to use our discretion and deliberation in this age. And culture also is not so strong. If somebody gives some false arguments, we may deviate and leave the path. So that we become firmly fixed on this path, this process of Jnana Yoga, understanding, analyzing the path of extricating oneself from this material nature, how living entity gets trapped, all this knowledge is very, very helpful and important. Let us understand this wonderful, what is this nature, how does it behave, how does one get trapped, how to come out of it. This wonderful knowledge will be explained henceforth. So very soon we'll meet with chapter 13. Thank you so much for hearing. Keep on chanting always. Hare Krishna. Arjuna uvacha prakritim purusham chaiva kshetram kshetrajnameva cha etad veditumicchami jnanam gyeyam cha keshava. Shri Bhagavan uvacha idam shariram kaunteya kshetram mityabhidhiyate etadyo veti tam prahuh kshetrajna iti tadvidah. Arjuna said, "O my dear Krishna, I wish to know about Prakriti, nature, Purusha, the enjoyer, and the field and the knower of the field, and of knowledge and the end of knowledge." The blessed Lord then said, "This body, O son of Kunti, is called the field, and one who knows this body is called the knower of the field." Kshetra, Kshetrajna, Jnanam, Gyeyam. These are very important terms in the Sankhya philosophy, which analyzes the existence to understand the absolute truth. Krishna begins explaining Kshetra and Kshetrajna, two very important terms. Kshetra means field. Just like the farmer has a field, farmer has got liberty. You put the mango seeds, you get mango fruit. You put bitter gourd, you get bitter fruits. In a similar fashion, this body is called Kshetra or field of activity for the living entity. Actually, anything, happiness or distress that we are experiencing, everything comes out of this field called body. It doesn't matter what is happening in the whole world. Ultimately, it is a body which is required for any experience, good or bad, in this world. Somebody could be playing very nice, soothing music, but if a person is deaf, he will not be able to enjoy. There could be very beautiful form in front of us, but if the eyes are not working properly, we will not be able to see the form. Somebody can bring the most delicious foodstuffs, but if we are sick, we will not be able to relish the taste. And if all the senses stop working in the body, then for us the world does not exist. I will think only I exist. So thus our experience, anything good or bad, depends upon this body. This is very important. The same living entity in the body of pig relishes stool. In this body, stool is very nasty, abominable for us. So all our experiences, they depend upon this body. So this is a great science. This body is our field actually, not the whole world. So it depends if we have sown the seeds of Sattva Guna in this body, then we will get knowledge, mind control, sense control, happiness, enlightenment. If we have sown the seeds of Rajoguna in this body, then we will get anxiety, unlimited sensual desires, and hard work. And if we have sown the seeds of Tamas, mode of ignorance, what we will get is depression and procrastination, always keeping dirty, low moods, criminal mentalities, all such things will manifest. Everything depends upon what kinds of seeds we are putting in this body. And we should not think that the consciousness, as many modern scientists they believe, although not all, now there has been great research in the field of consciousness, and some leading scientists, they are agreeing that consciousness is not secondary. So long many were believing that consciousness is secondary to matter. Matter configures itself in a certain way and then consciousness is manifest. But now they are telling no, it is the other way around. The consciousness is primary and matter is secondary. the brain is not the generator of consciousness, rather the brain receives the consciousness. So this distinction is very, very important, first of all, to make any advancement in spiritual life, to understand what is the spirit. If I think I am only this body, consciousness has no separate existence, then we cannot take even first step in spiritual life. That is why Krishna first of all explains to Arjuna Kshetra and Kshetragya. There is a field which we have, and we are Kshetragya. Gya means to know, knower of the field. We are different. So it is very important to understand who we are. And if we have some time and a cool mind, some sanity, then we can understand. Any intelligent man with little deliberation can understand that he is different from the body, because the body is continuously changing. The skin is continuously changing, the blood is continuously changing, bones, bone marrow, everything, it is being produced of food that we eat. So the old cells, they die and the new cells replace them. Everything in the body, liver gets replaced, lungs are heart transplantation also happens, kidneys, everything, all the organs of the body can be replaced. And by nature's way also, they are actually getting replaced, because old cells are dying and new cells are taking their place. So scientists, what they discovered is actually the brain cells, they almost stay till the time of death. That is what they have done research on. And they tell, so we are brain actually, because I remember when I was small, although my body has completely changed, the cells have changed, but I remember. And then when I grew young, and now that I am old, I remember all these things. So who am I? Who is remembering? Who is experiencing? So they came to the conclusion by some research work and understanding the signals, the neurosignals in the body, that when you sing, this portion of the brain is activated. When you eat, this portion of the brain is activated. From here the signal is coming, here the signal is going. So they thought that the consciousness is the result of some activity of the brain, and actually we are the brain. So some of the people, they thought, if I can preserve my brain and somehow I can put it, I can manufacture robots or some bodies, then I can continue to live on eternally. But this is not sane thinking. Lord Krishna is telling Kshetragya, knower of the field is different from the field, knower of the body is different from the body. Just like the power, the animation in any robot or any toy, it is there because of the battery, the external source. Without it, there is no animation. In a similar fashion, the energy in this body is because of external source, small spiritual spark, which is called Brahma. So we can understand with an analogy, just like we are playing computer game. So one can analyze very nicely that virtual character of the game. When that character has to jump, then unique signal is coming from the keyboard. You press this key, the character would jump. You press another key, character would duck. You press another key, the character would crawl. You press another key, the character would shoot. So it does not mean that the consciousness which the character is displaying, it is coming because of the keyboard. No, there is a conscious person who is passing the signals using the keyboard. In a similar fashion, this brain is simply like keyboard or a computer, through which a conscious personality, the spirit soul, is passing signals. The character is not behaving in a conscious manner on its own. That virtual character is being controlled by a real person outside. In a similar fashion, in this body, we can very nicely analyze from where the signal is coming, where is it going, but we have to understand it is simply an interface between the actual player and the virtual character. So just like a person is mistaken to think that the keyboard is the cause of animation and activities of the virtual character, it is ignorance to think that the brain is the cause of all the activity. Brain is but another organ which is not present in many conscious entities. And you can Google also, there was a Frenchman who was a civil servant, and he got 90% of his brain cells dead and vanished. It got replaced by some fluid in the brain. So he was surviving very nicely with decent IQ with just 10% or less than that of the brain cells remaining. His brain was almost gone, but he's doing all the functions nicely. So that is why this theory, the scientists started doubting that what is this consciousness? Who am I? So long we are thinking that brain is responsible for the activities. This front portion, back portion, this lobe, that bowl, cerebral cortex, and so many technologies, terminologies, they have been used to describe the functions of the brain. But this person has got nothing of it. Just few cells are remaining with entire brain being filled by some liquid. But he is functioning very normally. So there have been like this many other case studies also. There have been examples in the Vedas also. How people are following all the normal duties with a different head. So thus we have to understand how a person is functioning without brain. And what to speak of this person, there are many entities, species which do not have brain at all. Just like the trees. Trees are conscious, but trees do not have brains. It means consciousness is not a function of brain. Jellyfish, starfish, and so many species are there which do not have brains. But these species, they do activities of eating, mating, sleeping, defending very nicely without brain. So consciousness is not a function of brain. It is very easy to understand. But we also understand I am that consciousness. And to be more precise, the source of consciousness. I see, I walk, I hear, so who am I? So I am not the brain. We have understood from these examples of the Frenchman, of so many species. So this is what I should think. Who am I? I am nothing of this body. This body changes. I have been observing. So from where have I come in this body? Why have I come in this body? Who is the person, or what is the system which is putting so many personalities and so many yantras, machines around us, which we call bodies? So what is this going on in this world? Human life is meant for this inquiry. Not like animals. You give animal the objects for eating, mating, sleeping, defending, and animal is happy, just chasing them entire life. That is why it is told in human form of life, Athato Brahma Jigyasa, you should inquire. If I am not the body, why have I been put into this body? Why am I suffering from diseases and death which are happening to the body? If I am not the body, I need not bother with all these things. Why am I trapped in this body, getting so much of harassment? This is the purpose of human form of life. This is Vedic culture. So Krishna mentions very clearly, Kshetra, this body's field, your happiness, distress, everything is because of this body. Your perception of the world is just because of this body. So you should not depend upon this body in its current state to get knowledge. Because as we discussed, somebody has got a different body. He will have different perception of the world altogether. The pig has a different perception of the world. We have a different perception of the world. The same taste is different for us. So the real knowledge this body will not give us, because all of us have different bodies. A blind man will see forms do not exist. But that is not fact. A deaf man will tell sound does not exist, but that is not fact. So that is why in the Vedas it is mentioned, one should not depend upon this body to directly perceive knowledge. Body creates illusions, hallucinations many times. Then Lord Krishna explains, Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata kshetra kshetrajnayor jnanam yashtaj matam mama. Now this is interesting. Krishna tells, O scion of Bharat, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies, and to understand this body and its owner is called knowledge. That is my opinion. Now Krishna is explaining what is knowledge. So in this verse Krishna explains, you are the knower of the body, but Kshetragyam cha, cha means and, cha means also. Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi. Please know that I am also Kshetragya, but a special Kshetragya. I am a special knower of the field. What is the speciality? Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata. I am conscious of all the kshetras, all the bodies, but you are conscious of just this body. Now I know what is happening in my body, I am conscious. Somebody touches, I'll feel immediately. But I do not know what is happening in your body. I cannot get the sensations. But Krishna is telling, I have the sensations, I have the knowledge of all the bodies, all the fields. Sarva kshetreshu bharata. So there are two kshetrajñas, the individual soul and the infinite soul, and both are there within this body. So sometimes people get confused that soul is same as super soul. So we have to understand, and if we don't approach a proper spiritual master, we are bound to get confused, because many times same terminologies are explained. The super soul is also called Atma, Paramatma sometimes is simply called Atma, and individual soul is also called Atma. And Atma also means body, Atma also means mind. So people sometimes think Atma and mind, it is one and the same thing. Sometimes people think Atma and Paramatma is one and the same thing, because same word is being used. Similarly, the word Brahm indicates individual soul, the word Brahm indicates super soul, Paramatma, and the word Brahm also at times indicates this material nature. So in Vedas it is mentioned. In this purport of this verse, the reference is given, Bhokta bhogyam preritaram cha matva sarvam proktam trividham brahmam etat. There are three kinds of Brahma: the individual soul, the super soul, and the material nature. Because it is explained in the Vedas, Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma. Krishna is supreme Brahma, and from him the energy which is coming out, that is also called Brahma. Now this material world is simply transformation of that energy. Actually there is nothing but Brahma only in the existence. But this Brahma is behaving differently in the material world for the conditioned living souls. So it is important to give it a different name, and we give it the name Prakriti. So one should not get confused, one should take shelter of proper bona fide spiritual master. The Prime Minister can be also called Indian. An ordinary citizen can also be called Indian. Both are Indians, but it does not mean that person is Prime Minister or both are one person. No. In a similar fashion, Indian is an identification. In a similar fashion, Brahma is identification, that I am different from this matter which I am seeing around me. Spirit is called Brahma. So just like if I am telling you are Indian, I am Indian, it does not mean I and you are one and the same. Because of not taking shelter of proper spiritual master, with Krishna has repeatedly stressed, he will stress again in the upcoming verses, people get confused. I am Brahm and God is also Brahm, so I am God. Or you have to go and merge with God, become one with God. All these wrong concoctions, they take place. So here Krishna tells very clearly, Cha means all, Cha means and. I am different, I am and you are not the same, Arjuna. Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata. Although I am the Kshetragya, but I am unique because I am conscious of all the fields, all the Kshetras. And Kshetra Kshetragyayor jnanam yastaj jnanam matam mama. Knowing the field and the knower of the fields, both the individual soul and super soul, that is called knowledge. Tat kshetram yaccha yadrikcha yadvikari yatascha yat satchayo yat prabhavascha tat samasena me shrinu. Now please hear my brief description of this field of activity and how it is constituted, what its changes are, whence it is produced, who that knower of the field of activities is, and what his influences are. Now Krishna will give details. What is this field? What constitutes this field, which means this body? What is this material nature? What is the origin? What are the interactions? What are the transformations? Krishna will give very nice knowledge. Rishibhir bahudha geetam chandobhir vividhay prithak Brahma Sutra Padaishchaiva Hetumadbhir Vinishchitaihi. That knowledge of the field of activities and of the knower of the activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writings, especially in the Vedanta Sutras, and is presented with all reasoning as to cause and effect. So Krishna is explaining various sages have described this knowledge of Kshetra and Kshetrajna, body and knower of the body, in various writings. But of all of them, the most important is Vedanta Sutra, which is called Brahma Sutra also. Brahma Sutra Padaishchaiva Hetu Madbhir Vinishchitaya, Krishna is telling. Hetu Madbhir means cause and effect. Why this Vedanta Sutra is important? Because it is called Nyaya Prasthan. Nyaya Prasthan means giving logic. So in Vedanta Sutra, the absolute truth is explained very, very logically, with explanation of cause and effect. So sometimes people follow the religion, but there is no philosophy. That leads to fanaticism, as we are seeing in the world around us. People are affiliated nicely to many religions, but when philosophy is not there, then they become fanatic, and that creates a lot of disturbance in the society. So some people, on the other hand, they want to shun the religion. They tell religion is blind faith, it is not based on any rationale, so I just want to speculate on my own what is absolute truth. So it is not possible. Just like if a person without understanding, taking help of scientists, wants to understand what is the sun, what is the moon, he will think they are small balls, not even ball, disc. To our eyes it appears just like a disc or a plate. So some shiny plates, shiny discs are there in the sky, we will think. Their actual size we will never be able to comprehend. Earth will always appear flat to us. So we take help of the knowledgeable people, scientists. On our own, if we speculate, it may take a very long time. Just like after many years of speculation, people actually came to understand what is this world actually. The world is not flat. Sun and moon are very big, not just small balls or discs. So like this various perceptions we developed after a very long time. So if you want to understand God, now we are discussing just about few planets and stars. If you want to understand about the creator of the universe, then it is very difficult. It will take many lifetimes of speculation. So thus Krishna tells, instead of wasting so many lives, now of course Paramatma is there in the heart, he will guide, help us to continue our research. But why do we want to suffer from unlimited deaths, old age and disease? Take help of religion. What is religion? The codes given by God, the scientific codes, dharmam tu sakshat bhagvat pranitam. So these instructions which are given by God, if we follow scientific instructions, they help us to come to the spiritual platform and proper understanding of self and the supreme self, God, the purpose of creation. Everything is revealed very nicely. So just like we take a user manual, it becomes very easy to operate the machine. Otherwise, we will not be able to operate advanced machines, or we will spoil the machines. In a similar fashion, if we don't take help of religion, we will spoil ourselves. That is why despite so much of technological advancement, because people are going away from religion, actual religion, only distress is increasing in society. We are messing up with the machines, with the nature, with our bodies. So thus, religion is required and philosophy is also required. Philosophy without religion is mental speculation, will lead us nowhere, and religion without philosophy is fanaticism. So religion has to be backed up with philosophy. That is why the young generation today, they are not taking interest in religion, because there is no philosophy, no science behind it. And that is Bhagavad Gita, that is Vedanta Sutra. Everything is explained very logically. That is why it is appealing to many educated and young minds now. So Krishna is telling, understand this thing from Vedanta Sutra. That is the most authorized way of understanding what is body, what is the knower of the body, what is this material nature, what is this consciousness. And Vedanta Sutra also can be difficult to understand. That is why it is recommended in Kali Yuga to read Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam is the explanation of Vedanta Sutra. Mahabhutanyahankaro buddhir avyaktameva cha indriyani dashaikam cha panchachendriya gocharaha ichchadvesha sukham dukkham sanghataschetana dhritihi etat kshetram samasena Savikaram Udahritam. The five great elements: false ego, intelligence, the unmanifested, the 10 senses, the mind, the five sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, the aggregate, the life symptoms and convictions. All these are considered in summary to be the field of activities and its interactions. So here Krishna is giving the analysis of this field in the most basic constituents. We cannot tell the body is made of some proteins, amino acids, DNA, RNA. This is also not fundamental explanation. Fundamental means those things which are making the smallest building blocks of the body, not the cells but even the atoms. Within the atom, all these elements are present. Which are those elements? Panchabhutani, the five great elements: earth, air, water, fire, sky. We have discussed how fire within the atom has been discovered in the form of nuclear energy. Now if the science advances, they might be able to discover other elements also. The water and space, ether, air, everything they can find. It may not be present in the form we perceive it here. Fire is present in subtle form, fire is present in gross form. And we can understand now, just like the induction cookers are there now. There is no visible fire, but you can cook your food. It means that heating element, that fire, is present in invisible or subtle form. In this way, fire can be present in many forms, but it is present there. In a similar fashion, within the atom also, water, sky, ether, everything is present. And intelligence is also present, mind is also present. And false ego, another energy which makes us believe I am the body, that is also present within the atom. So 5 plus 3 subtle: mind, intelligence and false ego, man, buddhi, ahankara. These are the 8 elements. Then 10 senses, 5 knowledge acquiring senses: eyes, nose, skin, tongue. These are called knowledge acquiring senses. And then these are called Jnanendriya. Then Karmendriya means executive senses which have functions to perform, like arms and legs. These are also considered senses in the Sankhya philosophy. Arms, legs, voice, the vocal cords, genitals and anus. These form 10 senses. And there are sense objects for the knowledge acquiring senses. Vision is a sense object, taste is another sense object. So in this way, 5 sense objects. So put together, so many elements, 24 elements are present. And the aggregate, when all of these are combined together, we get this body. And when these elements interact, the result of interaction is life symptoms. Sometimes it can be visible, sometimes it is not visible. There are some bodies in which, just like earlier, the scientists were not able to understand that trees have life because they are standing at one place. They are apparently not talking, not walking, not showing such metabolisms. They thought trees do not have life. So a person may show life symptoms, may not show life symptoms. But life is different from life symptom. So the symptom of life is actually the interaction of the elements of this field. And hatred, desire, happiness, distress, all these things are created. When the sense objects interact with the senses, sometimes that is desirable. Sometimes we hate it. I don't want this experience. Few things give pain, few things give pleasure. All this is because of interaction of the elements of this field. So once the living entity gets trapped in this field, then helplessly he will feel desire and hatred, pleasure and pain. And whole life one will be forced to run to increase the pleasure, to mitigate the pain. In this way, helplessly the material nature pulls the living entities. And a living entity undergoes through rigorous hard work and creates more and more desires and produces more and more bodies. In this way, gets trapped in the cycle of karma. So the life symptoms, happiness, distress, desire, hatred, these are all the field of activities and their interactions. Even the convictions that we have. Just like a rabbit is having so much of tamoguna. As soon as it is attacked by a lion or predator, it closes its eyes when he sees no hope of running away. And then it becomes happy, thinks, oh, lion is gone, but lion is not gone, it has closed the eyes. This is called tamasic conviction. So when people drink, they want to go for some entertainment to forget the miseries of life. This is because of the tamasic conviction about life. Sattvic conviction is different. Sattvic person understands, I am not the body, I am spirit soul. So he or she is not affected by all these bodily changes, external troubles. And when a person very much advances in spiritual life, then he is least bit affected by the so-called pains of this material world. And when a person becomes a devotee, he develops the art to get pleasure from the pains inflicted by the material world. The example given is, as a mother is lifting the child in her arms, definitely the arms are feeling load, but the mother gets so much, I'll repeat, but the mother gets so much of pleasure. Even though there is some pain for the arms, but there is higher pleasure. In a similar fashion, a devotee, because his only ambition is to engage oneself in the service of God, all the pains are also very, very pleasant for the devotee. So this is the consciousness, the devotional consciousness, Krishna consciousness, which if a person acquires, yasme sthitona dukkhena guru napi vichalyet. Even the greatest misery is not misery, rather that misery is transformed into ecstasy, just like the misery of lifting the baby in the arms gets transformed into ecstasy for the mother. So just imagine what is devotee's life. We should aspire and work hard to get this consciousness. And that is what Lord Krishna is kindly giving through these beautiful verses of Bhagavad Gita. Now Lord Krishna explains how a person can get to this knowledge of body and the Kshetrajna, two Kshetrajnas which are different from the body. In which school should we take admission? What is the process? What are different standards or classes by which a person elevates oneself on this platform of knowledge? That Krishna is kindly explaining now. So please hear very carefully. Amanitvam adambhitvam ahimsa kshantirarjavam acharyopasanam shaucham thairyam atma vinigraha indriyartheshu vairagyam anahankara evacha janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarshanam asaktiranabhishvangaha putradaragrahadishu nityam cha samachittatvam ishtanishtopapatishu mai chananya yogena bhaktir avyabhicharini vivikta desha sevitvam aratir jana sansadi adhyatma jnana nityatvam tattva jnanartha darshanam estaj jnanam iti proktam ajnanam yad atonyatha. Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness and self-control, renunciation of the objects of sense gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of the evil of birth, death, old age and disease, non-attachment to children, wife, home and the rest, and even-mindedness amid pleasant and unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion to me, resorting to solitary places, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I thus declare to be knowledge, and what is contrary to these is ignorance. So this is the process of knowledge. This is real knowledge. We are not concerned with relative knowledge much unless it helps us to advance on the path of real knowledge. Relative knowledge is, who am I? I am barrister, I am doctor, I am engineer. How long shall we remain? We shall leave the body, everything will go away. Oh no, I am Indian, I am American, I am Pakistani, I am Chinese. How long will this identification remain? It will change with the body. So this is relative knowledge. Who am I means I am different from all these designations. This is very important. So to understand this absolute knowledge, my absolute identity different from the body, identity of the Supreme Personality, the origin of entire existence, we have to follow this path. And this path of knowledge begins from the first step of humility. And it is mentioned in all the bona fide religions. Lord Jesus also told, the kingdom of God is meant for meek and humble. So humility is always recommended everywhere. Islam also means submission. So being submissive and being humble, it is recommended everywhere. All the messengers of God have given this very crucial, important step. Be very humble. This field is giving you some knowledge which you think is absolute, but it is not. It is simply the interaction of its elements. As we discussed, if a person has all the senses unfunctional in his body, then one will not be able to tell any form, any taste, any perception whatsoever. But will the world stop existing? No. For him the world is not existing because of the senses which are not functioning. So we have to understand this body cannot give us real knowledge. This body will give us temporary knowledge and the knowledge which is relative, which is my perception. A colorblind person will give different perception of colors, which may not be actual fact, which is not. So we have to understand this body is not capable of getting perfect knowledge. So to follow perfect knowledge, is it simple to understand? We have to be very, very clear. Thus a person becomes humble. I am dependent on this body to understand the world, but I cannot be sure. This body, the perception created by the body are relative. If I change body, I will have a different understanding of the world. So to get absolute knowledge, this is the process. First of all, become humble. That I have to find a person who knows absolute knowledge, the literature in which absolute knowledge is mentioned, because my body will simply give me perceptions which may not be real. I can never be sure. So become humble first of all. And after humility, then pridelessness, non-violence. Now non-violence is also very important to understand. And actually I should explain humility also, real humility, because it should not remain just a session in which we are reading and then we forget. These things we should apply. We have to come to the platform of real knowledge. This should not be just like hearing any other subject matter, politics or some other material sciences. So this is meant for practical application in our life, by which we come to platform of knowledge and we gain unending happiness. So humility, sometimes if a person is walking with folded hands and always bowing down, speaking softly, we think that is humble. So very nicely it is explained in Bhagavad Gita itself what is humility. Humility means not being anxious to get the satisfaction of being honored by others. Because any praise or criticism, it pertains to this body. If I am wearing a mask, somebody tells, oh, you are very beautiful. Oh, that is for the mask. Oh, if somebody tells you are ugly, that is also to the mask. Why should I get affected by it? I am ultimately wearing a mask. I should not get engladdened by hearing the praise, nor should I get disturbed by hearing the criticism. That is not me, that is my mask, external dress. In a similar fashion, the intelligence that we have, that is also part of this field, the appearance that we have, qualities that we have, or the faults that we have, all these things pertain to the field, and I am Kshetrajna, different from the field. So why should I fall for this deception? This is a big deception of this material nature. We are getting affected by praise and we are trying to avoid criticism, and thus we work hard entire life. If we are traveling, sitting in a train or a plane or a bus, we don't mind if people don't praise us, don't know about us. Why we don't mind? Because I understand I am here for a short while. Then why am I impressing everybody in this world? Here also I am there for a short while. I am eternal living entity. Because I do not understand this eternality, I think this world is a big place and I am meant here to live a big time. almost eternally. It's a long life. It is there because we do not realize my eternal existence. So a person here should remain unconcerned. One who understands eternity, I'll repeat, one who understands eternality, this world is but a flash, small flash. So one should save time, not work very hard just to get some praises in this world, working hard to avoid criticism. All these things will come and go. One should know I will pass, things will continue. Nobody can stop material happiness and distress. They are concomitant factors, they will come and go. One should save time so that one should not get more such material distresses in future. So one who is not anxious to get the satisfaction of being honored by others, that person is called a humble person. Non-violence also, people think that if I kill somebody, harm somebody, then that is called non-violence. Satisfaction of the body, sense gratification is taken as good work, and harm to the body is taken as bad work. So we have to rise above this bodily concept. Sometimes harming the body is good for us who is Kshetrajna, different from the body. Just like on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, so many people were there. The devotees were there, the demons were there. Apparently, two different activities were happening. Bhagavatam explains, the devotees were being protected by the Lord and the demons were being demolished, killed by the Lord. But actually, everybody who was there on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, same thing was happening. Both the parties were being elevated to salvation, devotees or demons. So devotees were acting as an instrument in executing the mission of Lord, and thus fighting, leading this life of virtue in devotional service, they will be elevated to the spiritual kingdom. The demons, by their acts, they will degrade themselves. So they were being killed. And because they were dying in the presence of Krishna, they were getting completely purified. And they also were getting salvation. They also were getting liberated, which is possible only after great tapasya of many lifetimes. They got immediately by being killed in the presence of God. So thus, actually the same activity happens. God is all merciful. The anger of God and the love of God are the same. That is why he is called absolute person. There is no relativity in the person of God. So this point is very important. Now we just want comfort of body, and if I can give comfort of body to others, that is taken as benevolence. And hardship of body is taken as punishment. But no. Vedic culture means tapasya, give hardship to your body so that you can make spiritual advancement. So thus non-violence means not doing violence to the soul. Sometimes violence to the body is actually benefit for the soul. Same is the case with capital punishment. It is told in the Vedas, if a murderer is not killed in this life, next life he has to suffer so much. So in this life, if a person is killed, then he is purified of the sins. These are the laws of nature. Otherwise, the laws of nature will punish the murderer very much in the next life. Now we think, oh, this life is all in all. Anyway, there is no next life. Let him live. Let there be life imprisonment or imprisonment for a long time. This is kindness. This is not kindness. This is punishment. So Vedas mention the administrator or the king, if he or she imparts capital punishment on the killer, that is mercy upon that person. He is saved from future so many sufferings which are going to come. So in the ignorance of this separate existence of Kshetra and Kshetrajna, people commit such blunders. In the name of non-violence, there is violence committed. So real non-violence means spreading this knowledge of spiritual life to others. In this way, all the miseries can be solved. Then tolerance is also very important. As we discussed, we should not get so much disturbed by the flow of happiness and distress which is anyway going to happen. And whatever limited time we have in this human body, that should be saved to become immortal. So one should learn to tolerate the ongoing happiness and distress. So tolerance is important. And simplicity, arjavam. We all know what is simplicity. We should not be duplicit. And when a person is having these qualities, one is a suitable candidate to approach a bona fide spiritual master. That is called Acharya Upasanam. Approaching a spiritual master or worshipping the spiritual master. This is the next very important element in the spiritual knowledge. But unless somebody is humble, even if one approaches spiritual master, that will be fruitless. That is why Lord Krishna mentioned, if you have been hearing previous episodes, previous chapters, Krishna mentioned in 4th chapter, Pranipaten pariprashnena sevaya. Pranipatena, humble submission is very much required. If a person is arrogant, inquiries to spiritual master will not be fruitful. The person should be simple, person should be tolerant, person should be prideless, humble, non-violent, and when one approaches spiritual master, then all the inquiries will be very, very fruitful about absolute truths. So approaching spiritual master is next element of knowledge, because we discussed we cannot depend upon perceptions created by the body, which change even within this body, or when we change different body, perception sometimes can be totally different. So we have to approach spiritual master who is not having relative perceptions, who are liberated, who are not controlled by the urges of this body. Such a person is qualified to become spiritual master, and we should approach such person to get knowledge. Then, when we approach spiritual master, follow his instructions, we become clean, shaucham, that is next step of knowledge. If a person is unclean, he might have read all the books of knowledge, but as per Krishna, that person is living in ignorance. Because what is the use of accumulating so much knowledge here? And that knowledge might give him some money and fame here, but all this will be left behind, and that person can go on to become animal in next life. Because people are talking so much about law of attraction and manifestation, so that is fact. Nature is made to fulfill our desires. Now if the nature notices this person lives in a very dirty fashion, nature will give animal body. There is no need to take bath, you live like that always in a dirty fashion. So everything nature is noticing, all our thoughts, all our actions. So shaucham is the next step. So to maintain shaucham, it is explained in the Vedic culture, one should take bath every day. Bare minimum is once, standard is 2, recommended is thrice. Those who are sincere spiritualists, they take 3 times bath in a day, as soon as they get up in the morning before sunrise, then in the afternoon, and then in the evening. Because water not just purifies our external body, it purifies our mind also. That is why after bath we feel very good. We get mental happiness also. So water purifies the mind as well. So mind purification people do not know. For purifying the mind, we need water, we need to see greenery, lawns and plants, we need space. Now people are living in metros in small rooms, small space, with no plants around, no greenery. That is creating a lot of mental diseases. So that is why the Vedic way of life is perfect. The Varnashrama system is very perfect for material happiness and ultimately spiritual salvation. So shaucham is important. We have to be very, very clean. Then we can come to the platform of spiritual knowledge. So external cleanliness is maintained by taking bath regularly, as we discussed, and internal cleanliness is obtained by always thinking of lotus feet of Krishna or chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra continuously. Internal cleanliness means lust and greed is the dirt within the heart. So we have to get free from this lust and greed. And for this lust and greed is the effect of rajas and tamas, mode of passion and ignorance in the body. How much ever moral science we study, it will not help unless we are constantly thinking of God within our heart or chanting His names. God's names are purely spiritual, Shuddha Sattvic, and so is His form. So we have to think of God, we have to always chant His names, and then lust and greed will not disturb us. In this way, external and internal cleanliness should be maintained. This is next level of knowledge. And then when we follow this shaucham, next level what happens is steadiness. Stharyam atma vinigraha. Steadiness and self-control comes. What is steadiness? Steadiness means initially it will be difficult to come to the platform of firm faith, and following the rules and regulations with great determination will slip down at times. So our spiritual life will not come to a platform of steadiness unless shaucham is attained. We are free from all the addictions, all the bad habits, lust and greed of the heart, external cleanliness. Tharyam means firmness, steadiness in the spiritual life. Then a person becomes very, very determined. And unless this determination is there, tangible advancement in spiritual life will not take place. Determination to follow the rules and regulations is very important. And then self-control. Self-control means one should not get carried away by the demands of the senses. Now, satisfying the sensual demand is considered perfection of one's life, success of life. No. Person is becoming more and more entangled, addicted to those sense objects which are not required in the first place. So self-control, senses should be satisfied only to maintain body, keep body and soul together for spiritual advancement. Then when we advance in self-control, steadiness, then comes renunciation of the objects of sense gratification. When a person understands what is reality, I am not the body, unnecessary satisfaction of the senses entangles me in repeated birth and death. When a person starts relishing spiritual happiness, then this mundane sense pleasure, sense objects become distasteful and rather detestful. And automatically a person renounces. So I should see, am I renouncing the objects of sense enjoyment in this world? Then I am advancing in knowledge. Then absence of false ego. The more we enjoy the senses in this world, the more I see beautiful forms which are not required to maintain the body. The more I eat food which is more than required for keeping body and soul together. The more I hear sounds and music which is more than required for keeping body and soul together, then I am making false ego more and more stronger. It will be impossible for me to understand that I am different from this body. So when we restrict the sense enjoyment, then automatically person becomes freed from false ego. Then perception of the evil of birth, death, old age and disease. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha dosh anudarshanam. Now people are wasting time to solve some temporary problems of life. I have to travel from this city to that city. How can I speed up my means of transport? For this, all the research is going on. We travel slowly or we travel very fast. That is not the main problem. The main problem is birth, death, old age and disease. This has to be solved. Death is miserable, diseases are miserable, old age is great misery. And of course, all this happens because of birth. So birth has to be also stopped. So this is the real challenge before science. This stage has to be attained. So one should not waste time in solving some temporary artificial problems of life. We should try to solve birth, death, old age and disease. When a person understands these are the real miseries of my life, the aim of life is to get freedom from these four things, then that is knowledge. Otherwise it is ignorance, solving some temporary problems. Non-attachment to children, wife, home and the rest. So it does not mean that a person should have no feelings for the family members. A person can rather cultivate the family members in Krishna consciousness. Simply morning and evening if we chant the Hare Krishna, chant the names of God. And we have some discussion on scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam. We worship the deity in our house and offer prasadam to the deities. Means food item to the deities and we take the remnants. Simply if we follow these four things, then our family life can be very, very happy. Otherwise, family life is the source of all miseries. These people do not know. This is another perception created by this body. Oh, now you have studied nicely, you have got a nice business job, now you have a family and you will enjoy. But life becomes more miserable. So unless a person is advanced, very advanced in spiritual life, family life is hitvatma patam griham andhukupam. The Shastras describe like a dark well which is covered by green grass. Once a person falls down in that dark well, abandoned well, he may keep on crying, shouting. Nobody can help that person. That is materialistic family life, full of miseries. The miseries keep on increasing. So this knowledge is so important. People think, oh, my love of my life, if I marry, I'll be happy. And what happens if we marry? If you don't marry, there is trouble. If you marry, still there is trouble. The same object of love becomes object of hatred. And a person starts hating the same person. And one wonders why this is happening. This is the nature of this world. In this way, the living entity is getting cheated in all the species of life. We discuss always, the moth thinks, let me just go to fire, I'll enjoy, burns itself. Thus, one should not depend upon the interactions of this field, its elements. One should get real knowledge from the Shastras, from spiritual master. But if we follow the simple process, chanting in Kali Yuga, chanting and hearing the names of God, that is why all the religions they recommend, always chant. Morning and evening twice at least we chant, sing. It is very simple to perform. Discuss just like now we are discussing. Try to understand with reason and logic, not with blind faith. And worship the deity in the house, offer the foodstuffs and eat that. Actually, entire thing, our spiritual life, the beginning is the tongue. This is very important. As we discussed sense control, one may wonder, senses are so difficult to control. How shall I do it? The secret is mentioned in the Vedas. The secret lies in Jivva. Adav means beginning, Jivva means tongue. Tongue has two functions, to chant and to taste. So if we can control this sense organ, tongue, we can control mind, we can control belly, we can control reproductive organs, we can control everything, all the other senses. So control just tongue, two functions, tasting and talking. So talk about Krishna, the names of God, I'll repeat. So talk about Krishna, the names of God, and taste the remnants of food which is offered to God. As we have discussed in 3rd chapter, verse number 13, it is very, very important. Tasting prasad, yagya shishta is very, very important, very scientific. An entire spiritual life will develop, all the sense control will happen automatically. And these 4 things, if a householder follows, even in household life, one will be happy. Otherwise, how much ever we may try to earn money, you go and meet various counselors, that counselor himself is fighting with his family members, nothing is going to work. Next is so here it is mentioned non-attachment to the family members if they are non-devotees. If they are non-devotees, then a person should leave the house and follow the spiritual life very nicely. Sometimes people think that is running away from responsibility. No. Just like a person runs away to office to attend to the duties so that one can help the family. If a person goes away from family after 50 years, so normally in Kali Yuga, everybody is not advised to take sannyas from the beginning because training is not there. But after 50 years of age, and rather sannyas should be taken only by very advanced spiritualists. But Vanprastha is very important. After 50 years of age, husband and wife can live in a place of pilgrimage or live in the temple, around the temple, and focus completely on the spiritual life. Detachment from the family members, that is very important. So such things are recommended. The detachment is required if the family members are not favorable. But if the entire family is devotee, then there is no need to leave. Then a person can live with the family members and advance in spiritual life. But if the family is not favorable, it is advisable to leave and follow spiritual life very nicely. That will be good for the person and will be good for the family members also. For a while, they might miss the association of family member, but they will all be able to attain immortality even if one of the family member can attain perfection in spiritual life. Resorting to solitary places. Okay, before that is even-mindedness amid pleasant and unpleasant events. Constant and unalloyed devotion to me. Now when a person is so much advanced, he for spiritual advancement is willing to detach himself from the temporary association also, then he becomes even-minded among the pleasant and unpleasant events. But to attain such a platform, one needs to engage oneself in unbreakable devotional service. That is called Jivan Mukta stage. Artificially we cannot do it. Somebody comes and chastises us, criticizes us, speaks bad words. How much ever we can try to convince ourselves, it is just compression and rarefaction of the air. Why should I get bothered? People keep on talking, we get affected by it. But when a person is Jivan Mukta on the spiritual platform, as a person on the mental platform, is not able to hear at times what the lecturer spoke, professor spoke, or what the boss spoke in the meeting because one was on mental platform, absorbed somewhere else. So when a person is absorbed on spiritual platform, all the changes of this material world, pleasant and unpleasant, on the physical level do not affect one. But to reach on that spiritual platform, one needs to engage in constant devotional service, just like the iron rod in fire. That is why it is told, Satatam Kirtayanto Mam. If always it is not possible to engage in service, at least this seva chanting always can be done. By constantly chanting the names of Krishna, gradually we come to spiritual platform. Then nothing disturbs us. Then, constant and unalloyed devotion unto me. This is most important. After following all these steps, one has to come to this platform, constant and unalloyed devotion to Krishna. Then resorting to solitary places. When a person is having constant and unalloyed devotion to God, then he does not want to mix with the materialists. Detachment from the general mass of people. General mass of people who are ignorant. Actually mad. A person who thinks himself as somebody else in a different identity, that is called a madman. Sometimes we see some mad person is controlling traffic on the street. He is thinking he is a traffic policeman, but that is wrong. That is not his identity. Some mad people in the asylum will act as doctors, somebody in a different manner. So they are misidentifying themselves. So anybody who misidentifies oneself is a mad person. So now everybody is identifying oneself with their designations of the kshetra. I am man, I am woman, I am tall, I am short, I am Indian, I am American. These are all wrong designations. So thus when a person understands everyone is mad, he becomes detached. This is advanced stage of knowledge. And then accepting the importance of self-realization. Otherwise, the normal aim of a materialist is to enjoy the senses. But here, a person enjoys no self-realization, understanding my real identity is important. Tattva Jnanartha Darshanam. And then one philosophizes, one does philosophy to understand what is Tattva Jnana, what is absolute truth. Now we have philosophy about mundane girl and boy relationship, the philosophy about leadership, the philosophy about treating people nicely in your company, and so many such philosophies of managing finance and trade. But a person who is advanced in knowledge does philosophy for understanding Tattva Jnana, absolute truth. So these are the various steps of knowledge which a person has to transcend. It's just like a staircase, and it begins with humility. So please read all these qualities nicely and try to apply in the life. Now the time is less. Maybe we'll try to find out another forum by which we can discuss how to practically implement all these things in our life. Gyeyam yat tat pravakshyami yajgyatvam ashnute anadimat param brahma nasattanna saduchyate. I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal. This is beginningless, and it is subordinate to me. It is called Brahm, the spirit, and it lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Now Krishna is explaining what is knowable. Knowledge is meant to know something. What is that thing? And that is Brahma. If you follow this process, step by step what we discussed, ultimately the knowledge of Brahma has to be attained. And what will happen if we get this knowledge? Amritam Ashnute. We will taste nectar. What is nectar? It is a heavenly liquid which makes one eternal. It is very, very tasty. It makes a person full of bliss. So when a person gets this knowledge, he becomes blissful and gets an eternal life. So that is the advantage of getting knowledge of Brahma Jnana. And what is this Brahma? Krishna tells, Anadi mat param Brahma. First of all, it is Anadi. There is no beginning of this Brahma. Everything has got a beginning, but this Brahma has no beginning. It is eternal. So that is why all of us, the living entities, are eternal. Nobody can trace that at this point of time the living entity came out from God. The God is eternal. The living entity, his part and parcels, are also eternal. We are infinitesimal, God is infinite. That is the difference. But all of us are Anadi, eternal. Anadi mat param Brahma. So Brahm, as we discussed, are of three categories, and mainly it refers to Atma and Paramatma. So here the first line describes Atma. Because it is being explained, Mat para Brahma, it is subordinate to me. Nasat tannasat uchyate, it is beyond the cause and effect of this material world. So again Krishna has told, not just the knower of the body, Kshetrajna, or the Brahm is different from the field. It is, somebody can tell, yes, it is different, but it is produced by the field. Krishna is telling here, no, it is different and it is not produced by the field. It is different from the cause and effect of this material world. It is not the effect of this material world. So this is the definition of subordinate Brahma. Now Krishna will explain about the super soul, Param Brahma. Sarvatah panipadam tat sarvatokshi shiromukham sarvatah shruti malloke sarvam avritya trishtati. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes and faces, and he hears everything. In this way, the super soul exists. So what does it mean that the eyes, hands, legs, heads of super soul are everywhere? It means because super soul is actually the proprietor of this body and we are but tenants in this body. We have been given control of this body for a short time and he is the proprietor. So because he is the proprietor and bodies are there everywhere in the universe, that is why it is being told here his hands and legs are there everywhere. Sarvendriya gunabhasam sarvendriya vivarjitam asaktam sarvabhrichaiva nirgunam gunabhoktracha. The super soul is the original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living beings. He transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time he is the master of all modes of material nature. Sarvendriya gunabhasam sarvendriya vivarjitam. So this is very important. He is the original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. Now when we read this word sarvendriya vivarjitam, we come to a conclusion, oh, it means the super soul is simply some energy, because person or energetic means one should have senses. Here it is being told sarvendriya vivarjitam, he is devoid of all senses. So devoid of all senses means, yes, just see, God is not a person, God is energy, Paramatma is an energy only. But we have to understand, asaktam sarvabhrichayava nirgunam gunabhoktracha. It is mentioned here, he is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living beings. A dead energy cannot maintain anybody. Maintainer has to be conscious. Just like the mother is conscious, now child needs this, now child needs that. Here I have to protect the child, here I have to feed him or her. In this manner, maintainer has to be conscious. The most difficult task is to maintain. Person has to be very conscious and respond in real time. Creation is easy. Destruction is also easy. Maintenance is very difficult. So he is maintainer. Dead energy cannot maintain anything. So how to understand this? He does not have senses and he is maintainer. Maintainer must be conscious. So that is why we need the help of proper spiritual master to understand these facts. This will be clarified also. And in previous verse also we have seen, it is mentioned, Sarvata Shruti Malloke Sarvam Avritya Tishtati. He hears everything. So energy cannot hear, a person can hear. Sarvata Shruti Malloke. He hears everything, it is being told. So he hears, he maintains, but he does not have senses. So how is hearing without the senses? So actually the senses are, you can call small machines or equipments, just like we have sensors here in this world. There is one sensor which senses the weight, and basis that it will send a unique signal to the circuit. When weight crosses this limit, raise an alarm. When weight is less, this indicator should glow up. And then there is another sensor which detects fire, and then it raises fire alarm. There is shower and so many things. So in this way we can create sensors. Similarly, Krishna has created senses. But Krishna does not need all these things in his body, because in the body already all these things are present. Just like we create robots, and these sensors, to make them active, we need to put some chips, diodes, transistors, cameras, wirings. But the creator does not have wiring, creator does not have camera installed in his body, but the creator also can see, the creator also can walk, talk and sense. How? Because he has got different system within his body. He does not need these artificial robotic senses to perform the function which robots are performing. In a similar fashion, Krishna can do all these things. Krishna can talk, Krishna can walk, Krishna can eat, Krishna can laugh, Krishna can hear, but through his spiritual body. That is why it is explained in the Brahma Samhita, written by Lord Brahma. He tells, Angani yasya sakalendriya vritti manti. Angani means the limbs of the body. Angani yasya. Yasya means whose limbs of the body are so amazing. Sakal indriya. Sakal means all. Indriya means senses. Vritti manti means they can perform the actions. So every limb of the body, Sakal indriya, can perform the actions of all the indriyas. This is the nature of spiritual body. So the spiritual body can perform all the senses of watching, hearing, talking, tasting, all the functions. Thus Krishna can see with his hands. Krishna can eat with his ears. This is the nature of spiritual body. Angani yasya sakalendriya vritti manti. So here when it is being mentioned, sarvendriya vivarjitam, that he is devoid of senses, means these material senses which are required to get perceptions in this body. These are not present in super soul because the spirit has got already all the functions of the senses inbuilt in all the limbs of the spiritual body. Thus one can maintain, the Supreme Brahm can maintain, the Supreme Brahm can hear, Supreme Brahm can accept, Supreme Brahm can walk without the legs. These legs, these machinery, bones and all are not required. The spirit, soul, spiritual body can perform the functions of these mechanical legs that we have got here. Bahirantascha bhutanam acharam charameva cha sukshmatva tad avigyeyam durastham chantike chatat. The Supreme Truth exists both internally and externally, in the moving and non-moving. He is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. Now this word is important. Sukshmatva tad avigyeyam. Krishna has told, now I am going to explain to you Gyeyam, which is to be known, the object of knowledge. And the object of knowledge, Brahma, Krishna tells, it is avigyeyam, it cannot be known. This is again contradictory. Krishna tells, Gyeyam yattat pravakshami yaj gyatva amritam ashnute. You will taste nectar by knowing the Gyeyam. Gyeyam is knowable. Now Krishna tells, knowable is avigyeyam, unknowable. What is this? It means, yes, the Brahma has to be known, but Brahma is avigyeyam, unknowable using the present senses. So these senses also have to be spiritualized. So this religion is meant, these rules and regulations that we follow are meant to spiritualize our body. When the body is spiritualized, then we can perceive spiritual existence. Then we can see spirit, we can hear spiritual sound, we can have spiritual taste. Otherwise, we will function only in this material world. So that is why the Gyeyam is avigyeyam, knowable is unknowable on material platform. So this word is very important. So he is avigyeyam, not to be known by the material senses. He is beyond the power of material senses to see or know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. So although the God is situated in permanent abode, everything is in control of God, so nobody can destroy the abode of God. That is called Sanatan Dham. So thus he is situated in his Dham, which is far, far away. But as Paramatma, he is present in the heart, he is very near as well. So in this way, the same person is very far and near as well. In this way, all the contradictions can be adjusted in the absolute truth. Avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam iva cha sthitam bhuta bhartra cha tajgeyam grasishnu prabhavishnu cha. Although the super soul appears to be divided, he is never divided. He is situated as one. Although he is the maintainer of every living entity, it is to be understood that he devours and develops all. Super soul appears to be divided. So when we hear that the super soul Paramatma is present in all the living entities, moving and non-moving, so we may think, oh, different Paramatmas are there in every heart, in every living entity. So he appears to be divided. That is why again contradiction. Avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam iva cha sthitam. So he is avibhaktam. He cannot be divided, but he appears to be divided. So thus contradictions are deliberately mentioned here to help us understand who is God. He is completely different. His personality is completely different. Because people are not able to understand how these contradictions are there, they simply make it very simple. Oh, God is energy. Because these things are not possible. God is simply energy. Because a person cannot have all these features, but spiritual person has these features. So thus here it is explained, an analogy is given in the Vedas, just like the moon can be reflected or the sun can be reflected in different vessels of water. One may think, oh, every vessel of water has a moon. But no, moon is not divided, moon is one only. It is being reflected in so many different water reservoirs. In a similar fashion, God is one only, but he can expand himself to be present in all the living entities. But he is not divided, he is one. Jyotisham api tajyotis tamasaf paramuchyate Jnanam gyeyam jnanagamyam Hridhi sarvasya vishthitam. He is the source of light in all luminous objects. He is beyond the darkness of matter and is unmanifested. He is knowledge, he is the object of knowledge, and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's heart. So ultimately, Paramatma is knowledge, he is the goal of knowledge, and he is situated in everyone's heart. And he is always noticing the desires, as it will be explained further. As is the desire of the living entity wants to enjoy material pleasure, Paramatma inspires him to enjoy material pleasure. And to enjoy material comforts, one need to do proper karma. He gives inspiration from the heart how to do right karma. If it is not possible to enjoy in this life, next life he continues with the soul, goes in the next body, and then again reminds. So you wanted to enjoy in this way, I have given you facility now. Now you enjoy. We want to forget God, he will give best of the atheistic arguments. And if we want to remember him, he will give best of the theistic logics. He is very kind Father who fulfills all the desires of the living entity. But we need to understand from that most intelligent Father, what is my best interest? And that best interest is to engage in loving relationship with that Father who is living in the heart. Iti kshetram tatha jnanam gyeyam choktum samasataha madbhakta etad vigyaya madbhavayupapadyate. Thus the field of activities, the body, knowledge and the knowable have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly and thus attain to my nature. So this is called science of God. How nicely it is being explained. Unless we understand in this manner what is God, so either we will not be able to understand him or there would be fanaticism. So this science is the object of human form of life to understand. But who can understand? Krishna mentions, Mad Bhakta etad vigyaya. Only Mad Bhakta, my devotee, can know. If we have to have knowledge about a person, we need to have relationship with the person. And a devotee only has got a loving relationship with the Lord. So only devotee can understand the science of God perfectly. Others will get confused and bewildered. Prakritim purusham chaeva vidhyanadiyo bhavapi vikaranshcha gunanshchaiva Vidhi Prakriti Sambhavan. Material nature and the living entity should be understood to be beginningless. Their transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature. So these two words next Krishna is explaining. Arjuna asks 6 things: Kshetram, Kshetragyam, Prakritim, Purusham, Jnanam and Gyayam. So Prakriti and Purush, now Lord Krishna is explaining. What is this Prakriti and Purush? Prakriti means one who is enjoyed or the material nature, and Purush means the enjoyer. So Krishna is actually Purush. Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. In the 10th chapter, Arjuna came to the conclusion after hearing Bhagavad Gita. Param Brahma, Param Dhama, Purusham, Paramam Bhavan, your supreme Purush person. Purush means enjoyer, Prakriti means enjoyed. Just like in a company, the employer is Purusha, employee is Prakriti, to be enjoyed. So the company is running for the pleasure of the employer. And employer governs, dictates the terms, gives orders, and the employee follows the order, but both of them enjoy. Both of them are eager to work over there. The employee wants to serve the employer also wants to serve the employee, but employer is the master, employee is subordinate. This position is always there. And if the employee becomes envious, then he leaves the company, he or she leaves the company, and then there is no more enjoyment. That is our relationship with God. This very important thing we forget. We think I am Purusha. Purusha means enjoyer. This material world, everything is meant for my enjoyment. No, it is meant for enjoyment of God. But we should not be envious. Just like we are not envious of our employer, we want to work in good big companies. And in this fashion, when we work nicely, we are properly remunerated. And both the employer and the employees, they enjoy this relationship. In a similar fashion, in a house also we can see the head of the family, father can be predominator, and the children, a proper son or daughter, they will always follow the instructions of their parents. They will not tell, now you are subordinate, you follow my instructions. So normally we give respect, and that is what is to be done. So although in a family also there is somebody who is predominator, others are predominated, but both of them enjoy. They are living for each other. But if sometimes the son becomes envious, he leaves the father and goes away. Father is very rich, he wants to give all comforts to the child, but the child should not become envious. That is the position, that is a relationship between us and God. Now here we have come in a mood to enjoy, but that is not our position. We are always Prakriti, we are enjoyed, we are always subordinate. That is why now here also we are subordinate. We are subordinate to somebody, we have to serve someone to get happiness. Without serving, we cannot be happy here. Either we have to find some boss outside we have to serve, or we have to go and we have to serve, as we discussed, the boss has to serve the employee, then only boss can be happy. The businessman has to serve the customers, then one can be happy. If nobody is there in the family, people keep pets, they serve the pets, then they get pleasure. So service is important. Or we serve the senses, we follow the dictates of the senses. So our position is that of Prakriti, subordinate. Now we should find out who is the best master. I think it is clear. We cannot be master. It is artificial. If I think I am master, I will control, then there would be troubles in life because of this mentality. I am anyway subordinate. I am serving anybody, somebody, man or animal, or my senses, whims of my mind, body, whatever mind demands, I immediately satisfy, then I can be happy. But Krishna is not like this. Krishna is Purush. So just like Ram Navami festival is there, we see how, or even Janmashtami, all these festivals, why do we celebrate? So that we can understand the signs of God. How Lord Ramchandra, he was about to be coronated as the king of Ayodhya. As soon as father told you have to go to jungle, 14 years, immediately told, yes father, I will go. So he is not under control of senses. He is controlling the senses. Krishna is there enjoying with his wives. And then as soon as it is Brahm Muhurta in the morning, 3 o'clock, Krishna will leave the bed and the wives will curse the morning. But Krishna is not attached. Krishna is having complete control of his senses. Bhishma Pitama told that Krishna was dancing with the girls in the middle of night playing his flute. but he was able to control his senses perfectly. If I was there in Krishna's position, when somebody accused of Krishna as a woman hunter, Krishna told no. Don't call Krishna's affairs as mundane affairs of boy and girl in this world. Krishna danced in the middle of night with the gopis because that was the desire of the gopis. They wanted to have that relationship with Krishna, so Krishna reciprocated. But there is no question of any mundane gross pleasures being enjoyed over there. That is completely spiritual activity. But Bhishma told that control was not possible, would not have been possible even for me. I am celebrated as the greatest brahmachari, greatest celibate controller of senses in the world. But I would have fallen down in that situation. This is Krishna. So Krishna can have perfect control over his senses. When he wants to enjoy, he can employ his senses. But we are, on the other hand, subordinate to our senses, our mind, subordinate to other living entities. This is not Krishna's position. So Krishna, God, is actually enjoyer and we are enjoyed. So in this way, if I understand Jiva Krishna Das ei Vishwas karle twar dukh nai. When I start planning how to please God, then automatically I get so much of pleasure in life. When the hand decides, I will feed this body now, and will get automatically nourishment. This very important science is missing. How much have we planned in our life to think of pleasure of God? Not much. So if we do that, if we lead our life just to give pleasure to God, and the greatest pleasure God gets in when somebody spreads this knowledge to others, which can relieve the living entities from all troubles. So in this way, if we dedicate our resources, our skills, our talent, our time to spread this message, that will be the greatest service to God, and automatically our life will be happy materially as well as spiritually. This important position has to be understood, that we are Prakriti. Our happiness lies only when we plan the enjoyment of Supreme Purush. But because here now in this world we have come in the mood of enjoyment, this Purusha refers to the living entities here, because we are in the mood of Purusha. So now Krishna is explaining this Prakriti and Purusha. And what do we enjoy here? The material nature, the resources. So Prakriti here refers to this material nature, and Purusha refers to the living entity, all of us. Material nature and living entity should be understood to be beginningless. Now people wonder, what is the origin of this material nature, Prakriti, which works in such an wonderful engineered fashion, wonderful automation. Male, female get attracted to each other, and the gametes fuse, two chemicals fuse, and then there is a new machine which is coming out, developing automatically. What is this wonderful system? What is this ecosystem? Who has made it? How it has come? So Krishna is explaining it is eternal. Sometimes it is manifest, sometimes it is unmanifest. But this energy is eternal. Material nature is eternal. And what about living entities? There was some chemical reaction and living entities have sprung up. No, the living entity is also eternal. So all this research, Krishna has simplified it in this verse. Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Vidhi Anadi Ubhavapi. Both of them are Anadi, both of them are eternal. Vikaranscha Gunanscha Vidhi Prakriti Sambhavam. Their transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature. Karya Karan Kartritve Hetuf Prakritiruchyate Purusha Sukha Dukkhanam Bhoktritve Heturuchyate. Nature is said to be the cause of all material activities and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. So this is also a very important shloka. Nature can only be responsible for the changes in the field, the world around us. It is said to be the cause of all material activities and effects. But happiness and distress is not created by nature, that is created by us. Just like the judge does not create happiness and distress for any person. Sometimes judge will award compensation, sometimes judge will give punishment, rigorous punishment, to be hanged till death. So the person is responsible for that, happiness or distress. In a similar fashion, material nature will produce all the transformations. Now whether I will take pain from those transformations or pleasure, that depends on us. So that is why all our pains and pleasures are created by us alone, in ignorance of the reality of spiritual pleasure. Purushav prakritistho hi bhunkte prakritijan gunan karanam guna sangosya sad asad yoni janmasu. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with the material nature. Thus he meets with good and evil amongst various species. So here the law of transmigration is explained. Why somebody gets a good body, bad body. Karanam guna sango asya guna sanga. If we associate with sattva guna, we eat sattvic food, we live or associate with sattvic people, we read sattvic literatures, hear sattvic sounds, speak sattvic sounds, then we are associating with sattva guna. Then next body will be urdhva gachanti. We will go to higher planetary systems where we have a very, very long life. The distress of death, old age, disease is very less, and the bodily sensual strength is very strong, and we can enjoy happiness. We can have greater knowledge. And if we associate with Rajoguna, Tamoguna mode of passion and ignorance, then we can take birth as a wretched human being, and maybe a diseased body we will get, or we will glide down to lower animal species of life, or other insects, reptiles, aquatics, or trees, depending on in what proportion I am associating with the modes of nature. Thus, in order to have a good life, person should always be sattvic. In order to transcend this material nature, person should be shuddha sattvic, always associate with spiritual subject matter. Upadrishtanumanta cha bharta bhokta maheshwaraha paramatmeti chapyukto dehe asmin purushah paraha. Yet in this body there is another transcendental enjoyer who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter, and who is known as the super soul. Now again, as Krishna told previously, Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata. You are knower of the field, but I am also knower. I am knower of all the fields. Similarly, here Krishna is mentioning Upadrishta anumanta cha bharta bhokta maheshwara dehe asmin purushah paraha. Para means transcendental, one who is not affected by the laws of this nature, prakriti. We are affected by the laws of nature now. We are conditioned souls. But Krishna is paraha purushaha, means he is transcendental. Although Krishna is living as Paramatma in the heart of a pig, but Krishna is not living in the filthy drain, although pig could be loitering in the drain. Krishna is transcendental. Although he is present in the heart, he is not affected by the surroundings. That is called paraha purushaha. That Krishna mentions. What is the role of this paraha purusha? Dehe asmin, who is also living within this body? The role of that purush is, we are here to enjoy the fruits of this field. Why this other purusha is here? What is he doing? He is upadrishta anumanta cha. So this is called science of God. Just knowing God is great does not help us to increase our spiritual life much unless we know how God is great, why he is so great. So here Krishna mentions upadrishta. He is overseer, observing the actions of all the living entities. That is power of God. That is called omniscience. He is conscious of all the living entities. Upadrishta, he is the witness. What we desire, Paramatma facilitates. Oh, you want this? Do this karma. You want to have this logic? Okay, take it. Understand this subject matter. You want to forget this? Okay, take forgetfulness. Forgetfulness, remembrance, knowledge, everything is coming from God. And then Anumanta, sanctioner. Without sanction of God, not a blade of grass can move. So he is present as witness and sanctioner in the heart, helping us to enjoy this material world. Bharta Bhokta Maheshwaraha. He is the Bhokta, supreme enjoyer, and he is Bharta, he is also master, supreme master. He is the supreme proprietor. And his name is Paramatma. We are Atma or Anu Atma, and he is called Paramatma, the supreme soul. Paramatmeti Chapyukto. So if we read Bhagavad Gita, everything is so clear. Atma is different, Paramatma is different. We are Purush, but there is Paraha Purush. There are two souls within the body. So entire thing is very clear. Just we have to carefully, attentively hear Bhagavad Gita from proper source. And then understanding of matter, spirit, supreme spirit, God, material world, spiritual world, everything will be very, very clear. Ya evam vetti purusham prakritim cha gunay saha sarvatha vartamanopi nasa bhuyo bhijayate. One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity and the interaction of the modes of nature, is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position. Dhyanenatmani pashyanti kechid atmanamatmana anye sankhyena yogena karma yogena chapare. That super soul is perceived by some through meditation, by some through the cultivation of knowledge, and by others through working without fruitive desire. Anne tvevam ajanantaha shrutva nebhya upasate tepi chati tarantyeva mrityum shruti parayanah. Again, there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about Him from others. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death. This is our situation. So, previous verse mentions some people try to understand this subject matter of Brahma, self-realization, by following Sankhya, by working without fruitive desire, Karma Yoga, or by the mystic yoga process, meditation. But some people are not educated in these paths. But these people also become successful simply by hearing from authorities. So this is our situation. Those who are not advanced in spiritual understanding, like most of us now in this age, we can simply hear from authority, a person who has seen the truth. If we simply hear from them, we also surpass Mrityum Shruti Parayana. By hearing, we also surpass repeated birth and death. Yavas sanjayate kinchit satvam sthavar jangamam kshetra kshetrajna sanyogat tadvidhi bharatarshabha. O chief of the Bharatas, whatever you see in existence, both moving and unmoving, is only the combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. Samam sarveshu bhuteshu tishthantam parameshwaram vinashyatsva vinashyantam yaf pashyati sapashyati. One who sees the super soul accompanying the individual soul in all the bodies, and who understands that neither the soul nor the super soul is ever destroyed, actually sees. Samam pashyan hi sarvatra samavasthitam ishwaram nahi nastyatmanatmanam tato yati param gatim. One who sees the super soul in every living being and equal everywhere does not degrade himself by his mind, and thus he approaches the transcendental destination. Prakrityaiva cha karmani kriyamanani sarvashah yaf pashyati tathatmanam akartaram sapashyati. One who can see that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing, actually sees. So this is called real vision. If I think somebody is doing something, that is not fact. Whatever happiness and distress one is destined to get in this life, one is forced to engage in the activities as per the laws of nature. As soon as we get this body, now we are under control of nature. We will feel hunger. We will be forced to work hard to mitigate our hunger. That work will also depend upon our body, the skills, the nature, the inclination which we have acquired. So thus the living entity is just a passive worker. If one has got the body of dog, one will be forced to eat certain kind of eatables. One will be forced to search for certain kind of eatables. One will be forced to talk in a certain language in a certain way. So we are passive, we are forced. Just like once a criminal is arrested, he becomes passive worker. He does not want to break stones. He is forced to break stones. He does not want to tread that path or corridor. One is forced to walk. In a similar fashion, as per the bodies, the living entity is forced to work. So actually, material nature is working. It has got certain plan, and the living entities, basis their machines, are acting helplessly under the control of nature. So one who sees this is actually the seer. Yada bhuta prithak bhavam ekastham anupashyati tat eva cha vistaram brahma sampadyate tada. When a sensible man ceases to see different identities which are due to different material bodies, he attains to the Brahma conception. Thus he sees that beings are expanded everywhere. This is the beginning of spiritual life. Brahma bhuta prasannatma. When a person comes to the level of Brahma. What is that Brahma? When he ceases to see different identities. What does it mean? He sees everyone is same person only? No. He ceases to see different identities which are due to material bodies. Prithak bhavam. Prithak bhavam means different identities or different natures. Dog is having certain nature, camel is having certain nature, people are having different natures. So when we see different identities due to different natures, that is illusion. Seeing different identities is not illusion. We are all unique people having unique identity as a spirit soul, but that identity is because of the nature of the spirit soul, not because of the nature of this body. So when we stop discriminating basis the body, oh this is camel, this is dog, this is man, this is woman, then we have attained the Brahma conception. We understand that the beings, the spirit souls only, which are same in nature, they are all spiritual in nature, not less intelligent, more intelligent, ugly, beautiful, they are all spiritual in nature. And when we see that there are all these dresses around me, one should stop seeing these different material identities, then that is called Brahma conception. Then a person is always very happy, always very jolly. This is the result of properly following the instructions of spiritual master. Then what is this vision? That is further explained. Anaditva nirgunatvat paramatmayam avyayaha sharirasthopi kaunteya nakaroti na lipyate. Those with the vision of eternity can see that the soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjuna, the soul neither does anything nor is entangled. Yatha sarvagatam sokshmyad akasham nopalipyate sarvatravasthito dehe tathatma nopalipyate. The sky, due to its subtle nature, does not mix with anything, although it is all-pervading. Similarly, the soul situated in Brahma vision does not mix with the body, though situated in that body. Yatha prakashayatyekah kritsnam lokam imam ravihi kshetram kshetri tatha kritsnam prakashayati bharata. O son of Bharat, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminates the entire body by consciousness. So just like the sun illuminates the universe, the soul illuminates the body because of consciousness. So consciousness is not because of brain, it is because of soul. It comes through brain in our body, it functions like that. So this is very important point. Very clearly Krishna is, I repeat. So this is very important point. Very clearly Krishna is mentioning here the source of consciousness is this Brahma. It is not the brain or any other organ or cell within the body. Kshetra kshetrajnayorevam antaram jnana chakshusha bhuta prakriti moksham cha ye viduryanti te param. One who knowingly sees this difference between the body and the owner of the body and can understand the process of liberation from this bondage also attains to the supreme goal. So these words are very important here. Antaram jnana chakshusha. Antaram means the difference. The difference between the material body and spirit has to be seen. Is it so easy? Can we just see like that? Oh, I have seen by my microscope, here spirit is different from the body? No. That is why it is told here, not by these chakshus, by jnana chakshusha, by the eyes of knowledge. Although I see the sun even now as a disk, but with jnana chakshusha, I see the sun as a sphere which is much bigger than earth. Although I see water in the desert, with Gyan Chakshusha I see water is not there, it is total internal reflection. So now also we apply the Gyan Chakshusha. In a similar fashion, it has to be seen from Gyan Chakshusha. Directly our material body, it is avigyayam as we have seen. It is designed to perceive only matter. So unless this body is spiritualized, yes, a stage is possible. If by following rules and regulations very nicely we spiritualize our body, then we can see spirit factually. So long that stage is not attained, Jnana Chakshusha, we should start our spiritual life by Jnana Chakshu. As soon as we see our body, we know there are cells, there are protons, neutrons, electrons, although these Chakshus do not see Jnana Chakshusha. But when one becomes advanced scientist in the lab can see these things, can see cells within the cell. In a similar fashion, when we advance in spiritual life, it becomes perception, factual perception, but initially Jnana Chakshusha. By understanding from those who have seen, we should not get trapped in this illusion. Just the whole world is just thinking the dress is actually the person. No, Jnana Chakshusha, it is different, the persons are different. And when a person understands this process of knowledge, which we have seen, amanittam avdambhitvam ahimsa kshantirarjavam, humility, pridelessness, accepting the spiritual master, then one also becomes free from this bondage of birth and death. So let us start seeing this world as spirit souls, completely different from matter, and the spirit has to be taken out from this repeated entanglement in matter. So this chapter is very important. Please again revisit and hear the elements of knowledge. Try to apply in our life all those steps so that we can advance to understand this Atma Tattva. This chapter requires great deliberation, great contemplation, and by this we can begin to understand the spirit soul different from matter, different from this body. And that marks the beginning of spiritual life. Very soon we will meet with chapter 14, the three modes of material nature. Till then, please keep on chanting always as much as possible. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Param bhuyah pravakshyami jnananam jnanamuttamam yajgyatva munayas sarve param siddhim ito gatah. The blessed Lord said, "Again I shall declare to you this supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained to supreme perfection." Param siddhim ito gataha. Siddhi means perfection. Perfection of human life does not entail getting a lot of money, a very big house, or very attractive life partners, etc. Because we have seen enough people, those who have attained all these things, still find their lives imperfect. So these are not perfections but hallucinations of perfection. The Vedas explain, and it is the realization of the liberated personalities, when we understand I am not the body, but spirit soul completely different. From this bag which is made up of three dhatus, kaf, pit and vat. then that is the beginning of perfection of human form of life. Aham Brahmasmi, I am spirit soul. And this stage is called Brahma Bhuta stage. Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma na shochati na kangshati. Then a person is always jolly. This is the symptom. So any person who is not always jolly, that person is not liberated. So this is first step of perfection. Then perfection increases to second realization, which is called Paramatma. Realizing, witnessing the presence of Supreme Lord in our heart, who is present in every atom in this universe. And then the realization actually becomes perfect when one realizes the source of the spiritual energy which is all pervading, who is the source of Paramatma present in the heart, the original form of God. That is Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is called Bhagavan realization. Brahma, Paramatma and Bhagavan, the absolute truth, is known in these three different phases. So by knowing this knowledge, Param Siddhim, Siddhi means perfection, one can attain to topmost perfection. So this is the knowledge which Lord Krishna has been explaining so far in Bhagavad Gita, but it has been presented here in a more effective manner. Edam jnanam upashritya mama sadharmyamagatah sargepi nopajayante pralaye navyatanti cha. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature, which is like my own nature. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation, nor disturbed at the time of dissolution. So the happiness or distress that we experience in this life depends upon the nature of body we have acquired. Some bodies by nature are very weak, are diseased. The body of a bear feels very hot even though he is living in the poles. That is why he dives deep into water to get relief from the heat. But we will freeze as we enter the polar region. So our happiness and distress depends upon the nature of body we have acquired. Now, one should think, what is the most perfect body which should be acquired, which does not face distress at all? Is it possible to have such body? Yes. That body belongs to Lord Krishna. Dehi deha vibhedoyam neshware vidyate kvachit. There is no difference between body and soul of Krishna. So there is no birth, death, old age, disease. And here Krishna is telling, Mama sadharmyam agataha. Sadharmyam means one also attains Krishna's nature. Dharma also means nature. So Krishna's nature is eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss. So we also become very blissful. We become eternal. We are eternal. We realize our eternal aspect. And we become full of knowledge. Mama yonir mahad brahma tasmin garbham dadhamyaham sambhava sarva bhutanam tato bhavati bharata. So Lord Krishna now is explaining how the living entity gets entangled technically in this material world and what are the means of liberation. So what is this material world? The big scientists are perplexed. Lord Krishna explains here. The total material substance called Brahm is the source of birth, and it is that Brahm that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharat. Mama yonir mahad brahma. So the Vedas explain there are two portions in this entire existence. One is called Ekpad Vibhuti, or 25% of the existence. Another is Tripad Vibhuti, which consists of 75% of existence. Tripad Vibhuti is called the spiritual world, which forms the majority. And most of the living entities live in the spiritual world, where there is no embarrassment of birth, death, old age and disease. But Ekpad Vibhuti is meant for the living entities who want to compete with God, who want to become God. In spiritual world, the philosophy is people are very, very humble. They want to become servant of God. Everyone wants to serve other living entity. So how beautiful society would be if everyone is willing to serve the other person. But here we want to enjoy the services of other people. What to speak of general people? This phenomenon occurs in our families also. If there is any disagreement, then there is separation even among the family members. There are fights and arguments because we want to enjoy other service here. Everything should be for my satisfaction. In spiritual world, everything should be for Krishna's satisfaction and for satisfaction of Krishna's devotees. So those who want to become like God, those who think everyone should serve me, they are given chance to become God in this material world, which is called Ekapada Vibhuti, material energy. And what is this material energy? It is nothing but transformation of spiritual energy. Krishna is absolute truth. Satchidananda Ghana Sarveshwareshwaro Dadhatu. Concentrated Satchidananda. And the energy which is emanating from Krishna is also Satchidananda. But this energy gets transformed into material energy to fulfill our desires of becoming Lord. So just like sand castles are created by children, similarly so many forms are created by living entities for their own satisfaction. That is called material world. So the original material energy, the transformation of Brahma, the spiritual energy, is called Mahat Brahm or Mahat Tattva. That is the original substance, the cosmic intelligence from which everything is later manifest. So then this entire manifestation consists of various energies, but original energy is called Mahat Tattva. Just like there is white light that is split into three lights, three primary colors, RGB, red, green and blue, and then they mix, and then on the screen we see so many varieties of manifestations. Similarly, this manifest world here is nothing but expansion and combination of this original Tattva, which is called Mahat Tattva. So Krishna is telling, Tasam Brahma Mahad Yonir. Yoni means mother, source of birth. Just like the mother gives birth to children, but mother is not actually the source of the soul, without which there is no possibility of generation and production of a body. The soul comes from father. Similarly, material nature is mother. Our bodies we see are coming out of the material ingredients. But material nature is not the cause of our birth. We are coming, Krishna tells here, Tasmin Garbham Dadami Aham. I am the seed-giving father. So the souls are coming from Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna, in the form of Lord Shiva, impregnates soul in this material world. And then the bodies are given by the material nature. In this way, the creation happens. Sarvayonishu Kaunteya Murtaya Sambhavanti Yaha Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bija Pradah Pita. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Sattvam rajastama iti guna prakriti sambhavah nibadnanti mahabaho dehe dehi namavyayam. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion and ignorance. When the living entity comes in contact with nature, he becomes conditioned by these modes. Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakashakam anamayam sukha sangena badhnati jnana sangena chanagha. Now Krishna starts explaining how living entities are bound up in this material world. So this Mahat Tattva consists of three modes of nature: Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. And it is like having golden, silver or iron handcuffs. Person can be very happy seeing golden handcuffs. Ultimately, that is also bondage. So this golden handcuff is called Sattva Guna. How Sattva Guna binds the living entity, Lord Krishna has explained. O sinless one, the mode of goodness, Being purer than others is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode develop knowledge, but they become conditioned by the concept of happiness. So the mode of goodness is purer than other modes, Rajogun and Tamogun. Those who are in this mode, Sattvaguna, they come to the platform of knowledge and they are able to get freedom from the sense. But this also binds the living entity by the concept of happiness. So usually living entities who are there on this planet, earthly planet, all the human beings, they are conducted by mode of passion. Mode of passion we will see in the next verse. Person works very hard. Sensual desires are very, very strong. And a person is half mad because when the sensual desires are very strong, person cannot think what is right and wrong, gets carried away. But when the senses are controlled, mind is controlled, person has goodness, he's having good behavior, controlled behavior, one can rise to the platform of knowledge. And when one rises to the platform of knowledge, like philosophers, poets, scientists, then a person is having experience of some happiness in this material world. They are not very much affected by the miseries. Just like by so much scientific advancement, we can counteract the onslaught of material nature. It may be very hot, but you can have some devices, some gadgets, arrangements, air conditioners, coolers, fans. We will not feel so much of heat. Similarly, it could be very dark outside, then we have light, we are not affected by that. In a similar fashion, with advancement of knowledge, we are able to counteract the material distress, either philosophically or scientifically or poetically. So then these people, because they feel happiness, the more you advance in Sattvaguna, happiness also increases. Then a person thinks, what is the need of having spiritual knowledge? I am anyway increasing my happiness in this world. So this happiness binds living entity into this material world. Other living entities who are not so happy, why? Because they are conducted by the lower modes. And what is their situation is explained in the next verse. Rajoragatmakam vidhi Trishna sanga samudbhavam Tannibadhnati kaunteya Karma sangena dehinam. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this, one is bound to material fruitive activities. Other people who are conducted by modes of passion, as are the beings on this planet, the human beings, they work very hard and they are bound to material fruitive activities because there are so many desires in this mode of passion, so many longings, so much material attraction. This mode is represented by attraction between man and woman. The more there is attraction to the opposite gender, we can understand the more we have mode of passion within the body. And the more is mode of passion, the more would be anxiety, the more would be hard work, because then you enter into family, longing, the sensual desires are so strong. Then you enter into family because the sensual desires, longings are so strong. And then one has to satisfy the needs of the family members, and for this hard work is required. To gain the material comforts and to maintain status in the society, show off to others. In this way it leads to hard work, and a person gets entangled by the fruits of the activity, fruits of the hard work. It could be material comforts, it could be name, fame, recognition we have earned in society. To earn that, maintain that, one has to work very, very hard, and this person always remains in anxiety. This is the situation of mode of passion. Then, mode of ignorance, what is their state? Tamastvajnanatam vidhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nidrabhis tannibadhnati bharata. O son of Bharat, the mode of ignorance causes the delusion of all living entities. The result of this mode is madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. The mode of ignorance causes madness, delusion. So these people sleep a lot, sleeping more than 7 or 8 hours. That means mode of ignorance. Or resorting to various kinds of intoxicants. They want to forget the material reality, the material world. So those people who want to escape the truth of this material world, they are considered to be in mode of ignorance. So just like a rabbit is there, when it is attacked by lion, rabbit closes its eyes and feels happy lion is gone. Actually, lion is not gone. But rabbit wants to escape the harsh reality that it is going to die very soon. In a similar fashion, those people in the mode of ignorance spend a lot of time sleeping. Anybody who is fond very much of sleep, long sleeping hours, it means mode of ignorance or resorting to, we will discuss all these things are very beautifully, elaborately discussed. The food items that we have, the words that we speak, the way we conduct ourselves, by this one can understand whether a person is in mode of goodness, passion and ignorance. So the mode of ignorance results in misery always, current misery and future misery also. But a person, because of hallucination, bewilderment, does not realize that one is suffering. Sattvam sukhe sanjayati raja karmani bharata jnanam avritya tu tamaha pramade sanjayatyuta. The mode of goodness conditions one to happiness, passion conditions him to the fruits of action, and ignorance to madness. So if somebody is lying on a railway track and one is sleeping or under the spell of intoxicants, it is difficult to tell a person to move away. Sleeping man cannot be woken up, or intoxication, not able to understand that the train is coming, I might get crushed any moment. In this way, because of madness, they get bound and keep on suffering death life after life. Another person sitting on the railway track is suffering, and then he's working very hard to get relief from the suffering, and somebody is giving him instruction, please move away from the railway track. But the person is not listening because he's so much engrossed to get relief. Suppose he is very thirsty, he is digging for water on the railway track or near railway track. He does not realize that this is the position of death where I am situated. Water can be found elsewhere, I need to move away from the track as soon as. But if one is very much engrossed in digging, he will not listen to the instructions. The more one is thirsty, the less there is possibility of him making understand, move away from the track. This is called mode of passion. When a person is having very strong sensual desires, they become half mad, they get engrossed in their work. I want to have money, I want to have recognition, I want this person in my life, I want this position in society. They are not able to rise to the platform of knowledge. So people tell, yes, follow your passion, this passion is so dangerous. And then people want peace also. So this passion is only the cause of all the anxieties that we have in our life. Simply if we come to Sattva Guna, then a person would be very, very happy. But then what is Sattva Guna? Sattva Guna means a person by virtue of knowledge has arranged very nice water for him on the track. He has made very nice canopy or tent for himself, an air-conditioned canopy, and he is living very nicely inside. He has made power arrangements also, nice gadgets, listening nice music, enjoying in his air-conditioned tent, but everything is on the railway track. He will also get crushed. Now somebody is telling, move away, and the person is not feeling any need to move away because one is comfortable. So in this way, a person who is sattvic, he gets conditioned, he does not move away from this material world, but repeatedly keeps on taking birth as scientist, as philosopher, as poet, as any intellectual. The mode of passion anyway binds one to hard work, to the fruits of the work, and the one in mode of hallucination, he is anyway in bewilderment, madness. So complete madness, half madness, or material knowledge, all these things are not able to give relief to the living entities from repeated birth and death in this material world. And even though the person in Sattva Guna is happy now, any time one can lose knowledge by contaminating Rajoguna and Tamoguna, just like the fit people also can fall sick anytime. And when a person falls to the lower modes, the life is much, much more miserable. So one should take advantage of Sattva Guna when the material nature is not disturbing much. Take help of pure devotee and then move away from the railway track, move away from repeated birth and death. So although Sattva-guna is good, it is purer than others, person is sane having knowledge, but unless a person comes in contact with a pure devotee, with this knowledge in parampara, one cannot solve the problems of repeated birth and death. In this way, the living entity is bound in this material world, either by happiness in Sattva-guna, by the fruits of activity in Rajoguna, or by madness, ignorance in Tamoguna. Rajastamascha vibhuya sattvam bhavati bharata, rajas sattvam tamaschaiva tamas sattvam rajastatha. Sometimes the mode of passion becomes prominent, defeating the mode of goodness, O son of Bharat, and sometimes the mode of goodness defeats passion. And at other times the mode of ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. So we can see sometimes we are feeling very peaceful, very happy, and we have knowledge, we are seeking knowledge. Sometimes we have strong sensual desires, urges, I want to fulfill this, desires of the senses. We are working very hard. There is anxiety. And sometimes we are in ignorance, just like when we sleep at night, we are completely unaware of what is this material world, nature, who am I, where is my body, what am I supposed to do. On waking up, complete ignorance. So sometimes there is Tamoguna dominant in our body, sometimes Rajoguna, sometimes Sattva-guna. There is always competition among the three modes. Sarvadvareshu dehesmin prakasha upajayate jnanam yada tada vidyad vivriddham sattvamityuta. The manifestations of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. Sarvadvareshu dehe asmin. There are 9 gates, dwara, in this body. Which are the gates? We have discussed before. This body is called city of 9 gates. Eyes, 2 eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth, 7, and genitals and anus. So in this way, through 9 gates, when we experience illumination, we experience happiness, we are able to see things in the right perspective, hear things in the right perspective, taste things in the right perspective. When we are speaking the only sattvic words, sattvic language, we are hearing sattvic sounds. When there is proper evacuation, person is cleansed inside and out, then that means a person is in the mode of goodness. There is happiness in all the 9 gates in the body. How do we understand I am conducted by Rajoguna? That Krishna explains in the next verse. Lobhav pravrittirarambhaha karmanam ashamaspriha rajasyetani jayante vivriddhe bharatarshabha. O chief of the Bharatas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, uncontrollable desire, hankering, and intense endeavor develop. So when there is great attachment, uncontrollable desire. So thus we can see in today's society, advancement means advancement in the mode of passion. People say that you never ever become satisfied in your life. You will not grow. Always increase your desire. Have bigger desire. So this is foolishness, actually. Bigger desire, what is that? You suppose you are traveling somewhere in a flight or train and they tell you this flight is going to crash. Shall we desire to now have anything very nice, name, fame, recognition in society, nice apartment for yourself? Or any achievement, will it hold any value? No, because you know, my plane is going to crash or the train is going to crash. A person will not aspire for any big, great achievement. So even though one is seeing my grandfather has died, I will die, my children also will die, but a person works very hard to have very big aspirations here. So now in this world we are living, it's just like traveling in a train which is going to crash. We are all going to die. But not understanding, realizing this fact, people work very hard. And if there is happiness, then that hard work is worth doing it. But then there is only hard work with little happiness. That Lord Krishna explains, we will see. So that is why a person is called half mad. These desires madden a person. So when there are very strong desires, strong hankering, then it is to be understood that a person is in the mode of passion. Aprakasho pravrittischa pramado moha evacha tamasyetani jayante vivriddhe kuru nandana. O son of Kuru, when there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, madness, illusion, inertia, and darkness are manifested. So mode of ignorance means person will take to more hallucination, intoxicants. And when a person is intoxicated, then one cannot distinguish what is reality, what is illusion. Mother, sister, person fails to recognize, and so many heinous crimes happen in society. So a person becomes more and more mad and keeps on suffering. But under hallucination, person is not able to realize that I am suffering. There is misery now and misery in the future. In mode of passion, person gets immediate happiness. Long term is misery. In Sattva Guna, there is immediate distress but long term happiness. But Tamo Guna is most dangerous. Current misery and future misery also. But a person is not able to realize because of madness. Yada sattve pravriddhe tu pralayam yati dehabhrit tadottama vidam lokan amalan pratipadyate. When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure higher planets. Rajasi pralayam gatva karma sangishu jayate tatha pralinastamasi mudhayonishu jayate. When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities. And when he dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom. So why it is very important to understand the influence of modes, because not just in this life, it is shaping our future, our destiny. There are various planets, various categories of life. It is described very nicely in the scriptures like Srimad Bhagavatam. There are various planetary systems. The entire universe is divided into 14 planetary systems. Bhur Bhuva Swaha. We are all aware of this term of the Gayatri Mantra. So these indicate the 3 planetary systems where the living entities are there who want to enjoy this material world. And beyond that, there are 4 more planetary systems if we go above. That is mainly for the people who have no sense of any material enjoyment. They just want to make their spiritual lives perfect. So those renunciants, brahmacharis, vanprasthas and sannyasis who are able to follow the vows of their order very nicely, they are promoted to these higher planetary systems, which are not destroyed at every night of Brahma. We saw previously how it was mentioned that Ratri Agame Avashah Partha Prabhavatyah Ragame. At the night of Brahma, the lower planetary systems are dissolved, and on the day of Brahma, again the creation happens and the living entities who want to enjoy, they are given bodies. But the top 4 planetary systems, they are not disturbed. So the entire material cosmos is designed just to fulfill our desires. So if you want to make spiritual advancement, this is proper facility. We are not destroyed even at the time of universal dissolution, every night of Brahma. And those planets are Maharlok, Janlok, Tapalok and Satyalok. And the comforts of life are much greater than those on these planets. There are so many mystic powers. Living entities can fly in the air, can take any form which is desired. And their bodies are very wonderfully operating. But they are not at all attracted by all these wonderful display of mystic performances. They are engaged in just making their spiritual lives perfect. So if a person is in Sattva Guna, one will elevate to higher standards. Just like now also we see those people who show goodness, good behavior and nice education, responsibility, they are given good position by the government. Similarly, those people who are in goodness, they will be made devatas in charge of the universal affairs. And when they show even greater goodness, then higher planets, Maharlok, Janalok, Tapalok, Satyalok, like that they are promoted. And if one doesn't show responsibility, then the comforts are taken away. Now a person can be responsible, one is Devta, but then if a person does not advance further, one falls down. If a person does wrong activity, lusty, greedy activity, activities in mode of ignorance, one falls down to animal species of life. And if a person continues the mode of passion, one takes birth repeatedly on this earthly planet. In this way, our future is shaped as per the modes that we have. Karmana sukritasyahuhu satvikam nirmalam phalam rajasastu phalam dukkham ajnanam tamasa phalam. By acting in the mode of goodness, one becomes purified. Works done in the mode of passion result in distress, and actions performed in the mode of ignorance result in foolishness. Sattva sanjayate jnanam rajaso lobha evacha pramada moha tamaso bhavato jnanam evacha. From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, grief develops. And from the mode of ignorance, foolishness, madness and illusion develop. So if you want to get real knowledge, everybody is having knowledge. The rabbit also has knowledge. Oh, the lion has vanished. But this is foolishness, this is illusion and madness. Lion has not vanished. That so-called vanishment of lion is closing of the eyes of rabbit. In a similar fashion, the problems of life are not solved by sleeping more or by intoxication. Neither by working hard the problems of life are solved, rather the problems increase. So very important, that is why we have to take shelter of Bhagavad Gita. This is real knowledge. We want to make solutions of problems of life by satisfying the desires of the senses, that is mode of passion. And by working in this manner, Krishna is telling, from the mode of passion, grief develops. So a person will increase grief, misery in one's life if person works in mode of passion. Immediately there is, and we all understand, right? We have experience of this. For example, we had desire to eat very nice foodstuffs. So when we started eating food stuff, we started relishing, and then we developed diseases. And so many diseases we have because of this gluttony. Either you get colon cancer, or you get fatty liver, or diabetes, or so many problems. All the problems, most of the problems happen because of improper digestion. People do not know. And this modern medical science, although advanced, but they do not know the root cause of the diseases that Ayurveda very beautifully describes. We go to any Ayurvedic physician, they'll first of all check the condition of the stomach. Because what is this body? This body is nothing but the food that we eat. If you eat nice food in a right manner, proper manner, there is a good body. And if the food is not getting digested or getting transformed into toxins, then those toxins get circulated in the body. So that is why it is very, very important to control the senses nicely. When the senses are uncontrolled, mode of passion, we eat a lot, and then improper digestion, toxins, so many diseases in the body. Most of the diseases happen because of this thing, gluttony. So I wanted to enjoy, I tasted also immediately, I got nice satisfaction of tongue, but then diseases I got. Similarly, sexual satisfaction and syphilis and so many other diseases, especially in the Western countries, they get affected a lot. HIV and so many things happen. Why? Because of unrestricted sexual satisfaction. So immediately, definitely there is a lot of pleasure, but there is disease, and in society there is disturbance. How presidents of the countries, they have faced so much embarrassment. How the greatest of the sportsmen and celebrities, they have faced embarrassment in their life because of this sexual enjoyment. So immediately there was pleasure in the illicit sexual relationship, but in long term it gave misery. So thus mode of passion always produces misery. So if we want happiness in our life, actually we have to move to mode of goodness. We have real knowledge. When we act according to real knowledge, there is happiness. So very important knowledge. Next, Lord Krishna explains, Urdhvam gachanti sattvastha madhye tishtanti rajasaha jaganya gunavrittistha adho gachanti tamasaha. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets, and those in the mode of ignorance go down to hellish worlds. So there are different planetary systems. Lower planetary systems are meant for people in ignorance, middle planetary systems for passion, higher planetary systems for goodness. Nanyam gunebhya kartaram yada drishthanupashyati gunebhyascha param veti madbhavam sodhigacchati. When you see that there is nothing beyond these modes of nature in all the activities and that the Supreme Lord is transcendental to all these modes, then you can know my spiritual nature. So we want to do research here in this material world and we want to find God. But Krishna is telling here, Gunebhya cha param veti. Param means transcendental, veti means know. When you know that God is beyond these material nature, God's body is Satchidananda, made of spiritual nature, spiritual energy. So here in this material world, just like frog in the well, frog wants to find other animals within the well. How he'll find other animals? He may find some small animals, other species. But there are many species. Only when the frog is out of the well, one can realize there is very big, huge Atlantic Ocean. In a similar fashion, we are frogs in the well living on this planet with the help of Vedic literatures. Now one may wonder, oh, is it a fact? There is a world Tripad Vibhuti which consists of 75% of existence, where there is no birth, death, old age, disease. So one has to understand very scientifically, very logically, one needs to have a deep reading of the Vedas, then we will be able to understand very logically how all these things are fact. And if we chant Hare Krishna mantra with attention and by following the rules and regulations, then all this knowledge will be revealed more easily from within the heart. So very good offenseless chanting, attentive chanting, coupled with reading of Bhagavad Gita under proper guidance of spiritual master, we can realize all these things are factual knowledge. So Supreme Lord is not belonging to material nature, thus we may keep on doing research in this material energy, we will never find Supreme Lord. Only when we know Supreme Lord is transcendental, we will understand Him. Gunanetanatityatrin dehi deha samudbhavan janma mrityu jara dukkhair vimukto amritamashnute. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes, he can become free from birth, death, old age and their distresses, and can enjoy nectar even in this life. So repeatedly Lord Krishna is telling human life is meant to become free, first of all become immortal. Whatever you attain here, it will all be lost. You are investing so much time, energy to get some position in the society that will be lost. You are trying to love your family members, people around you. That connection will be lost. We will never be able to meet ever again. Is this thing very pleasant way of living? No. So that is why one should first of all try to rise to the platform of immortality. And that is being explained here. If we are able to transcend these three modes, go beyond the clutches of these three modes of nature, Sattvaguna, Rajaguna and Tamoguna, then one can become free from birth, death, old age and disease. Oh, who has seen that? This is post-dated check. Has anybody returned from the other world and explained? Yes, people have returned and explained. Just like people have gone to the moon. I may not believe, you may not believe. So many people in Russia, they do not believe that US has gone to the moon. Even now, at least 50% of the people do not believe. And some time ago, 70-80% were not believing that Americans have gone to the moon. or other planet. So we are not discussing whether they have gone or not. Time will reveal. But if somebody goes to any place, either space station, or we even do not know where is space station, is it fact or not? But somebody has gone and they have come back. They are very less in number. But we understand from the people of knowledge. They have come back, they have revealed, and those people who have heard, they have explained the knowledge to others. If you approach them, they can give you all the proofs and verification. In a similar fashion, people have come from that world. That is called avatar. Lord Krishna comes from that world, and his confidential servants, they also come from that world. And they come here as spiritual masters and they spread this knowledge. So yes, people have come back from the world of immortality. And just like we approach some astronauts, they give you this description of the space from where they have come back. These people, they give us description of the spiritual world also. We have to be sincere. If we are sincere, we will be guided to such people. The descriptions are there in the Vedic literatures. So one has to become free from birth, death, old age and disease. But this is not a post-dated check. Lord Krishna is telling, Amritam Ashnute, a person can enjoy nectar even in this life. Even now we will experience liberation living within the body. The example given in Vedas is just like the coconut separates itself when it is ripened from its shell. Although it is within the shell, but it is detached from the shell. It can see itself. Earlier it is sticking to the shell. It looks like one unit. But when it is ripened, it is dried up, it is separated from the shell. And when you break it, you can take it out. In a similar fashion, when the spiritual knowledge increases in the body, the soul gets matured, it gets established in its spiritual identity different from the body. Although this body will continue as it is destined for some time, but the soul can understand, I am different from this body. Just like the coconut fruit is separated from its shell. So long the body is destined to continue, it will continue, but it will not be affected by the distresses or happiness imparted to the body. It will always remain within the body, unconcerned with what is happening on physical or mental level. It will be different. So even now, Ashnute, that nectar can be experienced, that liberation can be experienced. The forces of nature are not affecting, person is always in spiritual bliss. So it's not a post-dated check. We have to just be very, very sincere in our attempts to transcend these three modes of nature. So now Arjuna asks very nice question. So Krishna, now please explain, how do we transcend these three modes? And how do we find out a person who has transcended these three modes? Has anybody done that? Then we get faith that yes, I also can do. So what are the symptoms? How do we do it? That Arjuna is asking now, and Krishna will reply. Arjuna uvacha kairlinga strin gunanetan atito bhavati prabho kim achara katham chaitans strin gunan ativartate. Arjuna inquired, O my dear Lord, by what symptoms is one known who is transcendental to those modes? What is his behavior, and how does he transcend the modes of nature? Shri Bhagavan Vacha Prakasham cha pravrittim cha Moham eva cha Pandava Nadveshti sampravrittani Na nivrittani kankshati Udasina vadasino Gunayo na vichalyate Guna vartanta ityevam Yovatisthati nengate Samadukha sukha swastha Samaloštashma kanchanaha Tulya priya priyo dhiras Tulya nindatma sanstutihi Manapamanayos tulyas Tulyo mitrari pakshayo Sarvarambha parityagi Gunati tassa uchyate. The blessed Lord said, He who does not hate illumination, attachment and delusion when they are present, nor longs for them when they disappear, who is seated like one unconcerned, being situated beyond these material reactions of the modes of nature, who remains firm, knowing that the modes alone are active, who regards alike pleasure and pain, and looks on a clod, a stone, and a piece of gold with an equal eye, who is wise and holds praise and blame to be the same, who is unchanged in honor and dishonor, who treats friend and foe alike, who has abandoned all fruitive undertakings, such a man is said to have transcended the modes of nature. So, a very important understanding. How do we understand that a person has transcended these modes, Sattva-guna, Rajaguna, and Tamaguna? So, first understanding is he does not hate illumination, attachment, and delusion when they are present. Illumination means Sattva-guna. Sometimes we have illumination, we are able to understand, oh, this is fact. But other times, that fact is fading away from our memory because of strong attachments. We feel attachment to sense objects, to watching something, eating something, or XYZ. And other times there is delusion. So when attachment, illumination, or delusion are present, a person does not hate. And when they are not there, a person does not long for them. A person is situated unconcerned, knowing these modes are there in the body. As long as I'm there in this body, the modes will affect the body. Sometimes the body will experience attachment, and sometimes one has to sleep, mood of ignorance will be heavy, and other times knowledge will be there. So a person does not lament that now I'm going to fall asleep. A person does not get affected, oh, this sense object is attracting me so much. How does it happen? Because of Krishna consciousness. When a person is in Krishna consciousness, he can use all these things in the service of Krishna. So when a person is getting affected by the mode of ignorance, it is heavy, one feels sleepy. So one takes rest so that body can be rejuvenated again in the service of Krishna. So in this way, the sleep also becomes devotional service to Krishna. That is also for spiritual advancement. And when a person is sleeping, when because of wakefulness, he was thoroughly engaged in the activities in the service of Krishna, in sleep also one only thinks of devotional service. That is unaffected by the nature of the body. The body is in tamas, but the person is not. In sleep also a person is continuing, because entire day one was engaged in thoughts of Krishna, serving Krishna, chanting the names of Krishna. So in dream also person continues to chant. It happens, right? If any activity we became very much engrossed during the daytime, it continues many times even in sleep. In a similar fashion, devotional service also continues in sleep. So the soul is engaged in devotional service, the body might be resting. So the person is not in ignorance, even though the body externally is appearing in the mode of ignorance. So in this way, a person is unaffected. Let the body take rest, but I am not in ignorance. I am still in goodness, pure goodness, Shuddha Sattva-guna. And when sometimes there is attachment, because we are there in this body, the body will have certain attachment. There would be few items, food items which are favorable. Those in the mode of goodness, they eat nice vegetables and sweet meats and other things. But still, if something is not offered to Krishna, devotee will not feel any attraction towards those things, although they are favorable for the body. Because a person is very committed, unless something is offered to Krishna, I will not taste that thing. So even though those things might be pleasant for the body, there could be attachment for those things, but a person is unaffected because of this strong vow of satisfying the tongue only by Krishna Prasadam, the foodstuffs which are offered to Krishna. In this way, the attachment for certain things does not affect a person. One might have attachment for a very peaceful, just like Sattvic people, they might have attachment for living in a hut, and that is very congenial for one's spiritual life. But for preaching purpose, sometimes the preacher, the devotee has to live in city. The city life in houses which are made of granite, marble, bricks and cement, they increase Rajaguna within the body. The cities increase mode of passion within the body. But for the service of Krishna, devotee comes here lives in the houses which are made of predominantly in the mode of passion, but a devotee is unaffected because he's always engaged in service of Krishna. Again, one is always thinking of Krishna. So if one is thinking of Krishna, either living in cities or while sleeping, one is always transcendental. One is not affected by the grief, by the anxiety created by the mode of passion. One is not affected by the madness created by the mode of ignorance. One is not conditioned by the happiness which stops a living entity to inquire further, advance further into spiritual life. So this is possible only by Krishna consciousness. So thus for a devotee there is no need to stop sleep, because when one sleeps in dream also, obviously, yes, it is a fact, one should try to minimize these needs. And as we increase our devotional service to Krishna, these necessities of the body will be minimized. But a person is not getting affected by the state of the affairs of the body. Because a person in any state of affairs, a proper devotee under the guidance of spiritual master learns the art of how to always remain in Krishna consciousness and thus always experience the same spiritual bliss, either in hard work, which externally is a task of mode of passion, or one is sleeping, which is the influence of mode of ignorance, or while one is cultivating knowledge. A devotee is always enjoying the bliss of Krishna consciousness. Who is seated like one unconcerned, being situated beyond these material reactions of the modes of nature, who remains firm knowing that the modes alone are active, who regards alike pleasure and pain, looks on a clod, a stone and a piece of gold with an equal eye. So everything in this material world has no value for a devotee, either gold or stone or anything else, because one is satisfied simply by serving Krishna. This science is not known to people. Possessing gold does not make one happy. Otherwise, the owner of mines would have been the happiest people, or the jeweler would have been the happiest person. No, it is not. But owning Krishna within the heart makes a person actually very happy. It is the Krishna consciousness. Uninterrupted absorption in the service of Krishna, always thinking of Krishna, is what makes a person, a devotee, happy. This science, this art is not known to the people. How to capture Krishna within the heart? By sincere service of the lotus feet of Krishna. So because a devotee is completely satisfied, he is on the stage of perfection, he does not have least bit attraction for anything else. Just like we have discussed many times, when we have eaten sumptuously, then we don't feel any need to anything whatsoever, how much ever delicious it could be. So devotee feels nothing lacking in his life. So stone or a piece of silver or gold, it does not matter. It is all the same for devotee. Similarly, pleasure and pain, it does not matter. On body, physical platform, sometimes it will be pleasant. So it is all right. If the health is good, we are having good conditions, devotee very nicely, energetically engages in service of Krishna. Sometimes there is physical trouble. The preacher of Krishna consciousness, God consciousness, they have to meet trouble at times. Haridas Thakur was beaten in 22 markets. Various devotees have met with persecutions. Jesus Christ was also beaten, whipped. But they were not disturbed. As we have discussed, just like the mother lifts the child on the lap, there is definitely pain in the arms, but this pain is unnoticed because there is so much of pleasure in the heart. Similarly, pleasure or pain, it's all the same because devotee knows the art of using both in the service of Krishna. Is this consciousness not amazing? It does not matter. Now the whole world is trying to increase the pleasure. Now to increase that pleasure, they come in mode of passion, and the result is long-term grief and misery. Or they want to mitigate the pain. They are working very hard for it. And this hard work again induces pain in the life. Or when they are baffled, they simply take to intoxication, sleeping. They want to forget the misery. But this mode of living, transcendental living, not so nice that pleasure or pain, a person is always situated in transcendental bliss. There is no need to reduce pain because the pain is the source of your pleasure. And there is no need to increase so-called pleasure because anyway, your source of pleasure is not the material pleasure, but Krishna consciousness, which can be continued in pleasure or in pain. So that is why a devotee is always peaceful and always blissful. So looks on pleasure and pain alike. Looks on clod, piece of gold stone alike. Friend and enemy both are same. The enemy, what does it do? Enemy, it takes away our assets. So when the devotee's assets are taken away, enemy plunders the riches and puts you in captivity. The devotee realizes, oh, this material world is temporary. Everything can be taken away any time. So he thanks enemy for advancing in Krishna consciousness. And what is a friend? Friend helps you, but actually friends also can become enemy. Sometimes we see that when people follow Krishna consciousness very nicely, the family members get perturbed and they stop their relatives. They are afraid they may not become renunciants, they may not leave us, and thus they stop their spiritual advancement. And because of this, they are putting their family members into repeated disease, repeated death, repeated old age. Thus the family members actually become enemies. So thus on Krishna consciousness platform, the friend can act like enemy if he is engaging you in sense enjoyment. And the enemy also can act in a friendly manner by making you realize the ephemeral nature of this material world. So friend or enemy, both are same for a devotee. Devotee can advance in Krishna consciousness in the presence of enemy or friend. There is no distinction. So this is the great boon of Krishna consciousness. This is called liberation. Liberation means you are not affected. Either somebody is friend, a person feels very delighted seeing him, or there is enemy, person feels distressed. Devotee is not at all distressed seeing the enemy, does not feel any special delight on seeing the friends also. Devotee sees everyone as part and parcel of Krishna and acting helplessly under the modes of nature. Somebody is behaving as friend, causing harm to me. That harm is coming to me because of my karma. What is the need of getting angry with the enemy? Of course, it does not mean you tell enemy, come and kill me. This body also belongs to Krishna as a matter of duty. We protect ourselves, but we are not disturbed. Somebody shouts on us. We are not disturbed on them. Why this person? We understand they are helpless. Helplessly under control of three modes of nature, just like the puppeteer. The puppet is dancing by the strings. In a similar fashion, people are dancing under the control of material nature. By the strings of Sattva Guna, Rajoguna, Tamoguna, they are helpless. Actually, living entity is not doing anything. Only the modes are active. This is what a person has to see. If we get body of a dog, we are bound to act like a dog. We could have acted as a king in previous life, but this body forces me to go and find the food which is suitable for dog's body, to live in the dog's fashion, to have a dog's abode. In this way, we are forced. So everyone is forced to act in certain way. Happiness and distress is happening because of my karma. So devotee does not harbor unnecessary ill feelings towards anybody. He is always equipoised for everyone. Pandita Samadarshina has an equal vision. Everybody's spirit soul helplessly acting under the modes of nature. If somebody is acting in a friendly manner to me, he is also helplessly acting in a friendly manner. Somebody is acting as enemy, helplessly acting as enemy. So a devotee does not praise anybody for good quality, does not criticize anybody for bad quality. Devotee knows only the modes are active. Who has abandoned all fruitive undertakings. So here everybody works hard because they have some fruitive undertaking. They want to enjoy the results of their activity. Devotee knows the result of activity does not make me happy, but the activity done for Krishna and the result offered to Krishna makes me happy. So he does not work hard to enjoy the result of activity. He works hard only to serve Krishna, make Krishna happy. The results, if it comes, it will be offered to Krishna. It doesn't come, okay, less or nothing will be offered to Krishna. I am acting just for the satisfaction of Krishna. This is called liberation. Nothing disturbs a devotee. So by this we can understand that the person is transcendental now to the three modes of nature. So that Krishna explicitly explains, which we just discussed. So sometimes Prabhupada will explain in translation or purport few things which may not be exactly mentioned in the verse. Why? Because the acharyas have complete knowledge. So you must be wondering, so this is your extrapolation that we have to serve God, then this consciousness will be achieved. Is it not possible to achieve this in some other manner? So yes, because we have read Bhagavad Gita, we know it is possible only in this manner, and this Krishna explains now in this verse. So Krishna explained the situation. How this situation is possible, that is explained here. Mam chayo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samtityaitan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. One who engages in full devotional service, who does not fall down in any circumstance, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahma. So here Krishna is explained, Avyabhicharena does not fall down, unalloyed, unbreakable devotional service. Bhakti yogena sevate, especially it is mentioned not Gyan yoga. By Gyan yoga you cannot come to this transcendental position. Gunan etan atityatrin, you can be established in top platform of Sattva Guna. But if you want to transcend, it will not be possible by other things. By Gyan Yoga, one can elevate oneself to transcendental platform for some time, but one will not be able to stay on that platform. It is mentioned in Bhagavatam, Aruya krichena param patam patanti adha. Just like if you go to space, but we don't have a shelter on any planet, we have to come back. Similarly, we have risen ourselves by lot of hardships, tapasya, to spiritual platform. But unless we take shelter on any spiritual planet, unless we have relation, we want to engage in service of Krishna, we will not be entering on spiritual planets. One will fall down to material platform. One needs to be active on the spiritual platform. When there is activity, person will stay. Otherwise, one will come down to material platform. So actual liberation, permanent liberation from three modes is possible, as Krishna has mentioned here, only by Bhakti Yogena Sevate. Bhakti Yoga is the topmost yoga. And it should be Avyabhicharena, unalloyed devotional, unbreakable devotional service. So devotional service is conducted under the influence of the spiritual energy. The material energy functions only to take us away from Krishna, to put us into more and more forgetfulness of Krishna, absolute truth. So when God notices that this living entity wants to serve me, then we are surcharged with spiritual energy. So when we are engaging ourselves in the service of Krishna, this is not that of three modes of nature, because material energy will never engage living entity in the service of Krishna. Because the living entity is desired not to serve Krishna, but they want to become Krishna, want to become God, then the facility is created by material nature. That you please make the living entity forgetful and make him God, make him Brahma, who is as powerful as Krishna, and he can create his universe and control the living entities, manufacture their destiny and their bodies. In this way, enjoy the opulence which he wants. But if you want to serve Krishna, material energy does not allow that. Then service of Krishna is conducted under the influence of spiritual energy. And if we continuously engage in the service of Krishna, then gradually our mind and body become spiritualized. Although it is made of material energy, this body, but just like the iron rod, if put in fire for a long time, becomes fire-like. It starts emitting heat and light, will burn if we touch it. It no longer is iron. In a similar fashion, this body becomes completely spiritualized by constantly keeping in touch with Krishna. And that is called Jivan Mukta stage, even though the soul is within the body, but one is completely liberated, unaffected by the laws of the nature. So thus there is no doubt Bhakti Yoga is the topmost yoga system. Avyabhicharena, but not that sometimes Bhakti Yoga, sometimes material service, sense enjoyment. We have to understand that this knowledge is so important. So now we can very clearly analyze in which mode I am acting. I was thinking passion will make me happy, but passion is the result of all grief that I have in my life. Intoxication anyway is no solution, sleeping is no solution, escapism. Sattva Guna advancement in knowledge puts me in hallucination that I am knowledgeable now, I am anyway happy now. In this way the living entity is conditioned. Either one is happy, or if one is unhappy, one is working very hard to become happy, mode of passion, or one is frustrated and sleeping or intoxicated. So the living entity gets stuck in these three states, hopping from one state to another. Only when engaged in devotional service, one transcends. So how do we engage in devotional service? There are 9 processes. One may ask that how to do seva 24 hours. That is why so many beautiful ways have been given in the scriptures. This is called Navada Bhakti. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnoho Smaranam Pada Sevanam Archanam Vandanam Dasyam Sakhyam Atmanivedanam. Shravanam Kirtanam, it begins with hearing. Hearing should always be done. Although there are 9 processes, other 8 processes, their perfection depends upon hearing. If sufficient hearing is not there, other processes become material activity. So one has to hear always and very nicely, just like now we are hearing. I am also hearing what I am talking, you are also listening. So from here the devotional service starts, and when we have heard sufficiently, we can start speaking. So then we start chanting the names of God, we start describing the signs of God, the pastimes and qualities of God. That is called Kirtanam. That is second way. So this is very easy throughout the day. Either we can keep on hearing or we can keep on chanting the names of God, describe about God, Shravanam Kirtanam. So when it is not possible to chant and hear, then there is third stage, which is called Smaranam. Then we can think of God. Either we can think of form of God, beautiful form we have in the temple. We have the description, authorized description in the Vedas. Or we can think of the discussion we have had of Bhagavad Gita or Bhagavatam, the signs of God. We can recollect the verses of the Bhagavad Gita. We can recollect the purports, the meanings. That is called Smaranam. And Archanam, we can worship the deity in the temple. Vandanam, we can offer prayers. In this way, in so many ways, person can be engaged throughout the day. So it is possible. And in wakefulness, if we engage ourselves nicely, in sleep also, our engagement in service of Krishna will continue. In this way, 24 hours, every moment, when the life is saturated with service of Krishna, then there is self-realization. One understands that I am different from the body. Automatically jnana comes. There is no need to, just like people think, if we don't use discretion, we cannot come to platform of knowledge. No. Simply by engagement, of course, as far as possible, we should try to understand. Otherwise, we will leave devotional service. But if a person has strong faith, there is no need to understand. Simply by chanting, hearing, thinking of Krishna, one can get all knowledge. But now we are very much engulfed in ignorance because we are away from this Vedic knowledge. Sometimes we may doubt it is fact or not, will it take me somewhere or not, we may leave devotional service. That is why we should try to hear, we should try to read very deeply, very scrutinizingly. But if a person has complete faith in chanting, hearing will make, Smaranam, thinking will make one's life perfect. But in Kali Yuga especially, this chanting and hearing is stressed. It is most important. Then Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, other processes will be successful. So here Krishna has mentioned, Bhakti Yogena Sevate. Etavan eva lokesmin punsam dharma parasmritaha. Bhakti Yogo Bhagavati Tannam Grahanadibhi. It is mentioned in the 6th canto of Bhagavatam that so many dharmas, duties we have. The topmost duty is Bhakti Yoga. All duties are meant to elevate a person to this Bhakti Yoga, because unless a person comes to this platform, so-called duties of family and society will neither satisfy the one who is doing duty, nor the object of duty or service will be satisfied. But if one comes to Bhakti Yoga, one will be satisfied, and if one engages others in Bhakti Yoga, they will also be satisfied. So this is called the topmost duty. Punsam dharma paraha smritaha. Paraha dharma. The topmost dharma is Bhakti Yoga Bhagavati. Engaging in Bhakti Yoga of whom? Not of any other demigods or goddesses, other Devi or Devta, but of the topmost personality, Supreme God. And how does this Bhakti Yoga begin? Tan Naam Grahanadibhi, Naam Grahan, by chanting his names. Just chanting the names of the God is glorified everywhere in all the scriptures. So we can take advantage, keep on chanting as much as possible, and begin this beautiful Bhakti Yoga. Then Krishna mentions, Brahmano hi pratisthaham amritasya vyayasya cha shashvatasya cha dharmasya sukhasya ekantikasya cha. And I am the basis of the impersonal Brahm, which is the constitutional possession of ultimate happiness and which is immortal, imperishable and eternal. So, when we engage in devotional service of Krishna Bhakti Yoga, then Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate, the living entity rises to the level of Brahm, to the level of spiritual energy. And this spiritual energy, Krishna is telling, it is coming from me. Brahmano hi pratishtaham, the Brahma Jyoti is situated on me, on my personality. Just like the sunlight is not independent, but it is situated on sun planet. Sun is the foundation of the sunlight. In a similar fashion, that Brahma Jyoti, spiritual platform on which you will rise by following all these rules and regulations, that spiritual energy, I am the source of. It is situated on me. And it is this platform which is the platform of immortality, shashvatasya cha dharmasya, sukhasya ekantikasya cha, and of ultimate happiness. So we are all hankering for that everlasting and unlimited happiness which never finishes. But we are looking it on a wrong platform, in Ekapad Vibhuti, which is this material world. We are spiritual beings, it is a great science. Just like the fish out of water can never be happy. Simply put the fish in water and it is blissful. Similarly, we have to simply enter again into Tripad Vibhuti, again rise to the Brahma platform, spiritual energy. That is what Lord Krishna is explaining here. Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate. One rises to the Brahma platform, Shashvatasya cha dharmasya sukhasya ekantikasya cha, that ekantika sukha, ultimate bliss, it is possible on Brahma platform. So by constant engagement in devotional service, one should rise oneself to Brahma spiritual platform. In this life one is happy, and once we leave the body, there is no more birth, death, old age and disease. So I request, please always keep on chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Deep reading of Bhagavad Gita and hearing coupled with Hare Krishna mantra will enlighten us how to further engage ourselves in devotional service of Krishna. And then if we do this very nicely under guidance of spiritual master, we will elevate ourselves to this Brahma platform even while we are there within this body, and we'll experience bliss, never-ending bliss at every moment. So that was all with this very important chapter. So I request, please keep on chanting always Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. We'll meet very soon and discuss chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. Hare Krishna. श्रीभगवानुवाच ऊर्ध्वमूलम् अधः शाखम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययम् छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित्. The blessed Lord said, there is a banyan tree which has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Adhashchordhvam prasritastasya shakha gunapravriddha vishaya pravala adhascha mulanyananushasitani karmanubandhini manushya loke. The branches of this tree extend downward and upward, nourished by the three modes of material nature. The twigs are the objects of the senses. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound to the fruitive actions of human society. So this chapter begins with this cryptic information. Lord Krishna is talking about a tree. Urdhvamulam adha shakam ashwatham prahur avyayam. What kind of tree? Ashwatha, the banyan tree, fig tree. So banyan trees are huge. And few decades ago, There was a huge banyan tree in the eastern part of India. It was spread in many acres of land. And it was a challenge. If somebody can find out the original tree, the original trunk, then so much money will be bestowed upon him. So it was very difficult. This is the uniqueness of the banyan tree. From one tree, branches will come out, they'll become secondary roots. Then so many other trees will come up. Then in that area, from one tree, so many trees will soon manifest. And one cannot figure out which is the original tree. So what is this tree which is being talked about here? So this tree represents our entanglement in this material world. So as the banyan tree is very complex, no one can trace out from where it began, where are the original roots, which is the original tree. Similarly, it is very difficult to trace how the living entity came in this material world. From where all this started. But one must be wondering after hearing these verses, banyan tree is alright. Why inverted banyan tree? So yes, this world is very complex, we all understand. Many times people ask this question, why the life is so complex? So banyan tree is very apt, but why inverted? This is very significant. Urdhva moolam adha shakha. Mula means roots. The roots are urdhva means upwards, adha means down. And the second meaning is, we are struggling in a hallucinatory existence. It's not the real thing to suffer. You can see very nice, sweet fruit on the reflection of the tree, but we shall never be able to taste that fruit or its sweetness. We can only see it. In a similar fashion, we can only see enjoyment in this world, but we cannot attain that enjoyment. Everyone is saying, oh, if I do this, I'll be happy. Just do that, I'll be settled. But the settlement never happens. That happiness is always escaping us. So then Lord Krishna further describes, Chandansi asya parnani. The leaves of this tree are the Vedic hymns. So people are very fond of Vedas. When they come to us, they tell, in your temple, can we get the Vedas? We just see Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam and some other Upanishads here. Where are the other Vedas? So here Lord Krishna is telling that this tree is tree of hallucination, upside down. And the Vedas, Vedic hymns are the leaves of this tree. That means if a person is attracted by the leaves of this tree, still one is in illusion. So one who is an atheist, the conclusion, this is mentioned in the conclusive portion of the Vedas, which is called Vedanta. One who is an atheist, who does not have faith in the Vedas, and one who is very strict in following the rules and regulations of the Vedas, Vedanta declares both are equally in illusion. Yes. A person who does not know the Vedas and a person who is following very strictly the Vedas without coming to the conclusion of the Vedas, which is surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That Lord Krishna has explained in 9th chapter. That Lord Krishna will explain now in this chapter. He will repeat again this instruction at the end of Bhagavad Gita. Sarv dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam raja. Unless one surrenders to Supreme Lord, one comes to understanding of His personality. Both the strict Brahmana who is following the Veda and an atheist are equally illusioned. But one who is following the Vedas, he is on a better platform, because when you follow these Vedic rituals, mainly the Vedas contain the Karma Kanda portion. Karma Kanda portion means you do these rituals, these sacrifices, these yagyas, homas, you'll get this result. And you get material opulences in your life. But still, material opulences entangle you in repeated birth and death. So even though such a situation is in hallucination, these Vedic hymns hold a person in this tree of illusion. They are part of the illusory tree, the Vedic hymns. But a person develops faith when he gets material results in his life by following the Vedas. And when one is not satisfied by those results, he would further read the Vedas. Why am I not satisfied? He will come to Jnana Kanda portion and ultimately Upasana Kand, and the end of Upasana Kand, the worship and surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. then one's Vedic study is successful. So that is why in the second chapter also Lord Krishna told, Yavanarth udupane sarvatas samplutodake tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanatah. Just like if you have a river, then you need not dig so many wells in the village. It serves all the purposes. In a similar fashion, one who knows the conclusion of Vedas, for him there is no need to go through Vedas. Traigunya Vishya Veda Nistraigunya Bhavarjuna. The Vedas only talk about three modes of nature. And as we have seen in the previous chapter, one has to rise above the modes. So there is no need to go through the Karmakanda portion and the most of the Vedic hymns. We have to come to Vedanta. Time is very short in Kali Yuga. We cannot wait to follow the Karmakanda portion, fulfill our desires for hundreds and thousands of years. After exhausting all our desires, we go to Jnana-kanda, again spend thousands of years analyzing what is truth. We are very short-lived. In Satyuga, people were having such long life and they would gradually progress through it, which is called Pravritti Marg, the marg of material enjoyment. By enjoying, then gradually developing detachment, finally you can make your life perfect. Now time is very, very short. So one has to take help of literatures like Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and make one's life successful. So Chandansi Asya Parnani. So the Vedic hymns are the green leaves of this tree. And Yastam Veda Savedavit. One who knows this tree, for him all the Vedas are known, because all the Vedas ultimately they aim to cut the knot of this material attachment, cut this hallucinatory existence within this material world where one identifies with the body. So that is why there is no need to go through the Vedas if we are able to understand this tree. And what is this tree? That Lord Krishna explained here in a couple of verses. Then Lord Krishna explained the roots of this tree as it is mentioned here. The branches of this tree extend downward and upward, nourished by the three modes of material nature. So the first understanding is that what is giving the nourishment to its roots? If we have to come out of this hallucination, first of all, we have to understand what is sustaining this hallucinatory tree. As the water sustains the tree, here the three modes of nature sustain this tree of hallucination, the inverted banyan tree. That is why one has to rise above the modes. As long as we are in the three modes, the tree of material hallucination will keep getting nourishment. For that, one has to do unalloyed devotional service as mentioned in the last verse of the previous chapter. Then it is explained, the branches of this tree extend downward and upward. So the branches are compared to various planetary systems. The living entity hovers in so many planetary systems. As a person in the tree could be sitting on the top branch, on the lower branches, he can move around. In a similar fashion, we move around in various branches. Among the lower branches are the human species, animal species, etc. And on the higher branches are advanced species like the Gandharvas. Gandharvas are fairies. So if we hear something very fantastic, we tell it's a fairy tale. Fairy tale means because fairies do not exist, that is what we have learnt. And fairy tale means something which is imagination. But the Vedas describe no, fairies are real. Those species are real. So fairies are called Gandharvas, the celestial musicians. There is a planet where living entities are very beautiful. They have very melodious voices and their features are very different. They can travel, fly from one planet to another. That is their capacity. So Gandharvas, they are higher species endowed with greater powers, mystical powers, magical features. And then there are Kinnaras, there are Kimpurushas, there are Devatas, Indra, Chandra, Varuna. And then ultimately, the main root of this inverted tree begins from Brahmaloka, Satyaloka, the abode of Lord Brahma, the topmost planet. So these species are situated on the upper portion. Lower branches, when the consciousness degrades, person falls to human species, or lower than that, animal species of life. So these are various branches. Person keeps on hopping from one branch to another. And what are the fruits of this tree? The fruits are the four Purusharthas mentioned in the Vedas: Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation. So it is very important to understand this tree. So please hear with attention. The objective of human form of life is called Purushartha. Artha means objective, Purush means of a human being. So what are the objectives? Vedas describe 4 kinds of objectives one aspires for. First of all, one wants to be religious, follow these Vedic hymns, rituals very nicely. Because unless one follows the Vedas nicely, one will be criminal as per the laws of nature and suffering will continue. So one will not be able to enjoy even material happiness. One will be frustrated always. So if one wants to enjoy at least material happiness, then dharma. So this is the first fruit of this inverted tree. Then by following the dharma nicely, rules and regulations nicely, there would be opulence. So that is why, because dharma was followed in this Bharatvarsha, which is also called Aryavarta, this country was so very filthy rich. That is why the Westerners were always eager to come to India. Somebody may ask, if you are telling that economic development is the result of dharma, why India is lagging behind? No, India was not lagging behind. It was called a golden bird. That is why everyone was eager to come. Are we so eager to go to slums? No, we are eager to go to places where there is opulence. So why somebody from Europe and other places, they were hankering to come? There was fight. Who will come to India? Who will have trade with India? Frenchmen, Portuguese, Englishmen, everybody was very eager to find a route to India. India was very, very rich because dharma was being followed. Now because India was under subjugation for many centuries and all the precious gemstones, jewels and all the riches were taken away. And now dharma is also lost because the root of the dharma, the spiritual education, the gurukuls, where the children would go in a jungle, in a gurukul away from family, stay for 25 years, cultivate self-realization, that system was taken away because nobody was working for the Britishers and they wanted some people to work from them. They wanted clerks. So clerical education system was introduced. Any person who undergoes Vedic education will not take up any jobs because jobs make a person like a servant. You are bound by somebody's orders. And ya vidya sa vimuktaye, the Vedas mention vidya, knowledge is meant for liberation. You should be free. You should not be dependent upon anybody. So anybody who is educated will remain independent, will not serve anybody. So now if you want to have some clerks to sustain the government, you need to change the education system. In this way, dharma also went away, opulence went away, India became a poor country. Otherwise, if a person follows dharma nicely, the result is automatically sustainable. Now, economic development you can have, but it is not sustainable. The British Empire was there everywhere, but where is the British Empire now? It is all gone. So many empires have come and they have gone. Sustainable economic development, if you want, then dharma is required. Anybody can become rich by stealing, by bribery, by unfair means. But government will capture that person, put into jail, all those things will be lost. So for sustainable economic development, dharma, religion, following the codes given in the Vedas are important. So first of all, dharma one needs to imbibe in the life, then artha, economic development will follow automatically. And why do we want economic development? So that kama means we have lusty desires. Lusty desire means desire to enjoy the material senses. So from that economic development, money acquired, we want to enjoy our senses. That is all kama. That is the third objective of human form of life. And when we have sufficiently enjoyed the kama, lusty desires, sensual desires, we will find ourselves utterly dissatisfied. That is why the richest countries also are making suicide machines, suicide capsules, and people are in depression. They are banning, don't give them sleeping pills. They commit suicide taking more pills. So once a person gets unlimited means of enjoyment, one finds oneself more dissatisfied because a poor person is having a hope. If I become rich by economic development, I'll be happy. Those who are successful, rich, they have no hope. What do I do further? So they sink deep into intoxication and everything, and they get very much depressed. Then a person comes to fourth level. If a person is following nicely the Vedic rules and regulations, one will aspire for moksha. Yes, the Vedas were describing moksha, but I was not interested in that. Now I have exhausted this dharma, artha and kam. I have realized this material world does not make me satisfied. So then a person goes to the fourth level, which is called moksha, or liberation from this material bondage. But it is very important to note that all these fruits are the fruits of this tree, which is inverted, which is hallucinatory. So all these fruits are also part of hallucination created in this material world. So this dharma, which gives economic development, not the real dharma, is hallucination. That is why Srimad Bhagavatam, the final work of Vedvyas, the conclusion of Vedas, describes in the beginning, Dharma projahita kaitavo atra paramo nirmassaranam satam. All such dharmas which are meant for economic development are rejected immediately. Dharma is not meant for physical enjoyment. You do this, you go to heaven, you enjoy with so many women and wine and like that. Such dharma is rejected immediately. Because such kind of enjoyment will never satisfy you. It will give some temporary relief to the demands of mind and body, but we are spirit souls. So such dharma is called kaitava, cheating religion. Because ultimately dharma means to surrender to God, to develop love of God. That will satisfy spirit soul. But a person is cheated because we anyway want material enjoyment. Let him have this material enjoyment so that he develops faith in the Vedic injunctions or the religious codes. But this cheating religion is rejected in the Bhagavatam, which directly points the topmost dharma. So this dharma, which promises material results, is hallucination. And the economic development is also hallucination, being part of this inverted tree. Because nobody is satisfied by this economic development. It is only foolishness, just like the shirt is different from the body. If I think, let me have nice shirt and I do not eat, will I be satisfied? No. In a similar fashion, simply by taking care of body, I will not be satisfied. I am spirit soul, I need spiritual food, I need spiritual life. So this economic development, which just caters to the need of body, is also hallucinatory. And then sense enjoyment is anyway hallucinatory because we are not the body. It's just like the enjoyment experienced in dream. Because I am thinking I am body, I am getting affected by the pains and pleasures of this world. So the sense enjoyment, which the whole world is working very hard to go to better countries, to get into better offices, positions, is all hallucinatory. It is temporary. Once the body is gone, everything is gone. Person may go to which species of life, there is no knowledge, no preparation. And then most important, liberation, moksha, which is described in the glorious words of the Vedas, that is also hallucination. That is also kaitava dharma, that is also cheating. Because when a person wants moksha, then also person is selfish. Then also knowledge of absolute truth is not revealed. So when a person is dissatisfied by enjoying the senses, he thinks not enjoying the senses will give me satisfaction. Just like the person gets frustrated in marriage, they take divorce and they are happy, peaceful. Oh, now I'm happy. But then they again get dissatisfied, they enter into second marriage. Again they get frustration, then again divorce. Then they cannot remain single also. So then a person becomes clueless. What do I do now? That is why it is told Bhakti Moksha Laghutakrit. Bhakti, devotional service, is actually the ultimate objective. Moksha Laghutakrit, it makes moksha liberation very, very insignificant. Kaivalyam Narkayate, Tridash Push Akasha Pushpayate. This Kaivalyam, impersonal liberation, is compared to hellish situation, Narakayate, for a person who has positive knowledge of God. Because moksha means just going and merging in that effulgence light which is coming out of body of God. So one remains floating as a particle devoid of any sensual activities. So when there was opportunity to engage in positive talking, laughing, eating, enjoying with God and his devotees in the spiritual world, you chose to float as a particle in the Brahma Jyoti. So this is spiritual suicide, not having any spiritual activity. So Kaivalyam Narakayate, it is compared like hell to a person who has positive knowledge of spiritual life. So this tree is inverted. It means it is a reflection of original tree. Original life definitely exists. Original opulence definitely exists. Original enjoyment, definitely it is there. Here sense enjoyment is hallucinatory. In dream enjoyment is hallucination. But enjoyment is not hallucination. So enjoyment of senses should be done on spiritual platform in the spiritual world. So this is another very important import of this analogy of inverted tree. The reflection of the tree can only be perceived when there is a real tree. Otherwise, there is no meaning of inverted tree reflection. So that is what Lord Krishna will tell one has to search out that original tree and find the Supreme Person there who is the source of that tree. So one who has positive knowledge of this tree, one who has positive knowledge of life without death, without old age, without diseases, without fatigue, without any of the anomalies, any trouble, physical or mental of this material world, why would one want to stop such activities and float as a particle only when one does not have knowledge? That I am part and parcel of Krishna, just like the leaf is part and parcel of tree. Leaf cannot be green independent of tree, severed from a tree. In a similar fashion, one who knows this science. What is the science? The soul is always linked with the Supreme Soul. Yatha taror mool nishechanena. As one waters the root of the tree, the leaf automatically gets nourishment. So if we plan and work just for the satisfaction of Supreme Person, God, I automatically get that happiness which I am hankering for. When the science of soul, constitution of soul is not known, then a person desires enjoyment and liberation, keeps on hopping between these two situations. So thus moksha or liberation is also hallucination, and that we will see Lord Krishna is coming to it. One has to go beyond moksha, come to the level of bhakti, love of God, positive life in Vaikuntha, the spiritual world. So primary root is from Brahmaloka, the planet of Lord Brahma, of this material existence. Then secondary roots are on this earthly planet. This is called Karma Yoni. In this human form of life, we do karmas, good or bad. If we do good karmas, then we go to better planets. Just like if we have money, then we can go travel abroad as a tourist, and once the money is spent, we have to come back. We cannot stay. As long as money is there, you can go outside, enjoy. In a similar fashion, the Vedas describe punya, pious activities. If we perform that, we can go to higher branches where you have a lot of power, control over the universal affairs, mystic potencies, lot of enjoyment, less miseries, and continue as long as you have punya in your account. Once that is exhausted, shine punye martya lokam vishanti, you come to this mrityu loka. And if you have bad karma, then you go to suffer in the lower planets, in the hell. So you go sometimes up, just like if you have money, then you go to good places to enjoy the money. And if you have bad money, then you go to jail, you suffer, and then you come out again. In this way, living entity keeps on traveling, sometimes up and sometimes down, like a Ferris wheel. He keeps on going up and down in this material world. So these are the secondary roots. Once a person comes to this earthly planet's human form of life, then one can again have punya and pap. So this is secondary root, because then the tree of this hallucination further expands. Then one will go to some other branch, then some different branch. In this way, the material existence keeps on expanding. So primary root is Brahmaloka, secondary root is this earthly existence. Then the twigs are compared to the senses, and the leaves also are compared to sense objects. Sometimes the leaves are compared, as we have seen, to Vedic hymns. Here the leaves are compared to sense objects, because Lord Krishna is quoting here from the Vedas. That is why Lord Krishna is told, Prahuhu. If you read the first verse, Urdhvamulam adashakha ashvatham prahuhu, it is said. So Lord Krishna is also quoting authorities. So because this is not a real tree but an analogy to explain our situation in this world, so the comparisons may differ. So thus, sometimes the Vedic hymns are told as trees, sometimes the sense objects are told as leaves. So both understandings are correct. And then the attraction towards pious and impious activities, they are also subsidiary roots. If anybody wants to do pious activities, then one creates karma, one gets rooted, and material existence further expands. Or impious activity, one wants to break the laws of nature, again he creates bad karma, again he creates future bodies, again the material entanglement increases. So they become secondary roots. So pious activity, impious activity, and the hatred and desire in this material world, they form the secondary roots also. If we hate anything, we will work hard to avoid that experience. And as we work here for selfish interest, we are creating more karma. And then material entanglement increases, more bodies we create. And if we are attached to certain things to get those things, we again engage in work, and that work produces more bodies and creates future destiny. So again, we become rooted in this material world. It further expands the tree of material existence. So in this way, attachment and aversion, they form the secondary roots. Other roots are attachment to pious and impious activities. So that is why if we understand the tree of this material world, then the purpose of Vedas is served. There is no need to read the Vedas. So what is this tree? We understood it is nourished by the three modes of nature. So one has to rise above the three modes, then there is no illusion. Above the three modes, we rise by engagement in devotional service. And which are the roots which are expanding our material illusion? Attachment and hatred. So one should remain indifferent in this material world. One should neither become very happy by so-called happiness, should not become very much distressed by so-called distress. Impious and pious activity both ultimately lead to misery, because birth, death, old age, disease, they come with every body that we get here to reap the results of pious and impious activities. So one should remain as a neutral in a state of equanimity in this material world. Become free from the three modes of nature. Not get attracted by the Vedic hymns which promise material enjoyment. Don't eat the fruits of dharma, arth, kam and moksha. They are also hallucinatory. That is why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained the confidential objective of human form of life. Prema pumartho mahan, or prem purushartho mahan. The ultimate, the greatest objective of human form of life is prema, love of God, beyond moksha. That actually satisfies us. And the very important understanding is on what the tree is getting reflected. Without water also, there cannot be existence of this tree. The inverted tree cannot exist without the real tree, that is the spiritual world. And the inverted tree also cannot exist without water. So what is water in this case of the tree of material hallucination? That water is desire, material desires. If we have any desire not aimed at satisfying God, but aimed at satisfying our own mind and body, these are called material desires. So the tree is reflected on the water of material desire. If we finish our material desires, the tree will vanish. We will no longer remain in material entanglement, we will be free. These material desires are the basis of entire material existence. So obviously, if a person is hungry, one will chase the fruit, the form of the fruit which is getting reflected in water, not knowing that that is hallucinatory. Just like the animals, if they are thirsty, they will run behind the water in mirage, not knowing that water is hallucinatory. But if a person or animal is drinking real water, they will not run behind mirage. So if we do not have spiritual desires, we do not taste spiritual happiness in our life, we will have material desires. So we should cultivate spiritual life, we will have spiritual happiness, then we will be freed from material desires. And when material desires are not there, we come out of this tree of illusion. So if we have understood this tree, we are aware of the secondary roots, subsidiary roots, we know what is this water, dangerous water of material desire, then all the Vedic purposes are served. We need not undergo huge Vedic study. That is the verdict of Lord Krishna. Next, Lord Krishna explains, Na rupam asyeha tathopalabhyate nanto na chadir na cha sampratishtha ashvatthaменam suvirudhamulam asanga shastrena dridhena chitva tatah padam tat parimagitavyam Yasmin gata na nivartanti bhuyah tam eva chadyam purusham prapadye yatah pravritti prasrita purani. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this tree with the weapon of detachment. So doing, one must seek that place from which, having once gone, one never returns, and there surrender to that Supreme Personality of Godhead from whom everything has begun and in whom everything is abiding since time immemorial. Narupam asyeha tathopalabhyate. The real form of the tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one knows from where it began. But one must cut down with the weapon of detachment. We need not understand when did it start, how many lifetimes ago it started, what all transpired in between. It is not required to know. Just like we don't trace the history of disease. Now we are diseased, we need to find out the remedy. What is the solution? So Lord Krishna is telling, one should try to cut down this tree. We cut the tree with an axe, with a weapon. So what is the weapon from which this tree of illusion can be cut down? Krishna is mentioning here, Asanga shastrena dridena chitva. Asanga means weapon of detachment. One should be completely detached from this world. Our attachment to this world, temporary situation, creates permanent misery for us. Eternal life after life, we keep on suffering from miseries. So one should cut down with the weapon of detachment. An important word which is used here is dridhena. With determination, one must cut down. Because it is not easy. This tree is very strong, very thick trunk. We know banyan tree. So a lot of determination is required to cut down this tree. And then it is told, Tatah padam tat parimargitavyam yasmin gato na nivartanti bhuyaha. Having cut down this tree, one should not become satisfied. So thus Lord Krishna is telling, there is something more beyond liberation. Once your hallucinatory material condition is removed, repeated birth and death, you are freed from it. Still something is to be done more. And what is that? Tatah padam tad parimargitavyam. One should search out. What should one search out? Yasmin gato na nivartanti bhuyaha. One should not again come back. So Krishna is telling, you can come back to this tree will get revived if you don't find a place from which nobody returns. So thus from moksha a person can fall down. This is also confirmed in the 11th canto of Bhagavatam. Aruya krichena param padam patanti adho anadrit yushmat anghrayah. With great austerities one can come to the platform of liberation, but patanti adha, one falls down. Anadrit yushmat anghrayah, one has not taken shelter of lotus feet of Krishna. If one does not have positive spiritual happiness, one will fall down again to illusory activities. So once your material attachment is finished, you should not rest. But parimargitavyam, you should search out the place from where nivartanti bhuyaha, na nivartanti, you don't come back again. And in that place, you should do one important thing. What is that? Tam eva chadyam purusham prapadye. Purush means you will find a person there. There is a real tree. You find on that real existence a person, Purusham. And who is that Purush? Adyam, original Purush. So it is very difficult, Krishna is telling, to find the origin of this tree, but still one should try to find out Purusham Adyam. I have come from my father has come from his father. He came from his father, great-grandfather. In this way, if we trace, we will come to Lord Brahma, the first person of this universe. And then this universe's reflection will go to spiritual world. And there, if we keep on tracing, Lord Brahma has come from Garbhodakshai Vishnu. He has come from Mahavishnu. In this way, we keep on tracing, we ultimately come to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. Adyam Purusham, the original person. So the origin of everything is not light or energy, but that light also has its origin in a person. That is what Lord Krishna told in the last verse of the previous chapter. Brahmano hi pratishtaham, that Brahma Jyoti is coming from me. I am the basis of that spiritual effulgence. So spiritual energy, everything is happening in this world because of energy, but that energy is based on energetic. And he is Purush, he is a person. So one should surrender. Prapadya means surrender. Purusham prapadye, one should surrender to that supreme person. Yatha pravitti prasrita purani, and he is the source of everything that is existing, the real tree or the hallucinatory thing. I'll repeat. So he is the source of everything that is existing, the real tree or the hallucinatory one. Just like a small child, if it tries to exert its independence, it will lose its life. Similarly, we are completely in ignorance in this world unless we surrender. Just like a child surrendered to the parents, follows whatever the parents are telling, will be very safe. In a similar fashion, if we surrender completely to Krishna, follow the rules and regulations, the directions given in the Vedas, then we are very, very safe. Whatever desires we have of material enjoyment, that will also be satisfied, and at the end we will go to the real tree. You want to satisfy yourself in this material world, then the Vedas give direction, okay, follow this and satisfy yourself. And if you follow the Vedic directions, we will satisfy, and then at the end we will return to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So surrenderance is required to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So this is the conclusion. So just see, it is so very much clear. Where is impersonalism merging here and there? Clearly Krishna is telling, once this material entanglement is over, tata padam, then from that platform you should find out a place from where there is no return. Means simply from liberation there is return to this material world. But from the spiritual planets there is no return. There you will find a person. Why am I speaking of planet? Lord Krishna has not mentioned planet here. That he will tell further in the shlokas. So we can wait and we can discuss there. So on the spiritual planet Vaikuntha Lokas, when you go there, you'll find a person who is the original person. Surrender unto that supreme person. From there, the spiritual life begins. Nirmana moha jit sanga dosha adhyatma nitya vinivritta kama dvandvair vimukta sukha dukkha sangyair gacchantya mudha padam avyayam tat. One who is free from illusion, false prestige and false association, who understands the eternal, who is done with material lust and is freed from the duality of happiness and distress, and who knows how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attains to that eternal kingdom. So here the process of surrender is being described. Nirmana moha jit sanga dosha. So first of all, one should be nirman. One should be free, devoid of any desire to have personal honor in this world. Anybody who desires to be honored in this world cannot surrender to the Supreme Person, which is the objective, ultimate objective stated here in the previous verse. Because if you want honor in this world, as we discussed, it is temporary. We are traveling in a flight which is bound to crash. We see everybody is dying. I will also die. Everything will be left behind. Still, I work very hard to get honored without working hard for eternal life. This is craziness. So if you want honor, then we have to work hard. And if you work hard, there is no time and sense to understand the reality and attain eternality. So that is why nirmana, person should become very, very humble. One should not desire any honor in this world. Nirmana moha, one should be free from illusion that I am the body, and this will be freed from the desire to have honored. Jit sanga dosha. One should be free from false associations. When I am in moha, I am in illusion that I am the body, then I create various designations. Now this body belongs to a certain tract of land. That land has been given a name. People may call it America, Sri Lanka, India, Australia, France. These are designations given by us. And then if I think I am Frenchman, I am Indian, I am American, I am British, these are also false designations because you thought you are the body. You picked up the designation given to the land, and then further designations develop of family, of castes, of other affiliations. So one should be free from all such temporary affiliations. Understand, I do not belong to this material world at all. I am pure spirit soul. Aham Brahmasmi. Jita Sangha Dosha. One should be freed from such false associations. I do not belong to any place, any people, any family. These are temporary designations I have created. This is called Jita Sangha Dosha. Then, Adhyatma Nitya Vinivritta Kama. When one is freed from all the designations, understand I am a traveler, traveling in this body. I will leave this body and move on to different vehicle. Then one can understand the importance of Adhyatma Nitya, the importance of spiritual life, self-realization. And then when one advances on this path, Vinivritta Kama, one becomes freed from the material desires. And then Dvandvaya Vimukta Sukha Dukkha Sangyair. One is freed from the dualities of happiness and distress. One should aspire, one should work hard to become free from happiness and distress which are hallucinatory in this world. We have discussed this many times. We can discuss again. It is very important to know that we want to have happiness, we want to avoid distress, but one should remain indifferent to both happiness and distress. This world is a world of duality. Now you are very happy, oh, there is birth. But somebody somewhere is crying because one death has happened. The same soul has transferred itself to a body. So somebody is crying and rejoicing at the same time. The body which the soul has left, the people living in false designation, oh, we belong to this person, he was our family member, they are crying, oh, our family member is gone. And somebody under similarly false designations, oh, this is my family, oh, birth has happened in my family, they are rejoicing. So happiness and distress, it is the same thing in material world. Somebody is happy, somebody is distressed for the same phenomena. Transmigration of soul creates distress, creates happiness. Both are hallucinatory. And then now we are enjoying because of birth, death will happen to the same person and then we'll be in distress. If we became happy in birth of some person, we'll become morose and distressed in the death of that person. If we are not happy on somebody's birth, we'll be undisturbed in the death of that person also. So thus happiness and distress are two sides of the same coin. So thus one should be very fearful, and the exact word which is used in the Vedas is detestful of this material happiness. Now the objective is to have material happiness of body and mind, but the sane and sober person should be detestful. Why detestful? Because the so-called happiness only is the cause of my repeated birth and death, entanglement and misery. This happiness only is misery. Two sides of the same coin. If the presence of certain comforts in my life make me happy, then the absence of those comforts will give me distress. And absence is bound to happen because time does not let anything stay here permanently. Time creates temporary situations. If presence of some people is making me happy, those people will go away. Separation is bound to happen. Because this world is temporary, then I'll come under distress. The more I am happy in the presence of person, the more I'll be heartbroken in the absence of those people. The more the quality of few people is making me happy, those qualities also will change, will give me distress. If I cannot live without air-conditioned room, then absence of that will make me very uncomfortable. So that is why tapasya was executed in the Vedic culture. Live with bare minimum comforts of life. Then you are not affected by the waves of so-called happiness and distress, which are two sides of the same coin. So it is so important. So that happiness is actually our distress. If we are enjoying that, just wait, time will take that situation, thing, person away, and then you'll be in distress. So long it is there, you'll be in anxiety to maintain it. You'll be fearful that it may not go away. In this, a person is always perplexed, in anxiety to maintain, in fear of losing it. And then finally there is death. This is called pavarga, material life. So one should be free. Dvandvair vimukta sukha dukkha sangyaya. One should be free from this dualities which are given the names of happiness and distress. Actually they are the same thing. Happiness only is distress in this material world. Gachanti amuda padam avyayam tat. Such a person who is amuda, unbewildered, can actually attain that stage of the spiritual world and surrender unto that Supreme Person. So this is the process of surrender. Na tad bhasayate suryo na shashanko na pavakaha yad gatva na nivartante tadhama paramam mama. That abode of mine is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by electricity. One who reaches it never returns to this material world. So here Lord Krishna is explaining the situation of the spiritual world. Na tad bhasayate suryo. The illumination in this material world happens either by Surya, the sun, the moon, pavakaha, fire or electricity. But Krishna is telling all these things are not required to illuminate my abode. Tad dhama. Dhama means abode or place of residence or planet of residence. Tad dhama paramam mama. My abode is supreme. Why Krishna is mentioning here paramam dhama? Because actually everything belongs to Krishna. Now our this dhama, earth where we are living, this earth is also actually property of Krishna. But one does not need to live in all the property that a person owns. One can have many flats, apartments, villas and bungalows. But a person is willing to live in his best bungalow, best house. In a similar fashion, all the dhamas, all the planets belong to Krishna. But dhama paramam, the topmost planet, the topmost situation, that Lord Krishna is explaining here. Tad dhama paramamama, the best abode of mine where I live, that is not illumined by sun, moon, fire or electricity. Then is it dark over there? No, it cannot be dark. Because Lord Krishna has explained previously that all the effulgence of the sun and moon is coming from me. So if Krishna is the source of everything which is effulgent, how the place where Krishna is living can be dark? So there everything is of the same nature as that of Krishna, because Krishna is very effulgent. Prabha asmi shashi surya yo, I am the effulgence of the sun and moon, Krishna tells. So everything in the material world is of the same spiritual nature. In this material world there is duality. Matter and spirit are mixed together, as we understood in the description of Purusha and Prakriti in previous chapters. But in spiritual world, it is only spirit soul, and the spirit is having same nature as that of the body of Krishna, which is completely spiritual. It is Satchidananda and it is effulgent. So just like the sun is effulgent here, everything in the spiritual world is effulgent. There is no need of external light source like sun, moon, fire or electricity. Yad gatva na nivartante. Once a person goes there, he does not come back. The description of this material world was explained previously. Abrahma bhuvanal lokan punaravartino Arjuna. Even if you go to topmost planet Brahma Loka, where there is no gross body, person lives only in subtle body of mind, intelligence and false ego. Still a person has to come back again, come down again. But here it is being mentioned, na nivartante. If you reach the spiritual abode where Krishna personally lives, the topmost planet, then you do not have to come back. Tadhama paramamama. So in the purport it is explained that one should get captivated by this information. As a person opened new bakery next to our apartment. So on the first day, for certain time, he announced it is free. Anybody who can come, he will get free whatever he cooks there, he bakes there. And people got captivated by this information. I'll get for free if I go there. And so many people assembled there. Similarly, one should know there is a place from which one does not have to come back to take more material body. One will have permanent life of never-ending enjoyment. One should get captivated. Oh, I'll be immortal. There is no question of death. There is no question of old age and disease. Yes, this is the most confidential information. That is why Krishna has been telling, now I am going to tell you the most confidential secret information. Because our science has reached the planet next to us. We are searching, sending some probes and robots. But this description is of a place beyond the boundaries of the universe. And there, if we travel and reach, there is no coming back. We have a permanent life. So one should get captivated by this information. And human life is meant to transfer ourselves to that abode. And that happens by surrendering to the Supreme Person. Mamaivansho jivaloke jivabhutas sanatanaha manashashthani indriyani prakritisthani karshati. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal, fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. Here Krishna explains what is the position of living entity. We think we are enjoying here, but Krishna tells no. The living entities are simply struggling here. Karshati, struggling how? With six senses. Mana shashthendriyani. Six senses are explained here. We all know five senses plus mind is considered the sixth sense. With the six senses, we are struggling very hard in this material world to become happy. Karshati. And the living entity is my ansha eternally. That is explained here. If there is any fragment of impersonalism left in our mind, we should read this chapter very carefully. So very beautiful it is being mentioned here. Mama evansho jivaloke. Krishna is not telling you are me. Krishna is telling you are my ansha, you are my fragment. Mameva ansha. So we can tell, oh yes, now we are fragment, but on liberation we will merge and become one with God. We will become God, as some philosophers say. But that is not approved here by Lord Krishna. He is telling here, Mam eva ansha. Certainly you are my ansha, my fragment. Sanatanaha. Sanatan means eternally. Always this is our situation. You have always been my fragmental part. Now this fragment is not like material fragment. Material fragment can get detached and it can get attached. It is being mentioned here, Nayanam chindanti shastrani, Nayanam dahati pavakaha. The soul cannot be cut into pieces. The soul is eternal. You cannot cut, remove and then join again. Soul is eternal. The situation of the soul is eternal. So thus eternally Krishna is mentioning, Sanatana, you are my fragmental part. I am infinite, you are infinitesimal. And you are struggling here because you do not know this knowledge that you are my fragmental part. So this is again very important verse. As a leaf is part and parcel of tree. Tree is huge, leaf is small. But the way leaf can derive satisfaction is not by asking for independent supply of water, but only if the water is supplied to the root, leaf is nourished automatically. So only if we plan the service of God, how to give pleasure to God, all pleasure comes in our life, material and spiritual. There will be no lack of material comforts and we'll have spiritual pleasure, permanent life also. Because this is the science. We are eternal fragments of the Supreme Person. Shariram yad avapnoti yacchapi utkramati shvaraha grahitvaitani sanyati vayur gandhani vashayat. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another as the air carries aromas. Shrotram chakshu sparshanam cha rasanam ghranameva cha adhishthaya manaschayam vishayanupasevate. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, tongue and nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular sense. I'll repeat. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, tongue and nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. Air is pure, but air passes over a flower, it picks up the fragrance of the flower. It passes over stool, picks up the foul smell of the stool. In a similar fashion, we pick up conceptions of life as per our association. So this association is very important. If a person is always having an atheistic association, he is bound to have an atheistic conception of life. If a person is born in materialistic association, money is everything, will make me happy, he is bound to have this belief. In Vedic culture, people would tell material riches, Brahmanas will tell it is Maya. So they will keep it only for the maintenance, it creates hallucination in our life. Unless somebody is more advanced than a Brahmana, Vaishnava, one cannot properly accept money to use it in the service of God. So for a person who does not have positive knowledge of God, who is only at the Brahmana level, that I am not the body, I am spirit soul, for him, he should just live a life of simple maintenance, should keep away from money and other things. It creates distress in our life. So thus Brahmanas were having concept, money is the source of misery. Materialist has concept, money is the source of happiness. Who is correct? In a similar fashion, people have various concepts. All the concepts simply depend upon our association, the people we are associated with. So as the soul passes in different associations, we create certain concepts in our life. Some people think material enjoyment is happiness. Some people think liberation is happiness. Some people think service of Supreme Lord Personality is happiness. Now, among all these conceptions, which is a conception based on truth? It is to be found out using this knowledge of the Vedas, which are coming from the Supreme Person, approved by the seers of truth. But as we develop various conceptions, we develop various concepts of happiness and distress. We develop various desires to enjoy the world in a certain way, and the nature arranges suitable bodies to facilitate our enjoyment. As we discussed, the nature is designed just to facilitate our enjoyment. But we need to have the right desires of only having spiritual enjoyment. Then we reach to spiritual abode. Utkramantam sthitam vapi bhunjanam va gunanvitam vimudhananu pashyanti jnana chakshushaha. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. So the passage of soul, transmigration, acceptance of various bodies, elevation or degradation cannot be seen by these eyes, because these eyes can just see matter. So how do we understand the phenomena on spiritual plane? By Gyan Chakshusha. As we have discussed, we don't see what is happening on the space station. Gyan Chakshusha, those people who have knowledge, they tell us. We don't see what is happening, whether global warming is happening, climate change is happening, what is happening. Understand Gyan Chakshusha. We don't see how the soap is killing the bacteria in our hand. Gyan Chakshusha. The wise men have told bacteria is getting killed by using soap. So we have faith and we follow and we see we are getting result. So it must be true. In a similar fashion, by Gyan Chakshusha, these eyes, unless spiritualized by advanced devotional service, cannot perceive and see spirit. In advanced stages it is possible. So otherwise it should be seen from Gyan Chakshusha. by the eyes of knowledge, by the Vedic injunctions, by the directions of people who have knowledge of truth. Yatanto yoginaschainam pasyantyatmanyavasthitam yatanto api akritatmano nainam pasyantyachetasaha. The endeavoring transcendentalist, who is situated in self-realization, can see all this clearly, but those who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, although they may try to. So thus, unless a person takes to yogic practices for self-realization, formalities will not work. In formality, I am worshipping the deity or the form of the Lord in the temple. In formality, I am doing some yoga practices for some mental peace, without any desire to understand absolute truth, or for reducing belly fat, then such people cannot understand this phenomena, how it is happening, even though they may try to. So only when a person is situated in self-realization, one can see all these things clearly. Yadaditya-gatam tejo jagad-bhasayate khilam yat-chandramasi yat-chagnau tat-tejo vidhi mamakam. The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me, and the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me. So this is the beginning of Krishna consciousness. We cannot see God Krishna directly, but we can think of him in this manner. Whenever we see any light here, we understand it is coming from Krishna. We see sun, we see moon, we should immediately think of Krishna. Krishna has told, this splendor of sun and moon is from me. In this manner, simply by this understanding, we make tremendous advancement in our spiritual life. So somehow or other, we have to absorb ourselves in the thought of Krishna's form. That is called Krishna consciousness, the topmost perfection of yogic realization, as explained in the 6th chapter. Yoginam api sarvesham madgaten antaratmana. One who is always meditating on the form of Krishna within his heart in all one's activities throughout the day, he is the greatest topmost yogi. So even though we cannot see Krishna directly, we can understand. As by seeing the creation or by seeing the painting, one immediately thinks of painter. By seeing this wonderful creation, splendorous sun, moon, one can immediately think of Krishna. In this way, our thought of Krishna begins and we make tremendous advancement. Gama vishya cha bhutani dharayamyaham pushnami chaushadhi sarva somo bhutva rasatmakaha. I enter into each planet, and by my energy they stay in orbit. I become the moon and thereby supply the juice of life to all vegetables. So it is because Krishna has entered not just within our hearts in these bodies, Krishna has entered in the planets also. That is why the planets are able to maintain their orbits. And Krishna is the source of moonlight, which gives the taste in vegetables. So this is also subject matter of scientific research, material research, that the taste in vegetables is because of the moonlight Krishna is mentioning here. Aham vaishvanaro bhutva praninam dehamashritah pranapana samayuktah pachamyannam chaturvidham. I am the fire of digestion in every living body, and I am the air of life, outgoing and incoming, by which I digest the 4 kinds of foodstuff. So Krishna is so much taking care of us, we are so completely dependent on Krishna. The inward breath and the outgoing breath, both are Krishna. There is fire, heat in the stomach which digests the foodstuff. Without that fire, hunger, we cannot taste foodstuffs. Even if we eat, we cannot digest. We will not be able to maintain the bodies. So first of all, Krishna creates the vegetables, give tastes in the vegetables by the moonlight, and then Krishna creates proper digestive fire so that we can taste while eating the vegetables and we can digest them and the body gets nourished. Inhaling breath, exhaling breath. So thus we are completely dependent upon Krishna in all activities of ours. In this way we can improve our Krishna consciousness. When I'm eating something, or this taste is because of the moonlight which is coming from Krishna, I am able to feel hunger, I am able to digest because of Krishna present as Vaishvanara, fire in the belly. So in this way, in every aspect, always we are seeing chapter after chapter, Krishna is telling us how we can think of him directly or indirectly. Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishto matta smritir jnanam apohanam cha vedaishcha sarvairahameva vedyo vedanta krit veda videva chaham. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas am I to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of the Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Very important verse again. Krishna is telling Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishto. Hridi means in the heart. Of all the living entities, I am seated in their hearts. And what do I do in the heart? Mata smritir jnanam apohanam cha. I give remembrance, knowledge and forgetfulness. So we have various desires, and to fulfill those desires, Krishna has made laws of nature. Now how do we act as per those laws? Krishna gives inspiration from the heart, Krishna gives the knowledge, and Krishna gives the forgetfulness also. So if we have certain desires, Krishna will tell us, inspire from the heart, how to do that activity rightly. He'll make us meet the right persons. He'll take us through those literatures to engage in those activities and thus fulfill the desires of enjoyment that we have. And if it is required that we should take next life for that enjoyment, then in the next life, Krishna will give us remembrance that in previous life you had a desire, so I inspired to do right kind of work and now I have given you this body. So Krishna gives knowledge, now you act in this way and then you will be able to satisfy your desire. So Krishna gives the knowledge and Krishna gives the remembrance. And then Krishna also gives forgetfulness. We become forgetful of previous life. Because if I remember that I am not the body, I am spirit soul, and I keep on changing bodies life after life, then I cannot enjoy these hallucinatory desires. So because I have a desire to enjoy on material platform, I need to be kept in hallucination that you are the body. So Krishna makes us forgetful of the past life. But those who are advanced spiritualists like Bharat Maharaj, they were able to remember their previous lives because they did not want to forget. They wanted to attain the permanent eternal kingdom of God. So Krishna gave them remembrance of previous life and previous two lives, and thus Bharat Maharaj attained perfection. So if we want to get knowledge of previous lives, want to have self-realization, and we are willing to pay the price, we are willing to sacrifice anything for it, Krishna will give us remembrance. All our births will be remembered and self-realization will happen. And if we want to enjoy material life, we have material desires, then immediately there is reflection of this inverted banyan tree. We get entangled in its complexities. So thus, knowledge, forgetfulness and remembrance, everything is coming from Krishna. We want to become atheist, Krishna will give best of the logics from the heart. How to become atheist. So thus we have to be conscious what we should desire, what will make me happy and satisfied. And thus, to help us cultivate the right desires, Krishna is telling, Vedanta krit ved videva chaham, I create Vedanta. The Vedas also are cheating you to material desires. But I have composed Vedanta, Vedanta krit ved vid eva chaham. So Maharshi Ved Vyas has composed the Vedanta to tell us which are the right desires. Athato Brahma Jigyasa. Therefore now is the time to inquire about absolute truth. This should be the desire. I should be very, very inquisitive to know what is truth of life, what is fact. So Maharshi Vedvyas is incarnation of Krishna. Krishna has declared here, I have created the Vedas, Vedantakrit Vedvid, and I am the perfect knower of the Vedas. And from all the Vedas, I am to be known. So this people miss out. So thus, if we have to find a spiritual master, we have to find a person who is a devotee of Krishna, who has perfect knowledge of Krishna, because very clearly Krishna has mentioned here what is the objective of the Vedas. Vedaischa sarvair aham eva vedyo. From all the Vedas, ultimate objective is to know Krishna. So one who has known Krishna, all the purposes of reading the Vedas, it is fulfilled. If a person knows Krishna. So thus one should go to the literature like Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, which give positive knowledge of the real world and of personality of Godhead. And if we get this knowledge, there is no need to go through gradual process of cultivating Vedic knowledge. So thus it is very simple. Thus the Vedas mention Shat Karma Nipuno Vipra Mantra Tantra Visharada. One can be very expert in 6 duties which a Brahmana is supposed to execute. Mantra Tantra Visharada, he is very expert in mantras and tantras. But Avaishnava Gurur Nasyat. If one is Avaishnava, not a devotee of Lord Vishnu, Krishna, he cannot become Guru. He can remain Brahmana, but he cannot be called Guru. Guru should be Vaishnava, one who is a lover of God, one who has positive knowledge of God. He only has right to give Vedic knowledge to others, because the knowledge of Krishna is the ultimate objective of all. Now let us see few more very, very interesting shlokas which will even give much more clarity that how there is no concept of the spirit soul being one with God or becoming God after liberation. So in this verse, Krishna explains, Dvavimau purushau loke sharaschakshara evacha sharas sarvani bhutani kutasthokshara uchyate. There are 2 classes of beings, the fallible and the infallible. In the material world, every entity is fallible, and in the spiritual world, every entity is called infallible. Dvav imau purushau loke. There are 2 kinds of living entities, Kshara and Akshara, those who fall down and those who do not fall down. We keep on falling down. And those who are in the spiritual world, they don't fall down, they don't come again for material suffering. Kutastha means who are fixed in oneness. Oneness means not that they have become merged with God, one in agreement, one in purpose, one in identification. Now we think we are body. Those who think they are anshas of Krishna, they are pure spirit souls like Krishna is spirit, that is called oneness. There is agreement, service of Krishna. Just like in the time of war, the entire country becomes one. All the citizens become one. Does it mean they have mixed to become one person? No. All the citizens have become one, means one in agreement. Yes, we have to stand together in the time of crisis. So we have to understand properly the use of language in parampara. So we think citizens have become one means they have become one man, all the citizens of the country. No, that is wrong understanding. So fixed in oneness, kutastha means fixed in constitutional position, agreement that yes, we shall work only for serving Krishna. Everybody agrees. I do not want my independent enjoyment. They don't fall down to this material world for independent enjoyment. Now, beside both the living entities, Kshara and Akshara, there is one more living entity who is Uttamah Purusha, topmost personality. What is his situation? That is explained here. Uttamah Purushastvanyah Paramatmeti Udahritaha Yo Lokatrayam Avishya Vibharti Avyaya Ishvaraha. Besides these 2, there is the greatest living personality, the Lord Himself, who has entered into these worlds and is maintaining them. So here we can see Uttama Purushaha tu Anyaha. Besides the liberated personalities and conditioned personality, there is Uttam Purush, the topmost personality. And what is the position The special feature of this personality, it is being mentioned, his name is Paramatma, and Lokatrayam Avishya, he has entered into all these worlds, and Bibharti, for the maintenance of the worlds. I, by entering within this body, am able to control the activities of this body. I cannot claim that I have entered everywhere. So this Uttam Purush has entered all the three worlds, and he is maintaining by entrance in the worlds. So thus it is very, very clear. By being liberated, we don't become God. God always remains God. He is called Paramatma. We always remain Atma. We are Kshara Atma or Akshar Atma. We are liberated or we are conditioned. But beyond both the conditioned and liberated, there is Paramatma, the Lord Himself, who enters the worlds and who maintains the worlds. So why people tell that we are God, on liberation we will become God, we are to merge, it is not supported by Vedas or Bhagavad Gita at all. Yasmat ksharam atitoham aksharaadapi chottamaha atosmi loke vede cha rathitah purushottamah. Because I am transcendental, beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as that Supreme Person. So somewhere Lord Krishna is quoting the Vedic authorities, that Supreme Person, that person you should surrender, tam purusham prapadde, as if that person is different from Krishna. No, he is not different. Because Krishna is quoting authorities, prahu, it is said that you do this and surrender unto Supreme Person. Just like any advocate, he gives quotations, he gives references, Indian Penal Code, section this, this is the law. So thus the Vedas are law books and Krishna is quoting the Vedas. Thus he talks sometimes in third person, surrender to third person, and then he gives live instructions, so surrender to me, I am that Supreme Person. So here Lord Krishna is telling that direct instruction. Yasmat ksharam atito aham, because I am transcendental beyond both the kshara and akshara. So I am celebrated in both the worlds and in the Vedas as that Supreme Person. So Vedas Purushottama, many times the Vedas will glorify Purushottama. And who is that Purushottama? Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. He is Govinda. He is Krishna. Krishna is telling, Aham, I am celebrated in this world and in the Vedas, both the places, as the Supreme Person. So Krishna has made it very clear. I am God. I am the Supreme Person beyond both conditioned and liberated souls. Yo mamevam asammudho janati purushottamam sa sarvavid bhajati mam sarva bhavena bharata. Whoever knows me as a Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is to be understood as the knower of everything, and he therefore engages himself in full devotional service, O son of Bharat. Asammudha, without any doubt. Yo mam evam, one who understands me as the Supreme Person, as that person, Uttam Purush, without any doubt. Very important word used here is sa sarvavid bhajati mam. Sarvavid, he is to be considered as knowing everything, all the Vedas. So who is considered the knower of the Vedas? Not one who is lost in the Karma Kanda portion. Rig, Yajur, Sam, Atharva, Ved mention mainly Karma Kanda portion. But a person who knows Krishna, he is Sarvavid. He is knower of everything. So one should know Krishna as Supreme Person. And Bhajati Mam, such a person will engage in Bhajati, in devotional service of Krishna. Thus, we are looking for a spiritual master, most knowledgeable person. So we should find a person who is Bhajati Mam, who is engaged in service of Krishna. Bhajati means bhajan, rendering service. So the perfect spiritual master, most knowledgeable person who is Sarvavid, what he'll be doing is Bhajati Mam, he'll be worshipping me, Krishna is telling. So the most knowledgeable person will worship Krishna Sarva Bhavena Bharata, in all respects. he'll completely worship. So thus one should only accept a worshipper of Krishna as the spiritual master. Iti guhyatamam shastram idam uktam maya nagha etad buddhva buddhiman syat kritakrityascha bharata. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavors will know perfection. So, Krishna gradually has built up this philosophy, and now we see yoga of the Supreme Person. Now clearly the knowledge is being given, the Supreme Truth is a person, and yoga, how to get connected to that person, is explained very clearly in this chapter. So one may ask why Krishna in the beginning of the Gita itself did not reveal this knowledge, because Arjuna, Krishna thought, would take otherwise. When Krishna explained his eternality itself in the 4th chapter, Arjuna asked, how do I understand that you spoke this knowledge to Sun God? We are comrades, we took birth together, we have played together. So thus gradually Krishna has given information. So thus Vedas also give gradual information till Vedanta and Bhagavatam, the explanation of Vedanta. That is a perfection of knowledge. But unless one reaches this point, the perfection of knowledge, knowledge of Supreme Person, one's knowledge remains incomplete. And very important qualification to understand this knowledge is, the word used here is Maya Anagha Iti Guhyatamam Shastram. This most Guhyatamam, topmost secret, that this material world is hallucinatory, the things which we think will give us happiness are the secondary roots which entangle us in this existence. Desire is the water. Real world, the reality, positive life, people without death, old age, disease, eternal, ever-increasing happiness. This is Guhyatam, very confidential. God is a person living on that planet which is self-effulgent. Now this is explained to Arjuna because he is addressed as Anagha. Agha means sin, Anagha means sinless. So to understand spiritual knowledge, one has to become free from sins. The sins cover our intelligence, jnana, vijnana, nashanam. They destroy the knowledge, and we know that when we have sinful tendencies, right? People commit so many abominable crimes and then later they cry when they are arrested. Why? Because they became mad. Their knowledge was destroyed by the desires. So thus one has to become freed from the sins. So anything actually which is not for satisfaction of Krishna is sinful, because everything belongs to Krishna, nothing is our property. Still, there are 4 main pillars of sin. If we can break these pillars, then other small sinful activities will be stopped. And which are these 4 sins? It is mentioned in the Vedas, in Mahabharata, Bhagavatam, many places. Striya Suna Dyuti Pana Yatra Papas Chaturvidha. Illicit connection with the opposite sex, opposite gender. Animal killing or meat eating. Intoxication and gambling. So if we can break these 4 pillars of all sinful activities, then one can become Anagha and one can understand the spiritual concepts. So I request all of you, please understand this material world is a world of duality. That what we are considering happiness, one should be detestful of that. Because we understood, if you have heard this carefully, that is another side of distress. Happiness, distress are 2 sides of same coin. And unfortunately, what to speak of material happiness? Gross sinful activities are taken as the very source of happiness. So it is a great science. There are laws operating in this nature. Please take help, apply in your life. Please become sinless. Do not break these 4 principles. Now people are very much fond of sex. Every night and day they are enjoying sex. But has sex made them happy? When there were no contraceptives, child will come out if you have sex. So people will not enjoy much sex in life. But now so much of sex is there. The society is also permissive. But has unlimitedly doing more sex made a person unlimitedly more happy? No. But more miserable, more conditioned. So please, we have to rise above the materialistic association, materialistic conceptions of life. It is common sense and very logical, but just that we are so much haunted by our material desires. We either do not have time or we do not have sanity, because material desires, they drive us crazy. So I request, please try to avoid these 4 principles of sinful life: meat eating, intoxication, gambling, and illicit sex. And these things become very easy to be followed if one engages in positive aspect of devotional service. If we engage ourselves in the service of Krishna, then easily we can give up these 4 things because we want some enjoyment. So if we seriously engage in service of Krishna, we'll get positive enjoyment, higher taste, and strength to withstand the attractions for these sinful activities. And the devotional service begins with attentive, careful chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So please always keep on chanting, engage in service of Krishna, avoid sinful activities, and then we'll be able to have yoga with the Supreme Person. Thank you so much for hearing. We'll meet soon with the next chapter, Divine and Demoniac Natures. Till then, always keep on chanting. Hare Krishna. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Abhayam Sattva Samshuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavasthitihi Danam Damascha Yajñascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Tyaga Shantir Apaishunam Daya Bhuteshvaloluptvam Mardavam Hrira Chapalam Teja Kshamadhriti Shaucham Adroho Nati Manita Bhavanti Sampadam Daivim Abhijatasya Bharata. The Blessed Lord said, fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity and simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault-finding, compassion and freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty and steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, freedom from envy, and the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharat, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature. Material world has been addressed as Dukhalayam, Ashashvatam, Anityam Asukham Lokam, that this world is full of miseries. That is why so much struggle is happening. Struggle is happening between the countries to defend their territories. Struggle is happening within the country, either to oust the government from which the people are dissatisfied, or either to leave the jobs which are bringing them dissatisfaction, or to score very nicely in a system which is very competitive. There is constant struggle in everybody's life. Science is also struggling very hard to counteract the onslaughts of material nature. In this way, everybody is struggling here. So this is not the right way to become happy. It is just like you are in a jungle and your path is strewn with many thorns and pebbles. In order to have a smooth walk, you are trying to remove all the bushes, thorns and pebbles from your path. That is not a sane way to have a smooth walk. The solution is wear shoes. As simple as that. In a similar fashion, This analogy is given actually in the Srimad Bhagavatam, that one should wear shoes. In a similar fashion, why we are trying to remove all the thorns and all the pebbles? There are unlimited thorns and pebbles in this material world. It is called Dukhalayam. And there is no means, even if you throw all the thorns and pebbles out of the way, hypothetically, although it is not possible, still more thorns will be given by the material nature. More pebbles will come up, because Krishna tells material nature is not automatic, it is controlled by me. Even though it appears to be automatic, this automation is set into place by Krishna. It is under Krishna's control always. That is why Krishna tells, Mama Maya Duratyaya. You cannot overcome, counteract this material energy, because it is controlled by me. Maya Adhyakshena Prakritihi. It is acting under my supervision. So thus Krishna tells Duratya, it is very difficult to overcome. But in only one case, one circumstance, it can be overcome, and that is Mam evye prapadyante. If you take shelter of mine, you surrender unto me, then you can cross beyond all the troubles of this material world. So the solution is not to invent light so that you can counteract darkness, and then that light is creating so many other problems. Then there is light pollution, there is so much disturbance in the biological activity within our bodies. In order to counteract the misery of having a slow ride on animals or other natural means, you have invented automobiles, but then automobiles are creating other problems. So much of non-degradable waste, so much of global warming, and unlimited problems are coming up. So if we analyze, we are not solving the problem, we are shifting the load from head to shoulder, shoulder to waist. If you don't study, then there is problem, there would be criticism, there won't be resources to maintain yourself. But then if you study, that is another struggle. We do not want to do, but we are forced to do it. Then if you have automobiles to solve the problem of slow transport, it creates dozen other problems. Waste which cannot be decomposed. The waste is creating global warming. And then so many other troubles. There is traffic, and then there is pollution. And because of pollution, so many diseases. So one solution you make and dozen more problems are created. So in this manner, if we analyze, the problems are increasing. And by this hard work to make this earth a nice place to live, the life on earth sustained for so many thousands of years. But now they are telling, we have brought ourselves to the point of no return because of this industrialization. So as Stephen Hawking told, that we have 100 years on this planet. So by this contribution of wonderful intelligence to make this world a better place to live, we have rendered it uninhabitable. 100 years is the deadline now. You move to other planet. And we are hoping against hope. This earth which was full of resources, even now it is full of resources. We are telling we cannot save it, but we have a hope that on a planet on which resources are not there, we will make it habitable. So all these things will happen if we try to solve the problems of life without taking shelter of the Vedas, which tell us what are the laws of nature, which are the right things to do, which are the wrong things to avoid. Problems will simply keep on increasing, compounding in our life. So that is why we should not try to solve the problems of life by taking out pebbles and thorns one at a time. Rather, wear the shoes. And this is called liberation. All these problems are because of the nature around us. Nature forces us to become old. I don't want an old body. Nature forces us to die. Nature forces us with so many problems. That is why the Vedas tell Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. You follow the rules and regulations of the Vedas, then there would be economic development. And after economic development, you can try to satisfy your desires only to realize that it doesn't bring you any lasting satisfaction, the fulfillment of all the desires. Then we realize, oh yes, Actually, the greatest happiness lies in liberation. From there, the spiritual life begins. And when a person is very much advanced on the liberated platform, one can understand what is God and experience the spiritual bliss in life. So the purpose is to become liberated. This is very important. Nothing in the world should affect me. Whatever disturbances are being created by the nature or by the other living entities or being created by my mind and body. There is no other disturbance, only three disturbances: Adhyatmik, Adhibhautik and Adhidevik. I should not be affected by anything at all. Yasmin sthito na dukkhena guru napi vichalyet. The greatest calamity also should not shake me. This is called the stage of freedom, liberation. This was sought after by all the sages of the Varnashrama culture, which is known as Hindu culture today. So every intelligent person should aspire to understand what is that technology, what is that way of life by which I can come to a platform where I can become free from the laws of nature. Human life is meant to attain this end, complete freedom from the clutches of the laws of nature. Now, who is given freedom here? Freedom is given to gentlemen, those who possess good qualities, divine qualities, and whose freedom is curtailed of that of demoniac people. They are put into jail. The more crimes they commit, the more freedom is restricted. Initially, there would be imprisonment of few years, and then if they create further offenses, then their hands and legs are shackled. Further offenses, they are put in a dark cell. They will not be able to see sunlight also. It will be moist, dark. It is moist, dark, and it is very, very horrible over there. For many, many days and weeks, a person will not be able to see the light of sun. So the more we degrade ourselves to the base qualities, our freedom is curtailed. And if we behave nicely, better freedom and resources are given by the government. So thus we understand there are laws of nature operating here. We follow the principles of hygiene, we remain fit, healthy. We don't follow, we fall sick. So in a similar fashion, Lord Krishna here gives us all these wonderful qualities which guide us to the path of liberation. So we have to cultivate all these qualities. So let us understand a little bit about these so that we can practice to develop these in our personality. The first quality is fearlessness. So in this Varnashrama Dharma, the scientific division of society in 4 spiritual and 4 social orders, is ultimately meant to take a person to the platform of liberation. Then if one is fortunate on liberated platform, one can meet a pure devotee of Lord and then understand the truth of the existence of God. But minimum at least one should reach the platform of liberation. So among these orders, sannyas or the order of renunciation is the topmost. A sannyasi renunciant is the spiritual master of all the other divisions. And the first quality, so these qualities should be cultivated by everybody. All the devotees should have these qualities, but still people in specific situation in the Varna and the Ashrama are supposed to put stress on some of these qualities. Like the first 3 qualities are supposed to be followed very strictly by the sannyasis. Others may also aspire to develop, but a sannyasi must have these qualities. And the first quality in renunciation, if we want to become sannyasi, is abhayam, fearlessness. Because a person has to give up all the connections of family. As long as we are attached here, we will keep on taking birth here, life after life. If we want eternal life, we need to have detachment. If we practice detachment, there is always fear. I have to leave my family. Now my family was taking care of me. I have got old now. In old age, I need all the more support. But no. A sannyasi is supposed to have such a level of realization that one understands the Supreme Soul is sitting in my heart, in everyone's heart. And he will take care of me even in the very horrible, dangerous jungles filled with ferocious tiger snakes and many other insects. I will be unharmed if the Super Soul protects me. And if the Super Soul wants me to leave the body, then I should agree because he is the Supreme Controller. My pleasure lies in obeying his orders. In this way, sannyasi is always fearless. Maro bhi rakho bhi jo ichha tuhari. You want to kill or save God as you want to do with this body, which actually belongs to you, you can do it. As long as it continues, I will try to serve you with this body. In this way, when a person has realization of God, who is present in every atom, heart of all the species, one remains fearless. Thus, it was a natural course. After 50 years of age, everyone would take shelter of jungle, that is called Vanaprastha. They go to jungle to practice austerities. So this is called fearlessness. Now it is very, very difficult to conceive in old age how somebody can live independently in a far-off place, isolated and dangerous place. But no. In the womb, when I could not cry for help, I was protected, I was given all the supplies. When I came out, I could not know what is good for me, but the right kind of food stuff. Child cannot take anything other than milk. Milk was provided immediately in the breasts of the mother. So this arrangement has been there in the womb, out of the womb. It is there always. So a sannyasi is supposed to be fearless. Then, purification of one's existence. Impurity means lust and greed, rajoguna and tamoguna. Tendency to enjoy independent of God, this is impurity. Enjoyment, tendency to enjoy is not bad, but this enjoyment comes when we only plan enjoyment for God. A thief's heart is considered impure because he thinks I should enjoy others' property. So human life is only meant for purification, as Lord Rishabhdev told, Tapo divyam putrakayena sattvam shuddhyedyasmad brahma saukyam tvanantam. Rishabhdev is king of the planet, and he was also taking renunciation sannyas. Before taking sannyas, he is guiding his children, 100 sons. What is the right conduct of life? And he is telling, do tapasya. That is also one of the items that will be mentioned here. Voluntarily accept discomforts in life because that leads to the purification. Now people have forgotten what I am supposed to do, what is the right thing, right culture, right quality, which will give me liberation. So self-purification, it happens by tapasya, voluntarily accepting discomforts. It happens by control of the senses. It happens by giving charity. It happens by control of mind. It happens by reading the scriptures. So every activity leads either to purification of consciousness or degradation of consciousness. Either it increases my tendency to enjoy independent of God, or it increases my tendency to serve God and minimize my independent enjoyment. That is called purification. So self-purification, this is supposed to be practiced by everyone, especially by a sannyasi. Then cultivation of spiritual knowledge. So a sannyasi is supposed to be very, very humble. That is why they go begging door to door. We also approach people for donations. But it should not be misunderstood that sannyasi is beggar. Especially in India, many times we find beggars who have taken this as a very nice means to earn livelihood. Sometimes you'll find them in the places where people assemble. Sometimes you'll find them in the trains or bus stops or many other places where people assemble. And they will be wearing saffron and they'll be begging, because in India there is a culture you are supposed to give maintenance money to the sannyasi. So some beggars thought it is very nice, I don't have to do any work, simply wear this dress and sometimes you may sing the names of God and people will give you money. But no. Sannyasi does not approach house to house because he is dependent on the householders for their maintenance. They are abhayam. They know I will be maintained in every situation. But why they approach? Because humility has to be practiced. Going and begging somebody a morsel for your subsistence, it is not very easy begging. People don't want to beg. But sannyasi is supposed to have this humility, cultivate this humility and beg. And why? Because when the householders who are very busy in sense enjoyment, in maintaining their family, they automatically advance by giving charity to the sannyasis. So do not have time for direct spiritual cultivation. They spend time in earning money, and that money is given to sannyasis. That is as good as spending time for Krishna. So by giving this money, charity or food to the sannyasis, they advance in spiritual life. So for their spiritual advancement, it is duty of sannyasi to go house to house and do madhukari. Madhukari means it does not mean sannyasi should go and tell one family, now you feed me with nice dishes, everything. He goes house to house and little he takes from everyone so that no family is overburdened and everyone gets chance of spiritual elevation. And apart from giving in charity, the food or money, donations, they also inquire from them about spiritual subject matter. And the sannyasi, when he goes, he is offered respect. He gives, householder gives charity. Householder becomes capable. By rendering service, we become qualified to get spiritual knowledge. Without service, even if one hears spiritual knowledge, it will take very long time to manifest into realization. So he becomes qualified, and then they discuss spiritual subject matter. In this way, householders who otherwise have no time to dedicate to spiritual life directly, they can advance in this way. So a sannyasi is supposed to maintain this thing, cultivation of knowledge. It is very, very important. So he should go and spread knowledge to everybody. And sometimes if a sannyasi has prematurely taken this renounced order, then he should spend all the time in hearing, dedicate himself to hear the scriptures and cultivate knowledge. It is very, very important. It is a prime duty of sannyasi. The duty of householder, as we will see, is to give charity because they are engaged in cultivation of money. The duty of sannyasi is cultivation of knowledge because they only have time and maturity, the austerity and all these principles by which knowledge can manifest. So those who have knowledge should spread knowledge, those who have money should give money. So these three things are supposed to be followed, especially by the sannyasis. And the next, charity, danam, self-control, damaha, performance of sacrifice, yajna. These are supposed specially to be followed by householders. The householder is glorified by the charity because other three orders, social divisions, brahmachari, vanprasth and sannyasi, do not earn anything. So just see how nice is this varnashrama dharma. It is specifically dedicated to attain liberation. So only in household life for 25 years, you can satisfy your senses so that you realize actually that is not bringing satisfaction to my heart. First 25 years, strict education in the Gurukul. Next 25 years, household life. You can enjoy worldly enjoyment, but that also through serving Krishna. And then after 50 years, then you wind up the activities, go with wife because attachment with wife is very strong. You go with wife to jungle, practice austerities, but no sex life after 50 years. And then after that, as soon as you are purified, you can live independently, take sannyas. Women cannot be given sannyas because they always need protection. There are always so many dangers for them. So they always, if the husband is there together, they can live in jungle. But when husband wants to take sannyas, woman should be given protection by her sons. So in this way, everyone is very conscious what is my ultimate duty. So householder is glorified by the charity. So now this misconception is there, whatever money I have, it belongs to me. This is wrong. Just like the cashier is having a lot of money, but that money belongs to bank. Out of that, little will be given to the cashier, whatever is due as per his salary. In a similar fashion, this body mind doesn't belong to me. What money I have earned, that is, I don't become the rightful owner of all of it. I can enjoy up to 50% of it, but not more than that. 50% should be used in Krishna consciousness. Charity is also in three modes, Sattva Guna, Rajoguna and Tamoguna. The charity done in Rajoguna and Tamoguna is not recommended in the Vedas. That we will see what it is. And charity done in Sattva Guna for spreading Krishna consciousness, this most important knowledge which gives people liberation. If you do some temporary seva, which anyway is going to come to the people as per the arrangement of laws of nature, that is but temporary. There are endless miseries. The real seva is bringing people to the platform of liberation, Krishna consciousness. Thus, charity should be done to Krishna conscious people who are spreading Krishna consciousness. So, 50% of the wealth should be spent in such charity. It does not belong to us. If you want to accumulate more than 50%, it will only bring miseries in our life. And 50% is also maximum actually. One should be satisfied simply by keeping body and soul together. But it may not be practical, so all the scriptures give very practical instructions. But remain satisfied with 50% of your income, that's it. So this is the most important duty of householder, charity. After charity, self-control, damaha. Everyone is supposed to follow sense control, but specifically the householders, because there is lot of opportunity for sense enjoyment. Brahmachari who is living in jungle, he has no earning. Vanaprastha has no earning. Sannyasi has no earning, no resources in jungle, what you can enjoy. So anyway, enjoyment is restricted, but householder, he has all the opportunities for self-enjoyment. So if self-control is not there, then he will be lost. So thus damaha, sense control, self-control is very much required. Next, yajna, performance of sacrifice. This is also specially recommended for householders. What is sacrifice? We have discussed if you have been hearing these sessions. Krishna has mentioned in 2nd chapter, 3rd chapter, 4th chapter, 5th chapter, a lot about sacrifice. Describe different kinds of sacrifices. And all the work, it is explained, should be done only for sacrifice for Lord Krishna. Yagyarthat karmano anyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha. We'll get entangled in karma bandhan, means laws of nature. If we work just for sacrificing the results of activities, then we'll get freedom from the laws of nature. Yagya arthat karmanaha. Activity should be done for the artha, for the purpose of yajna, for sacrifice. And fire sacrifice, Agnihotra, is traditionally recommended in the Vedic literatures. And because only the householders have money, this yajna requires lot of money and resources. Tons and tons of grains and ghee is required and other resources. And who can afford it in today's age? It is very expensive. And apart from being very expensive, we need qualified brahmanas who can ignite the fire simply by the mantras. Where are such qualified brahmanas available? So because of lack of such arrangements, intelligent people, it is told in Srimad Bhagavatam, will take to a special kind of yajnas. There are so many yajnas, but as Krishna has told in the 10th chapter, Yajnanam japa yajno asmi. Of all the yajnas, I am japa yajna, chanting of the holy names of Lord. And it is told in Srimad Bhagavatam 11th canto, Yajnai sankirtana prayar yajantihi sumedasaha. The most intelligent people will engage themselves in Sankirtan Yajna, together chanting and hearing the names of God. Sumedasa, a very intelligent person only, will be able to understand this kind of Yajna performance. So this is very simple. Anyway, we don't have much resources and no resources are required. Just sit with the family members, friends, as many people gather, the better it is, and sing and hear attentively the names of God. And thus yajnas are performed. We'll be free from karma bandhana, stringent laws of nature, and all the natural supplies of the materials will be kept intact. There will be no scarcity of food, there will be no scarcity of water, and everything will be maintained very nicely. So yajna, sacrifice, is very important for purification of existence, for satisfaction of Lord Vishnu, for becoming free from the laws of nature, and for maintaining the supply of natural ingredients. Without sacrifice, one cannot have supply of natural ingredients. Thus, despite so much of advancement, we see drought, famine, there is scarcity of food grains, scarcity of water. All these things are depleting. Yajna is required. Next is study of Vedas, Swadhyaya, austerity, tapaha, and simplicity, arjavam. These things are specifically to be practiced by the brahmacharis. So brahmacharis are supposed to do swadhyaya. Student means simply one should study, as now also students keep on studying, but this education is not this mundane education. Reconfiguring the matter. Shilpa Napunam, that is called. This is called an art. This education technology, what we are studying actually. We think that this is the summit of the activity of the grey cells in our head. But this technology, if we analyze what it is simply reconfiguring the matter putting this atom from this place to another place, this electron from this orbit to another orbit, diode transistor putting from here to there, putting one chemical layer here. It is simply reconfiguring the matter. Shilpanapunam, just like it is an art to put paint, put one paint here, configuration of paint, that is called art. So this technology is also considered but an art in terms of the Vedic knowledge. The knowledge, as we have seen in previous chapters, is to understand what is spirit, what is matter, and who is controller of both. So this kind of knowledge was cultivated in Gurukul. So Swadhyaya is required to cultivate this knowledge of spirit and matter and the controller of both. Next is austerity, tapaha. Voluntarily accepting discomforts in life is very, very important. So these discomforts in life, austerities, they cleanse the soul of hallucinations and illusion. And then the knowledge of the soul being different from the body automatically awakens. That is why Lord Krishna tells, who is qualified to understand this Bhagavad Gita? Krishna tells, do not speak this knowledge to the people who are not austere or who are not devoted. Either a person should be austere, he should be taking voluntary discomforts in one's life, or one should be devoted to Supreme Lord. Then only a person can understand. So everybody likes enjoyment. If a child, day in and day out, child is playing sports or some computer games, he will never realize the importance of education. He will get lost, spoil his career. In a similar fashion, if we don't practice restraint, we will be indulged in sense enjoyment. We will never understand I am eternal soul. Ultimately, I am creating so many problems of repeated birth, death, old age and disease because of my ignorance, because of this sense enjoyment. So to understand oneself as spirit soul different from body, understand I am eternal, it is not easy. One has to do tapasya, then automatically one will understand all the subject matters which could be difficult otherwise to know. So to come to platform of knowledge, tapaha, brahmachari is engaged in education, so it should be coupled with tapasya. Then next is simplicity. Simplicity means arjavam. So not just brahmachari, but everyone should be very simple. Now we want to accumulate resources, show off to others. No, this is not proper conduct. I should not try to attract the attention of people. If a person is attracted towards me, how will it benefit him or her? But if a person is attracted towards God, that is the beginning of life of unlimited bliss and knowledge. So one should have very, very simple existence, simplicity. Next comes non-violence, ahimsa. How much ever weapons we can have, missile shields we can invent, very nice bulletproof jackets we can invent, helmets we can invent, very nice cars we can invent where there are all the mechanisms for safety. We have very nice system of traffic control. We have very nice advancement in the science of medicine. We will not be able to avoid distress, as we can see how it is happening. We have conquered 5 diseases and 50 more diseases have sprung up. Newer diseases are coming every day. How much ever United Nations we can have, it has been an utter failure to prevent wars. So how much ever we can plan, if we are giving harm to other living entities, nature will plan to inflict harm to us. So it is very simple to understand there are laws operating in this nature. Now people are very much fond of eating meat. But so much pain is being inflicted to other living entity. Meat is called mansa in Sanskrit. So Sanskrit is the language of enlightenment, the most reformed people. So mansa, every word has got a meaning. Mansa means mamsa khadati iti mansa. As I am killing you, eating you, you have the right to kill me in next life. So much pain is inflicted to the living entities in the slaughterhouse. We will have to undergo the same pain. We may blame, oh, these people are having bad mentality, how cruel, these terrorists, they cut the people, chop the people into 2 portions. And how bad are these people, fanatics in the name of religion? They are creating so many troubles. How bad is this national leader? He created concentration camps. We may blame all these people. How bad is the government? They cannot protect the citizens. We can blame all of them, but we have to understand we are enjoying and suffering our own karma. Instruments could differ, but we get lost in correcting the instruments and forget the suffering to me is happening because I have given the suffering to other living entities. Any pain that is being afflicted to us, somebody is using very harsh words upon us. We have used similar words upon somebody and inflicted similar punishment to them. So rather than showing anger upon the instrument of immediate suffering, person realizes, oh, how bad I was. I inflicted similar pain to others. May not be in this life, in previous many lives. So if we read the Vedas, so there are so many stories, and they are not stories actually. People call them stories, they are histories. So many such incidents are there where people were able to recollect, oh, I have been given this punishment because in my previous life, and not just human beings. If there was a saint who, when he was child, he was piercing an insect with a thorn. And when he got a human form of life, he was erected on an iron nail, very big nail they would have, like a lancet. It will go through the rectum and come out of the head. Such great pain. This was one way of punishment where thieves would be punished by the king. And then when he inquired why he was given this punishment, then Yamaraj told him that you don't remember when you were small, you pierced an insect with the thorn. So nature does not tell that no, only small living entities you are killing, you will be spared, no. The same living entity is there in the small body. If somebody is riding a bicycle does not mean a truck driver who is having a big vehicle is entitled to kill. No, killing is killing, same punishment. So the bodies of insects may be small, but you kill an insect, you kill a hen, you kill a rat, goat, dog, camel, punishment is same. We will also be killed. But yes, if we kill conscious, very who are advanced in consciousness, Brahmana, spiritualists, if we kill them, there would be much more punishment. But minimum we will be killed for any killing that we have done. This people do not know. So if we increase this meat-eating tendency, if we increase the slaughterhouses, more war, pestilence, epidemics, COVID, all these things will happen and people will be slaughtered by the nature. So we have to understand, God has made this perfect mechanism. You inflict harm, you get harm. You give help to others, you will get help. You give wealth to others, you will become wealthy. You give education to others, you become very learned man. This is the law of nature. This is called the law of karma. So I request, please try to spread this knowledge, be non-violent, don't give harm to other living entities, and understand these laws of nature and transcend the laws of nature by developing all these qualities. Next is truthfulness, satyam. Falsity is violating the laws of nature, but unless one is Brahmana, one understands my happiness and distress is anyway supposed to come. Why should I indulge myself in falsehood? So only such people can practice this truthfulness. Even if enemy comes and asks, they will still speak the truth. Because a Brahmana is fearless, he understands happiness and distress is predestined. I should do my duty in this life so that future distress can be avoided, I can become liberated. So as far as possible, one should be truthful. And truthful, more importantly, means apart from the morally being truthful or being false, truthfulness means understanding absolute truth, Krishna, from the scriptures, and spreading this knowledge to others of absolute truth. Next is freedom from anger. So this anger is very dangerous. As we become angry, our entire body becomes contaminated with the chemicals which are very dangerous for our health. Now the science has also found out. Ayurveda always told, have a very tranquil and peaceful mind, and then there would be no diseases. So 90% of diseases, they happen because of mind. When the mind is disturbed, agitated, angry, lusty, it gives rise to so many unwanted hormone chemical secretion in the body, and then there is so much disease because of that. Psychosomatic diseases, disorders. Medical science also has understood now. We have ulcers in the mouth when there is so much stress. We have diabetes when there is so much of stress. And actually, Ayurveda tells 90% of the diseases are because of this mind. Everything is being governed from here, from mind, and mind is being governed from spirit. So if you follow spiritual life, automatically everything is taken care. But yes, as a matter of duty, this anger should be avoided as far as possible. Anger should be done. We cannot stop anger altogether. So that is why it is told in the Vedas, anger can be used upon those people who are envious of God. So some people naturally they want to accuse God. They are outlaws by nature, by natural instinct. They become angry as soon as they hear the name of God, want to oppose the activities of God consciousness. Then yes, if you become angry with such people, just like Lord Hanuman became angry, that is nice. That increases our relationship with God. So in such ways, avenues, we can use our anger. That helps in advancement of spiritual life. But otherwise, for my personal interest, I should not be angry at all. Next quality is renunciation. We discussed it is very important to have detachment in this world. Tranquility. A person should always maintain tranquility. Attraction to anything and hatred towards anything. Both are actually entangling. Both capture our mind. If our mind is absorbed in the subject matter of material world, then we have to take birth again. If we hate a person, we are thinking of the person. If we love a person, we are again thinking of a person. And if the object of love and hatred is any material living entity, we are bound to come back here. So one should remain tranquil, neutral, neither hatred nor any attraction for anything or any person, entity of this material world. Tranquility. Next is aversion to fault finding, apashunam. Now people want to find faults. The media, the social media is abundant with fault finding and criticism. Of course, calling a thief is not considered fault finding, but unnecessarily criticizing when it does not bring any change, either in my life or other person's life, one should restrain from fault finding. Compassion and freedom from covetousness. So one should have compassion for other living entities. And of course, compassion for the body is a sign of ignorance. Compassion should be there for the spirit soul. So one should not think, oh, this life is so bad if I renounce the sense objects. No, even though it could be troublesome for the body, but it is very good for the spirit soul. Surgery is very painful for the body, but it saves a person. So compassion should be for the spirit soul. When Krishna killed so many people on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Krishna killed means under Krishna's direction, Arjuna killed, Pandavas killed. So it appears to be an act of violence, but that is not act of violence. That is compassion for the spirit soul. So those who are killed by the pure devotees like Arjuna or in the presence of Krishna who left their bodies, they immediately attain liberation, which a person attains by doing a lot of tapasya, cultivation of knowledge for many, many lives. So even though the bodies got destroyed, when Arjuna was shooting arrows on their bodies, this pain was purifying them. And when they left their bodies, they got liberation. So now there is no more birth and death. So these are the very fine things which we have to understand. What is real compassion? So real compassion is elevating people to the platform of liberation or Krishna consciousness. So in this way, one should have compassion by spreading this knowledge to others. This is the greatest act of compassion. Freedom from covetousness. Gentleness. One should be very gentle. Modesty. One should not do anything abominable. And steady determination. There would be fall downs because these qualities, rules and regulations may not be easy to follow. So one should not lose hope and patience by such failures. Such failures are there in every field. Everybody fails. But one should be determined, keep on practicing, and then eventually there would be success. Vigor. Now this is to be followed by Kshatriyas. Kshatriyas should have vigor. They should have strength, capacity to defend the subjects from the onslaughts of enemy. Forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, shaucham. Cleanliness is specially to be followed by the mercantile community. We have discussed before how shaucham is supposed to be practiced internally, externally. Externally, one should take bath minimum twice a day, recommended thrice a day. And then internally, one has to always evacuate very properly and chant Hare Krishna mantra very nicely. And apart from this, cleanliness should be practiced in one's dealings also. So especially the mercantile class, they can indulge in so many wrong practices, indulging in black marketing, hoarding, and so many other illicit trade activities. So one should be very, very clean, not just in one's body and mind, but in one's dealings also. This is called shaucham. Next is freedom from envy and the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharat, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature. So all these qualities we should cultivate. If we cultivate these qualities, then nature gives us more and more greater freedom. And eventually we are liberated. When we are liberated, then we can understand what is Krishna, what is God. And then there is awakening of spiritual bliss in our life. And also important word which is used in the last line here is Bhavanti sampadam daivim abhijatasya bharata. Abhijatasya means one who is taking birth in such family. I'll repeat. So abhijatasya means one who takes birth with such qualities. Takes birth with qualities. Qualities are supposed to be cultivated when a person comes outside. No, within the womb and even before conception. This is a science which people do not know. In Varnashrama system, this system is called Garbhadhan Sanskar. In order to cultivate the spirit soul with all these good qualities, to have a birth with all these good qualities, purification of consciousness is recommended for the parents. Now, of course, those rituals cannot be performed, so we do that Garbhadhan Sanskar by chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra every day, minimum 16 rounds. And on the day of conceiving the child, minimum 50 rounds, 50 should be chanted. And the parent should only take Krishna Prasadam, the food which is offered to Lord Krishna. That is pure food. It purifies our existence. And charity should be given to the devotees. Scripture should be read. In this way, parents can purify their consciousness. And with such pure consciousness, the soul will be naturally born with all these godly qualities. So these people do not know. Now the child is the result of sex life. Earlier, child was the prime motto and sex enjoyment was byproduct. Putrayate kriyate bharya putra pinda prayojanam. Having child was the purpose of marriage. Because people were understanding ultimately I need to have liberation. If I get stuck, because laws of nature are very stringent, if I get stuck somewhere in lower species, ghostly species, then if my child performs these rituals Pindadan very nicely, I'll be liberated from those life forms. So everything was there with an ambition, with a clear idea that I should ultimately reach the platform of liberation. And obviously enjoyment is a byproduct of it. But now sex enjoyment is the main activity and child is a byproduct. Then we should not be disturbed if so many Varna Sankaras are coming. Varna Sankara means unwanted population. Child was not required. Required was sexual enjoyment. Child came into picture. Without purification of consciousness, such children born will be naturally inclined to demoniac qualities. We will see all those qualities now. And they will be very, very lusty and greedy and will create havoc in society. So Arjuna told women are not protected. These religious codes are not followed. Varna Sankara, unwanted population, will overburden this earth. So we should protect the men. We should resist from this war. So this is a great science. Purification of consciousness. Then abhijataha. One takes birth with such qualities. Dambho darpo bhimanascha krodhav parushyameva cha ajnanam cha bhijatasya Partha Sampadamasurim. Arrogance, pride, anger, conceit, harshness, and ignorance. These qualities belong to those of demonic nature, O son of Pritha. So here Krishna begins to mention demonic qualities. Arrogance, pride. So people are very much ambitious to take pride. They take pride in their identity, they take pride in their family member, they take pride in their possessions, but this pride is a demoniac quality. Person understands everything is bestowed by God for the service of God, and any moment it can be taken away. When Jad Bharat Maharaj, who was ruler of entire planet, he was acting as carrier of palanquin, and the king was criticizing him as servant. So he told, now in this life you are criticizing me as servant, you are thinking you are king, but next life the roles could be reversed. So a person always understands one's humble position. Anytime I can become animal, I can become pauper, or I can become king. All this is bestowed by God. So one remains prideless. Anger, we discussed, it is a bad quality. Conceit, harshness, people are very harsh in their speech, their behavior. And ignorance, lack of knowledge, all these are demoniac qualities. Daivi sampad vimokshaya nibandhaya surimata mashucha sampadam daivim abhijatosi pandava. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with the divine qualities. So here Krishna is mentioning divine qualities lead to liberation and demoniac qualities lead to bondage. Dvau bhut sargau lokesmin daiva asura evacha daivo vistarashav prokta asuram parthame shrino. O son of Pritha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called the divine and the other demonic. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now hear from me of the demoniac. Pravrittim cha nivrittim cha janana vidurasura na shaucham na pichacharo na satyam teshu vidyate. Those who are demoniac do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them. They do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done, like the society today. They think, oh, it all depends upon society. This kind of activity was considered abominable, now it is acceptable. They do not know what supports liberation and what creates bondage. Pravrittim nivrittim, do's and don'ts, they are not aware. Na shaucham napi chacharo, the rooms are very unclean, the houses are very unclean. Even sometimes some of our devotees, they try to approach their friends in colleges, very best colleges, and they tell their rooms are so dirty and messy. So what is this, that in the best institutions of the world, people are not trained to keep even their rooms tidy, themselves tidy, do not take bath for many days. Being unclean is quality of demons that always leads to miserable life. Na shaucham napi chacharo, proper behavior. Na satyam, truthfulness. Every person is starting their day with falsehood. So these are all demoniac qualities. These qualities or bad qualities should be avoided by any person who wants to avoid bondage and misery. Asatyam apratishtham te jagadahur anishwaram aparaspara sambhutam kimanyat kam haitukam. They say that this world is unreal and there is no foundation and that there is no God in control. It is produced of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. So there are some philosophers and so-called religionists, saints, who tell this world has come by chance. Anishwaraha asatyam. This world is unreal. They philosophize. Just like in dream, you have a world, you have people, you have waters, you have trees, automobiles, everything. But actually, the dream exists in your brain. Although in dream it appears that you are existing in that world. In a similar fashion, some philosophers tell this entire world is asatyam, it is false. You are not existing in a world, the world is existing in your brain, in your consciousness. When you become liberated, you understand the entire world is false. Asatyam. So Krishna is telling here, those people who preach such philosophies, they are actually demons. Ultimately, they want to tell this is your hallucination, this entire world which you are seeing. There are no varieties here. There is only consciousness which exists. There is one thing in existence, consciousness. Yes, that is fact. There is consciousness only, but that consciousness... So that is fact. There is only consciousness which exists, but that consciousness has got varieties. But they tell all the varieties are illusion created in your mind, contaminated mind. And Anishwaram, it is not created by God. It is not in control of any God. There is not one supreme creator or person, Ishwaram, who is controller. And they will tell you only are God. So such philosophies, Krishna has told here, it is demoniac. Earlier demons were attacking Krishna and trying to kill Krishna. So such demons, they take birth as philosophers and want to kill Krishna in philosophy so that people cannot approach God. So externally, they might be wearing the dress of saints, but with the help of Bhagavad Gita, we should understand such philosophies are actually demoniac in nature. They want to kill God in God's existence and want to take people away from God. Asatyam apratishtamte jagad ahur anishwaram. So then how this world has come into picture? It is produced of sex desire. Man and woman, they mate, and then there is production of children. In this way, there is combination of natural ingredients and all the varieties they develop. So in this way, they give various philosophies for development of varieties in this world. But there is no Ishwar, there is no controller. So we should be very, very careful not to mistake them as saints and religionists or spiritualists. Etam drishtim avashtabhya nashtatmanulpabuddhayaha prabhavantyugra karmanaha shayaya jagato hitaha. Following such conclusions, the demoniac, who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence, engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. So now if we see, despite all the endeavors for happiness advancement, destruction of world is happening. Why? Because of cultivation of demoniac qualities. So no amount of poetry, philosophy, or scientific advancement will help us if we don't cultivate the science of God, don't cultivate these divine qualities. Any advancement will but create destruction in the form of dynamite, nuclear bombs, global warming, pollution, and all such things. Kamam ashritya dushpuram dambhamana madanvitah mohad grahitva sadgrahan pravartante shuchivratah. The demoniac, taking shelter of insatiable lust, pride, and false prestige, and being thus illusioned, are always sown to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent. Important words used here is kamam ashritya. They take shelter of unsatiable lust. Dushpuram. How much ever we may work hard, one is never satisfied. One wants to accumulate wealth, but those who have accumulated the desired wealth, they are also not satisfied. The richest people of the world are also not satisfied because this kamam, the tendency to satisfy the senses independent of God, it is dushpuram. It is insatiable. One is never satisfied by such effort. Dambhamana madanvita, but out of pride in one's abilities, false prestige, yes, I can do it, they keep on treading this path of satisfying lust, tendency to enjoy senses independent of God. And thus illusioned are always drawn to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent. Chintam aparimeyam cha pralayantam upashritaha kamopabhoga parama etavad iti nishchitaha आशापाशशतैर्बद्धाः कामक्रोधपरायणाः ईहन्ते कामभोगार्थम् अन्यानेनार्थसञ्चयान्. They believe that to gratify the senses unto the end of life is the prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, there is no end to their anxiety, being bound by hundreds and thousands of desires, by lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means for sense gratification. Chintam aparimeyam cha. They are fraught with unlimited anxieties. Why? Because in the previous verse we saw, they get attracted to asat, something which is temporary. Anything which is temporary, it creates anxiety to attain it, and then if you have it, to maintain it, to protect it, and then when you lose it, unlimited lamentation. Chintam, thus there are unlimited anxieties for one who is attracted to anything on temporary platform. Does it not make sense? Why we should be attracted to anything on temporary platform? Either situations, position, people, or material acquisitions. Because all of them will leave us. They are not with us. You have to work very hard, take anxiety to get them. Then there is fear to maintain them, anxiety to maintain them. And then when they are lost, they will be lost because they are temporary. Then there is lamentation. But one may ask, how will I enjoy them? Yes, the enjoyment that we have should be done on permanent platform. All this enjoyment one can have by increasing one's attraction in the service of Krishna. So the demoniac people, having no knowledge of service of God, chintam aparimeyam cha, they are fraught with various anxieties. And pralayantam upashrita kamopabhoga parama, until the time of destruction of this cosmos, they want to enjoy the senses. Or till the end of their life, as long as they live their last breath, they want to enjoy the senses. Kamopabhog, enjoyment of the senses, is considered the highest aim of life. And helping others means helping others also in enjoyment of the senses. But does it not make sense that it is mentioned here, Asha Pasha Shatair Baddha, that this sense enjoyment entangles us? We tell, oh, this world, there is no freedom, there is so much entanglement. So this material desire only entangles us. As we saw in 15th chapter, this desire is the water on which illusion of this material world is created. So it is dushpuran kaman. We saw in the previous verse, the desires are never satiated. A child is never satisfied with one toy. Similarly, we are not satisfied with bigger toys, bigger cars, opulence, or name, fame, prestige, money. We always want to have more. We always want to eat more, always want to see more. Is it not simple? Satisfying the senses, itching propensity, Bhagavatam mentions. You scratch it, itching increases all the more. So what is this that we are doing? Creating more dissatisfaction in our life? Asha Pasha Shatair Baddha. These hundreds and thousands of desires, they bind us. Now for that, I am forced to do hard work. In that hard work, if I don't get success, I am forced to face depression. Sometimes people hang themselves for being unsuccessful in the material world. And then I am conditioned. If my husband and wife, they behave nicely with me, I am happy. If they don't behave nicely, I get distressed. So much distressed. My boss, subordinates behave nicely, I am happy. If they don't, I become distressed. Baddha, this is called entanglement. I have given my remote control to others. As they are pushing the buttons or pulling the ropes, I am behaving. So human life is meant for ya vidya sa vimukte, liberation. I am not handing over my control to anybody, but these desires I have handed over my control. I am completely dependent upon externals for my enjoyment. I don't get up my morning tea or coffee as I get up. I become disturbed in my mind. This tea coffee was not the culture at all of India. It was considered intoxication. Civilized people, gentle people will not take it. It was introduced by the Britishers, and now everyone is addicted to it. Unnecessarily, artificially increasing the necessities of life, getting addicted to it, these are demoniac activities. One should have a simple living, minimalistic living. So, Asha Pasha Shatair Baddha. Thus, there is no end to their anxiety, bound by hundreds and thousands of desires, by lust and anger. Lust forces one to engage in so much of hard work. Then anger, person is told anything, unfavorable desires are not fulfilled. People are disturbed. They get controlled by anger. They become servants of lust and anger. And then they secure money by illegal means for sense gratification. This is the life of demons. So if we see that actually we are doing all these things, material desires, and these material desires, they bind us, and all of us want to earn money by illegal means. Idam adya maya labdham imam prapsye manoratham idam astidam api me bhavishyati punardhanam asau maya hata shatrur anishye chaparanapi ishvaroham aham bhogi siddhoham balvan sukhi आढ्यो अभिजनवानस्मि पुण्योस्ति सदृशो मया यक्ष्ये दास्यामि मोदिष्य इत्यज्ञानविमोहिताः. The demoniac person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future, more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemy will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man, surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices. I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. So this is mentality of practically everyone who is being educated in the contemporary education. So much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. This is blind faith. Materialist may accuse spiritualist of blind faith, that you have not seen God, you have not seen spiritual world. Why you are having faith on something you have not seen? So an intelligent spiritualist should counter argue that, sir, your situation is more fallen than that of mine. God and spiritual world, for argument's sake, okay, may or may not exist. Can you tell it does not exist? Have you went all across the existence? No, may or may not exist, agreed. But what is your faith? Your faith is, if I have money, I will be happy. But you are seeing pashyanapi na pashyati, those who have money, they are not happy. So this is called bigger blind faith. In one situation, that may or may not be true. But this is definitely not true, and you are following it. Still you are following it. You have got more money in your life, and you have seen that has not made you more happy. You see people who have so much of money and they are also not happy in their lives, and still you chase money. Is this not a bigger blind faith? Something which is definitely not true and you are following that? But the most intelligent people in the best universities, as they take admission, not all of them, some are there, but that count is very few. Most of them, they talk about jobs and placements. How much money will I have? So when the best brains of the world are after money, They have this blind faith. They don't see money is not making happy. The simple sense is not getting awakened because of so much negative culture, materialistic culture. What is the hope of happiness and liberation? So this is called blind faith. So much money I have and so much more I'll gain according to my schemes. This is demoniac mentality. Devotee doesn't wish to accumulate money. He will have money so that he can spend for God, he or she can spend for God. So much is mine now and it will increase in the future more and more. They think by accumulation of assets, everything that they see around them, it is meant for their enjoyment. They don't understand Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam. Everything is coming from God, so he is the natural proprietor. Bhoktaram yagya tapasam sarva loka maheshwaram. Krishna tells, I am the ultimate enjoyer. You should not envy. So everything should be used for God. And then I'll be happy, God will be happy. They think everything that I see, it belongs to me. So much I have, I will accumulate more. So this is the mentality of thieves, putting eye on others' property. I will increase in the future more and more. They want to increase their assets. So increasing the assets for one's own enjoyment, this is also demoniac mentality. He is my enemy and I have killed him, and my other enemy also will be killed. So either killing physically or defeating one in competition, that is also called killing the enemy. So either I want to kill my enemy or defeat somebody in competition. So we all are living in a competitive environment, and competition can happen only in a society which is envious. Heart burns seeing other person advance. So this country topper was giving interview. He had this dream that in my city I will be the first person to top the country because he had good credentials. He was hoping he will top. But then one fine day he sees in the newspaper, one person from his city has already topped in that examination in the country. And he explains, I got devastated that day. So just see, seeing other people succeed makes a person feel devastated. This is called envy. And this is true with all of us. Even in family, such envy exists. So we talk of brotherhood, loving each other. And then we have this competition in the society. Competition cannot exist without envy. Mother will not compete with the child for food. If there is limited food, mother will go hungry. So when love is not there, then competition this thing. And without love, a person will not be happy. So just see, this is called demoniac mentality. I want to have more, I want to accumulate, I envy others, I want to have competition, I've defeated my enemy, I will defeat others also. Can a mother think like that? I've defeated my child, I will defeat him tomorrow, other children also? No, this is very bad mentality, very fallen mentality. No gentleman will have such mentality of defeating others. So just see, if a mother thinks like that, this child I have defeated today, I will defeat other children also tomorrow. That mother will be called a witch. Similarly, all of us are same brothers and sisters. We are all children of God, parts and parcels. How we can envy each other? It means we are envying God because everyone is part and parcel of God. So this is called envy. This envy is very third-class mentality, and the best in the best cultured societies, the best brains, they are into this competition. Where is the sense? Where is love? What is this knowledge which does not awaken us to these common sense phenomena? I have defeated, I will defeat more. So this is demoniac mentality. Yes, devotees also compete, but the competition is to become servant, better servant. Oh, this person has served God so nicely, let me work hard and become a better servant. Competition is to become more and more humble, not to defeat others and put others down. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices, I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. So it is not necessary that they are enjoying everything that they have. They want to do sacrifices, they want to do charity also, but ultimate objective is, and thus I shall rejoice. This is the ultimate attitude of a demon. That demon thinks, I want to enjoy. I don't want to make others enjoy. I don't want to give enjoyment to God, who is my source, eternal maintainer and lover. I want to enjoy independently. So for this, I will give charity because I enjoy doing charity. I feel very nice taking the position of God. God is supposed to maintain everyone. If I maintain others, I get godly feeling. Or just see, I am taking care of so many people. So charity is not done in that mood. Yes, giving food and clothes is okay so that those who are hungry and this thing, their demands can be met so that they can advance in Krishna consciousness. So for this, dana, charity is recommended, but not in the mood of I shall enjoy, so that they can advance in spiritual life. I am not doing anything. This wealth anyway belongs to God and it is meant for others who do not have. Just like sannyasis, they spread knowledge to others who do not have. Similarly, wealthy people, those who earn, householders, should know that wealth does not belong to me. It should be used for others who do not have it. In this mood, so that we will discuss, Krishna is mentioning these different modes of charity. So a demon will do charity, will do sacrifice, but so that I shall rejoice, I can enjoy. When Bali Maharaj was engaged in such yajna with Shukracharya, and Lord Krishna came in the form of Vamandev, and Shukracharya told that he is Vishnu and do not promise him anything, he will cheat you, take away all your wealth. So then Bali Maharaj told, so this sacrifice is meant for satisfaction of Vishnu only. So now Vishnu is coming and you are telling do not give, you are hypocrite. You are telling against the injunction of the Vedas. So demons do sacrifice yajna, all those sacrifices meant for the satisfaction of Vishnu, but by doing yajna you get the material benefit. So it is okay, I will do sacrifice. So tendency to do sacrifice for one's own enjoyment is demoniac. So if somebody is doing yajna, puja, havan very nicely, going to temple, but the desire is so that I can enjoy, that is demoniac mentality. So one should be careful, not do yajna and sacrifice for I enjoy. So these are very, very important instructions, and practically we can see all of us are being trained in this attitude. And then we can see Asha Pasha Shatayar Baddha, we are entangled, we are helpless, we are miserable. So we should very carefully now reverse this training from demoniac to divine. Aneka chitta vibhranta mohajala samavritaha prasakta kam bhogeshu patanti narakeshu chao. Thus perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, one becomes too strongly attached to sense enjoyment and falls down into hell. So they break so many laws of nature, unnecessary troubles they give to other living entities, and thus they create a very dark future in hell. Hell is not false. As we discussed previously, laws of nature are very perfect. If you kill somebody, you can be killed. If you kill 100 people or 100 insects, punishment is same, killing. So how you can be killed 100 times? So there is a place which is existing in this nature created by God, which is called hell. And there the bodies are given where so much harassment will be given, but a person will not die. So thus nature has done perfect arrangement. If you kill somebody 100 times, you will be killed 100 times in suitable bodies. That your body breaks apart, but you will not die. So ultimately these people, they reach such very dangerous situations. Atma sambhavita stabdha dhanmana madanvitaha yajante nama yajnaiste dambhena vidhipurvakam. Self-complacent and always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes perform sacrifices in the name only, without following any rules or regulations. So as we discussed, they will perform sacrifice, they are very proud, complacent, But those sacrifices, rituals, externally they may claim that I am very religious, but it is mentioned here, they do these things in the name only. Yajante nam yajnaste dambhena vidhi purvakam, and they don't follow the rules and regulations. They will create their own rules and regulations for worship, for religious rituals. That is why it is told in Bhagavatam, one should see from the result. What is the result? Yes, I am very duty bound person. I am doing my work very nicely. So if we do our work very nicely as per the rules and regulations given in the scriptures, then Bhagavatam mentions Neha yat karma dharmaya na viragaya kalpate na tirtha pad sevaya jivanapi mrito hisaha. If a person is doing one's work very nicely, it should lead one to dharma, to a religious life. If one does activities as per Varnashrama dharma, duties nicely, one automatically will become religious. Oh yes, I am born religious. I am born in a very nice cultured family. I do all this puja, rituals, worship. So are we getting the result of religion? What is the result of religion? The result of religion is viragaya kalpate, vairagya, renunciation. If a person follows religion very nicely, detachment from this temporary platform, awakening to permanent spiritual platform should happen in life. Vairagya, renunciation. After following all the religion very nicely, I am very much attached to this world. It means I am not following the rules and regulations. That is demoniac principle I am following for my enjoyment, or I am complacent. I don't want to follow very strictly. And then, yes, I am a Vairagi, I am renunciant, I am living in Himalayas for many years. Have we got the result of renunciation? And that Bhagavatam mentions is Na Tirtha Pad Seva Yay. Tirtha Pad Seva means engagement in the service of Krishna. So ultimately, renunciation, just detachment from temporary platform is not sufficient, as we have sufficiently discussed. What is required is attachment to positive platform of unlimited pleasure. Otherwise, we'll fall down to this platform of flickering material enjoyment. So that one can attain by Tirtha Pada Seva, understanding our constitutional position as eternal servant of Krishna. So unless a person reaches the stage of Tirtha Pada Seva, renunciation is useless. So it is very nice shloka. Neha yat karma dharmaya. If karma does not lead to dharma, dharma does not lead to, religion does not lead to renunciation, strong detachment. And detachment, renunciation does not lead to Tirtha Pad Seva, service of lotus feet of Krishna. Then Jivan api mrito hisa. Although a person is living, he should be considered dead. Because living person is supposed to make progress in life. Dead man cannot make any progress. So Jivan api, although such a person may show symptoms of consciousness, one is dead. So if one is following religion very nicely, but detachment has not happened in this world, dead. Person is dead. Person is detached, but one does not engage in service of Krishna, Jivan api mrito hisa. So they'll be doing sacrifices in name only without following rules and regulations. They will never develop detachment and service of Krishna. Ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodham cha sanshritaha mam atma paradeheshu pradvishantobhyasuyakaha. Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust and anger, the demon becomes envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in his own body and in the bodies of others, and blasphemes against the real religion. Tanaham dvishata kruran sansareshu naradhaman shipami ajasram ashubhan asurishveva yonishu. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, are cast by me into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life. Asurim yonimapanna mudha janmani janmani mam aprapyaiva kaunteya tato yanti adhamam gatim. Attaining repeated birth amongst the species of demoniac life, such persons can never approach me. Gradually they sink down to the most abominable types of existence. So here it appears that Krishna is unfavorable. Krishna is angry upon the demons. Shipami ajasram ashubhan asurishveva yonishu. I'll throw them in the darkest regions of material existence, in demoniac species of life. Eventually they will go into lower species of life. But we have to understand, yes, Krishna shows transcendental anger. Anger is not bad, but it should be on spiritual platform, transcendental anger. And that is beneficial. Just like we discussed, apparently actions of anger by Arjuna and Krishna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra appears to be act of enviousness. They want to kill others, but actually it was same as benevolence, because all those who died, they all attained liberation. So Krishna's activities are on absolute platform. Krishna's love and Krishna's anger, both are beneficial for the other living entity. So that is why here, even though Krishna is apparently becoming angry, but such degradation into lower species of life is beneficial for such demons. And such demons, when they are favored by Krishna, they are killed by him personally, then they get liberation, which otherwise is the prerogative of very advanced spiritualists. So thus degradation in lower species also, it is mercy shown by Krishna upon these atheistic demoniac mentalities. So externally we should be very, very cautious. We cannot judge unless we go through the eyes of scriptures and understand the acts of apparently envious nature, behavior, imitating the normal people. I'll repeat. So although externally the devotees may appear to behave like ordinary people, but we should not get mistaken. We should see from the eyes of the scriptures. Narad Muni cursed Nal Kuvar Manigiri become trees, but that becoming trees gave them pure devotion and liberation to the spiritual world. So in this way, so-called curse, so-called angry behavior, which leads a person into degradation, it elevates spiritualists. But that anger should be strictly shown only in the service of Krishna. Trividham narakasyedam dvaram nashanamaatmanaha kama krodhastatha lobhas tasmadetatrayam tyajet. There are 3 gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. So otherwise, if not for the service of Krishna, not on the people who are envious of Krishna, there should not be any bit of anger. No anger because my desires are not getting fulfilled. No anger upon people because they are not behaving properly. Not because they are harming me. No, in such cases, I should not be angry at all. So although protective measures should be taken care, our interest should be protected because we have to serve Krishna, but anger should not be shown upon reverse behavior which we can see in this world. That is because of Maya karma. So one should be completely free from anger. Otherwise anger leads one to hell. Lust, anger and greed. And now we see all these things are increasing. Entire entertainment industry increases our lust. But what is the result of this increased lust? Increased disturbance in society, in health. When you lose semen, you lose your vital life force and so many diseases they come. And those who enjoy sex life unlimitedly, there is very, very miserable old age. They die horrible deaths. So people do not know this. Ayurveda mentions Ahar, Nidra, Brahmacharya. If we take care of 3 things, we will be healthy. Eating the right food at the right time, Nidra, having proper rest at proper times, and Brahmacharya, celibacy. And if one indulges in sex pleasure for producing children, Krishna conscious children, then that is also considered as brahmacharya vrat. But if a person indulges in unrestricted sex, oh, how can I control? Life will be miserable. No. Now, because of atheistic technological advancement, we have invented contraceptives. Otherwise, when contraceptive pills and other devices were not there, child will come out if you indulge in sexual pleasure. You cannot have unlimited children. Thus, very, very limited number of times people will have sex in their lives. So what we are discussing is not very difficult. So people have to practice restraint because child will come out of such activity. But now we have got addicted because of these contraceptives, and that is creating so much destruction in spiritual life and so much destruction of one's mental sanity. People become insane when they indulge in so much of sex. And of course, degradation in health. Why so many diseases have come up which were not existing few decades ago? Because of this thing. Very important thing. So maintaining good resistivity, I'll repeat. So for maintaining good resistivity in the body, we need to protect semen, conserve semen. It is important. So lust. Everybody is increasing lust. Entire industry, media, everything to increase lust. Anger anyway. Because you have so many desires, when the desires are not fulfilled, we will feel anger. And greed, nobody is satisfied. Accumulate as much as possible. No. Vedic culture was minimize the needs as much as possible. Reverse way. If you accumulate as much as possible, then resources are limited. We will destroy the earth. Not sustainable growth. So neither materially, nor socially, nor spiritually, these three qualities are favorable. So one should be very, very cautious. These are considered the gates of hell. They will take us to unlimited suffering in this world and to the hellish planets. So we should by all means control lust, anger and greed. Etairvimukta kaunteya tamodvara stribhirnaraha acharatyatmana shreyas tato yati param gatim. The man who has escaped these three gates of hell, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination. Yash shastra vidhim usrijya vartate kamakarataha na sasiddhim avapnoti na sukham na param gatim. But he who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims attains neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme destination. Tasmat shastram pramanam te karya karya vyavasthitau gyatva shastra vidhanoktam karma kartum iharhasi. One should understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures. Knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated. So when we discuss these rules and regulations, they may appear to be difficult. But we have to understand skipping rules and regulations may appear to be giving us freedom. Oh, I want to remain free. I don't want to lose it. But no, actually it is binding us. Just like if we follow the simple rules and regulations of civic body government, we can enjoy so many facilities of government. But if we want to unduly increase our freedom by violating the laws, then we'll be put in jail. Our freedom is. So absolute freedom is only with God. We have to follow rules and regulations nicely. So if we follow rules and regulations Krishna tells here, then we elevate ourselves to the platform of liberation. And how to understand those rules and regulations? By understanding the do's and don'ts mentioned in the scriptures, which are the user manual given by God. Otherwise, yash shastra vidim usrijya, those who leave the scriptures, na sasiddhim, they don't attain perfection of life, na sukham, they are not happy. That is why we see, and we are not seeing, the data is telling, the world is more miserable than the misery after World War. People are more depressed now. So people have not become happy. because there is no independence. We are becoming more and more entangled. And on the other hand, you see this life, the life of devotees. So we are living a life. So it is not just some motivational talk from the platform. Motivational speakers, they come encourage so much and they themselves are demotivated and they have so many issues in their life. No, there's not such artificial talk. So Prabhupada went to America and they were accusing India. India is a poor country. So Prabhupada told, you think having more money will make you happy? Then your country is super rich, America. Why you are producing hippies? In 1960s, there was counterculture movement, hippies. Hippie means who are dissatisfied. They left their institutions, school, colleges, marriages, no rules and regulations they wanted to follow. So these are dissatisfied. So your best research institutes, best GDP and economic development has left them dissatisfied. So money, power, GDP does not make you satisfied. It is required to keep the body and soul together. So na sukham, one will not be satisfied. Then Prabhupada gave them Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada brought them from America into Indian villages. Vrindavan, Mayapur, now there is some development. Otherwise they were complete villages back then. And there were snakes on the fields. There are no toilets. They have to go to the field to evacuate. So mosquitoes are there, snakes are there, and Indian climate, weather, such conditions, it was difficult for them. Temperatures, heat, they were getting malaria, diarrhea, so many diseases, but they never left. Even now you go to these places, you'll find many Westerners settled very nicely. So Prabhupada made them get settled in the villages with bare minimum maintenance. And they left cities like New York, Chicago, the most rich cities of the world, the most opulent nations. So Prabhupada wanted to show them it is the Krishna consciousness which is missing in one's life that will make them happy. If you see the life of a devotee, the devotee violates all the conceptions which people harbor to get happiness. The devotees do not have any source of income, no money. We don't get any salary. And so first of all, no money. Money is not required for happiness. No salary is being given. Living conditions are simple. Sometimes very troublesome. You have to go to spread this message in war-torn countries, unfavorable situations. Devotees are ready to go in such situations. Sometimes they get killed. Problems are there, no problem. So living conditions are simple. We don't live in palaces, although we can have good temples to attract people, but for devotees, living conditions are always simple. Eating, we do not eat in the restaurants outside. The devotee always eats very simple foodstuffs which are offered to the deity. Without offering, one cannot take anything. And that is also very, very simple food. And then security for future, no security because there is no bank account, there is no bank balance. And tomorrow anything can happen. So one does not have any accumulation of wealth. And no security of people. Then family makes you happy. No, there is no family also. But happiness, yes, so much happiness is there. Vacations, no vacations. The devotee works always. The 7 days in a week. And thus there is complete defiance of anything which we perceive as, oh, this will give me happiness. But there is happiness. Oh, you are a monk, you can be happy in that way. How we can follow householders? No, we have many householders also. Monks are very less. But majority of the people who follow Krishna consciousness, they are householders. And there are some householders who dedicate themselves to preach this mission. And there are some householders who work as a regular industrialist, as a government civil servant, or as a cab driver, or in whatever situation possible. But they are very much satisfied, I'll repeat. But they are very much satisfied in whatever situation they are, because even though one is running an industry, one is driving a cab, one is teaching in institutions, one is not doing so that I can rejoice. This mentality is not there. So that Krishna can rejoice, so that others can be brought out of their miserable condition. They work so that at least 50% of their wealth can be used in the service of Krishna. And then even though we are situated in an industry, in a government enterprise or anywhere, we will be enjoying the consciousness of a sannyasi or renunciant. Yes, this is Krishna consciousness. It can be practiced anywhere and everywhere. You can defy all the conceptions which are required for happiness, but your life is full of happiness. When Prabhupada was asked, how can I believe you? You are telling us so many things which our senses cannot perceive. Prabhupada told, the proof is happiness. If you follow truth, if you follow the laws of nature, you will be happy. If you break, you will come in distress. So by this simple thing, we can understand who is getting more distressed, he is in ignorance. Who is increasing one's happiness, unalloyed happiness, he is on the path of truth. So I request all of you, please take guidance of these rules and regulations of the scriptures. Krishna is telling, if you don't follow, na sukham, there is no happiness, there is no perfection of life. And if we follow, we are happy in this life, we cultivate divine qualities, and then we are liberated. We get freedom from the laws of nature. So thank you so much for hearing. All this begins, the freedom, all these divine qualities, they begin with chanting of the holy names of the Lord. So please chant always as much as possible. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And very soon we will meet with the 17th chapter. Hare Krishna. Arjuna uvacha ye shastra vidhimusrijya yajante shraddhayanvitah tesham nishtha tu ka Krishna sattvam aho rajastamaha. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the situation of one who does not follow the principles of scripture but worships according to his own imagination? Is he in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance? Some people do not worship at all, nothing doing. But some of them they worship, but not as per the rules and regulations mentioned in the scriptures. And many people, especially in India, you'll find they'll say, as many paths, so many ways. It means there is no particular way to achieve God realization or self-realization. So many paths are there. On any path you can put faith. It is faith which is important. If you can put your faith on any path, that path will take you to self-realization. And this question Arjuna is putting forth to Krishna. So Krishna, is it a fact? As many paths, so many ways? People can manufacture their own path. Those who do not follow the standard rules and regulations of the scriptures, but still they are worshipping, what is their destiny? So let us see what Lord Krishna answers. The topmost authority, the origin of entire existence. Nobody can be more intelligent than him. So Lord Krishna replies, Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Trividha Bhavati Shraddha Dehinam sa svabhavaja Satviki rajasi chaiva Tamasi cheti tam shrinu. The Supreme Lord said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds: goodness, passion, or ignorance. Now hear about these. Sattvanurupa sarvasya Shraddha bhavati bharata Shraddha mayoyam purusho Yo yat shraddhasa eva saha. According to one's existence under the various modes of nature, one evolves a particular kind of faith. The living being is said to be of a particular faith according to the modes he has acquired. So here very important explanation is given by Lord Krishna. So here very important explanation is given by Lord Krishna. Every person is having some faith, Krishna is telling. Nobody is faithless. But the faith is as per the modes of nature living entity has acquired by one's association with goodness, passion or ignorance. So nobody is faithless. A moth is convinced, if I can jump into fire, I will get bliss. But the end result is death instead of bliss. But this is the faith of moth. This represents the faith in mode of passion and ignorance. Person thinks, sense gratification will make me very, very happy, materialist things. If I enjoy senses, my life would be blissful. And thus materialists work very, very hard with this faith that enjoying the senses, as we saw in previous verse, previous chapter, Lord Krishna mentioned, if I can satisfy the senses till the time of devastation, that is the ultimate success of life. This materialist mindset is demoniac. There are both kinds of materialists. There are devotee materialists also, who are not pure devotees, but they understand Krishna is the Supreme Personality. Everything is coming from God. And they go to the temples, they worship God so that they can satisfy their desires. And they want to serve Krishna, but they want to take some commission. By serving Krishna, I can enjoy in my life. But the other kind of demoniac people, so they just want to enjoy till the end of life. That is the perfection of their life. So this is also one faith which a person develops by mode of passion. Mode of ignorance, rabbit. Rabbit closes the eyes when tiger pounces upon it, and rabbit thinks, oh, tiger is gone. So rabbit has closed the eyes, tiger has not vanished. This is the faith of the people in mode of ignorance. So they want to take to some kind of escapism, either intoxication, sleep, or some entertainment to forget the miseries of life. And then there is Sattvic faith also. In Sattva Guna, person can see things as it is. What is this material world? And then they also have some faith. So in this way, nobody is faithless. But it is very important point to be noted. One's life should not be driven by one's whimsical faiths, because the faith is directed as per the modes of nature we have acquired. A person who is in sleep, he is firmly convinced, he or she is firmly convinced, I am living in reality, I am talking to real people, I am watching real trees, gardens, streets, whatever we can see in dream. But that is false, that is illusion. Such kind of faith puts a person into temporary happiness or misery, but all that is based on a platform of illusion. Mirage. Animals are chasing the mirage in the desert, convinced, oh, water is very near, I'll be satisfied if I drink it. But then this faith is faith in illusion, mode of ignorance. Why then are we giving so much importance to the faith as long as we are stuck on this material platform? I should understand, I should not give value to such faith. When I transcend the modes of nature, the material nature is not affecting me, then yes, then I can put faith on my faith. Otherwise, one should not put faith on one's faith, beliefs, the sensual perceptions, because they are the result of modes of nature. So we have to understand this point very, very carefully. Then we will not be confused in life, because our mind sometimes will create confusion, will create such artificial faiths which lead us to disaster. As moth is led to disaster by jumping into fire, as materialists are bringing disaster upon themselves by thinking sense enjoyment means happiness. That is why the scriptures tell happiness and distress is all the same. They are on illusory platform in this world, because we are not the body, we are spirit soul. So this another kind of faith which is false is created because of ahankar, a subtle energy which Lord Krishna has mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. Bhumi rapo nalo vayu kham mano buddhirevacha ahankar iti yamme. This ahankar, fine subtle energy, puts a false faith in us that I am this body. So satisfaction of body becomes the aim of life. So this is also false faith that I am this body. I will die with the death of body. This illusion is also created by the material nature. That is why human life is meant for liberation. Once we are liberated, then we can understand about God. That is why the Upanishads don't directly mention about God in many places. First effort is to take a person out of the clutches of material nature. Then we will be able to understand transcendence. Otherwise, transcendence, spiritual subject matter, remains inconceivable. Just like this gross world is inconceivable to the person who is dreaming, cannot understand what is happening in the gross world, totally unaware. In a similar fashion, we stuck in bodily platform now are totally unaware of spiritual existence. So I hope it brings clarity. This description of Lord Krishna, everyone is having certain faith depending on the modes of nature one has acquired. Yajante satvika devan yaksha rakshansi rajasah pretan bhut ganashchanye yajante tamasa janah. Men in the mode of goodness worship the demigods, those in the mode of passion worship the demons, and those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. Because people are governed by varieties of modes of nature and their combinations, that is why there are varieties of religion and varieties of worship. Because as per the modes of nature people have, these faiths have been introduced to gradually bring them to transcendental faith. So how we can understand what kind of faith I am having, goodness, passion or ignorance? That Lord Krishna is explaining here. In the mode of goodness, those who are sattvic, they worship the demigods, devatas. So devata worship, devatas are fact. It is not that they are imaginatory personalities which some people tell. And once you reach spiritual perfection, then you can forget these forms. No. That is the case with the impersonalists. So two kinds of people, they worship the devatas. One set is impersonalist, who are telling actually this world is entirely a dream. And as we have discussed previously, they tell you are not existing in the world is existing in your imagination. As soon as you are self-realized, your mind becomes purified, you will realize there are no varieties around, there is only consciousness. Just like in dream, the varieties are only because of illusion. So the impersonalists say, you have to become detached from this material world and attached to spiritual platform. So how one can become attached to spiritual platform, which is simply an energy? We can get attached to people, personalities. So they tell, you can imagine the personalities. Vishnu, Shiva, Surya, Durga, Ganesha. This is called Panchopasana. They recommend worship of these 5 demigods. So you can worship any form you like, but you understand these forms are imaginary. And that impersonal absolute truth has taken all these forms. So you can meditate on these forms because we cannot meditate on impersonal energy. So you meditate on these forms, and when you are absorbed in these forms, so much so that you become oblivious of the surroundings, then you can forget these forms also. You have to practice detachment even from these forms, because these forms are also not truth, but they are imaginary. But you can use them as a ladder to climb the wall, and then you don't carry the ladder along with you. Once you have climbed the wall, then you can leave the ladder, task is done. In a similar fashion, these demigods are like ladders, these forms. They may worship Vishnu, Krishna also, but for them, these forms are also imaginary. So you worship very nicely, and once you have reached the platform of liberation, then you become detached from these forms as well. There is another kind of personalities who worship the Devatas for material benefit, not necessarily impersonalists. But they worship the Devatas, they have faith that yes, Devatas exist on their planets, but they worship the Devatas for some material benefit. So we have to understand that this impersonalist theory is not fact. The world is not simply imagination, the varieties are not your hallucination, but the varieties are fact. That is why Lord Krishna has told, Bhumi Rapo Nalo Vayu Kham Mano Buddhir Evacha. Earth, air, water, fire, sky, mind, intelligence, these are my energies. Krishna is not telling these are hallucinations. Only Brahma is energy. Yes, Brahma is energy. That Brahma transforms into Mahat Tattva as Lord Krishna has described, and Mahat Tattva then further transforms itself into these 8 elements, 5 gross and 3 subtle. So earth, air, water, fire, sky, Krishna is telling these are real energies. These are my energies. This material world is not false, but it is temporary. This material body is not false, but it is temporary. Thinking that I am this material body is false. So material body is not false. The snake which we are seeing on the road is false, but something is there, that is rope. Rope we are perceiving as snake. So that is false, but substance, something is there. The way we are perceiving that is false. So this material body exists, made of Kap, Pit and Vat. But thinking that I am material body, that is false. This is the proper understanding. So impersonalists are in immature stage of spiritual understanding, but still they are in Sattva Guna. So these impersonalists and other materialists, they worship the Devatas. Then comes the next class, those who are in mode of passion. They worship demons and they worship some concocted gods. They are very expert in creating gods, making gods. After World War, there is a case, somebody was worshipping Hitler. Because of this war, his business grew so much that he started worshipping Hitler. Some people who are not able to understand the form of Supreme Lord, they deride temple worship, deity worship in the temples. But then, such people make the statue of their leader and they'll erect it on places of public meetings, and then they will put garlands and all such things. So in other way, they are also doing deity worship. But no, you cannot worship the deities in the temple, but worshipping the form of your leader, that you can do very nicely. So there are many such people who are worshipping celebrities, sportsmen. So such people are considered in the mode of passion, or some person who can show little magical power. I'll repeat. Or some person who can show little magical power. They give them god status. So concocted gods or worshipping demons, it comes in the mode of passion. Then there are some people who are in mode of ignorance. They worship ghosts and spirits. Especially in the villages in India you will find, and other places also, black arts, black magic. So in mode of ignorance, person wants to destroy other person. So they take to worship of ghosts. As soon as they come to know that ghost is living in this tree, they will go and start worshipping the tree, offer some sacrifice over there. So everybody is worshipping, but as per the modes of nature they have acquired. Ashastra vihitam ghoram tapyante ye tapo janah dambhahankara sanyuktah kamaraga balanvitah karshayanta sharirastham bhutagramam acetasaha mam chaivanta sharirastham tan vidya suranishchayan. Those who undergo severe austerities and penances not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride, egotism, lust and attachment, who are impelled by passion and who torture their bodily organs, as well as the super soul dwelling within, are to be known as demons. So austerity, penance, tapasya, voluntarily accepting discomfort, it is recommended for purification, for coming to transcendental faith. But those people who take to austerities and penances in a whimsical way, the word used here is ashastra vihitam ghoram, not recommended in the scriptures. So austerities and penances, voluntarily accepting discomfort, is recommended in the scriptures under certain rules and regulations. Those who are lazy or who want to ignore for some reason and invent their own ways of austerities and penances, and who do it not for purification of existence, not for self-realization, but sometimes we see to attain political end, people go on fasting. So Krishna has used a very strong word here. Last line you can see, asura nishchayan. So they are considered demons. So one may feel bad about it hearing such words, but then Lord Krishna has used the word here, asura nishchayan. So this is not to be done because it pains God. This body belongs to God. We are children of God. If a child unnecessarily hurts himself or herself, will parents not feel bad? So the super soul Paramatma residing within the heart feels very much hurt. So they hurt themselves, and because we are part and parcel of God, God also feels the hurt, feels the pain. So we are giving pain to God. But some people skip to the other extreme. They tell, oh, Lord Krishna appeared today, Janmashtami, why you are fasting today? Some people or some spiritual organizations, I don't know, might be they have not even read Bhagavad Gita because it is so clear austerities are required. So their logic is, because you are part and parcel of God, why you are punishing yourself on this day or any other day? You should be happy, you should be satisfied, you satisfy your senses, and because you are part and parcel of God, satisfying yourself means satisfaction of God. So there is no need of any austerity and tapasya. It is violence, unnecessarily hurting, creating problems for yourself. So we have to take the right path. Both extremes are wrong. Telling that all austerity, all discomfort in life is bad, and satisfying your senses is satisfaction of God. So enjoy the world. Another extreme, unnecessarily torturing oneself for any other purpose than self-realization, for material or political ends, that is also not good. So just like hard work, studies is an austerity, even for material success a person has to do. So if the child is taking such hard work, such austerities for studies, for career, parents would be happy. But the same child is taking such hard work unnecessarily for sense enjoyment, parents might be worried. They will feel the pain. Child is spoiling his future. In a similar fashion, as per the rules and regulations of the scriptures, one has to follow austerities and penances. Aharastvapi sarvasya trividho bhavati priyaha yajñas tapas tatha danam tesham bhedam imam shrino. Even food of which all partake is of three kinds, according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Listen, and I shall tell you of the distinction of these. So one may ask, how do I take myself to transcendental faith, beyond the faiths created by material world in Sattvaguna, Rajoguna, or Tamoguna? So these three things are required, Lord Krishna mentions here. So we should take note of these three things: Yajna, Dana, and Tapaha. Animals cannot change the modes of nature. They are helplessly forced to act in that way for entire life, generation after generations. But human being has got freedom. Human being can change the modes of nature and must change the modes of nature one is acquired from birth. By birth, everyone is in the mode of ignorance. Janmana jayate shudra. Now, one can further increase the ignorance and degrade to Chandal, Mlecha, Yavana, become more animalistic, or one can rise above gradually to passion, Sattvaguna, and transcend Sattvaguna to become Shuddha Sattvik, or on Vasudev platform. Then God realization is possible, which is purpose of human existence. So to attain this platform, these three things are very much required: Yajna, Dana, and Tapaha. And one more very important thing, that is called ahar, the food that we are eating. So 3 modes influence us through this mind and body that we have. And this body is nothing but the food that we eat. So food also is very, very important, which we do not know. We do not know the purpose of eating actually. So there are 3 purposes of eating Lord Krishna describes. First is to increase the duration of life. That we understand, it is common sense. If we don't eat, we will die. So to increase the duration of life. Second is to get strength. And third is purification of mind and existence. This is not known. Food purifies mind? Yes, food has got a direct relationship with our mind, with our consciousness. So this science is not known to the people now. So that is why eating is given great stress. Thus Lord Krishna in the middle of battlefield, he is discussing about eating. Eating is so important. Before yajna, dana and tapa, Lord Krishna has mentioned eating. This eating is very important. So these things we have to be very, very cautious of and follow very nicely. Yajna, dana, tapaha and ahar. Eating, dana means charity and tapaha means austerity. So Lord Krishna describes these 4 things also are conducted by 3 modes of nature. If our ahar, yajna, dan and tapa is in sattva guna, we will become sattvic. If it is in rajoguna, we will become passionate, rajasic, or we can fall into tamoguna if they are tamasic. So let us see Lord Krishna, how does he describe varieties of food, yajna, dana and tapa. Ayu sattva balarogya sukha priti vivardhanaha rasya snigdha sthira hridya ahara satvika priyaha katvam lalavnati ushna tikshna ruksha vidahinaha ahara rajasasyeshta dukkha shokamaya pradaha yatayamam gatarasam puti paryushitam chayat uchchishtam api cha medhyam bhojanam tamasapriyam. Foods in the mode of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence and give strength, health, happiness and satisfaction. Such nourishing foods are sweet, juicy, fattening and palatable. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, pungent, dry and hot are liked by the people in the modes of passion. Such foods cause pain, distress and disease. Food cooked more than 3 hours before being eaten, which is tasteless, stale, putrid, decomposed and unclean, is food liked by people in the mode of ignorance. So foods in the mode of goodness increase the duration of life. Ayur sattva balarogya. It aids to bodily strength. Arogya. It keeps us fit, free from diseases. And it purifies one's existence. One gets health, happiness and also satisfaction by such foods. So now we are seeing so many chronic diseases and basically many of them are lifestyle disorders because we are inventing new kinds of foods. So the Vedas have a great science called Paka Shastra. Paka Shastra means the science of cooking. So how to cultivate the seeds, how to harvest them and how to cook them. It is a great science that is called Paka Shastra. So Ayurveda, the system is so nice. If you follow these rules and regulations, the Pak Shastra, we can taste the most palatable dishes. At the same time, we can have very good physical strength. And just by adjusting the spices, the items that we are consuming in our food, we can take nice food and it will act as medicine also. So this is a great science. So thus there were no plants in the Vedic culture. How the diseases were being cured? Just by using all these natural ingredients, by simply some adjustments in our food, in our diet, or by collecting the herbs, the roots from the jungle, the leaves. Nothing is there in the creation by chance. Everything has got a purpose. So any plant, any creeper, any root, anything that we see in the existence, nothing is vestigial. As we hear, vestigial organs means organs which have no use. So the scientists were telling that pituitary gland, the master gland in the body, is a vestigial organ. Not to blame them, because the science is evolving. So that is why there was no research in the Vedic times, because research is very dangerous. We take knowledge directly from the creator. But now we got to know pituitary gland is master gland of the body, which was considered vestigial earlier, useless. So nothing is vestigial. Everything has got a purpose. Just like in an automobile, every part, everything, every nut, bolt and screw is having a purpose. In a similar fashion, this machine, yantra, every element has got a purpose. But we do not know it. So if we understand everything nicely, all the food, grains, ingredients, we have sattvic diet, then we can have nice satisfaction by eating food. It will give us very good health, and it will purify our existence also. Also, the food should be freshly prepared. After cooking the food, we should consume it within 3 hours. If we keep it for a longer time, as it is mentioned here, it comes in the mode of ignorance. And such foods in the Sattva Gun, they are juicy, fatty, wholesome. The vegetarian foods, milk, sugar, these are all called sattvic foods. And any transformation, you can bake them, you can cook them, it remains in Sattva Guna. But it should be consumed within 3 hours, and the remnants should be discarded. The remnants of food, now people are very fond of having it, but the remnants are also considered in the mode of ignorance. Of course, unless they are remnants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead or of very advanced spiritualists like the spiritual master, pure devotees. The remnants of the Supreme Personality is called prasadam or yagya shishta, and such kind of food stuff is best. Such food, even if it is old, it has become stale, still it can be consumed after 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, or even after a long time. It does not become contaminated. So if you want to keep the food very fresh, antiseptic, and it should purify our existence, then it should be offered in the temple to the Lord, and then it should be eaten. Then it remains pure. Otherwise, more than 3 hours we cannot have, otherwise remnants we cannot have. And those who are in the mode of passion, for them, they like foods which are too bitter, too sour, salty, pungent, extreme tastes, and overly palatable, very, very satisfying to the tongue, pulling the tongue, very, very addictive. So such strong tastes like fast foods, wafers, and so many things which are there in the market now. So these are rajasic foodstuffs. These foodstuffs create disease. So this kind of foodstuff should be avoided as far as possible. And then what is tamasic foodstuff? Food cooked more than 3 hours before being eaten, which is tasteless, stale, putrid, decomposed, and unclean. Non-vegetarian foodstuffs. Very foul, very bad smell comes out of it. Of course, if a person is very, very tamasic, such people are attracted by such smell. But a person who is in higher modes, sattvic person or even rajasic person, may puke at the smell of such foods. But such decomposed foodstuffs, they are liked by the people in the mode of ignorance. But such a food is very, very dangerous. It makes a person dumb and very dull. So a person cannot understand even material world properly, what to speak of spiritual life. So thus it is very important. It is a great science. If we eat such foodstuffs, then we come in the mode of ignorance. And same thing holds true for even onion and garlic. Some people ask, why do we avoid onion and garlic? In many spiritual communities, it is avoided. Because onion and garlic also produce the same effect as tamasic foods. They are tamasic in nature. They also agitate the senses. They incite the passion or make us very dull, like non-vegetarian foods. So they also should be avoided. So there are some exceptions. Even though it is written here, foods that are very hot, they come in the mode of passion. But milk should be consumed while it is very hot. Milk should be so hot that we should not be able to drink it but only sip it. And such milk goes to brain. Otherwise, if you take cold milk, it goes to drain. So there are some exceptions. These are just the basics given because Bhagavad Gita is ABCD of spiritual life. If you want more details, we should contact the spiritual guides, the teachers, and then apply in our life under proper guidance. So there are always some exceptions. One might tell, oh, this food is very old, but no, it is prasadam, it is offered in the temple to Krishna. So it does not matter, it is not tamasic. So one should take not just sattvic foodstuffs, but more than sattvic, that is called prasadam, which was mentioned in 3rd chapter, verse number 13. Yagya shishtashina santo muchyante sarvakil vishay. So eating just vegetarian food is not enough. That vegetarian food should be offered in sacrifice or in the temple to the deity. And then that food is very antiseptic, very purifying, and one comes to the spiritual platform by eating such remnants. One more important thing regarding the food. It is also important what is the consciousness of the person who is cooking food. Thus in Vedic culture, people were very, very cautious. Sometimes in large functions, when cooking has to be done, it was done by the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas would be invited. Brahmana means a person who maintains Sattva-guna always. One who understands, I am not the body. So such Brahmanas only will be invited, would be requested to cook prasadam. And if you are in India, then you know, they were called Maharajas. Maharaj means king usually, and king means one who controls others. So one who has controlled one's senses, they are also called Maharaj. So thus the Brahmanas are sometimes addressed as Maharaj, and such Brahmanas or Maharaj would be invited to do the cooking. Those people who have perfectly controlled their senses. When such people come and cook food, we will also automatically develop sense control, forgiveness, truthfulness, cleanliness, all these sattvic qualities. Now we eat food in the restaurants and unmentionable places being cooked by people who have very, very low tendencies, very tamasic, very lusty, very greedy. So automatically we are getting their vibes, their energies which are tamasic and rajasic. And without working very hard, we will feel very lusty, very greedy, and we'll get carried away by these base qualities. So one who is cooking food is very important. Now father, mother both are working. Nobody is there to cook food at home. And then we get a person who don't maintain very clean habits, very good character, who are indulging themselves in illicit sex, meat eating, intoxication. Such people cook food. Then automatically we will get such stressed mindset, and we will also have illicit desires in our life, and the whole life will be put into chaos. So it is very important. Sattvic person should cook food. Sattvic food should be eaten after offering it to Lord Krishna. When it becomes Shuddha Sattvic, then that is the best food which is to be consumed. Afala kankshibhir yagyo vidhidrishto ya ijyate yashtavyam eveti manaha samadhaya sasatvikaha. Or sacrifices, that sacrifice performed according to duty and to scriptural rules and with no expectation of reward is of the nature of goodness. Now ahar is over. Now Krishna is mentioning yajna or sacrifice. As we discussed previously, yajna arthat karmano anyatra lokoyam karma bandhana. The purpose of one's actions is to do sacrifice. Otherwise, karma bandhanaha, a person gets entangled in the laws of nature. So when one acts only so that one can sacrifice the results of one's actions, such action is liberating. An action should be done only to get liberation. So if a person is performing sacrifice according to duty, basis one's situation, in the Varnashrama system, different duties are prescribed for different people. So according to duty and to scriptural rules and with no expectation of reward, I am doing this yajna not for getting material benefit. So whatever material facilities we are having in our life, it is illusion that it is because of my hard work. No. It is because of yajna, dana and tapaha that we have done in this life and previous lives. So yajna, dana, tapa is very important. Yajna means sacrifice, dana means charity, and tapaha means austerity. Now in this life, of course, if we do not do anything, how much ever yajna, dana, tapa we have done, we will not be able to get the results. Nahi suptasya singhasya pravishanti mukhe marga. So one should not go to the other extreme. Let me keep on sleeping. So the scriptures are mentioning, Nahi suptasya singhasya. If a tiger is sleeping, tiger is thinking, I am very strong. Let me sleep and open my mouth and animals would enter. It is not going to happen. Tiger has got strength by the previous work, but still tiger has to go out for hunting. And then it can get its food. In a similar fashion, we have done yajna, dana and tapa. Now we have to do regulated work. It's just like a government job. Usually in government jobs, the promotions, they happen regularly and you do not get such overtime payments and your work hours are prescribed 9 to 5. You go and do a job and then you'll get your salary which is fixed. In a similar fashion, as per the job, as per the body we have acquired now, scriptures mentioned, just like a government job, you put regulated hours in your work. Maximum 8 hours we should put in one's work, and then whatever is destiny, it will unfold. Now in this life, if you think, let me keep on working harder and harder, I'll achieve more results, it will not happen. As per destiny, as per yajna, dana and tapa we have performed previously, we are going to get the results. But in this life also, we need to act in a regulated fashion. So it should not be with the expectation of such results. Let me do now yajna, dana and tapa, charity let me do now, so that I'll become very wealthy, so that I'll get fame in this life, recognition. No, it should not be done. Without expectation of any reward, when we do sacrifice, then that is in the mode of goodness. Abhisandhaya tu phalam dambhartham api chaivayat ijyate bharata shrestha tam yagyam vidhi rajasam. But that sacrifice performed for some material end or benefit or performed ostentatiously out of pride is of the nature of passion, O chief of the Bharatas. So simply for show off or to get some material benefit, if we do it, in the next life I'll get a good family, riches, education, spouse, followers, then that is in the mode of passion. Vidhihinam asrishtanam mantrahinam adakshinam shraddha virahitam yagyam tamasam parichakshate. And that sacrifice performed in defiance of scriptural injunctions, in which no spiritual food is distributed, no hymns are chanted, and no remunerations are made to the priests, and which is faithless, that sacrifice is of the nature of ignorance. So important words used here are vidhihinam, not as per the rules of the scriptures if we do it, and these three things are missing. So any worship, any sacrifice we are doing, these three things are important. Which three things? Asrishtanam, food should be distributed, sanctified food which is offered to the Lord. Distribution of spiritual foodstuff, annam. Second is mantra, mantrahinam. If mantras are not chanted, spiritual food is not distributed. And third thing, dakshina, charity, donations are not made to the priests. Then such sacrifice is in the mode of ignorance. So one should follow the rules and regulations, and these three things should always be accompanied. One should chant the mantras, one should distribute spiritual foodstuffs, and one should give charity donation to the priests. So in India, that is why this is a culture in any performance, because still even though Varnashram system is almost lost, but the packaging is there, the culture is still remaining. But unfortunately, instead of distributing spiritual foods, people are now just taking it as a form of party. Just like in Western countries also. You invite people for marriage, you throw a party. And there is just distribution of some general tamasic or rajasic food. Similarly, it has become now in India also, but otherwise earlier, Brahmanas will be invited to cook, the food will be offered, and that food would be distributed. Spiritual food needs to be distributed. Mantra should be chanted. And the donations, one's hard work should be used in the service of God. And God has various agents. They are priests, the Brahmanas or the devotees, who work on behalf of God, spreading Krishna consciousness. So such people should be invited to chant the mantras, to sing the glories of the Lord, and then they should be given charity. In this way, we are doing charity for Lord's service. And by doing these things, one can attain the perfection of doing sacrifice. Devadvija Guru Pragya Pujanam Shauchamarjavam Brahmacharyam Ahimsa Cha Shariram Tapa Uchyate. Now Lord Krishna is describing tapaha. He has mentioned sacrifice, follow the rules and regulations, do the 3 things, and do it without expectation of fruitive results. Do not think, oh, what is the use of going to temple now? I do not have anything to ask for. No, one should visit the temple, one should visit the places of worship and give the donations over there, give the foodstuffs, the fruits for the pleasure of the lordships. Simply for the pleasure of Lord, one should do these activities. Similarly, when we are doing tapaha, here it is mentioned, this tapasya also should be done only for spiritual advancement and not for some material end. This is very important. And this tapa is of 3 kinds. They should be performed, austerity should be performed at the level of mind, body and speech. Here Lord Krishna is describing the tapasya of physical level. The austerity of the body consists in this worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmanas, the spiritual master, and superiors like the father and mother. Cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy and non-violence are also austerities of the body. So human life is only meant for austerities. Without voluntarily accepting discomfort, we cannot purify our existence. Purifying existence means freedom from the 3 modes of nature. And unless we are free from the 3 modes of nature, we'll keep on tossing in this material world, sometimes having sattvic faith, sometimes rajasic faith, sometimes tamasic faith. And faith on spiritual existence, reality will never come about. So tapasya brings us to spiritual platform. So how tapasya should happen on physical platform? Deva Dvija Guru Pragya Pujanam Shauchamam Arjavam. The austerity of the body consists in this worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmanas, the spiritual master, and superiors like the father and mother. Cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence are also austerities of the body. So worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, superiors like Father, Mother, and Brahmanas, spiritual master, worshipping them needs certain regulations to be followed, like it is told, as soon as you see spiritual master or your father, mother, you should fall down flat. So that is an austerity. And you have to follow many other standards also, like you have to keep yourself very, very clean if you have to worship the Supreme Personality. Minimum 2 times, recommended is 3 times bath has to be taken. And like this, so many other rules and regulations are there, it makes the worship austere. But nevertheless, such austerity should be taken. And keeping oneself clean otherwise also is an austerity. That is why it is a culture now. Those people who do not know the importance of spiritual life, they think, okay, let us save water and let us not take bath. But they do not know it is bringing them into tamoguna, low moods, depression. It is all because of not maintaining sattvaguna. So taking bath, cleanliness is very, very important. So one should keep one's body inside and outside. Both ways it should be clean. There should be no constipation, no trouble. Proper evacuation should be there, and externally one should take bath. And the heart also should be very clean by always thinking of lotus feet of Krishna or by chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. In this way, inside, outside, one's place of dwelling, the room, everything should be very, very clean. Shaucham. So that is austerity. Nobody is self-driven unless trained to keep the things very clean. So training, culture is required. So everything should be spick and span, very, very clean. That reflects the situation of our heart. That means heart is also in clean sattvic state. So cleanliness is an austerity, but it should be undertaken. Then simplicity. We want to become center of attraction because here all of us have come to compete with God. God is the center of attraction, but here I want to attract others by being very flashy and stylish. So the simplicity is also austerity, and that should be undertaken. Simple living and high thinking. Celibacy, brahmacharya, it is very, very difficult to control the force of genitals, reproductive organs. That is why celibacy is recommended for everyone. Even householders have to follow celibacy. The sexual activity one should indulge in for producing children. That too with rules and regulations. As we discussed, Garbhadana Sanskar, purification of consciousness is required. So even the householders, if not for producing children, they should abstain. And brahmacharis, vanprasthas, sannyasis, students, they should maintain perfect celibacy. It is very, very important. This is tapasya of the body. And last element mentioned here is non-violence. Simply for satisfaction of tongue, we are killing so many animals. So this is violence. So one should not consume meat. That is austerity of the body. And also if we have strength, we want to beat the other person sometimes. Such aggression is not good. Yes, for self-defense, violence is required. For maintaining law and order, violence is required. In the service of Krishna, violence is good, but not otherwise. Not simply for satisfying one's ego or to bully others. No, one should not do violence. So non-violence, brahmacharya, celibacy, worshipping Supreme Lord, Brahmana, spiritual master, and superiors like father and mother, these are all austerities of the body. Body becomes pure by executing these principles, sattvic in nature. Anudvegakaram vakyam satyam priyahitam chayat swadhyayabhyasanam chaiva vangmayam tapa uchyate. Austerity of speech consists in speaking truthfully and beneficially and in avoiding speech that offends. One should also recite the Vedas regularly. Now, how one can practice voluntarily discomfort at the level of speech? By always talking beneficially. We want to gossip and chatter for no use. So all this, we are seeing so much of social media, people keep on typing, so much of chatting is happening. So we should be very careful. Every talk should be dovetailed in the service of Krishna. Either we should chant the names of Krishna, discuss the philosophy of Krishna, explain Krishna consciousness, or if it is required for our vocational duties, jobs and business, it should be done, but it should be minimized. Unnecessarily, one should not talk. So talk should be beneficial. And if it is not done for that reason, then such talk is harmful. Such talk decreases the duration of life. Such talk is very, very detrimental in control of mind and senses. So talk should be beneficial. That is austerity. It is difficult to do only beneficial talk. Then it should be truthful. One should not speak false. And very important, anudvega karam vakyam, avoiding speech that offends. Sometimes we become agitated and we want to hurt the other person by talking something. And other times, for no reason, consciously, unconsciously, we offend others. Such speech should be avoided. Speech should be priyakaram, should be very, very pleasant. It should not offend others. Even if there is agitation, one should try to control and be sober. Devotee does not get offended, agitated by other speech and does not speak in a way that is offensive. Of course, exception is spiritual master. Spiritual master should be very, very straightforward with the disciples, because disciples have surrendered themselves to know the truth. So if you read Srimad Bhagavatam, just like here, it is told, those people who fast for political purpose, other material reasons, Krishna has told Asuri, demons, if I have done this in ignorance or for whatever reason, it may hurt me. But because Krishna is speaking to Arjuna, Krishna is being very, very direct. So to the student, the teacher should be very, very direct. But those who are not students, even if you have knowledge, you should not speak so that the others become agitated in their minds. Thus, it is told among the 10 offenses while chanting the holy names, one offense is to instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. The holy name of Krishna is Krishna himself. But if we speak to the person who is faithless, he will commit offenses and will degrade in spiritual life. So one should not try to preach to the person who is not surrendered, who is not faithful, who is not austere, who is not devoted, because they may get offended, upset. So one should not create such speech which can be offensive. Very, very important. This is called austerity of speech. Next, austerity of mind. Manav prasada saumyatvam maunam atma vinigraha bhava samshuddhir ityetat tapo manasamuchyate. And serenity, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purity of thought are the austerities of the mind. It is difficult to keep the mind very serene. Mind is like a monkey, always jumping from one thought to another. So serenity, simplicity, gravity. Gravity means mind should be controlled from thoughts of making more money, enjoying more material senses. This is called gravity in thought. Gravity also means person cannot understand what the other person is thinking. So this gravity is very, very important. Unnecessarily, one should not think about sense enjoyment. The more we think about sense enjoyment, the more mind becomes unstable. So in order to have these qualities in the mind to practice such austerities, self-control, purity of thought. Purity of thought means impurity means Rajaguna and Tamaguna. Sense enjoyment, bodily concept of life. Purity in thought means meditating upon these wonderful instructions of the scriptures, or meditating upon the form of the Lord or service of the Lord. In this way, purity of mind should be mentioned. So all these things are possible when a person is in constant touch with either the Hare Krishna mantra, the names of God, or the form of God. Then mind can be always kept serene, very peaceful. Purity will always come. If we are thinking about God, then we can act in the service of God. Then mind can be controlled. Many people ask how to control mind. Arjuna also was telling Krishna, I cannot control the mind. Krishna gave the solution. Ma manusmaryudhyacha, thinking of me you fight. So thinking of Krishna always, constantly, every second is the way of controlling the mind, is the way of developing all the good qualities of the soul. Next, Lord Krishna explains, Shraddhaya paraya taptam tapastatrividham naraih afala kankshibhiryuktaih satvikam parichakshate. This threefold austerity practiced by men whose aim is not to benefit themselves materially but to please the Supreme is of the nature of goodness. So one should practice these threefold austerities. Voluntarily, discomfort should be accepted at three levels: mind, body, and speech. I feel like talking harshly, I should not talk. Mind is jumping from one thought to another, sense enjoyment, it should not be allowed. Body doesn't want to worship Supreme Lord, so many rules and regulations are there, I feel tired. No, one should worship. Mind doesn't feel like bowing down, one should bow down to elders, to the superiors like Brahmana, spiritual master, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Cleanliness must be maintained. So these austerities, if performed not for any material benefit but for the satisfaction of Supreme Lord, then such austerities help us to gain transcendence. Satkarmana pujartham tapodambhena chaiva kriyate tad iha proktam rajasam chalamadruvam. Those ostentatious penances and austerities which are performed in order to gain respect, honor, and reverence are said to be in the mode of passion. They are neither stable nor permanent. So these austerities which are done for gaining respect, sometimes people go to Himalayas, undergo long spell of austerity so that they can get some powers and they can attract followers. So that is not good. Or they want to show off so that people can worship them. So it is mentioned here, such austerities, if done for gaining recognition, fame, honor, they are in the mode of passion. One should not desire any honor, any respect from others, only for the satisfaction of Supreme Lord. Then it is in the mode of goodness. Mudha grahenatmano yat pidaya kriyate tapaha parasyot sadhanartham va tattamasam udahritam. And those penances and austerities which are performed foolishly by means of obstinate self-torture or to destroy or injure others are said to be in the mode of ignorance. Just like Hiranyakashipu performed or other demons, they perform austerities out of obstinacy. So God comes not because he is very much pleased, but he is getting disturbed. Entire universe got disturbed. So Lord Brahma came there and he told, what do you want? So such people, they want to destroy. The demons want to destroy the demigods, the powerful devotees who are controllers in charge of the affairs of universe. With this end, they engage themselves in austerities. So such austerities are in the mode of ignorance. Datavyam iti yaddanam diyate nupakarine deshe kale cha patre cha taddanam satvikam smritam. That gift which is given out of duty at the proper time and place to a worthy person and without expectation of return is considered to be charity in the mode of goodness. Krishna has described yajna, sacrifice. Krishna has described tapaha, austerity. Now Krishna is describing charity. Donations are to be made at proper place, time, place, and the candidature has to be considered. So the charity should be performed, it is mentioned, in the place of pilgrimage or at the time of eclipses or at the end of month or to the brahmanas or in the temples to the devotees. If a person does charity without following the rules and regulations so that one can have material comforts in life, then that is not in the mode of goodness. Strictly as per the rules and regulations of the scriptures, to proper candidates who are representatives of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmanas and the devotees, to them charity should be done. That charity brings us to the mode of goodness. Yattu pratyupakarartham phalam uddishya va punaha diyate cha pariklishtam taddanam rajasam smritam. But charity performed with the expectation of some return or with a desire for fruitive results or in a grudging mood is said to be charity in the mode of passion. If I think, because it is mentioned in the Vedas, if you do charity, the same money you will get in next life, it is not lost. If you give to a qualified person like a Brahmana, you can get back 10 times or 100 times depending upon the qualification. And if we give it to the devotees, the pure devotees, the money comes back unlimited times and we get blessings of the Supreme Lord. So if a person thinks, oh, let me do now so that I get good returns in future 10 times, 100 times, then such charity is in the mode of passion. If the charity is done in a grudging mood, because of pressure, somebody forced me, so much money I have given, it should not be given, then that charity is also in the mode of passion. Adesh kale yaddanam apatrebhyascha diyate asatkritam avagyatam tattamasam udahritam. And charity performed at an improper place and time and given to unworthy persons without respect and with contempt is charity in the mode of ignorance. Improper place, improper time, improper person. So charity, it is a science. At proper place, at proper time, to proper persons it should be given. If these injunctions are not followed, or even if it is done to devotees and brahmanas, you do without respect, then such charity is considered in the mode of ignorance. So one should be very, very careful. With great respect, with awe and reverence, thinking that this money does not belong to me, it belongs to God, so thus it belongs to the representatives of God. So I should give it to them. So feeling bad that I am not able to give more, actually everything belongs to God and His representatives. But I am so much in bodily concept, I have to keep something for my maintenance. In this way, in such humble state, charity should be given. And if we are doing it in a way that is not very respectful to improper candidates, sometimes out of material sympathy, one may think, oh, this person is poor, let me give money to that person. And he or she indulges in intoxication from that money. Many beggars do that. They take begging as easy means of livelihood. But it is mentioned in the scriptures, Dhumrapan rate vipra danam kurvanti enara. If a person is engaged in smoking and you give charity to that person, then that person will suffer. He will go to hell, and we also have to take hellish bodies, animal bodies. Because we gave money, he broke the laws of nature, he did intoxication. So we became the cause of his degradation. So you should be very, very careful. If wrong use happens of the money we are giving in charity, we also will suffer. Om Tat Sat iti nirdesho brahmanastri vidha smritaha brahmanastena vedascha yajñascha vihitah pura. From the beginning of creation, the three syllables Om Tat Sat have been used to indicate the supreme absolute truth, Brahm. They were uttered by Brahmanas while chanting Vedic hymns and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme. Tasmado mityudaritya yagyadana tapakriyah pravartante vidhanokta satatam brahmavadina. Thus the transcendentalists undertake sacrifices, charities and penances beginning always with Om to attain the Supreme. So Om Tat Sat has to be chanted while doing any act of sacrifice, penance or austerity. These were chanted by Lord Brahma in the beginning of creation, and thus in displic succession, everyone in executing any spiritual endeavor should execute it while chanting Om Tat Sat. What does it mean? That is explained here. Om Tat Sat represents the absolute truth. Tasmat Om iti udaharitya. All the transcendentalists, they utter the Vedic mantras beginning with this word Om. What is this Om? Krishna has mentioned previously in the Bhagavad Gita, Pranava sarva vedeshu shabdakhe paurusham nrishu. I am the first syllable of all the Vedic mantras, that is Om. Just like Brahma Jyoti is representation, effulgence of Supreme Lord. If you see the sunlight, sunlight is representing sun. Although sunlight does not mean I am actually seeing the sun globe or the sun god. In a similar fashion, Brahma Jyoti represents Krishna. Brahmano hi pratishtaham, that is coming from Krishna, the Supreme Lord. In a similar fashion, when the Supreme Lord is presented in alphabets, that is Om. Om is impersonal representation of Krishna. So those people who do not appreciate the personal feature of Supreme Lord, for them it is very, very difficult to understand how Krishna is Supreme Personality. But everyone can understand that there is some energy. So they don't mind chanting Om. So thus for those people, the majority of them, the Brahmanas, Om is recommended to be chanted. However, there is no difference between chanting Om and chanting Hare Krishna. Krishna and Om are the same. And we chant Krishna because we understand the highest form of understanding absolute truth is the personality of absolute truth. As it is mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam, Vadanti tat tattva vidas tattvam yajgyanam advayam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavan iti shabdyate. Tattva vidas tattvam. Vadanti tat. Vadanti means it is thus spoken by tattva vida, those who have seen the truth. These people speak about truth in the following three aspects: Brahma, Paramatma and Bhagwan. The first understanding of absolute truth is Brahm, energy. So that impersonal Brahm is represented as Om. And then when a person advances further, one can understand the localized aspect of absolute truth, Paramatma, that supreme absolute truth is present in our heart as a supreme spirit. And then Brahmeti Paramatmeti Bhagavan iti shabdyate. It is thus spoken. It is called the highest feature of absolute truth is Bhagavan. Bhagavan means one who possesses Bhak. Van means the possessor. Bhak means opulences which attract others. Ashvaryasya samagrasya viryasya yashasa shriyaha. Beauty, knowledge, renunciation, wisdom. These things are very, very attractive. So one who possesses all these six features in completion, he is called Bhagavan. One who is most beautiful, most rich, most wise, most strong, and most renounced also at the same time. He is called Bhagavan. So this feature, Bhagavan feature, only a person can be beautiful. Only a person can possess wealth. Only person can possess fame. So thus, Bhagavan feature is the highest understanding. So the topmost transcendentalists, they chant, that is why Krishna tells, Sarva guhyatamam bhuyaha. The topmost understanding is this, my personal feature. So everyone is not expected. But this everyone in the training, proper brahmachari training, in the Gurukul, everyone is expected to learn at least the impersonal feature, Om is the absolute truth. So that is why this is the general recommendation which is mentioned here. You chant Om. So Om is there in all the Vedic mantras to indicate that unless Om is present, the absolute truth is present, everything else is rendered ineffective. Janmadi asya yataha. Absolute truth is the cause of creation, maintenance and annihilation. So that is why Om, being a representation of the absolute truth, makes all the Vedic mantras effective. So chanting Om means I am doing any activity of Yajna, Dana and Tapa on behalf of absolute truth. The second word which is used to indicate absolute truth is Tat. Vadanti tat tattva vidaha tatvam. Tad vijnanartham sa gurumev abhigachet. Tat vijnanartham. And it is mentioned in 4th chapter also. Tad vidhi pranipatena. Tad means that. That indicates supreme truth, absolute truth. Tattvamasi, you are that. You are not this body, you are that. You are that same supreme Brahm, absolute truth. So Tat indicates the absolute truth. That is what Lord Krishna is mentioning in this verse. Tad iti anabhisandhaya phalam yajna tapa kriyaha dan kriyascha vividhaha kriyante moksha kankshibhihi. One should perform sacrifice, penance and charity with the word Tat. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from the material entanglement. So when we are chanting the word Tat, it indicates the purpose of the activities. Tad vijnanartham. Vijnan means the science. Sa gurumev abhigachet. You should approach Guru to understand what science. Tad vijnanartham. Understand science of that absolute truth. So Tat indicates absolute truth. So charity, penance and austerity should be performed with the word tat to indicate that what is the purpose of all these things. The purpose is absolute truth. Then what about the last word sat? Sadbhave sadhu bhave cha sad ityetat prayujyate prashaste karmani tatha sat shabda parthayujyate yagye tapasi dane cha sthiti sad iti chochyate karma chaiva tadarthiyam sad ityeva bhidhiyate. The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, and it is indicated by the word sat. These works of sacrifice, of penance and of charity, true to the absolute nature, are performed to please the Supreme Person, O son of Pritha. So when we chant Om Tat Sat, it means Om means the absolute truth, Tat means it indicates what is the nature of absolute truth, and that is Sat. Sat means eternal. So Om Tat Sat, when we chant, it means the absolute truth is eternal. And Om means I am doing this activity of Yagya Dana Tapa on behalf of absolute truth. Tat means I am doing these activities for the purpose of pleasing absolute truth. And Sat means these activities. What is the nature of all these activities? These are Sat activities. Sat means eternal. What is the meaning of eternal activity? They give us eternal results. These activities don't end up in some temporary money, temporary fame, temporary sense enjoyment, but they give us enjoyment which is permanent. They give us opulence which is permanent. Thus these activities are Sat. These activities are on permanent platform. So thus the word Om Tat Sat should be used with all the penances, austerities and charities. And of course, chanting the word Om Tat Sat needs qualification also. The Devatas can chant this and the Brahmanas can chant this, who are very advanced in spiritual life. Ordinary people, now many people, they chant Om, but they are indulging in sense gratification. Then such people, when they chant Om, it will not be effective. We may keep on chanting for a long time, yes, because it is sattvic sound, some effect it can have, some temporary peace it can bring, but it will not result in spiritual advancement. So only advanced spiritual personalities, they are expected to chant Om and Vedic mantras and the mantras like Om Tat Sat. And other people, what they are recommended, that is why it is told Harer Nam, Harer Nam, Harer Nam Eva Kevalam Kalau Nastyev, Nastyev, Nastyev Gatir Anyatha. In Kali Yuga, you cannot follow all these things. So what is the solution? Krishna is recommending you chant Om Tat Sat, but I am not qualified to chant any mantra beginning with Om or Om. So what do I do? So scriptures are telling, Kalau Nastyev, in Kali Yuga, there is no other way, no other way, no other way. Harer Nam, Harer Nam. The names of Hari is the only way. Hari is another name of Krishna. Hari means one who takes away all the distresses of the devotee. So chanting the names of Hari or God is the only way in Kali Yuga. Harer Namayeva Kevalam. So there is no loss if we chant the names of Hari. And as we always discuss, the Hare Krishna mantra, Shodashak Nam Nam, these 16 words, Kali Kalmashanashanam, destroy all the ill effects of Kali Yuga. So we get the same result of chanting Om Tat Sat. So that is why all the devotees, those who follow the Bhagavad Gita, they might be doing any activity, might be cooking in kitchen, they keep on chanting Hare Krishna mantra. So instead of Om Tat Sat, keep on chanting Hare Krishna mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. You are taking bath, you can keep on chanting. You are walking, you can keep on chanting. Because all our activities are yagya only. We are doing it for the satisfaction of Supreme. So thus all the activities are sacrifice and they should be accompanied by chanting of the names of God. If not Om Tat Sat, then chanting the names of Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And the consciousness should be, I am doing these activities on behalf of the Supreme Lord, for the pleasure of Supreme Lord on the platform of eternity. Ashraddhaya hutam dattam tapastaptam kritam chayat asad ityuchyate partha nacha tat pretya no iha But sacrifices, austerities, and charities performed without faith in the Supreme are non-permanent. O son of Pritha, regardless of whatever rites are performed, they are called asat and are useless both in this life and the next. So it is told a person is following rules and regulations very nicely, but if yagya, dana, tapa, sacrifice, austerity, penances are performed without faith in the Supreme, such activities are useless and are called asat. So the faith is very important factor. That is why Lord Krishna tells, Ashadda dhana purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapya mam nivartante mrityu sansar vartmani. If one does not have faith, one does not attain me, one falls down to this material world, repeated cycle of birth and death. So without Shraddha, you follow rules and regulations very nicely, it would be fruitless, asat activity it will be called. So now again it's a catch. Without seeing Krishna, without perceiving the spiritual life, how do I develop faith? And if I do not develop faith, I anyway don't make spiritual advancement. I am not able to do these activities on Sat platform. Unless I do on Sat platform, I do not develop faith. So how to do it? So that is why this Krishna consciousness, this entire the corpus of instructions which is given by Lord Krishna, it is there to develop faith. That is why Lord Krishna tells, we will see in the next chapter, Nacha tasmat manusheshu kaschin me priyakrittamaha. Nobody is dearer to me than the person who preaches this knowledge to others, who spreads this knowledge to others. So it is very, very difficult to make any advancement for the people who are faithless. But how a person becomes faithful? As we saw, faith depends upon the modes of nature. So when they come across the Shuddha Sattvaguna, the holy names of Krishna or the Prasadam of Krishna, then they advance very nicely in spiritual life. So one may not be willing to understand philosophy, may not be willing to visit places of worship, temples and all. But if we go out and chant the names of Krishna and people here, that is why you will find devotees all across the world singing and chanting Hare Krishna, dancing on the streets. And why it has been the culture in all the spiritual traditions, they chant, sing the names of God. Everyone, even Christians, they chant Hallelujah. Even in Islam, they chant Allahu Akbar. Loudly they chant so that others can hear. So why it is chanted specifically very loudly? Because when people hear the name of God, now they cannot close the ears. Simply hearing, they are coming in contact with the names of God which are purely spiritual in nature, beyond Sattvaguna. So thus, by contacting Shuddha Sattvaguna, they are advancing in purity of existence. And then the foodstuff which is distributed, which is spiritual, which are remnants of the deities, people don't mind eating tasty food. And when they take this food, that is why it is a culture of distributing free food in all the temples. So it is not mundane philanthropy that people are hungry and take. No. So that is why those people who know these traditions, even you'll find a very rich man, but he is standing in a queue for a long time just to take few morsels of little prasadam. Because he understands what is the value of prasadam. I am very rich. I can make best of the dishes in my house. But this prasadam is spiritual. It liberates me, frees me from all the sinful actions, purifies my mind, my intelligence, my existence. So thus the temples distribute these foodstuffs, because by eating this food, person comes in contact again with the supreme transcendence. The modes of nature change. And by hearing the names of Krishna and by tasting these spiritual foodstuffs, when the person has attained sufficient purity, then one can appreciate the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. Thus, in the initial phases, it is not recommended that we should directly go and preach philosophy. Not everyone will be able to understand I am not the body and all these things. So first of all, let the person simply chant and hear. Anyway, there is no harm and no money has to be spent and there is no deterioration of health. We get good peace of mind. So let us sing and chant with attention. Let us make an experiment. And once singing and chanting or meditation on the holy name is sufficient purity is developed, then automatically all these things, the philosophy will make sense. Person will be able to assimilate and advance. Then yajna, dana, tapa. If it is done with faith, then a person advances. Little faith is required in the beginning, and that little faith is created by this endeavor of spreading this message to others. So simply, if you present this book, person touches the book, person purchases the book, he makes that small advancement. Little inquisitiveness. So let me read. I have paid for this book. What is written inside? You distribute, sing out wherever there is possibility. There is any occasion in your place. Invite the devotees. Sing the names of God little, so that everybody is hearing. So this is the greatest activity of benevolence, of philanthropy. In this way, little faith is created. And with that little faith, they engage in little yajna, dana and tapa. Then their faith increases. With greater faith, they engage in yajna, dana and tapa. Faith increases much more. And this spiritual life is nothing but increment of one's faith, nothing else. Increasing one's faith in supreme transcendence is called spiritual life, in the supreme spirit. And that has got 9 steps. First step is Adav Shraddha, little faith, Shraddha, little faith. Then second is Sadhu Sangha, associating with the people who have strong faith, sadhus, the devotees, spiritualists. In their association, third stage is Bhajan Kriya. Person becomes inclined to follow. Oh, these people are so blissful, they are following this thing, let me also try. Bhajan Kriya. Person picks up spiritual practices. Then comes fourth stage, Anarth Nivritti. Then a person becomes free from all unwanted drives and habits. So now we are being harassed by so many unwanted things, we are getting carried away. We will get freedom from the clutches of laws of nature. All the unwanted things will go away from our lifestyle. That is called Anartha Nivritti, freedom from anartha, unwanted things in life. Then a person becomes very peaceful. When all such drives have gone away, 4 regulative principles we are able to follow nicely. Then comes next level, 5th stage, that is called Nishtha. Then a person develops very firm faith. As we discussed, as per the modes of nature, our faith differs. So when Anartha Nivritti has happened, then a person is on a very high sattva guna. Then Nishtha, strong faith, is developed in the spiritual life. And then when a person advances further, Ruchi, one starts getting taste in the spiritual life. Initially, spiritual life may not be very pleasant because so many rules and regulations are there. To get up early in the morning, to take bath, and do this, do not do this, could be little troublesome in the beginning. But after Nishtha, once firm faith is established, then we will get taste. Till then, sometimes we may get taste, we may not get, does not matter. A sick person does not get taste in the tablet always. It may be very bitter, the medicine, still we take it. So we have to take it. And then after Nishtha, strong faith, that faith transforms into taste in spiritual activities. Then Asakti, Bhava, Prema, emotions for God, and finally love of God. Then one's life is successful. Then a person can see God face to face, always 24 hours. So we should be patient, we should not worry. The most important thing we understood is everyone is having faith, but the faith differs as per the modes of nature we have acquired. So do not put faith in your faith, like a moth, like a rabbit, or like an ignorant person dreaming, thinking that this is fact, this is real life. Similarly now, because of these material modes, we are thinking I am the body, and we have no knowledge of the real spiritual existence. So we have to come quickly to the stage of Anartha Nivritti by strictly following the rules and regulations of spiritual master. Then strong faith, Nishtha will come, nobody can shake our faith. We will be able to convince others very scientifically and logically. Then we have taste in spiritual life. And once we have taste in spiritual life, then life becomes advancement, becomes very, very fast, because then voluntarily we would be eager to execute. So we have finished 17 chapters. In the next session, we will start the final, very important, conclusive 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Till then, always keep on chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. See you soon. Hare Krishna. Arjuna uvacha Sannyasasya mahabaho Tattvam ichhami veditum Tyagasya cha rishikesha Prithak keshi nishudana. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, tyag, and of the renounced order of life, sannyas, O killer of the Keshi demon, Rishikesh. So this is very important to understand the purpose behind any activity. A person who is a king is supposed to enjoy life at retirement as people aspire for now. Let me earn nicely. When I retire, I will enjoy a very opulent, rich, comfortable life. But the Vedic culture is Pancha Shodham Vanam Vrajet. After 50 years, when you are at the peak of your career or opulence, you leave your house and you go to jungle. And this appears very, very strange. Why at this time, when a person might need support, one is going to get old, he is supposed to withdraw oneself from the social life and take shelter of forest or a temple? What is the purpose of this sannyas order? Why take so much hardship? And then even while one is engaged in the occupational duties, even when one is a householder, one is not supposed to enjoy more than 50% of one's wealth for one's maintenance or sense gratification. At least 50% should be used for serving the Supreme Personality of Godhead or for general charity if a person does not have knowledge about Supreme Personality of Godhead. But 50% minimum should be given up. So why so much stress is given on tyag, renunciation? You give up, and there is a renounced order of life. After 50 years, go to jungle, and after some time, give up everything. What is the purpose? So let us see how Lord Krishna replies. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Kamyanam Karmanam Nyasam Sannyasam Kavayo Viduhu Sarva Karma Phalatyagam Prahustyagam Vichakshana. The Supreme Lord said, to give up the results of all activities is called renunciation, tyag, by the wise, and that state is called the renounced order of life, sannyas, by the great learned men. So the point which is to be noted is, Krishna is not telling giving up activities is called renunciation. Krishna is telling to give up the results of all activities, that is called renunciation. Activity is not to be given up, which was Arjuna's misconception. Let's see how Krishna explains further. Tyajyam doshavat ityeke karma prahur manishinaha yagya dana tapah karma natyajyam iti chapare. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up, but there are yet other sages who maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity and penance should never be abandoned. Nishchayam shinu me tatra tyage bharata sattama tyago hi purushavyaghra trividhas samprakirtitaha. O best of the Bharatas, hear from me now about renunciation, O tiger among men. There are 3 kinds of renunciation declared in the scriptures. Yagya dana tapah karma natyajyam karyameva tat yagyo danam tapaschaiva pavanani manishina. Acts of sacrifice, charity and penance are not to be given up but should be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity and penance purify even the great souls. So here Lord Krishna is giving his verdict. Lord Krishna has explained in Bhagavad Gita, Vedaischa sarvair aham eva vedyo vedant krit ved videv chaham. All the Vedas direct living entity towards me only. I am the objective of all knowledge. I am the creator of Vedanta. I am the perfect knower of the Vedic rules and regulations. So that is why Lord Krishna's verdict should be taken as final. Some people tell, no, you give up all activities, even stop charity, you stop tyag, you stop yajnas, sacrifices. Whereas other scholars, sages, they tell, no, these things should always be continued. So here Lord Krishna's verdict is, yajna, dana and tapa should never be given up. These three things purify even the great souls. So all our happiness in our life depends upon these three things. So all of us can note these three things very carefully and try to implement in our life on a daily basis. Yajna, dana and tapaha. Yajna means sacrifice, dana means charity, and tapaha means austerity, voluntarily accepting discomforts in life. Human life should be based on foundation of these three principles, and then there is happiness. If we follow these principles, there is happiness in material life and in spiritual life as well. Etanyapi tu karmani sangam tyaktva phalani cha kartavyani me partha nishchitam matamuttamam. All these activities should be performed without any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That is my final opinion. So these activities are performed for two benefits, material and spiritual. So Krishna is telling these activities should not be performed for any result. Sangam tyaktva phalani cha. One should abandon all attachment to the results because the results should be given up. Then it is yoga. If you want to enjoy the results, then it is bhoga. Bhoga means enjoyment and yoga means communion with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So bhoga, material enjoyments, gives immediate happiness and long-term misery because you are trapped in this body of repeated birth and death. And yoga, communion with Supreme Personality of Godhead, gives us liberation, permanent life of happiness and enjoyment. If I am engaged in these activities, if I am doing yajna so that I can get elevation to heavenly planets, I can get opulence, wealth, then that is not right. If I am doing tapasya, austerity, so that I can get mystical powers, then that is not right. If I am doing charity, understanding that as per the laws of nature, all this wealth will come back to me many times over. If I give to qualified people, brahmanas and devotees, so I am doing charity, this should not be the purpose. The purpose should be to purify one's existence, to eliminate rajas and tamas from the body and keep pure sattva guna, shuddha sattva guna in the heart. So with this end, all these activities become spiritual. So activity should not be given up, it should be spiritualized by abandoning all attachment to the results. Niyatasya tu sanyasaha karmano nopapadyate mohatasya parityagas tamasav prarikirtitaha. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If by illusion one gives up his prescribed duties, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Dukkham mityeva yat karma kaya klesha bhayatyajet sakritva rajasam tyagam naivatyaga phalam labhet. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear is said to be in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. Karyamityeva yat karma niyatam kriyate arjuna sangam tyaktva phalam chaiva satyagas satviko mataha. But he who performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is of the nature of goodness, O Arjuna. Giving of one's activities is not always glorious. So here Krishna describes three kinds of renunciation. In goodness, passion and ignorance, Sattva-guna, Rajaguna and Tamaguna. Sometimes a person may fear when people come in Krishna consciousness, they are new, they are understanding this philosophy, how materialistic results, opulences, recognition, relations, they don't satisfy the soul. So people tell, why bother so much about working in the office, factory, business? Let us give up and settle in Vrindavan, Jagannath Puri, Mayapur, some holy place, or in or around a temple, and let us serve Krishna nicely, chant his name and worship him all day. But such renunciation, if the foundation is, oh, my activities are full of trouble, so I need to give up, then that is in the mode of passion. It leads to misery. It should not be done. Some people, they give up duties out of illusion. They do not know what is done, what is not to be done, simply they give up. Such ignorance is not allowed. Renunciation is allowed only in the mode of goodness when it is done in perfect knowledge. So anybody who is working in factory very nicely and offering the results to Krishna, they are the best renunciants, as it will be explained now by Lord Krishna. So one should not give up the activities thinking it is troublesome or out of fear. Oh, I am dealing with so many materialists, I will get entangled in the laws of karma. No, that is not fact. If anybody is working in a factory only for the Krishna and is offering the results to Krishna, then such a person is not associating either with the factory or with the workers of the factory. Such a person is in constant association with Krishna. There is no difference between Krishna and his service. So such a person always feels the presence of Lord in all one's activities throughout the day. And such a person, even though he might not be wearing the dress of a sannyasi, but one can have the consciousness of a sannyasi, because one is not willing to enjoy the results but offer the results to Krishna. So all those hardships, they become tapasya in the service of Krishna. So this is very, very important point. One should not be willing to seek a comfortable life. A comfortable life has not brought any spiritual advancement. Tapasya is required. So one should not give up the duties out of fear, or I'll get materially attached, materially entangled. No attachment will come if I am always acting under the direction of the spiritual master for the satisfaction of Krishna and I am offering the results to Krishna. Such activity is very glorious and it is real renunciation. Nadveshtiya kushalam karma kushale nanushajjate tyagi sattva samavishto medhavi chinna sanshayah. Those who are situated in the mode of goodness, who neither hate inauspicious work nor are attached to auspicious work, have no doubts about work. The typical example is Arjuna. When he was ordered to kill, even though killing is inauspicious activity, he did not hate it because that was the order of Krishna. Similarly, Prahlad Maharaj, following the instructions of one's father is very auspicious activity, but he was not attached to that auspicious activity. When father told do not worship Krishna, he left the auspicious activity of following father, which gives you a lot of material advantages and comforts. But he was not keeping such attachment and he continued worshipping, glorifying Krishna. Because a devotee understands auspiciousness, inauspiciousness, ultimately it is designed to take a living entity to the lotus feet of Krishna. And if I am engaged in the service of Krishna, I should not worry about anything else. So thus a devotee has no doubt what work should be done, what should not be done, because he is only acting for the pleasure of Krishna. Nahi deha bhrita shakyam yaktum karmanya sheshataha yastu karma phalatyagi satyagitya vidhiyate. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities. Therefore it is said that he who renounces the fruits of action is one who has truly renounced. Yastu karma phalatyagi. Karma should not be renounced. Karma phalatyagi. The results of karma should be renounced. Anishtam ishtam mishram cha trividham karmanah phalam bhavat atyaginam pretya natu sannyasinam kvachit. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, accrue after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such results to suffer or enjoy. So one may ask a question here. Any activity that we do gives result that is either full of happiness or full of distress or mixed. It is desirable, undesirable, or mixed. Now, how is it possible that a person is acting? It is okay, one is giving up the results, but one is acting, still one is not bound to suffer the reaction. How one is able to escape this law of nature? So to answer, Lord Krishna explains the Sankhya philosophy, 5 factors of action. Panchayatani mahabhaho karanani nibodhame Sankhye kritante proktani siddhaye sarva karmanam adhishthanam tatha karta karanam cha prithak vidham vividhascha prithak cheshta daivam chaivatra panchamam. O mighty armed Arjuna, learn from me of the 5 factors which bring about the accomplishment of all action. These are declared in Sankhya philosophy to be the place of action, the performer, the senses, the endeavor, and ultimately the super soul. Sharira vang manobhiryat karma prarabhate naraha nyayam va viparitam va panchayate tasya hetavaha. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors. So the current philosophy is you work very hard and you will attain all success. This is completely wrong, as explained by Lord Krishna here. Work or endeavor is called cheshta. It is one of the 5 factors in bringing about any action or success in any action. Which are these 5 factors? They are karta, karanam, adhishthanam, cheshta, and devam. What is karta? Karta means doer. 2 people are doing the activities, both have different skills and abilities, different output will come. Even though efforts are same and other situations are all the same. It depends upon karta, the doer. Second is karanam. Karanam means instrument. If you tell a soldier to fight with a broomstick, he will lose the fight. You have to give him good instrument, a nice gun. Or if a sportsman is there, a batsman is there, you give him a stump to bat with, he will not be able to do it. He might be the best batsman of the world. So proper instrument is also important. Third is adhishthanam, which means the place of action. You are very expert salesman. You have all the background technical knowledge as well. But if you are doing business, gold business in a poverty-stricken area, you will not get any profit. So choosing proper place of action is also important. Then of course, cheshta means endeavor. Nai suptasya singasya pravishanti mukhe mrigaha. Tiger doer is capable. It has got the ability to catch its prey. And the place of action is also right. He is in the jungle, so many animals are there who can be captured. And tiger has got nice instruments also. He has got nice teeth, canines. He has got very sharp claws by which he can hunt the animals. But if cheshta is not there, tiger thinks, let me sleep in my den, rabbit will come and enter in my mouth. That is not going to happen. So work is also one of the factors. That is called cheshta. But it does not mean let me keep on putting cheshta unlimitedly and I can attain whatever I want. No, because there is a 5th factor which is called providence or devam. It is a sanction of the super soul who is seated within one's heart. Not a blade of grass moves without the Lord's sanction. And Lord sanctions as per one's desire and what a person deserves as per one's karma. Because we are eternal. We are doing this karma activities for a very long time. If I am bound to suffer because of past actions, then how much ever hard I may work, I cannot escape that suffering. And if I have some enjoyment, that also is governed by my karma. I cannot get more enjoyment than that. This is called providence. One may work very hard, but if one is not destined to enjoy more, destiny will not allow. One may work very hard to come out of suffering, but if destiny does not allow us to come out of suffering, we have to suffer. Thus, this Devam, sanction of super soul, is most important and powerful factor. So, Supreme Soul, seated in the heart, has got two functions, Anumanta and Upadrishta. So, the Super Soul seated within the heart has got two functions, Upadrishta and Anumanta, witness and the sanctioner. But in the case of devotees, Lord Rishikesh, the master of senses, also acts as director of the senses. He takes charge of the devotee, controls the senses of the devotees. And because the devotee's mind and body act under perfect direction of Krishna, the devotee is not responsible to enjoy or suffer the resultant material reactions. Thus, what he gets is spiritual reaction, and he is aloof. Thus, he is always in a liberated state. That is how, even though the devotee might be engaged in all kinds of material activities which apparently are materialistic, he or she is also going to office and they are earning money. This is the activity of a materialist. But because they are doing strictly under the direction of spiritual master, who is acting under direction of Krishna, they are completely free, because I am not responsible. The doer has not decided to do this activity. The doer now becomes only an instrument. One will not praise or curse a pen for writing a wonderful piece of literature. The glories come to the writer, and the criticism also comes to the writer. The pen is only instrument. Thus, a devotee is not given punishment by the laws of nature if there is any inauspicious activity encountered in serving Krishna, nor does he have to take birth to enjoy so-called material happiness also, because devotee acted simply as instrument. Thus, this is the secret. When one acts under direction of Krishna, one is not enjoying the results, one is not responsible for the reaction. Tatraivam sati kartaram atmanam kevalam tu yaha pashyatya krita buddhitman nasa pashyati durmatihi. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the five factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Yasya nahankrito bhavo buddhir yasya na lipyate atvapi sa imalokan nahanti na nibadhyate. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, is not the slayer, nor is he bound by his actions. Jnanam gyeyam parigyata trividha karma chodana karnam karma karteti trividha karma sangraha. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the three factors which motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer comprise the threefold basis of action. Jnanam karma cha karta cha tridhaiva guna bhedataha prochyate guna sankhyane yathavat shrinutanyapi. In accordance with the three modes of material nature, there are three kinds of knowledge: action and performers of action. Listen as I describe them. Sarva bhuteshu yenaikam bhavam avyayamikshate avibhaktam vibhakteshu tajjnanam vidhi satvikam. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all existences, undivided in the divided, is knowledge in the mode of goodness. Prithaktvena tu yajnanam nana bhavan prithak vidhan veti sarveshu bhuteshu tajnanam vidhi rajasam. That knowledge by which a different type of living entity is seen to be dwelling in different bodies is knowledge in the mode of passion. Yattu kritsnavad ekasmin karye saktam mahaitukam atatvarthavad alpam cha tattamsam udahritam. And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. Lord Krishna explained the three modes of nature in the 14th chapter, and in 17th chapter Lord Krishna explained different types of worships done by different people who are under control of these three modes of nature. So one is expected to move from Tamogun mode of ignorance to Rajas mode of passion, finally to Sattvaguna mode of goodness, and transcend goodness to the mode of Shuddha Sattvaguna. On that platform, God is realized. One's original identity is realized, one's relationship with Lord is revealed. Now, to attain that platform, one has to very carefully understand all the shlokas nicely. One has got various deliberations, various kinds of knowledge. The knowledge should be in the mode of goodness. Although goodness is also not pure in this material world, it also holds a person back, but goodness is favorable for liberation. As long as a person is in college, one cannot take up a job. But the higher classes of college, higher semesters, the final semester makes a person most eligible to join a job. If one does not pass through lower semesters, one cannot, there is no possibility. So thus one is encouraged to go to final semester but not get stuck on that platform. In a similar fashion, one should try to come to mode of goodness but not get stuck on the goodness. Nevertheless, coming to goodness is very important because from goodness only one can transcend to Shuddha Sattvaguna. So for our practice, Lord Krishna is describing here knowledge in the three modes. One should avoid the knowledge in Rajoguna and Tamoguna and practice knowledge in Sattvaguna. Similarly, Lord Krishna has already described renunciation. Krishna has described knowledge here. Now Krishna will describe different kinds of doers, different kinds of actions, different kinds of intelligence, different kinds of determination, all as per the three modes. So the intelligence, determination, action, doer, all these things should be there in the Sattvaguna to understand, to have a situation which is favorable to understand Krishna as it is and thus attain perfection of life. So here as Lord Krishna describes three kinds of knowledge, to summarize, when a person is able to understand the same spiritual nature which is pervading everywhere, when one does not get illusioned by the external coverings, one does not think, oh, here is a dog, here is an elephant, this is a bad person, this is a good person. When one understands these are not the real natures, only one spiritual nature is all pervading, then such knowledge is in the mode of goodness. And when a person sees, oh, there are different identities, one identifies as per body, and one concocts various theories and philosophies. There are so many philosophers who philosophize about existence of soul, the purpose of creation, and there are contradictions. So on Sattvaguna there is clarity. On the mode of passion there is lot of contradiction. Person concocts various theories and philosophies, or they come to a conclusion that there is only one soul, one consciousness which is all pervading, which has taken so many forms. This is also knowledge in the mode of passion. And knowledge in the mode of ignorance, when one simply thinks about making one's life comfortable, like most of the knowledge today, just have a luxurious comfortable life, that's all. Such knowledge is in the mode of ignorance, takes one to the animal kingdom, very, very abominable species. Niyatam sangarahitam aragadveshatah kritam afala prepsuna karma yattat sattvikamochyate. As for actions, that action in accordance with duty, which is performed without attachment, without love or hate, by one who has renounced fruitive activities, is called action in the mode of goodness. Yattu kamepsuna karma sahankarena va punaha kriyate bahulayasam tad rajasam udahritam. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and which is enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion. That is what people do when action is done to enjoy one's senses and there is lot of effort involved. Under false ego, when people think I am this body and the bodily connections belong to me, all these people, they belong to me. He does not know we are just travelers who assembled for this life. We will separate, maybe never to meet again. But one thing, oh, these are my people always, they will be with me. And the money which I am earning all belongs to me. And all this should be used not for God's service, should be used for my sense enjoyment. And let me work very hard for it. Such action is in the mode of passion. And as we have seen in the 14th chapter, what is the result of mode of passion? Anxiety and distress. So because most of the people are passionate, people are always in distress, people are always anxious. Mode of goodness means one acts just as a matter of duty without attachment to results because the results have to be given up. Now what is tamasic mode? That is discussed here. Anubandham kshayam hinsam anapekshya cha paurusham mohad arabhyate karma yattat tamasamuchyate. And that action performed in ignorance and delusion without consideration of future bondage or consequences, which inflicts injury and is impractical, is said to be action in the mode of ignorance. Harming others, killing animals simply for satisfying the tongue, mode of ignorance. A person cannot consider future bondage. I will have to take so many births and get killed in similar fashion. This is action in the mode of ignorance. So one does not need any external arrangement. This is science. Happiness is the result of this energy which is called sattva guna, mode of goodness. So one has to simply see that one's action is in mode of goodness, one is in mode of goodness, one's intelligence is in mode of goodness, one's determination is in mode of goodness, and renunciation also is in mode of goodness, then a person is happy. If any of these things, oh, I have given up everything, one assumes I'll be happy. No. If renunciation is in mode of passion, one will increase anxiety. So it is a great science. So we have to note carefully and perform all these things in goodness, sattva guna. Mukta sango naham vadi dhrityutsaha samanvitaha siddhya siddhyor nirvikaraha karta satvika uchyate. The worker who is free from all material attachments and false ego, who is enthusiastic and resolute and who is indifferent to success or failure, is a worker in the mode of goodness. Ragi karma phala prepsur lubdho hinsatmako shuchihi harsha shokanvitah karta rajasaf parikirtitaha. But that worker who is attached to the fruits of his labor and who passionately wants to enjoy them, who is greedy, envious and impure, and moved by happiness and distress, is a worker in the mode of passion. Ayukta prakritastabdhaha shatho naishkritiko lasaha vishadi dirga sutri cha karta tamasa uchyate. And that worker who is always engaged in work against the injunction of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating and expert in insulting others, who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating is a worker in the mode of ignorance. So we can understand whether we are acting in ignorance, passion, or goodness. Buddhirbhedam dhriteshchaiva gunatastrividham shinu prochyamanam asheshena prithakvena dhananjaya. Now, O winner of wealth, please listen as I tell you in detail of three kinds of understanding and determination according to the three modes of nature. Pravrittim cha nivrittim cha karya karye bhaya bhaye bandham moksham cha yaveti buddhissa partha satviki. O son of Pritha, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, that understanding is established in the mode of goodness. Yaya dharmam adharmam cha karyameva cha ayathavat prajanati buddhissa partha rajasi. And that understanding which cannot distinguish between the religious way of life and the irreligious, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, that imperfect understanding, O son of Pritha, is in the mode of passion. Adharmam dharmam itiya manyate tamasavrita sarvarthan viparitascha buddhissa partha tamasi. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness and strives always in the wrong direction, O Parth, is in the mode of ignorance. Dhrityayaya dharayate manaf pranendriya kriyaah yogena dhritissa partha satviki. O son of Pritha, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice and thus controls the mind, life and the acts of senses, is in the mode of goodness. Yaya tu dharma kamarthan dhritya dharayate arjuna prasangena phalankankshi dhritissa partha rajasi. And that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive result in religion, economic development and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. Yaya swapnam bhayam shokam vishadam madameva cha na vimunchati durmedha dhritissa partha tamasi. And that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness and illusion, such unintelligent determination is in the mode of darkness. So just determination is not sufficient. One should be determined in the mode of goodness. Now very important, happiness is also in three modes. Sometimes we think, oh, let me just become happy. No. Happiness also should be enjoyed in the mode of goodness to actually have real sustainable happiness. Sukham tvidanim trividham shinu me bharatarshabha abhyasadramate yatra dukhantam cha nigacchati yattadagre vishamiva pariname mritopamam tatsukham satvikam proktam atma buddhif prasadajam. O best of the Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness which the conditioned soul enjoys and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress, that which in the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization, is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. When we have to follow the spiritual rules and regulations, it could be troublesome. First of all, getting up early in the morning, much before sunrise, and taking cold water bath, and reading the scriptures, and chanting, trying to focus on each and every word, every mantra for a long time could be little troublesome. Eating certain kind of foodstuffs which are only offered to Krishna could be little troublesome. Offering one's money, one can think, oh, let me enjoy immediately, could be troublesome. So all these rules and regulations could be troublesome, and in the beginning may be just like poison. Oh, it is so troublesome, let me enjoy, mind will tell. But if a person tries to follow, the end result is nectar. And if a person is successfully able to execute, it opens the door to liberation, permanent happiness, and one begins to enjoy the spiritual happiness and of all material distress. So such kind of sattvic happiness can be like poison in the beginning. So many rules and regulations can be suffocating at times. But nevertheless, we have to understand, even in ordinary course of activities, even if a person needs to earn money for a long time, 20-25 years, one has to work very hard. If that time one wants to enjoy, then future is very bleak and dark. So one needs to understand, I am following the instructions of God, even though it could be tough. No intoxication, no meat eating, no illicit sex could be tough, no gambling. It could be difficult to control my senses in the beginning, but let me follow, because these are the instructions given by God. How one can suffer when one follows the God? More so when everyone who has been following this path, they are so happy and blissful, not at all concerned with any of the distresses of this world. So with this patience, we should try to follow this happiness, which can be poison in the beginning, but the end result is nectar. Vishayendriya sanyogat yattadagre mritopamam pariname vishamiva tatsukham rajasam smritam. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects, and which appears like nectar at first but poison at the end, is said to be of the nature of passion. When a young man and woman are attracted to each other, they feel like seeing each other, talking to each other, touching each other, and enjoying sexual pleasure. But the end result of such pleasure is so much of misery as we see in the world. There is separation, there is divorce, there is sorrow, there are so many suicides, depression, and whatnot. Sometimes even killings. This is the result of happiness enjoyed in the mode of passion. I think I will live happily ever after, and there is misery ever after. So one does not know this basic science. There are different kinds of happiness. Any kind of happiness which one gets by sense enjoyment, it appears like nectar in the beginning. Oh, this is so full of bliss. But the end result is poison. And what is happiness in the mode of ignorance? Let us see now. Yadagre chanubandhe cha sukham mohanam atmanaha nidralasya pramadotham tattamasam udahritam. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance. Let me sleep, laziness. Why a person is lazy? He feels some enjoyment, some happiness in being lazy. But such happiness is illusory. When a person sleeps, wants to sleep for a long time, his problems are not solved. There is happiness neither in the beginning nor at the end. There is only illusion. For a person in mode of passion, there is some ephemeral happiness in the beginning, but for a tamasic person, ignorant person, there is no happiness anywhere. He lives in illusion. Natadasti prithivyam va divi deveshu va punaha sattvam prakriti jair muktam yadebhisyatribhirgunaih. There is no being existing either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems which is freed from the three modes of material nature. Brahmana kshatriya visham shudranam cha parantapa karmani pravibhaktani swabhava prabhavair gunaih. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras are distinguished by their qualities of work or chastiser of the enemy in accordance with the modes of nature. There is no being on this planet or higher planets anywhere in the universe who is freed from the control of three modes of nature. So to help a living entity to proceed towards mode of goodness and eventually surpass goodness to become liberated, the society has been divided into varnashramas. Just like we have schooling system, as per the capacity of the students, there are various classes, various standards, so that gradually they can become wise. Similarly, in order to bring the real wisdom of Supreme Personality of Godhead, wisdom can only come when a person is in Sattva Guna. This very nice classification of society is done, as Lord Krishna mentions here, as Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. Those people who are in goodness, they are meant to be doing the duties of Brahmana. So once duties are decided as per the modes of nature. If one person is in Rajoguna, then the duties of Kshatriya. If one is having a mix of Rajoguna and Tamoguna, then the duties of a mercantile man, Vaishya. And if a person is in ignorance, then duties of Shudra. In this way, if they do their duties nicely, gradually they can proceed towards higher modes of nature. From Tamoguna to mix of Tamoguna and Rajoguna, then to Rajoguna, mix of Rajoguna, Sattvaguna, finally Sattvaguna, and they can eventually transcend. So what are these special qualifications which distinguish them is being explained here. Shamodamastapashaucham Shantir arjamavevacha Jnanam vijnanamastikyam Brahma karma swabhavajam. So this is not a caste system, very clearly we can see it is as per the qualifications. So what are the qualifications of a Brahmana? Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, wisdom, knowledge and religiousness. These are the qualities by which the Brahmanas work. First of all, Shamaha, the Brahmana should be peaceful, mind should be in control. Damaha, senses should be in control. Unless one can control one's mind and senses, one cannot be called a Brahmana simply by wearing a dress or having a shikha or sitting in a temple exhibiting worship. And then Tapaha, austerity, voluntarily having discomforts in our life. Brahmana cannot live in luxury. Shaucham, purity, tolerance, arjavam, honesty, jnanam, vijnanam, scientific understanding of God, scholarship, all these are the qualifications of Brahmana. Shauryam tejo dhritir daksham yuddhe chapya palayanam danam ishvara bhavascha kshatram karma swabhavajam. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity and leadership are the qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Krishi gorakshya vanijyam vaishya karma swabhavajam paricharyatmakam karma shudrasyapi swabhavajam. Farming, cattle raising and business are the qualities of work for the Vaishyas, and for the Shudras there is labor and service to others. Sve sve karmanyabhirataha samsiddhim labhate naraha swakarma niratas siddhim yatha vindati tachrino. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. Now this great secret is being revealed by Lord Krishna. One need not wait for a gradual shift of duties. In ordinary Varnashrama system, Shudra, if he does the duties very nicely, gradually he can become Vaishya, he can become Kshatriya, and after a long time one may become Brahmana. But this very scientific procedure Lord Krishna describes, in which there is no need to change one's occupation and one can make one's life perfect. So the human society does not know, is it possible? Usually we think, I have to change my job, change the way I work. Say this job cannot make me rich, I have to become a businessman to become rich. And unless I become rich, I cannot actually be called a perfect man. So in this way, people are trying to do some activity which might not be favorable for them. The academicians are trying to have their own startups. They are no more interested in research, they want to make money. They think now the society thinks money is all in all. So everybody is there into one kind of activity. But Krishna is telling no. And sometimes it leads to frustration. Because my orientation is to do research, but in research there is no money. And there is a lot of confusion. So Krishna is telling no. Everyone can make one's life perfect. Whether a person is Shudra doing menial jobs, or a person is Brahmana, a priest, a philosopher, or one is a Kshatriya, administrator, politician. It does not matter where you are. Our minds and bodies are designed to work in a certain way. Let it work in that way. But if one follows the instructions of Lord Krishna as described here, one need not wait for gradual progression. In one's own situation, in the respective modes of nature, one can make one's life perfect. Perfect means attain freedom from birth, death, old age and disease, get full knowledge, happiness and eternal life. How this is possible, Krishna explains. Yatav pravrittir bhutanam yena sarvam idam tatam swakarmana tam abhyarcha siddhim vindati manavaha. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all pervading, man can in the performance of his own duty attain perfection. So the secret is Swakarmana tam abhyarcha, worshipping the Supreme Lord by the results of one's activities. One can attain the Supreme, makes one's life perfect. Shreyan swadharmo vigunaha paradharma swanushthitat swabhavaniyatam karma kurvannapnoti kilbisham. It is better to engage in one's own occupation even though one may perform it imperfectly than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Prescribed duties according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Arjuna was trying to act as a Brahmana even though he was a Kshatriya. So here Krishna is telling one should never try to perform another's duty even though you may claim I will do it perfectly. No. These duties for respective people are designed in a scientific way for purification of the heart. So purification of heart is very important. Just like for different maladies, different diseases, there are different medicines. Similarly, to purify a person who is tamasic, different rules and regulations are mentioned. That is why different worships are recommended. Different Puranas are there. For tamasic people, there are tamasic Puranas. For Rajasic people, Rajasic Puranas. Sattvic people, Sattvic Puranas. For pure devotees, Srimad Bhagavatam. In this way, different literatures are there meant for different category of people. All the books are important. But if a child who is going to kindergarten moves around with a book of algebra, oh, this is also ABC and 1, 2, 3. One can never learn even basic ABC or 1, 2, 3. Even though algebra is very nice, but it is not meant for a child of kindergarten. So for tamasic people, tamasic literatures are there. Worship of some ghastly forms are there, like Kali or Kal Bhairav and other things are mentioned. By doing these things, their tamasic tendencies will be satisfied, hearts will be purified, they will be able to elevate themselves to Rajaguna and Sattva-guna. So thus one should never try to perform another's duty, even though you can claim you can do it perfectly. No, stick to your duties very tightly. And what is the need of changing? when you can attain the same perfection if you worship the Supreme Personality by the results of the activities. Sahajam karma kaunteya sadosham api na tyajet sarvarambha hi doshena dhuminagnir ivavritah. Every endeavor is covered by some sort of fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work which is born of his nature. O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of fault. Arjuna was giving the argument, I don't want to fight because it involves killing. Killing is faulty. Yes, killing is definitely faulty. But a Kshatriya will not be entangled by killing if he kills as per the duty. So one should not be worried about fault because Krishna is telling there is fault in every action. So thus there is fault everywhere in this world. Sometimes people want to find a proper situation. Let me try to find a business or job where there is no problem. Let me have a life partner where there is no problem. Let me live in a place where there is no problem. In this material world there is problem, there is fault everywhere. But if one chooses a place where one can have association of devotees, that place is perfect. It does not matter whatever the imperfections are. If a person chooses a life partner so that both can advance in the service of Krishna, all the imperfections lead one to perfection of life. So thus all the imperfections, they help a person attain perfection if service of Krishna is the aim. So one should not be worried by such faults, but just try to serve Krishna by the results of the activities. Asakta buddhis sarvatra jitatma vigatasprihaha naishkarmya siddhim paramam sannyasenadi. One can obtain the results of renunciation simply by self-control and by becoming unattached to the material things and disregarding material enjoyments. That is the highest perfectional stage of renunciation. Now Krishna has given his final conclusion. Arjuna, you want to leave your duty of fighting? Do not do that. The real renunciation is simply by self-control and by becoming unattached to material things and disregarding material enjoyments. So don't think, oh, I will kill my people and I will enjoy very nicely. No, do not think like that. Remain unattached to material enjoyment and simply try to be self-controlled. Let me kill this person because he is shouting on me. No. Whether Krishna wants this person to be killed, then I can kill them. For my personal interest, it does not matter. I am perfectly self-controlled. I am not agitated for my personal insult. I am not happy on my personal praise. My senses should be perfectly under control. When Krishna tells fight, I fight. When Krishna tells stop, I stop. So when a person is self-controlled, not willing to enjoy the material resources and willing to offer the results of activities to Krishna, then one can enjoy all the results of a person who is living in jungle. One need not go to jungle. Thus living in the midst of householder life, in the midst of one's occupation, one's duties, one can get all the results of renunciation, and this is real renunciation. Siddhim prapto yatha brahma tathapnoti nibodhame samase naiva kaunteya nishtha jnanasya ya para. O son of Kunti, learn from me in brief how one can attain to the supreme perfectional stage Brahma by acting in the way which I shall now summarize. Usually people think I have to stop all activities, sit down and meditate or read the Vedas and contemplate to attain Brahma stage, to understand I am not the body and enjoy spiritual bliss. Same bliss can be attained living in a house of concrete by seeing the people who are materialists. Same happiness a person can always enjoy. Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma Nashochiti. There will be no lamentation in life. That is called spiritual realization. There will be no hankering, I want this, I want that, because a person would be full of satisfaction. So this is a great secret. Nobody has got it. No president, no prime minister, no celebrity, nobody has attained this state. And Krishna is telling you can attain this stage by doing your duty. You can be a street cleaner, you can be a sweeper, you can be a baker, you can be an administrator, you can be a fighter, you can be a teacher, you can be a student. You can attain that state beyond all lamentation and hankering. How one can attain that? That is called Brahma stage. How one can become Brahma realized? Krishna explains. Please hear carefully. Buddhya vishuddhaya yukto dhrityatmanam niyamya cha shabdadin vishayans tyakva ragadveshau vyudasya cha vivikta sevi lagbhashi yatva kaya manasaha dhyana yoga paro nityam vairagyam samupashritaha ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodham parigraham vimuchya nirmamashanto brahma bhuyaya kalpate. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little and who controls the body and the tongue, is always in trance and is detached, who is without false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and who does not accept material things, such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. Brahma bhutah prasannatma na shochati na kankshati samas sarveshu bhuteshu madbhaktim labhate param. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the supreme Brahman. He never laments nor desires to have anything. He is equally disposed to every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service to me. Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yaschasmi tatvataha tato mam tatvato gyatva vishate tadanantaram. One can understand the Supreme Personality as he is only by devotional service, and when one is in full consciousness of the Supreme Lord by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. The Lord Krishna had described in the 4th chapter, Janma karma chame divyam evam yoveti tatpataha. In the 9th verse, Krishna explained in 4th chapter, my birth and my activities are transcendental, divyam. One who understands it, he becomes freed from this repeated birth and death. But Krishna did not explain who will be able to understand. A yogi may think I can understand, an Ashtang yogi, a Raj yogi can think I can understand, a Jnani can think I can understand by reading the Vedas, or a Karmi can think I can understand. Here Krishna has told, Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yascha asmi tatvata. As it is, scientific knowledge of Krishna only a devotee can understand. And who can attain devotional service? Brahma bhuta prasannatma na shochati na kankshati. When a person attains Brahma realization. What is Brahma realization? We saw these details. When a person's mind and senses are fully under control, one eats very little, he remains with the devotees, he does not intimately mix with the materialists. In this way, when the mind and senses are controlled, one is completely detached from all material desires. That is called Brahma Bhuta stage. When we reach that stage, there is no lamentation, hankering in life. Then, Mad Bhakti Labhate Param, one attains devotion to Krishna. When a person attains devotion to Krishna, spontaneous attraction, when automatically one desires to serve Krishna, just like one likes to serve one's family members or pets. There is some attachment, spontaneous attachment. When a person spontaneously wants to think of Krishna always and serve Krishna, that is called Parabhakti. And only when such para-bhakti is awakened in the heart, one can understand Krishna. And when one understands Krishna, Vishate tad anantaram. Vishate means enters. Anantaram means the world of which there is no cessation, eternal world, there is no destruction. There is permanence over there. So there is no anxiety, no death, no old age, no disease. There is no need to worry. Oh, I am having good health now, but health may go away. I am having wealth now, wealth may go away. No. We are having all opulence in life. Everything we simply have forgotten. And we are stuck in these bodies in this material world. So when one understands Krishna, Vishate tad anantaram, one regains, restarts one's spiritual life. Sarva karmanyapi sada kurvano madvyapashrayah mat prasadadavapnoti shashvatam padamavyayam. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. Shashvatam padam. Again Krishna has mentioned Shashvat pad. There is a position which is eternal. There is no loss of happiness. There is no loss of knowledge. There is no loss of strength. There is no loss of opulence. Shashvatam, permanent position of happiness, life and knowledge. That a person attains, a devotee attains by my mercy, my grace. Although one is engaged in all kinds of activities. So Arjuna, do not leave your activity of fighting to attain the end of liberation. You will attain the stage of liberation, permanent liberation, life on the Vaikuntha planets by my mercy, my grace. But this position can be attained only by the devotees. Bhaktya, Krishna has mentioned. So there should be no doubt that anybody apart from Bhakta, an Ashtanga yogi, a Dhyan yogi, a Karma yogi or a Gyan yogi can attain that position. It is not possible. That position is reserved only for Bhakta, as Krishna has mentioned here. Bhaktya mam abhijanati. Chetasa sarva karmani mai sanyasya matparaha buddhi yogam upashritya macchitta satatam bhava. In all activities, just depend on me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. So here Krishna is telling, Chetasa, by intelligence, sarva karmani mai sanyasa. Give up your activities unto me, work under my protection. My protection means strictly execute what I tell you to do. Then you will be protected by me, because I am responsible for all your actions. Laws of nature will not touch you. I will save you from material energy. For this, mai sanyasya, all the activities should be given up unto me. Just you should act under my direction. Mat paraha, and I should be the ultimate goal of all the actions. Buddhi yogam upashritya, Lord Krishna mentioned in 2nd chapter Buddhi yoga. Buddhi yoga means acting in consciousness of Krishna. That Krishna has engaged me in this duty, and the results of this work should be given to Krishna. He is supreme proprietor. This is called Buddhi yoga. So take shelter of Buddhi yoga and work in this consciousness. And then macchitta satatam bhava. While you are doing this work, one should always think of Krishna, that this duty has been given to me by Krishna. So one should work for Krishna, strictly under the direction of Krishna. One may ask, how can I have direction of Krishna? Arjuna was fortunate. No, that is why spiritual master is given. And the spiritual master also sets up an institution. So strictly following the instructions of spiritual master, all the institutions set up by the spiritual master, it means strictly following the instructions of Krishna. Just like if one is strictly following the instructions of king, the soldier follows his immediate commander. That means following the instruction of the king. So following Krishna means it does not matter if one is not able to talk to Krishna directly. If one is able to satisfy one's immediate spiritual authority, then that is obeying the instructions of Krishna. This is called Mai Sanyasya, doing all the activities strictly as per directions of Krishna. In this way, a person becomes Brahma Bhuta. This is a great secret. Anyway, we are giving up the results of activity. we are giving up the results of activity now, either for our personal enjoyment or for the enjoyment of family members or some pets that we keep around us or some philanthropy. So yes, it is necessary to keep the body and soul together, but all the money should not be spent on such frivolous enjoyment. Body and soul should be kept together, but at least half of one's wealth, if it is spent for Krishna, then such a mode of action elevates one to the stage of Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma, to the stage of liberation. This is a great secret. And on the stage of liberation, person is always joyful, full of bliss. Macchitta sarva durgani mat prasada tarishyasi atha chetvam ahankaran na shroshyasi vinangshyasi. Now Krishna is giving a great guarantee which nobody can give. What is that guarantee? We all have various impediments, troubles in life. Nobody can tell you, follow me and all troubles you can pass. A chartered accountant can tell, financial troubles I will help you to sail through. I will try, sometimes they also fail. Lawyer may help us to sail through some legal struggles, although there is no perfect guarantee. A doctor can help us sail through physical struggles, psychiatrist mental struggles. But nobody can tell you, follow me and I will sail you through all the struggles that Krishna is telling. And what secret Krishna is telling here? Macchittaha. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditional life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. So great promise, great guarantee and great warning is also given. Krishna is telling Macchittaha, if you become conscious of me. Sarva Durgani, Krishna is not telling Alpa Durgani, some Durgani. No, Sarva Durgani. All the obstacles you can pass if you simply become conscious of me. Becoming conscious of Krishna means becoming conscious of Krishna's name, Krishna's form, Krishna's signs, Krishna's position. And in this way, when a person is always knowing one's eternal relationship with Krishna, always thinking of Krishna, trying to satisfy Krishna, then all the obstacles of conditional life are passed by Krishna's grace. And if one does not listen to God, one does not follow user manual, these wonderful instructions, then Krishna is telling Vinangshyasi, you will be lost, you will be destroyed. Just like in this world, there are so many laws. If a person does not take help of a lawyer, one will be lost in setting up his business. If a person does not take help, advice of a doctor, one cannot cure himself. So many diseases, problems, maladies are there. So just like we consult a doctor, we consult a lawyer, in order to become overall happy in our life, one should consult Krishna or his bona fide representative, a pure devotee spiritual master. And then when we become conscious of this, Krishna consciousness is the result of all the Vedic knowledge. If we become conscious of Krishna, we can cross over all the Durgani, all the obstacles of life. And if we are not conscious of Krishna, then we are lost. Yadahankaramashritya nayotsya iti manyase mityaisha vyavasayaste prakritistvam niyokshyati. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. So Krishna told, your nature is a fighter. If you do not fight now, later, material nature will engage you in fight. But that will not be under my direction, that will lead to bondage. Swabhavajena kaunteya nibaddhasvena karmana kartum nechhasi yanmohat karishyasya vashopitat. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. Ishvara sarva bhutanam hriddeshe arjuna tishthati Brahmayan sarva bhutani yantrarudhani mayaya. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. So Krishna tells this body is yantra, this body is a machine made of mayaya, illusory energy which makes you feel that you are this machine. And we cannot control this machine. So many actions are going on. The food that we eat, how it transforms into energy, we do not know. Any damage in the body is there, it is already healed. How does it happen? We do not know. Reproduction, how does it happen? We do not know. Body temperature, how is it being maintained? We do not know. One cell is like a city. One cell creates another cell. City is creating another city before destruction. How it happens, we do not know. Mystically, this body is acting. All this is happening because of the presence of Paramatma, Ishvara, the supreme controller who is seated in the heart. As per our desires, he is a loving father. He is guiding us. Okay, you want to become the richest person of the planet? He guides us. Now you do yajna, you do tapasya, you do sacrifice. And in this way, you will be able to become rich in next life or whenever it is possible. And then in next life, Krishna tells, now you desired to become rich. Now in this life also you continue this activity. In this way, he is always guiding us like a father. He gives instructions through his representative, or in Bhagavad Gita, what kind of happiness he should aspire for. But still, if we insist for wrong happiness, Krishna guides. He is so loving and kind. So Brahmayan Sarva Bhutani, living entities wandering among various species. And Krishna from the heart is guiding. Tameva Sharanam Gaccha Sarva Bhavena Bharata Tat Prasadat Param Shantim Sthanam Prapsyasi Shashvatam. O scion of Bharat, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Iti te jnanamakhyātam guhyad guhyataram maya vimrishyai tad asheshena yatechasi tatha kuru. Thus I have explained to you the most confidential of all knowledge. Deliberate on this fully and then do what you wish to do. So Krishna has told, the Supreme Lord is seated in the heart and he is giving all the good counsel, but we keep on rejecting. Krishna begs the living entity from conscience. One's conscience do not indulge in sinful activities. But when one neglects the voice of Krishna in the form of good counsel, conscience, one falls into nefarious activities, sinful activities, and creates suffering. So one should listen to Krishna in the heart. The same instructions Krishna comes, incarnates here millennium after millennium. So Krishna is telling one should surrender unto the Lord of the heart. In this way you will be happy. And if one doesn't listen to Krishna, then Vinakshasi, one is destroyed. But still here Krishna is telling, I have explained to you the most confidential of all knowledge. Deliberate on it fully and then whatever you wish you do. Krishna always gives the freedom. I have told you what is right, what is wrong, what is happiness in mode of goodness. Initially it will be poisonous. Later it will lead to great happiness. Sense enjoyment. Initially it will be nectar. Later it will make your life poison. Otherwise you can choose to remain in illusion, intoxicated or sleepy or lazy. Krishna describes very carefully all these things, what will lead you to happiness. But still, yatechasi, ultimately it is your desire. So some people tell, why Vedas are so dogmatic? No, it is not dogmatic. Freedom is given. There is nothing imposed. And further, it is not blind faith that a person has to resort to. Krishna is using the word, please note, Vimrishya etat asheshena. Vimrishya means think about it, not think and decide immediately. Asheshena, completely deliberate upon it. Think completely about it, whatever we have discussed, and then whatever you wish you do. So thus, the Vedic knowledge is not dogma, it is not forceful, but if a person takes advantage, one is benefited eternally. Sarva guhyatamam bhuyaha Shrinu me paramam vachaha Ishtosi me dridamiti Tato vakshyami te hitam. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you the most confidential part of knowledge. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. So knowledge that I am different from the body, Aham Brahmasmi, it is confidential. This Krishna shared first. If you give up the results of your activities, you will attain this liberated platform, Brahma Bhuta stage. I am not the body, you will realize. Then, higher than that is knowledge that God is present in my heart as Super Soul, always directing me, giving instructions. That is more confidential knowledge. Now Krishna is giving most confidential knowledge, Sarva Guhya Tamam Bhuyaha. There is no greater secret than this knowledge. Krishna has explained about acting without attachment, about cultivating knowledge, about pious and impious activities, about various forms of yoga. Now Krishna is giving topmost knowledge, which Krishna explained in the 9th chapter at the end. Now again Krishna is repeating the same verse. So every verse of Bhagavad Gita is very important, but the most confidential knowledge is so important because it is the crux of entire Bhagavad Gita. Krishna has repeated it twice. Now Krishna is telling, please hear carefully, Sarva Guhyatamam. Understanding I am not the body is confidential. God is seated in the heart is more confidential, but this is most confidential. What is this knowledge? Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyam te pratijane priyosi me. Always think of me and become my devotee. Worship me, offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. So this is the most important knowledge. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayashyami ma shuchaha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear. This is the only way. This is the crux. Please try to understand. We have gone to school, taken so much hardship, thinking that if I get money, I'll be happy in my life. This is wrong. Why? It is very simple to understand. This world is following pattern. There are designs everywhere. As we just discussed the functionings of the body, so many species of life, food chain, ecosystem, every cell is wonderful city, self-replicating city. There is no limit to the design that we have in this world. From micro to macro. Behind design, there is designer, the supreme controller. Because design cannot happen by chance. So one should ask, what is the purpose of this design? Every design, every product has got a use, every system has got an ultimate objective to be achieved. What is the result? I'll repeat. Every system has got certain objective to be achieved. What is the objective of this entire creation? And the design also necessitates a supreme designer. So everything is under his control. So if we are suffering, we are his children only. Why he will make us suffer? We are suffering because we have broken some laws of nature, and we cannot come out of that suffering by any amount of education, any amount of earning money, any amount of earning power, position, recognition in the society. Thus, the powerful people, if you are powerful, you can recognize, or at least our power is increased. We were small child, no power. But am I more happy by growing up, increasing my influence in society? The answer would be no, I am more miserable. So please try to realize this fact. Education, this thing, it is materialistic, hedonistic thought. Just like we have heard the story of Midas the king. He thought, if I have this power, whatever I touch turns gold, I'll be very happy. And then poor king, the fruit he's touching, any edibles he's touching, they are turning into gold. He cannot eat gold. Finally, his daughter came to embrace him. Daughter became gold. And then he thought, what have I desired in life? This is happening with all of us. In our limited sight, we are not knowing what is for our benefit. So please try to understand, we suffer because we break the laws of nature in the past. That's it and nothing else. Instruments could be very many. I could be suffering because of the bad governance, bad systems, could be because of my family members, could be because of my subordinates, could be because of my superiors, could be because of bad weather, diseases, anything XYZ. But nothing happens by chance, because everything is under control of God. This ignorance of God has put living entities, human beings, into so much of distress. And ignorance, we are trying to get relief of the instrument of suffering. The thief is trying to kill the policeman because the policeman arrests me every time. Will the thief be able to save himself from arrest? No, greater force will come, more punishment will be given. Thief thinks, let me kill the advocate, he argues against me and I have to go to jail. Let me kill the advocate, let me give the judge, he writes sentence against me, imprisoned for certain time. He will be more implicated. In this way, without knowing the absolute truth, ultimate cause of my suffering, I try to remove the immediate cause and I become more implicated and simply increase my suffering. So everyone knows suffering is increasing in one's individual life and at the macro level, at the world level also. But nobody knows why it is happening. It is happening because we inquire relative truths. We don't know absolute truth, the ultimate cause of suffering, and that has to be removed. And the ultimate cause of suffering is forgetfulness of God. Our natural relationship is a very strong, loving service of God. When we forget that, ultimately we all need love in life. As one of the richest person of the planet has recently told, success is not measured by how much money you have. It is how much love you get in life. Everybody knows this. But love in this world does not satisfy. That is why half of the marriages fail on paper, other half they fail individually, they don't reveal in public. But it fails because Krishna has told this is happiness in the mode of passion. Immediately there is pleasure. For a couple of days or weeks or months or maybe a couple of years maximum, there is some pleasure. Then there is poison, there is embarrassment. Person wants to give away 50% of the wealth. Please leave me alone. And there is divorce and separation. Why? You were not able to live without this person. Why you want to get rid of him or her now? This is called mode of passion. Entire sense enjoyment means nectar in the beginning, poison in the end. Thus at the end, everybody, they are simply suffering. So please understand this carefully. We are spirit soul. We cannot be satisfied unless I revive my memory, revive my relationship with God. So when, just like in this world, young man and woman, when they are in love with each other, they don't eat, don't sleep, they run away from house, they don't care about parents, society. They are completely satisfied, but that love does not last in this material world, but it is eternal on spiritual platform. So we have to give up the envy of God, because when we forget this relationship with God, now senses demand pleasure. When there is no love between boy and girl, then they cannot give up their material comforts. Then you need entertainment, you need sense enjoyment, you need so many other things. Without love, you need all the demands of the senses to be fulfilled. So when a person forgets Krishna in life, then material senses become active and there is demand. And the senses are so dangerous, the more you satisfy, the more they hanker for. And then a person commits criminal activities. Person is not satisfied by legitimate wife and husband, they have extramarital affairs. Then they are not satisfied with the other relationships also. There is relationship within the family members, that is called incest. Then further a person degrades and starts enjoying such pleasures even with animals. In this way, there is no limit. Then there are other so many crimes in the society. Senses are never satisfied. It is like trying to satisfy your itching propensity by scratching. The more you scratch, if a person is having eczema, that itching increases. This is the nature of senses. The more you give them pleasure, the more they ask for it. They are never satisfied, and a person's life becomes miserable. All this is happening because love of God is missing in one's life. So the senses demand, and then crime, break the crime, and then you suffer. and then you try to remove the immediate cause of suffering by creating more pap in your life, and then in this way the suffering goes on increasing and one's life becomes miserable. So this science needs to be understood by us. Sarv dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam raja. Thus, because a person, now one may ask why a person has forgotten God, why this relationship we forgot as spirit souls? Because we became envious. Father is kind, loving, but sometimes the son becomes envious. Oh, I don't want to be controlled by father, I want to go away. But then he realizes I cannot be happy without father. In this manner, the living entity sometimes becomes envious of God. Why I should serve you? Let me become God. God is very kind. He tells, okay, I will make you God of the material universe. You go there, you rule. You work hard, you do right karma, you become Brahma. You control entire universe. You become as powerful as me. You forget me. But then when a living entity realizes this material world is not satisfying me, even as Brahma, I need to revive my loving relationship with God. Then one surrenders to God. But because there is envy, knowledge of God is not given. Why Krishna finally is giving this topmost secret? Simply think of me, man mana, bhav mat bhakto, and not officially. Think of me in loving devotional service. Worship me. Offer your respects to me just like the father teaches the son. Offer respects to me. In this way, loving relationship is established. But this cannot be given to living entity unless one becomes non-envious of God. Because we are envious, there is cheating process. Suppose the son has gone away from house. So father still sends the money to the child, but indirectly, because directly if the father sends, son will not accept because son is envious of father. I don't want any help from you. I don't want to live with you. So father will send help through some friend. Son is unemployed. Father will arrange from some other friend some employment for his son. Father only is arranging, but directly he does not tell. He does not reveal. So knowledge of God is not revealed unless a person becomes non-envious. So thus there are so many varieties of religion present on this planet when people are envious of God. How do we understand I am envious? When I have tendency to become God. Become God means richer than the richest, stronger than the strongest, defeat everybody in competition? No. So that is why first training of spiritual life is becoming servant of servant. Not try to become God, try to become servant of everyone. In this way, when this servant attitude is cultivated, humility is cultivated, as Lord Jesus also told, kingdom of God is meant for meek and humble. When a person becomes meek and humble, I wanted to become God, that is the cause of my suffering here. Let me now try to become servant, practice this humility. Then knowledge of God is gradually revealed, and this final secret one is able to understand. Man mana bhav mat bhakto. So the conclusion of all Vedic knowledge is simple. One should mold one's life and activities in such a way that one is always able to think of God. And think not officially like we think of our boss, but bhav mat bhakto, in a devotional attitude, and offer respects to God, worship God because He is our Supreme Father. God does not need worship, but when we worship God, our heart becomes completely satisfied, completely full of bliss, because that is our relationship we have forgotten. So sarv dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam raja. One has to surrender unto Krishna. This is the conclusion of Bhagavad Gita. And unfortunately, people do not teach that. So the secret has to be taken down in parampara. One has to completely surrender to Krishna. Some people ask, can I not be just a good man? Why following Bhagavad Gita is required? It is just like telling a smuggler or a don tells that I am a very nice person. I take care of my family. I do charity to society. I give away all my wealth, what I am earning. What is the need of following government? No, sir. If you do not follow government, then you could be very nicely taking care of all other responsibilities. You will be called criminal. Thus, if you do not follow God, we can be doing any other thing very nicely. We will be called criminal, and a criminal always suffers. So we have to become obedient. So sarva dharman parityajya. Unless we surrender unto Krishna, there is no question of being a good man. If we do not follow supreme authority, we remain a criminal, and laws of nature continue to haunt us. And there is proof. Anybody who has surrendered to Krishna, let the whole world persecute them, become against them, blaspheme them, they are always in bliss. Prahlad Maharaj, Mirabai, so many saints, Haridas Thakur, given poison. Poison is not acting, persecuted, badly whipped in public places, no impact, completely in bliss, spiritual happiness. So human life is meant for this. So we have to try to read these instructions carefully, and surrender means completely follow all these instructions with great meticulous details. And then Krishna is telling, Sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami. You are suffering from sinful actions. Mokshayishyami. I will free you from all the sinful actions. And when the sinful life is finished, the reactions are taken away. Where is misery in life? And Krishna is telling, do not worry, in surrenderance there is always doubt. Now what is Krishna's instruction? You chant my name always, by this you will be able to think of me. So one may wonder, if I give time to chanting always and other spiritual duties, I may have loss in my business or studies. Krishna is telling, no, it will not happen. Do not worry, there will not be any loss. Ma Shucha, you will come to me at the end. You will have success in spiritual life and success in material life also. You will have a very comfortable life. Krishna is taking care of animals also, everybody. Will he not take care of devotee? And Krishna has mentioned, Yogakshemam vahami aham ananyaschintayantu mam. One who without deviation is thinking of me, always engaged in my service. I take care of him. I carry what one lacks and preserve what one has. So materially one is always protected by Krishna, and spiritually also one is successful. This is the way of becoming perfectly happy in life. One has to get rid of sinful actions. Please understand, we are eternal. We have done many wrongdoings in the past. Now nobody can stop that. One who has killed, nobody can stop him unless one surrenders to President. President can give relief. In a similar fashion, nobody can save us from distress unless we surrender to Krishna. Simply if we surrender to Krishna, then there is happiness in life. This is the conclusion, the most secret knowledge of all numerous lakhs and lakhs of verses which are mentioned in the Vedas. Krishna is now revealed to Arjuna. Idam te na tapaskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na cha shrushrushave vachyam na cha mam yobhyasuyati. This confidential knowledge may not be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. See, Krishna is explaining here. So if a person is attached to sense enjoyment, one cannot understand this knowledge because one becomes mad. Sense enjoyment is intoxicating. Intoxicated person cannot understand truth. So one who is not austere, do not explain this knowledge to them, Krishna is telling. And one may be very austere, following all the rules and regulations of the Vedas, but if one is not, na bhaktaya kadachana, one is not a devotee, again simply austerities will not help one to have this knowledge. Again one can be official bhakta, but Krishna is telling, na cha shrushru shave vachyam, one is not inclined to render service. One again cannot understand Krishna. Official bhakta, I love Krishna, but I engage in serving other people here. No. So one should be austere, senses should be regulated, one should be a devotee, and one should practically engage in rendering service to Krishna. So to such people, knowledge of Bhagavad Gita can be given who are non-envious of him. So thus devotee has two duties. First, one has to engage people in devotional service, one has to make them devotees, teach them austerity, and then explain Bhagavad Gita. Otherwise, there is no audience in the world, because hardly anybody is austere here now in today's world. Hardly anyone you will find devotees. Of course, in India there is some culture, but otherwise it is very difficult. So first of all, we have to make people austere. You have to make them devotees, engage in service of Krishna, and then give them knowledge of Krishna. Then they will be able to understand. Now again, one more very great secret is being revealed here. Krishna has given the topmost knowledge. Now how to attain that platform, that Krishna explains here, the final order, and that is Yaidam paramam guhyam madbhakteshvabhidhasyati bhaktim mai param kritva mame vaishyatya sanshayaha. For one who explains the supreme secret to the devotees, devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. Na cha tasman manusyeshu kaschin me priyakrittamaha bhavita na cha me tasmad anyaf priyataro bhuvi. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. So Krishna has explained now that entire process depends upon his mercy. Mad anugrahat, by my mercy you will be protected. By my mercy all the knowledge will be given to you. Tesham aham samuddharta mrityu sansara sagarat, I am the swift deliverer. So Bhakti Yoga is the topmost process, and the success of Bhakti Yoga depends upon the mercy of Krishna. So one cannot think of Krishna unless Krishna is merciful. One cannot get service of Krishna unless Krishna is merciful. One cannot surrender to Krishna unless Krishna is merciful. Unless Krishna reveals that he is Supreme Lord, unless he gives faith from the heart that Krishna is Supreme Lord, why a person will surrender? So upon whom that mercy will fall, that Krishna is giving here. Na cha tasmad manusyeshu kaschin me priyakrittama. Mercy will fall to a person who is dear to him, and there is no person more dear to Krishna than the one who preaches this knowledge to the devotees. So first we have to make the people devotees, and then we have to preach this knowledge. Such a preacher is most dear to Krishna. Such a preacher makes very quick advancement in spiritual life, and all spiritual knowledge is revealed, and such an advanced devotee never falls down, who is always thinking how to spread this knowledge to others. So thus I request all of you to try to realize the importance of these instructions, implement in our life, become devotees, and then spread this knowledge to others. Only when we actually start spreading this knowledge, we relish the nectar of spiritual life. There is very fast growth. Otherwise also we become dear to Krishna by doing other things for Krishna, but preaching is very, very special and very unique. For a preacher, Krishna is always present to help, to give protection, to give special enthusiasm and direct instruction. Krishna is telling, and in future also, Bhavita na chame tasman, in future nobody will be dearer to me than the preacher of this knowledge. Because people are suffering here only because of lack of ignorance. If any person takes lost son back to the father would be so much obliged. Nobody is dearer to him than this person who has brought the lost son back. So thus, everybody here in the material world are lost, forgotten children of Krishna. If this knowledge is given to them, they become very, very dear to him. And if anybody becomes dearer to God, then where is the trouble in life? Adhyeshyate chaya imam dharmyam samvadamavayoh jnana yagyena tenaham ishtasyamiti me matihi. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation worships me by his intelligence. Shraddhavananasuyascha shinuyadapi yo naraha sopi mukta shubhan lokan prapnuyat punya karmanam. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reaction and attains to the planets where the pious dwell. Kachid etat shrutam partha tvaya ekagrena chetasa kachit ajnana sammohaha pranataste dhananjaya. O conqueror of wealth, Arjuna, have you heard this attentively with your mind? And are your illusions and ignorance now dispelled? Arjuna uvacha nashto moha smritir labdha tvat prasadan mayachyuta sthitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanam tava. Arjuna said, My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory, and by your mercy I am now firm and free from doubt and am prepared to act according to your instruction. Sanjaya uvacha ityaham vasudevasya parthasya cha mahatmanaha samvadam imam ashrausham adbhutam romaharshanam. Sanjaya said, "Thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end." Vyasa prasadashrutavan etad guhyam maham param yogam yogeshwarat krishnat sakshat kathayata swayam. By the mercy of Vyas, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. Rajan samsmritya samvadam imam adbhutam keshavarjunayof punyam rishyami cha muhurmuhu. O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure, being thrilled at every moment. Tacha samsmritya Rupam atyadbhutam hare Vismayo me mahan rajan Harshayami cha punah punaha. O king, when I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with even greater wonder, and I rejoice again and again. Yatra yogeshwara Krishno Yatra partho dhanurdharaha Tatra shrir vijayo bhutir dhruva nitir matir mama. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion. We want victory, we want opulence, we want supreme bliss. Sanjay, the perfect disciple of Vedvyas, Vedvyas is incarnation of Krishna, he is giving his verdict. And what is the verdict? Yatra yogeshwaro Krishna, yatra partha dhanurdhara. So we all want victory, opulence, success, happiness in our life. We approach so many gurus, we approach so many books of knowledge, but we fail to approach Bhagavad Gita and fail to add this one very important person, the Supreme Person, Krishna, in our life. So Sanjay, the disciple of Vedvyas, original spiritual master, perfect student, is telling us, please have Krishna in your life. And along with that, one more thing is required. Krishna was present with everybody on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, but one has to become qualified disciple like Arjuna. Arjuna was a soul who completely surrendered to Krishna. Karishye vachanam tava. Whatever you say, Krishna, I will execute it. So I have to become a soul completely surrendered to Krishna and add Krishna in our life. Either Krishna directly, if we are qualified, we can have him, or there are so many merciful incarnations of Krishna. Krishna's deity form is there in the temple. We can have a small form in our house. You can have a picture of Krishna. Form of Krishna is same as Krishna. We can chant the names of Krishna. Chanting name of Krishna is not different from Krishna. Taking shelter of spiritual master is same as taking shelter of Krishna. Or reading Bhagavad Gita is same as associating with Krishna. When we read Bhagavad Gita, it is Krishna's personal instructions that he is giving to us. The more we are qualified, the more Bhagavad Gita reveals it to us. In this way, we have to add simply Krishna to our life and become perfectly surrendered soul, and then we become qualified to take the instructions. And when there is combination of Krishna and Arjuna, perfect spiritual master, supreme personality of Godhead, and his devotee, his student, who is completely surrendered, there is no misery, there is eternal happiness. And once we leave this body, there is transference to eternal abode of Krishna, which is the aim of human form of life. So I request all of you, Please try to understand this knowledge and try to spread this to others. Become very dear to Krishna, and when we become dear to God, who has audacity in the world to disturb us? Which power in the world can surpass the control of Krishna? If Krishna is pleased with us, there is always all happiness, joy and bliss. So thank you very much for being with us in this wonderful journey. More important is to apply these instructions. So please keep on hearing it over and over again. Simply by hearing, as we understood here, one gets rid of the sinful actions. It does not matter. We do not have strength to follow the instructions. Simply by hearing, we will get strength. It does not matter. We are not able to have proper understanding. Simply by hearing over and over again, proper understanding also will develop. This hearing is very, very powerful process. Hear the message of Bhagavad Gita, hear the holy name, and in this way, even though we may be very, very unqualified, entangled in all the bad habits, not able to follow even the basic rules and regulations, all strength will come automatically. Just keep on hearing, chanting always, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, and engage in the service of Krishna under guidance of proper, bona fide, pure devotee spiritual master, and make your life successful. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.